Warring States period. The border of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Where are you running, kid? Catch him. If you want to blame someone, blame you for being from the Senju clan. In the dark night, a middle-aged man wearing armor and with hair like a killer pointed at the half-black and half-white-haired boy in front and shouted. Yiyu's face turned pale, and his eyes seemed to have lost their vitality, because there was a big rock blocking his way, and behind him were 5 middle-aged Uchiha men. Just now, Yiyu found that he had traveled to the world of Naruto, the only anime he had ever watched, and he was the first Hokage of Konoha village, the younger brother of Senju Hashirama's Senju, Itama. Now Yiyu is being hunted by the Uchiha clan. According to the future plot, he will die under the big rock in front. He is only 7 years old now. How to deal with the 5 adult Uchiha clan members with Sharingan behind him. Damn it, is it really like this? Yiyu cursed inwardly. He had been in this world for less than an hour and was going to die. He hadn't even met Hashirama and Madara yet. Thinking of all the regrets in Naruto, Yiyu sighed, but was powerless, so he stopped under the stone in front of him, and the footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. At this time, a voice sounded from Yiyu's mind, System binding. Binding successful. System. A trace of surprise flashed across Yiyu's face. His golden finger finally came. There is still hope. Yiyu held on to his last breath, hid behind the stone, and opened the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the strongest in the ninja world, the Ability Copy Fusion System. The Ability Copy Fusion System, as the name suggests, can master other people's ninjutsu or blood limit or blood elimination by contacting people in Naruto. But where did Yiyu get it now? Where's the person? Look again. He should be here. Use the Sharingan to sense it. Oh no. Yiyu was secretly shocked. He had watched Naruto several times. He was very familiar with the ability of the Sharingan. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. What's more, Yiyu was seriously injured now. The blue-gray armor below him had been soaked with blood. Ding! The host was detected to be in an endangered state. Do you want to activate the emergency avoidance mode that is limited to 1 time? After hearing this, Yiyu's face showed hope and nodded. Soon, a full chakra with fairy arts rushed to Yiyu's body, and even the injuries were temporarily repaired. Ding! The host was detected to have a blood relationship with Hashirama Senju. Get a fairy would escape experience card for 5 minutes. Enough. Yiyu was very surprised. He didn't expect that it was the wood escape created by the god of ninja, and it was blessed by fairy arts. Suddenly, with a bang, the stone in front of Yiyu was shattered by the ninjutsu. Yiyu retreated again and again. The 5 Uchiha clan members were surprised to see that Yiyu's injuries seemed to have recovered. However, they thought that Yiyu was only a 7-year-old child after all. Even if his injuries recovered, what would happen? Accept your fate obediently, you little brat from the Senju clan. Yiyu didn't say much nonsense. These 5 people chased him for a full hour, which made Yiyu extremely disgusted. Now he could finally vent his anger. Yiyu put his hands together, and green lines appeared on his face, spreading from his forehead to his entire face. What is this? The Uchiha clan members had never seen such a situation and were very surprised. No matter how you struggle, it's useless, Mudada. Mudada. An Uchiha clan member quickly stepped forward, and the 3 Magatama in his eyes began to rotate. At the same time, he waved a long sword in his hand, just when he was about to behead Yiyu. Yiyu finally opened his eyes, grinning. Time is short and the task is heavy. I won't be polite. He put his hands together again. Senjutsu would release. True 1,000 hands. Boom, boom. The ground suddenly trembled, and the 5 Uchiha people staggered and lost their balance, their eyes full of fear and disbelief. What is this? What kind of ninjutsu is this? However, the sound of a giant Buddha far overwhelmed them. Run. This kid from the 1,000 hands is a monster. The Uchiha people came to their senses, hurriedly retreated, and ran behind them. The Buddha took Yiyu and rose straight to hundreds of meters in the air. Yiyu was a little confused for a while because it was really shocking. The forest under his feet was now like grass, and the wind from the Buddha blew them all over the place. Just after the Buddha stopped, the 1,000 hands behind it also stretched out, and their target was the small, invisible Uchiha people below. Still on a run, Yiyu snorted coldly, and the palm power in his hand became more intense. Nei. 1, 2, 3. 1,000 big hands fell at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. It smashed into the woods in front of them. Some trees flew into the air, and some fell into the stream, forming an exposed rock formation. The offensive was finally over, and the 5 Uchiha people were hit so hard that they could not be found. They were probably turned into dust. The fairy chakra in Yiyu's body was also exhausted after using up thousands of hands. Yiyu was sent to the ground by the Buddha's hands from the big Buddha, and he was still a little unsatisfied because it was so cool. It must be said that this would escape is really useful. No wonder Hashirama can become the god of ninjas. The inventor of Hashirama is really a genius. Huh, don't I have a copy system? When Hashirama develops would release, he can copy himself and have himself, right? Yiyu enjoyed the future and imagined it in the dark night. Suddenly, there was a noise from the woods behind him. Several people with ping-pong-like symbols behind them appeared from the shadows. Oh no, it's Uchiha again. Yiyu started to get nervous again. His experience card has expired. Now he is just an ordinary teenager who has experienced the baptism of the battlefield. Boy, what's the matter with the movement just now? They looked at Yiyu carefully and also noticed the symbol of the Senju clan on Yiyu's shoulder with vigilance in their eyes. Is there no way out? Yiyu smiled bitterly, and the previous injuries began to slowly emerge, and the pain instantly spread throughout his body. Itama. A voice engraved in Yiyu's memory rang out. This voice. Yiyu looked back, and under the moonlight, several people with the 1,000-hand symbol on their shoulders appeared. Yiyu recognized one of the thin boys at a glance. He was also the future god of ninjas, the patriarch of the 1,000 Hands clan, the man who established the Konohagakure Hashirama Senju. Chapter 2. The Senju clan. Upon encountering Yiyu, Hashirama's expression relaxed, and he approached Yiyu. Are you all right, Tobarama? Hashirama inquired with concern. Yiyu lifted his gaze to meet Hashirama and Appo's. Smiled gently, and then closed his eyes once more. Have you heard the news about the Senju clan? The young master Tobarama managed to escape from the clutches of 5 Uchiha clansmen. I know. It is said that a massive crater was left in the forest where we intersected with the Uchiha. Do you have any idea how large that crater was? Rumors about the previous night and Appo's events circulated widely within the Senju clan, yet thankfully, Tobarama had returned safely. In the residence of the clan leader, a black-haired youth, a white-haired youth, and another youth with one white and one black hair sat cross-legged, practicing chakra control. In this time of turmoil, where death could strike at any moment, becoming stronger was the sole imperative for survival. Thanks to the healing provided by medical ninjas, Yiyu's body had significantly improved. He gradually opened his eyes and gazed at his 2 elder brothers. The white-haired youth was his second brother, Senju Tobarama, while the other was Senju Hashirama. They truly resemble their counterparts in the manga and anime, Yiyu mused. Their 4th brother, Senju Akana, had been slain, and since then, Hashirama and Tobarama had devoted themselves to caring for the young master Tobarama, who is now Yiyu. After the crisis of the previous night, calm had returned, and Yiyu's escape from 5 Uchiha clansmen left the clan members in disbelief. Yiyu, too, could now manipulate his chakra like the ninjas around him. While his chakra reserves were not as astounding as Hashirama's, they were still considerable. Yiyu couldn't help but wonder if all members of the Senju clan possessed such abundant chakra. As he had yet to learn various ninjutsu, he turned his attention to the system. The system was intricate, possessing only the ability to replicate techniques. However, it was relatively straightforward. By observing others' ninjutsu, he could copy it as his own, akin to Kakashi Hataki's technique. Yet, Yiyu's system was slightly more advanced. Within the system, Yiyu could perceive the goodwill levels of those around him, and aside from physical interaction, he could inherit another's ninjutsu upon killing them or reaching a goodwill level of 60. The unique aspect of this system was that it allowed for the repeated fusion of copied ninjutsu, creating new bloodline limits or even more advanced abilities. However, despite knowing how to use copied ninjutsu, he still needed to practice to enhance his proficiency. The rarer the ninjutsu, the more challenging it was to replicate. The practice difficulty ranged from D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SR level, to the highest, max level. Yiyu had learned some of Hashirama's shuriken techniques and Tobarama's water wall technique by observing them the previous night. Although he was still not adept at using them, it seems I need to find an opportunity to train, he thought. Through the system, Yiyu could also view various information about everyone in front of him, represented uniformly by numerical values of combat power. A typical middle-aged man, non-ninja, had a combat power value of 100. Though Hashirama and Tobarama were young, their combat prowess was remarkable. Name, Senju Hashirama. Youth, combat power, 800, specializing in ninjutsu. C-level shuriken technique, B-level shadow clone technique affinity, 100, can learn all abilities except future abilities. Name, Senju Tobarama. Combat power, 500, specializing in ninjutsu. B-level water release, water wall, B-level shadow clone technique affinity, 100, can learn all abilities except future abilities. The combat power of the two was still at the level of ninja geniuses, not yet exceptionally monstrous. Combat power levels. Genin level, 400, Chunin level, 800, Jonin level, 1600, Elite Jonin, 3200, Kage, 6400, above Kage. However, Yu was well aware that once Hashirama learned sage techniques in the Shikatsu forest, he would unlock would release, and after Tobarama invented forbidden techniques, their strength would become terrifying. Yu could not yet use the system to replicate ninjutsu they did not possess. He would have to wait for the future. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the room. His gaze was sharp, and his demeanor was serious. Even within the territory, he wore his red armor. It was the clan leader of the Senju clan, Senju Butsuma. He was also the father of Yu, Hashirama, and Tobarama. Father Yu inherited the memories of Tobarama, calling out alongside Hashirama and Tobarama. As Butsuma entered, an invisible panel appeared before Yu, unnoticed by others. Senju Butsuma, clan leader of the Senju clan, combat power, 3000, specializing in ninjutsu, precision kunai, shuriken techniques, sword techniques, affinity, 60. Butsuma said little, merely nodding at Yu and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Congratulations, host. Affinity increased by 10. Yu watched as Butsuma and Appo's affinity raised from 60 to 70. This was a form of acknowledgement, indicating that Butsuma and Appo's concerns for Yu from the previous day had dissipated. Tobarama, come with me. All right, Yu replied. While Hashirama and Tobarama nodded, their faces etched with worry as they looked at Yu. Don't worry, brothers. I'm fine. Yu reassured them with a smile before walking out with Butsuma. Do you remember what happened last night? Butsuma inquired. Are you referring to that massive crater? Yu nodded, feeling a familial bond with Butsuma and realizing there was little to conceal. However, he knew he couldn't tell Butsuma that he was responsible for the crater. He understood that Butsuma would never believe him. Yu recounted the tale from the moment he was pursued by the Uchiha, pausing at the point where the system granted him the true Senju experience card, fabricating a story about a mysterious figure who saved him before vanishing. Although Butsuma expressed some confusion, he ultimately chose to believe Yu's account. Butsuma's heart was even more astonished. Rather than believing Yu had been saved by a mysterious person, he preferred to think that the vast crater had been caused by a meteorite. Was there truly someone in this world capable of such destructive power? Butsuma was filled with astonishment. All right, I understand what you said. Go ahead and have dinner with your brothers. After a brief pause, Butsuma's face broke into a rare smile. Even amidst wartime, with the loss of his son being overlooked, the fact that Yu had survived was a stroke of fortune. This reminded Butsuma of the past, the moment when Yu and Appo's brother, Senju Akana, had died. Although he outwardly maintained composure, internally, he had been heartbroken. Yet the war with the Uchiha clan continued. After Yu departed, a figure emerged beside Butsuma and whispered, "The person young Master Tobarama frequently meets has been found." Oh, which clan do they belong to? The expression of the nearby clansman appeared somewhat grave as he leaned closer to Butsuma and Appo's ear and murmured a few words. The expression of the Buddha shifted from tranquility to astonishment and then transformed into anger. In the space between the boards, here, in the space between the pillars, Yu was seen approaching, eagerly waving his hand in greeting. Chapter 3, The Bell Snatching Game 1. "Zero, here is the wild boar meat I hunted in the woods yesterday. Do give it a taste," Hashirama said with a smile to Yu. "Sure," Yu replied. During their meal, Yu continuously monitored the combat power of the Senju clan members through the system. After his calculations, he estimated that the average combat power of adult ninjas ranged from approximately 1,000 to 300. Both Tobarama and Hashirama's combat power was nearly on par with that of adult ninjas, though their exceptional abilities were understandable. After finishing their meal, Yu sat on a stone, closing his eyes to sense the flow of chakra within him. He wished to try what he had seen in the anime, concentrating chakra in his feet to walk upon the trees. To his surprise, he discovered he possessed quite a talent, succeeding after only a few attempts. Standing on a branch, Yu executed the shuriken technique he had just copied, albeit clumsily forming the hand seals, causing shurikens to appear around him. Unexpectedly, "You can perform this technique as well," Hashirama remarked, as he and Tobarama entered the woods. Yu smiled sheepishly. "Are we doing the same old thing today?" Hashirama chuckled, glancing at them both, and pulled out a string of small bells from his waist, shaking them playfully. Yu recognized the bells all too well. This was the bell-snatching game that Leaf Village played with its students every year. It originated from Hashirama Senju. "This time, Tobarama and I will not lose," Tobarama declared confidently, shaking his arms. "Yu, are you ready?" Yu nodded, eager to test his current strength. With Hashirama and Appo's shout, Tobarama quickly formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone beside him. Ahem. Tobarama and his clone charged towards Hashirama from both sides. Water release. Water barrier. They expelled a wall of water to shield Hashirama from the rear. Tobarama, stop dawdling. All right. Yu employed the shadow clone technique, though it took him considerable time, lacking the proficiency of Tobarama. After the water barrier blocked Hashirama, Tobarama launched a punch towards him. Hashirama assumed a stance, his eyes gleaming with intensity, swiftly countering with a quick strike. His keen observational skills allowed him to discern Tobirama and Appo's true self among the two clones in an instant. Brother and Appo's strength has increased again, Tobirama thought, struggling to break free, yet feeling helpless. Shuriken technique. Yayu and his clone each hurled a shuriken at Hashirama. Hashirama released his grip on Tobirama, leaping lightly to land on a branch. Suddenly, a chakra presence rapidly approached him. Hashirama turned quickly, reaching out towards the source of the chakra. Boom. Yayu and Appo's form was dispersed by Hashirama and Appo's grab. What? A shadow clone. Hashirama realized immediately, turning to reach for his waist. Brother, you lost, Yayu said, stretching out the bell in his hand, smiling at Hashirama. At their youthful ages of 9 and 10, both Hashirama and Tobirama lacked extensive battle experience, yet Yayu was different. His intellect was akin to that of an adult. Although his physical form resembled that of a 7 or 8-year-old, and his chakra reserves were far inferior to Hashirama and Appo's, he could still engage in prolonged combat with him by employing clever tricks. Tobirama, observing Yayu with the bell from below the tree, waved joyfully. This was their first victory in obtaining a bell from Hashirama. Well done, Tobirama. Hashirama laughed heartily, surprised by Yayu and Appo's adept use of the shadow clone technique. Yayu had even directly copied Tobirama and Appo's water techniques. Unfortunately, he could only replicate the techniques that others excelled in. Tobirama and Appo's other water techniques were not particularly refined. Aside from the water barrier, which was the only one he could replicate. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 3 ninjutsu techniques. You may choose 5 additional techniques. Excitedly, Yayu opened the notification. The 5 ninjutsu choices included water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind, each being B-rank techniques. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, fire release, great fire annihilation, earth release, earth flow wall, lightning release, false darkness, wind release, pressure damage. Having already acquired a water technique, Yayu opted for another elemental ninjutsu. The earth flow wall was primarily defensive, so he set it aside for now. Meanwhile, pressure damage, false darkness, and great fire annihilation were all powerful offensive techniques. After much deliberation, Yayu decided to select great fire annihilation, as Uchiha Madara had once utilized this technique to cause widespread devastation to the Ninja Alliance. Although he might not master it like Madara in the short term, he believed that with practice, he could become proficient as well. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired B-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fire annihilation. Host, Yayu Senju Tobirama, combat power, 500 ninjutsu, B-rank ninjutsu, fire release, great fire annihilation, B-rank ninjutsu, water release, water barrier, B-rank ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. C-rank ninjutsu, shuriken technique, Maul points, 0. Despite having learned numerous ninjutsu, Yayu had yet to fully master many of them. Ninjutsu proficiency, beginner, proficient, expert. Master, except for the shuriken technique, which had reached proficiency, all other ninjutsu remained at the beginner level. As they prepared to return, Hashirama suddenly informed Yayu and Tobirama that he had matters to attend to, suggesting they head back first. Yayu observed Hashirama and Appo's expression, contemplating for a moment before his eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, at this time, Hashirama was likely to meet Madara. However, he was uncertain about the progress of their meeting, fearing that it would soon be discovered by Butsuma. As Yayu had anticipated, while they were on their way back, Butsuma suddenly inquired about Hashirama and Appo's whereabouts. Although Yayu was aware, he shook his head alongside Tobirama. It seemed that Butsuma had an inkling of the truth and intended to follow Hashirama, bringing Tobirama along as well. At Yayu and Appo's insistence, Butsuma reluctantly allowed him to join. By a small stream deep within the forest, 2 young boys stood across from each other, skipping stones. They seemed to share an understanding, remaining silent as they continued to toss stones at one another. One of them was Hashirama, while the other, sporting an eccentric hairstyle, was none other than Uchiha Madara, the heir of the Uchiha clan. As they caught the stones thrown by each other, they instinctively glanced at them, their expressions revealing shock before they forced themselves to regain composure. Well, let us call it a day. I'll be taking my leave now. Oh. Madara hastily waved goodbye. Just as they prepared to part ways, figures suddenly appeared from both sides of the forest with a whoosh. One group bore a clan emblem resembling a ping-pong ball, while the other displayed a branch insignia. It seems our thoughts align, Senju Butsuma. Chapter 4, The Frequent Wars. You must be Tobirama, and you, his younger brother, Izuna, said a boy of similar stature to Tobirama, standing beside Uchiha Taijima, the father of Uchiha Madara. He was Izuna Uchiha, Madara and Appo's sibling. It seems so, Uchiha Taijima. Senju Tobirama replied while tightening his grip on a kunai. Your name is Izuna, isn't it? Tobirama inquired, wielding a long blade as he leaned forward. The 2 teams, unable to reach an understanding, swiftly engaged in battle. Hashirama hurriedly pulled his brother, Tobirama, into an embrace. Izuna, why are you here too? Hashirama appeared flustered, not wishing to lose another brother after the death of Wakana. Brother. Before Izuna could finish his sentence, Tobarama and Uchiha Taijima hurled kunai towards Izuna and Tobarama. This is bad, Hashirama exclaimed as he threw a stone at the kunai aimed at Tobarama. While Izuna's kunai was deflected by Madara, both rushed to their brothers' sides. I will not allow anyone to harm my family. Neither will I. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Then, Madara turned away. Hashirama, those beautiful futures we spoke of may no longer be attainable. Madara, you. Although Hashirama felt joy in their time together, Madara turned to leave. Hashirama, my brother was killed by the Senju clan, and your brother met the same fate. From now on, we shall meet on the battlefield. Senju Hashirama, I am Uchiha Madara. Father, look at brother's eyes. Izuna exclaimed in astonishment. Hashirama sighed deeply, realizing they had reached this point. As Madara turned back once more, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue, one side adorned with a tomo. Although we did not acquire intelligence on the Senju, it seems we have gained something valuable. That is, the Sharingan, just awakened, Tobarama remarked, surprised. Upon returning to the clan, Tobarama remained silent, while Hashirama became troubled, seemingly unable to grasp his prior actions. Leaf, not wanting to disturb him, sought solitude for training. Oh. The world of ninjas is indeed complex and ever-changing, Leaf thought as he lay on a rock, reflecting on the earlier scene. He wished to prevent the rift between the two but felt utterly powerless, for who would heed the words of a mere child? Yet, what was done in the past had transpired, and he would not allow Hashirama, Tobarama, or others to face misfortune, for they were his brothers in this world. Although Hashirama remained oblivious to the cause of his brother and Appo's demise, Leaf was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding Tobarama and Appo's death. Konoha, you shall pay for this in time. Standing atop the rock, Leaf unleashed the fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, executing it repeatedly. This time, the fireball was only slightly larger than before. Yet it possessed sufficient offensive capability, increasing his combat power by 100 points. Ding! Congratulations, host and Appo's combat power has increased. Every 100 points rewards 100. Oh! After hearing the system and Appo's announcement, Leaf opened the system panel and, as he had anticipated, found his points had increased by 100. A bottle of chakra replenisher costs exactly 100 points. Shall I purchase one to try? After consuming the replenisher, Leaf and Appo's chakra, which had been nearly depleted, instantly restored to a single point. Just then, a beastly roar echoed from the forest, followed by a cry for help. What is that noise? Leaf paused his hand, which was about to form seals, and gazed into the woods. However, due to his currently weak visual prowess, he could not discern the unfolding events. Upon entering the woods, he discovered a father and daughter being pursued by a massive wild boar. Ding! Please complete the task. Rescue the father and daughter in danger. Reward, 100 points. Channeling his chakra, Leaf sprinted towards them. Duck! He shouted as he leapt into the air. The father and daughter quickly crouched down. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. Leaf swiftly formed seals in midair, inhaling deeply as a wave of intense flames surged within him, which he then expelled forward. Simultaneously, Leaf's chakra was nearly depleted. The heat wave rushed towards the wild boar, which, upon seeing the flames, turned to flee. However, its speed was no match for that of the spreading fire, and it was instantly roasted into well-cooked pork. Are you all right? Leaf approached the father and daughter, tearing off a piece of meat from the boar to eat. Thank you. The father bowed hurriedly. Where are you from? What brings you here? It was vital to note that Leaf and Appo's area was fraught with conflicts among various clans, making it exceedingly dangerous, especially for ordinary individuals like this father and daughter. As they departed the forest, Leaf learned that they hailed from a nearby village, now ravaged by war, resulting in many casualties and scattering the survivors. It dawned upon Leaf that their clothes were tattered, and their faces were covered in grime. Sigh. Leaf sighed, realizing the gravity of their situation, but the father and daughter gazed at him with astonished expressions as they spoke. Leaf found this reaction quite normal. After all, who had witnessed a 7-year-old child wielding such formidable power? Ding. Congratulations, host has rescued the destitute father and daughter. Reward, 100 points. Soon, they arrived at the territory of the Senju clan. Tobarama, who are these people? Leaf explained everything to Tobarama. Come with me. Hashirama, you too. Tobarama led Hashirama and the father and daughter inside. Leaf intended to follow, but Hashirama gently shook his head after patting Tobarama's head, believing Leaf was too young to be involved in such matters. In an instant, Hashirama sensed the father and daughter's plight. Let us go? Okay. Tobarama emerged beside them and also patted Tobarama's head, leading him to a spacious area. I heard you single-handedly took down a wild boar? Tobarama exclaimed incredulously. Knowing Leaf was only 7 years old, a child smaller than the wild boar, Tobarama circled around Leaf. What is the matter, brother Tobarama? Tobarama stroked his chin, pondering. Yes, that's it. As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, realizing that his younger brother might be an even greater prodigy in the ninja world than himself. Tobarama and Appo's perspective on war diverged from Hashirama and Appo's a fact that had already manifested deeply in their childhood, while Hashirama, having lost his brother Wakana, understood the brutal nature of war and sought peaceful resolutions, believing that resorting to violence would only breed further conflict and animosity. Tobirama took pride in the strength of the Senju clan, believing that by growing stronger, they could deter others from provoking them. This belief rendered Tobirama cold and ruthless in his approach to war. As the conversation unfolded, Hashirama emerged from the room, though his expression bore a heavy gravity. Shortly thereafter, Tobirama and the father-daughter duo also stepped outside, albeit clad in different attire. After cleansing their faces, the young girl, appearing to be around 10 years of age, exhibited numerous conspicuous tear streaks upon her visage, her eyes bespeaking of anguish with a network of blood vessels. Yiyu surmised that they must have endured considerable hardships. This is Mr. Fushing Irin and Miss Huiyue. They will be residing with us for the time being, Tobirama informed his brother and Yiyu. Tobirama nodded in acknowledgement. However, Hashirama's countenance grew even more somber, as if something of great significance was transpiring within the confines of the house. Once Tobirama escorted the father and daughter away, Yiyu approached Hashirama and Appo's side and quietly inquired about the unfolding events. After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama, meeting Yiyu and Appo's eager gaze, parted his lips slightly, exhaling a sigh, and ultimately resolved to divulge the truth. War is imminent. Chapter 5. The Uchiha assault team. It turns out that the village of Fushing Irin was annihilated by the Uchiha clan, which is situated across from the Senju clan. And their next target for encroachment is none other than the territory of the Senju clan. As the clan leader, Butsuma would never allow such an occurrence. The Uchiha clan. Are they allies of the Uchiha? These individuals merely flaunt their tactics. During the meeting, one clan member slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed in anger. The overall strength of the Uchiha clan pales in comparison to that of the Senju clan. However, as they are subordinates of the Uchiha clan, a war against the Uchiha would undoubtedly provoke the Uchiha to seize the opportunity and retaliate. Months swiftly passed, and the Senju clan finally declared war on the Uchiha clan, a conflict that would last several years. Throughout this time, Butsuma fell in battle, and Hashirama rose to become the leader of the Senju clan, while Tobirama and Yayo became the two formidable forces of the clan, second only to Hashirama. Over the years, Yayo, despite limited progress in ninjutsu due to the war and Appo's frequency, obtained the coveted Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, through his confrontations with them. Yet, he kept this secret from Hashirama and Tobirama, only utilizing it against foes, as its use carried certain side effects that made him reluctant to employ it lightly. Moreover, he had honed his shadow clone technique and fire style, great fire destruction, to an expert level. At this time, Hashirama had yet to master sage techniques and simply resisted the invasions from foreign clans as the leader of the Senju clan, all while grappling with his lofty ideals. Currently, Hashirama was absent from the village, leaving Tobirama as the acting leader. Ban, tomorrow a squad of Uchiha assault troops will pass through that small hill we previously crossed. I leave it to you, Tobirama whispered, gesturing to the map before Yayo. Now 12 years old, Yayo possessed a combat power rating of 1000, distinguishing himself among ordinary young ninjas. He nodded. He was now the captain of Ban and Appo's special squad and a member of Hashirama and Appo's personal guard. The mere mention of Yayo and Appo's half-white, half-black hair struck fear into the hearts of other prominent clans, as his formidable strength was well known. Upon seeing Yayo for the first time, timid individuals were already inclined to flee. Tobirama specifically instructed that this assault team must eliminate the intruders, who came solely to gather intelligence on the Senju clan. Let us go, Yayo declared, vanishing into the night with several team members. Tobirama watched their disappearing figures, a thought brewing in his mind. Perhaps it was time to organize a dedicated unit. The night was pitch black, with crows cawing ominously above. Yayo signaled to the individuals beside him, and they nodded, retreating slightly. They concealed themselves among the branches, quietly observing the narrow path ahead. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. Someone was approaching. Yayo mused inwardly. In the darkness, he stealthily opened his eyes, revealing the blood-red pupils reminiscent of Uchiha Madara and Appo's adorned with two tomo. One could not help but marvel. The Sharingan not only replicated ninjutsu, but also provided remarkable vision. Currently, Yayo could only activate two tomo, lacking the technique to fully awaken his eyes. To acquire the Manjiki Sharingan or higher abilities, he would need to engage with someone who possessed it, thereby replicating their prowess. 5 figures approached, 4 men and 1 woman. The leading man had activated his Sharingan with 3 tomo. Caution was warranted. Let us be careful, Yayo whispered. As they reached the tree where Yayo lay in ambush, he commanded his team to spring into action, swiftly hurling shuriken at the Uchiha. Alert! The 5 Uchiha members displayed expressions of alarm, revealing their Sharingan. How could this be? The Senju have learned of our mission. The leading man's eyes widened in recognition as he spotted Yayo, his black and white hair unmistakable. Name: Uchiha Michikawa. Combat power: 900. Age: 17. Abilities: 3 tomo Sharingan. C rank: proficient. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, B rank, Proficient, Fire Style, Great Fire Flower, B rank, Novice, and Fire Style, Fireball. Indeed, the Uchiha clan members learned Fire Style from a young age. Yayu thought, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Michikawa inhaled deeply and unleashed a massive fireball toward Yayu, utilizing ninjutsu right away. How interesting, Yayu thought, glancing at his teammates, who instinctively took a step back. Retreating already? Humph. Is this the extent of the strength of Tobarama's team? Yayu remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals. With his expert-level proficiency, the range and destructive power of his ninjutsu had significantly improved. Fire Style. He can use Fire Style too. Great Fire Destruction. In an instant, a wave of flames, 2 to 3 times larger than Michikawa and Appo's fireball, surged toward him. Impressive. Although Great Fire Destruction was only 1 rank above Great Fireball, its destructive capacity was incomparably greater. Observing the scale of Yayu's release, Michikawa deduced that Yayu had achieved remarkable mastery over Great Fire Destruction. Quickly dodge. Michikawa realized his Great Fireball would be no match. As he anticipated, upon colliding with the Great Fireball, the Great Fire Destruction swiftly engulfed it, igniting the surrounding forest. Captain Michikawa, I've heard that this band is quite formidable. Perhaps we should withdraw, one of the Uchiha suggested. However, Michikawa and Appo's thoughts were quite the opposite. He was regarded as talented among the Uchiha, having activated his 3-tomo Sharingan at just 17. Naturally, he eagerly sought a confrontation with a prodigious youth like Yayu. But we came here to Michikawa dismissed the notion, leaping to the ground and sending kunai flying toward Yayu. This fellow seems overly eager. Yet his combat power is 100 points lower than mine. Defeating him should pose no challenge, though I fear there may be other strong individuals among his squad. After years of warfare, Yayu had become exceedingly cautious. He would not engage unless he had absolute confidence. Just as he contemplated checking the system for information on the others, Michikawa soared into the air, brandishing a long blade toward Yayu, while kunai hurtled toward him. Water Style, Water Barrier. To his surprise, Michikawa also wielded Water Style. As the water barrier met the flames of the forest, it instantly billowed into a mist. Through his Sharingan, Michikawa vaguely glimpsed a figure akin to Yayu amidst the fog. Found you. He lunged with his blade, piercing through the mist. What? It was a shadow clone. As the smoke dissipated, only Michikawa remained. Captain, beware behind you. Michikawa turned. 2 kunai hurtling toward his eyes. Did you think I wouldn't see them? He sneered, confident in the Uchiha Sharingan's ability to perceive all. Is that so? After evading the incoming shuriken, Yuchuan found himself confronted by 2 more shuriken emerging from behind. Panic surged within him as he realized there was no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, several kunai were hurled from below by members of the Uchiha squad, intercepting the 2 shuriken that threatened Yuchuan from behind. Chapter 6. A casual victory, what a close call. Uchiha Mikawa felt a surge of anxiety as he surveyed his surroundings. The effectiveness of his Sharingan significantly diminished amidst the dense fog. How infuriating. Was this all part of their scheme? Mikawa pondered. Nonetheless, the perilous atmosphere compelled him to act decisively, leaping down from the branch. Was that shuriken thrown by her? Yayu, perched upon a nearby branch, observed the sole female member of the Uchiha team below with a grave expression. The shuriken technique she executed was instantaneous. How could that woman react so swiftly? Name, Uchiha Mimi. Age, 16. Abilities, 3-tomo Sharingan, C rank, Master, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, B rank, Proficient, Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique, C rank Jinjutsu, Servant Technique. B rank Summoning Technique. Combat Power, 1000. Affinity. None. At merely 16 years old, Uchiha Mimi and Appo's mastery of ninjutsu was evidently superior to that of Uchiha Mikawa. 3-tomo at such a young age? Yayu felt a pang of astonishment, recalling that many Uchiha clan members he had encountered with 3-tomo Sharingan were predominantly adult males. However, reflecting on figures like Obito and Itachi, the surprise diminished somewhat. Yet, Yayu found himself intrigued by Mimi's summoning technique. Shuriken Technique. A figure from behind Yayu hurled a shuriken towards Uchiha Mimi. However, she reacted with remarkable speed, her eyes widening as the 3-tomo emerged, forming hand seals. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Mimi unleashed a flurry of small shuriken, each enveloped in flames, targeting Yayu's team. Water Release. Water Barrier. Scatter. The members of the team understood the command. Through years of combat against the Uchiha clan, Yayu knew all too well that standing in a position visible to them was a grave mistake. Otherwise, even if he possessed the same Sharingan, he could easily fall prey to their Jinjutsu. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, despite her youth, Uchiha Mimi possessed an impressive wealth of combat experience. Mimi thought to herself, gazing at the fog-laden forest before her, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She diligently monitored her surroundings with her Sharingan, refusing to let her guard down for even a moment. What is happening? The team turned in response to the sudden, frantic shout of one of their members, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air came from behind them. Behind, Uchiha Mimi swiftly reacted, drawing her kunai for defense. Clang. The kunai clashed with a sharp object, sparking in the dim light. Then, silence enveloped the area once more, and to her astonishment, all the Uchiha members beside her had vanished. Summoning technique. Mimi bit her finger, calling forth a small mole. Although its eyes were. Miss Huiwe. What seems to be the matter? Yu immediately recognized the person before him. Ever since he rescued the father and daughter, Fuxing Irin and Huiwe, they had been residing in the territory of the Qinshu clan. Chapter 7. The shadowless bat Fuxing Irin was exceptionally adept at interacting with others. Over the years, he had frequently traversed various places, establishing his own trading enterprise through the provisions and supplies acquired from the Senju clan. His extensive trading endeavors had yielded a considerable amount of resources, allowing him and his daughter to enjoy a life better than before. This time, Huiwe sought out Yeyu with the hope that he would serve as their protector on a journey to the land of whirlpools to engage in trade with the leaders of the Uzumaki clan. As fate would have it, this aligned perfectly with Yeyu's own intentions, prompting him to acquiesce without hesitation. Huiwe, seemingly taken aback by Yeyu's swift agreement, nodded excitedly, momentarily at a loss for words, and impulsively embraced him. As she held him close, a delicate fragrance wafted into Yeyu's nostrils, and with a blush on her cheeks, she departed. A rather unsettling thought flickered through Yeyu's mind, but he promptly dismissed it, reminding himself that he was merely a 12-year-old child. The expansive area of bare rock that Yeyu had previously exposed using wood release had since been cloaked in verdant vegetation, transforming into a vast plain. Upon his return to this place, where he had first traversed into this world, he noted the stark contrast to its former state. In order to safeguard against potential dangers during the expedition to the land of whirlpools, Yeyu resolved to further enhance his abilities. With Hashirama having mastered sage techniques and the war against the Uchiha clan nearing its conclusion, vigilance towards other foreign clans remained imperative. Thus, bolstering his strength was of the utmost importance. Over the years, Yeyu had accumulated a significant number of points, prompting him to access the long-neglected system marketplace. Ding. Purchase successful. Without a moment's hesitation, he acquired a swift B-rank lightning release technique. Lightning Release, Extreme Lightning Fong. When executed, this technique allowed him to dash forward in a torrent of lightning, accompanied by crackling electricity, displaying considerable power. Having previously replicated a summoning technique from Uchiha Mimi, Yeyu decided to procure a summoning beast for contract binding. With an array of summoning scrolls available, hunting dogs, tigers, three-headed dogs, each possessing unique attributes and classifications, it seemed feasible to acquire a B-rank summoning beast with his remaining points. He navigated to the B-rank summoning beast section, acknowledging that while he lacked offensive capabilities, he sought a creature agile enough to coordinate with him in various endeavors. A creature known as the Shadowless Bat perfectly aligned with Yeyu's vision, akin to a bat, yet swifter and silent in flight. It seemed an ideal companion. You're the one. After completing the purchase, Yeyu bit his finger and inscribed his name on the summoning scroll. However, to truly tame it, he would need to conquer it through strength. As the description indicated that the Shadowless Bat possessed a rebellious nature, if the summoner and Oppos, as power fell short, it would likely become uncontrollable. Summoning technique. Yeyu struck the ground, allowing his blood to seep and form numerous black symbols. With a resounding poof, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, a shadowless bat, over a meter in length with blood-red eyes, materialized before him. Aware that bats despise daylight, Yeyu had specifically led it to a shaded area in the woods. Are you my master? Questioned the shadowless bat, unfurling its wings and eyeing Yeyu with a sense of caution. Yeyu nodded. Then you should be prepared. The bat hung upside down from a branch, fixating its gaze on Yeyu. Come at me, Yeyu replied nonchalantly. Whoosh. How swift. Yeyu marveled silently as the bat's speed exceeded his expectations. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted forth, while the area covered was extensive. The shadowless bat evaded effortlessly. Clearly, slower techniques would not suffice against such an agile foe. Seizing the opportunity to employ his newly acquired technique, Yeyu directed his arm downward, forming the initial hand seals for lightning release. With his palm clawed, he aimed at the bat above. Lightning release, extreme lightning fong. Crackling sounds echoed as Yeyu's chakra swiftly transformed into lightning, amplifying his strength and speed considerably as he surged upward through the trees. The velocity astonished even him. Lightning streaked forth like a ferocious hound, converging upon the shadowless bat. Struck by Yeyu and Oppos, extreme lightning fong, the bat was propelled against a nearby tree, despite sustaining damage. The shadowless bat continued to flap its wings, circling Yeyu at a leisurely pace. Searching for my weakness? It mused. This human, though seemingly young, has already mastered 2 techniques. Yet, after unleashing such a potent attack, he cannot possibly be in peak condition. Drawing upon years of combat experience, the bat swiftly discerned Yeyu's intentions. It was evident that he would not launch another assault in the immediate future, an opportune moment for it to counterattack. As anticipated, Yeyu's chakra depleted significantly, nearly causing him to stumble. He had not expected this lightning release technique to be more challenging to control than the Great Fire Annihilation. During its execution, he had felt an unprecedented wave of exhaustion. Although he had inflicted considerable damage on the bat, resorting to such techniques should be a last resort. Maintaining his composure, Yu acknowledged the astonishing speed of the summoning beast. As he pondered, the bat began to swirl around him, stirring up clouds of dust. Sharingan. Yu and Appo's eyes widened. Scanning his surroundings, he was determined to tame this creature. Here it comes. Despite the obscuring smoke, the Sharingan and Appo's keen perception remained formidable. Yu hurled shuriken, obstructing the bat's potential escape routes. Water release, water barrier. A wall of water rose to confront the swiftly moving shadowless bat. Just as Yu leaped into the air, poised to pierce the bat with a shuriken, it cried out, "Stop! I yield." Realizing it was about to be struck, the shadowless bat immediately pleaded for mercy. It hadn't anticipated that Yu would possess such a repertoire of techniques. Perhaps being bound to such a master was not so disadvantageous after all. Finally yielding, Yu exhaled, relieved, as he too was nearing his limit. Henceforth, you shall be my summoning beast, and you will heed my commands. The shadowless bat bowed its head and perched on Yu's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. A wave of goosebumps surged through Yu. All right, enough of that. The two returned to the Senju clan's territory. Lord Banjian. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Yu turned to see Fuxing Irin approaching. "Oh, Uncle Irin, what brings you here?" Yu inquired, noting the mysterious object in Irin's hand. Eagerly, Fuxing Irin rushed towards Yu, but the shadowless bat on Yu's shoulder bared its fangs at him. "Ah!" Fuxing Irin jumped back, startled. "Lord Banjian, it is. Uncle Irin, there and Appo's. There's no need to be alarmed. It is my summoning beast. Please, keep it quiet." Yu turned his head, casting a warning glance at the shadowless bat, which emitted a few soft whimpers and folded its wings. "What is it?" "Uncle Irin." Fuxing Irin was elated to learn from his daughter that they would be traveling to the land of Vortex with their merchant caravan. Previously, their journeys had been fraught with anxiety, plagued by the fear of being intercepted by radical factions, especially on this trip to the land of Vortex, where they hoped to exchange goods for wealth. Fuxing Irin had prepared a considerable amount of precious cargo and was deeply concerned. However, with Yu and Appo's as presents, his previously restless heart found solace, and in gratitude, he offered Yu a substantial reward. Yet, Yu waved his hand in refusal. He had long regarded Fuxing Irin and Huiyue's family and could not possibly accept payment from them. Nonetheless, after persistent insistence from Fuxing Irin, Yu reluctantly accepted a beautifully carved wooden pendant bearing the emblem of the Thousand Hands clan. Although crafted from wood, its intricate design brought it to life. Yu immediately took a liking to the pendant and affixed it to his waist. "Brother, is it truly wise to send Banjian?" Tobarama inquired with unease. Aware of the dire circumstances surrounding the land of Vortex, where even its own inhabitants might have lost hope. After all, Banjian was their younger brother. Any unforeseen incident could be catastrophic. Not only the Uchiha clan, but also the Kagaya clan, the Toyotomi clan, and others were eyeing the land of Vortex with malicious intent. Hashirama sighed, but shared a piece of reassuring news with Tobarama. The Hyuga clan has responded. They are willing to send some personnel to accompany Banjian. The Hyuga clan is a prominent group, ranking just below the Uchiha and Senju clans. They are said to be descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, possessing abilities such as the Byakugan and Gentle Fist techniques. Notably, their Byakugan is rumored to rival the Sharingan in prowess. Who will they send? Tobarama asked. Hyuga-Niji. Hashirama replied. Upon hearing this name, Tobarama nodded. It was evident that they were earnest in their intentions. Hyuga-Niji was the son of the clan leader, a testament to the significance they placed on this expedition to the land of Vortex. Furthermore, Niji was exceptionally powerful, a standout among ninjas. "I must focus on my training. You shall manage the Senju clan for now, Tobarama." Tobarama nodded thoughtfully. Hashirama had traveled far and wide to enhance his abilities, mastering sage techniques that even Tobarama, an expert in ninjutsu, had never encountered. However, given the presence of sage techniques, they were certainly not ordinary ninjutsu. It was possible that his elder brother would far surpass the Uchiha clan. Chapter 8. The Water Torture Third Brother. Take this. As the journey was about to commence, Tobarama produced a scroll from behind and handed it to Yu. Inside are letters pertaining to the land of whirlpools. You must safeguard it well. Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Remember, be cautious. Elder brother is in training and cannot see you off. The distant sound of hoofbeats echoed, prompting everyone to turn around. If you delay any longer, you shall miss your chance. Is this the attitude of the Hyuga clan? Tobarama expressed his discontent as he gazed at the group ahead, consisting of about a dozen individuals, each bearing striking white eyes. Are you the esteemed Lord Tobarama Senju? The leading youth dismounted and bowed respectfully, clasping his fists. I am Hyuga Yezakura, heir of the Hyuga clan. Name, Hyuga Yezakura. Combat power, 1300 abilities, mastery, Byakugan, B rank, expert, gentle fist, B rank, mastery, 8 trigrams palm. Age, 17. Affection level, 50. Though younger by a year than Tobarama, his prowess was formidable. Yu also possessed a combat power of 1300, matching his own. You must be Lord Tobarama and Appo's esteemed captain, Yezakura acknowledged, noting that despite Yu and Appo's youth, he was a prominent figure of the Senju clan, and thus he extended his respect. Yu nodded. I have met the young master of the Hyuga clan. Time is of the essence. We shall discuss further on the road. Yezakura agreed, and soon. Yu, accompanied by a dozen Senju clansmen in the carriages of the Fushing righteous, along with members of the Hyuga clan, set forth towards the land of whirlpools. To mitigate unforeseen incidents and ensure the safety of the Fushing righteous, they formed a close-knit formation around the latter and Appo's carriage. Yu and Yezakura, being among the stronger combatants, opted not to ride horses, instead utilizing their chakra to maneuver alongside the convoy. As night fell and they established camp, Yu inquired about the Hyuga clan and Appo's sentiments towards the Senju. Having not encountered anyone from the Hyuga during the previous conflicts, he assumed they were a particularly enigmatic clan. Being descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, Yezakura chuckled, taking a bite of pork. I did not expect you to be so astute at your age. The Hyuga clan is not like those sycophants of the Yui clan, who thrive on oppression. On the contrary, we too yearn for the cessation of war. He sighed, reflecting on the grim reality of their world, where nations and clans were in turmoil, and survival took precedence. And he resumed eating, mixing the pork with provisions prepared by his father. It seems this era has rendered everyone similarly weary. Even Yu, having traversed time, found himself weary of the bloodshed in this chaotic world. Yet, he believed peace would soon arrive. Suddenly, upon hearing Yu's remark about his weakness, Changchun Jiedao and Appo's previously serene countenance twisted into fury. Hey, you bastard! Who are you calling weak? Release me at once. I and Appo's, I'll tear you to shreds. Observing the man and Appo's ferocious expression, Yu merely chuckled. Even if I freed you, you'd still be no match for me. Having assessed Changchun Jiedao's combat prowess earlier, Yu noted it was merely 100 points below his own, yet he remained confident in his superiority. I have some questions for you. Answer them obediently, and I'll let you go. How does that sound? Humph. Do you truly expect me to believe you? Changchun Jiedao scoffed, his gaze dripping with disdain. Yu arched a brow. Believe what you will, but if you refuse to explain why you're obstructing us here, none of you will. With that, Yu instructed his men to bind Changchun Jiedao and lay him flat. Retrieving a small water-filled pouch from the carriage, he suspended it above the man and Appo's head with a branch. The dripping water torture, an ancient method of torment, its origins lost to time, yet in Yu and Appo's estimation, one of the most excruciating. What are you doing? Ignoring the question, Yu dismissed the others to rest, keeping only Yetsuin by his side. Bastard! Release the general! The captive warriors bellowed. As a general of your nation, I presume you pride yourself on unyielding resolve, Yu mused. Kill me, you wretch. I'll tell you nothing. Watch closely, Yetsuin. Yu punctured the pouch, allowing droplets to fall steadily. Changchun Jiedao instinctively shut his eyes, bracing for death, only to feel a faint, cool trickle. Peals of laughter erupted from the warriors. You think mere droplets will break the general? Try 100 years. Ha! Even I wouldn't falter at this. Yet Yu remained unperturbed. Yawning, he instructed the Senju and High GA clansmen to rotate guard shifts hourly, ensuring no escape. Yetsuin eyed him skeptically. Lord Banjian, are you certain this will work? Patience. And remember, refill the pouch once it empties. As night descended, exhaustion claimed both captors and captives. Changchun Jiedao, lulled into slumber atop the earthen barrier, jolted awake at dawn to searing agony. His scalp burned, the relentless droplets now carving a furrow into his flesh. What had seemed trivial now gnawed at his sanity, each drop a fresh torment. Lord Banjian, the general summons you. He can endure no more. Yetsuin gaped in disbelief. While Yu, having anticipated this, stretched languidly, his chakra fully restored. Let us hear what he has to say. Spare me, please, Changchun Jiedao rasped. Yu crouched beside him, smirking. Painful, isn't it? The man managed a feeble nod. Then speak. Resigned, Changchun Jiedao yielded. Our lord is allied with the Kagaya clan to sever Uzushiogakure's ties, isolating them for invasion. We intercepted your party, expecting Senju reinforcements, not you and the High GA elites. Under further interrogation, he divulged critical intelligence, mapping Uzushiogakure's enemies. Once exhausted, Yu signaled Yetsuin. A swift stroke, and the general's head rolled. Dispose of the bodies. We move on. Fushing Irin shuddered. The gentle facade had shattered. Yu's ruthlessness was absolute. Approaching Uzushiogaku, they witnessed armored warriors slaughtering crimson-haired civilians, the Uzumaki clan. Yu blurred forward, shielding them. Scram, brat. Our orders are to kill redheads, unless you seek death. Silent, Yu raised his hands. That ninjutsu. Fall back. Too late. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A conflagration engulfed the soldiers, their screams echoing as they fled. Are you unharmed? Yu studied the Uzumaki survivors, their scarlet locks stirring an odd familiarity, as if gazing upon Nagato himself. Do all Uzumaki share this resemblance? As the chaos subsided, more red-haired figures emerged from the ruins. The sea of crimson stung his eyes. Chapter 9, The alliance of the Uzumaki clan, an elderly man with a white beard, slowly approached Yu and bowed deeply before him. May I ask who you are? Yu inquired. I am Uzumaki Foreign, the head of the branch family of the Uzumaki clan. The color of Uzumaki Foreign's hair was not distinctly red, which corroborated his words. Among many clans, there exists a distinction between the main family and the branch family. The branch family is akin to what Yu understands as the illegitimate offspring, while the main family represents the legitimate line. The bloodline of the branch family is not as pure as that of the main family, resulting in their comparatively weaker prowess. Under Uzumaki Foreign and Appo's hospitality, Yu and the others who accompanied him entered the city. However, the conditions within were not what Yu and his companions had anticipated. Most of the houses in the town had been ravaged by invading warriors or hostile ninjas. Some villagers of the Uzumaki hidden village lay on the streets, their clothing tattered, their faces gaunt. Is this the consequence of war? Night Village lamented beside Yu as they traversed the streets. Uzumaki Foreign explained the recent events to Yu and Night Village. Although the Uzumaki clan publicly claimed to be a powerful nation, in reality, it was merely a small tribe with average strength. Nonetheless, the Uzumaki clan possessed a sealing technique that even the prominent Uchiha clan feared. This threat had incited neighboring countries and clans to seek the destruction of the Uzumaki nation to eliminate future risks. During their conversation, they arrived at the heart of the Uzumaki nation, the Uzumaki Tide Ninja Village, the residence of the main family of the Uzumaki clan. Here, the villagers exhibited a more vibrant hair color. Yu and Night Village, using their Sharingan and Byakugan, discerned that their vitality and chakra were remarkably robust. It was evident that the Uzumaki clan members possessed considerable strength, with each member capable of employing sealing techniques to some extent. How wonderful it would be to learn a few sealing jutsus here, Yu mused. This is the place, Lord Banju, young Master Night Village. Please follow me. Uzumaki Foreign guided Yu and Night Village towards the largest building in Uzumaki Tide Ninja Village, the venue for the clan and Appo's meetings and ceremonies. It was the most sacred place of the Uzumaki clan, a testament to the significance they attached to Yu's visit for an alliance. That must be the clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, Yu thought as he raised his gaze to the center of the room, where an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged, accompanied by a young girl with red hair. Name, Uzumaki Amino, clan leader of the Uzumaki clan, combat power, 3,000 abilities? Can you not perceive it? Is he concealing his aura? Uzumaki Amino was the most formidable individual Yu had encountered thus far, and even his techniques were imperceptible. You must be Senju Banjo of the Senju clan. Uzumaki Amino remarked calmly as he descended from his seat to approach Yu. Yu nodded, introducing Night Village and the members of the Hyuga clan. I have long heard of the esteemed Senju and Hyuga clans. Uzumaki Amino and Appo's voice remained firm despite his advanced age. Yu presented a scroll from his possession to Uzumaki Amino, who unfurled it with the assistance of the red-haired girl, holding a candle to illuminate the scroll. After reviewing it several times, a smile spread across his face, and he nodded approvingly. The red-haired girl waved her hand, and in an instant, numerous members of the Uzumaki clan entered, bringing forth a lavish array of food. You must be quite hungry after your journey. Why not enjoy a meal with us? The girl smiled at Yu and Night Village. Could this girl be Uzumaki Mito? Yu pondered, checking his system, confirming that this girl, a few years his senior, was indeed the future wife of his brother, Senju Hashirama. However, at this moment, Mito had yet to meet Hashirama, as the timeline would not align until Hashirama established the Hidden Leaf Village. Yu invited the Senju clan members and the Hyuga clan to join the feast. Along the way, aside from a few morsels consumed by Fukushang Irin, Yu and the others had subsisted on military rations until now. To demonstrate sincerity in the alliance with the Senju clan, Amino invited Yu and Night Village to sit beside him, frequently inquiring about their well-being. As the renowned Senju clan, Uzumaki Amino asked Yu again about Senju Hashirama and Appo's stance towards Uzumaki Tide Ninja Village. With Yu and Appo's consistent affirmations, Amino and Appo's smile grew even broader. Simultaneously, Yu gathered important intelligence regarding the internal matters of the Uzumaki clan. To thwart potential actions from other clans, Yu deemed it prudent to return promptly, ensuring that once the Senju clan members arrived to establish their presence, other clans would hesitate to intrude. Uzumaki Amino nodded in agreement with Yu and Appo's sentiments. After the meal, Yu led Fukushang Irin to introduce him to clan leader Amino. Collaborating with merchants was the optimal approach to ameliorate the Uzumaki clan and Appo's impoverished conditions. Fukushang Irin not only brought valuable goods but also substantial wealth. Please continue your conversation, Uncle Irin. You may stay here. We have important matters to attend to. Yu instructed. Fukushang Irin nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. Yu then led a portion of the Senju clan members and Night Village and Appo's Hyuga clan back along their original path. What transpired? Upon Yu's safe return, Tobarama breathed a sigh of relief. Yu nodded, retrieving a small scroll from his waist pouch. This contains intelligence from the Uchiha clan, as well as from the Kagaya clan. I have asked some of our clansmen to remain in the Uzumaki nation. That is well, Tobirama affirmed, placing a hand on Yu and Appo's shoulder, conveying his approval. And what of the young master of the Hyuga clan? They are waiting outside, Yu replied. What and Appo's the matter? Brother? Noticing Tobirama and Appo's concern, Yu inquired further. What are your thoughts on the members of the Hyuga clan? Tobirama and Appo's unease regarding the Hyuga clan was understandable in turbulent times. Trust was often reserved for one and Appo's closest companions. Yu reflected carefully, recalling that he had not observed any peculiar behavior from the Hyuga clan during their journey. And he shook his head. Chapter 10. Reverse Summoning Technique. Mayaboka Mountain. Yu nodded affirmatively after considering the character of the Hyuga clan as depicted in anime. He believed he could trust them. If they were aligned with their cause, it would be significantly easier to confront the Uchiha. Tobirama also nodded in agreement. Let them in, he said. Yu approached the residence of the Hyuga clan and knocked on the door. Night Village understood his intention and accompanied Yu to the Senju clan and Appo's conference room. Inside, apart from Tobirama, there were several high-ranking members of the Senju clan. Yu leaned against the doorframe, listening intently to the discussions. In summary, the Senju clan had agreed to an alliance with the Hyuga clan, uniting their strengths for mutual support. Yu quietly exited and wandered into a small grove. Hashirama had not made an appearance. Likely still engrossed in his studies of sage techniques, Yu glanced at his own hands. What if he managed to replicate the wood-release abilities of sage techniques, but lacked the chakra to activate them? This dilemma loomed over him like a heavy bomb. Deep in thought, Yu suddenly recalled the scene of Jiraiya and Appo's first visit to Mayaboka Mountain. In his memory, only the reverse summoning technique could transport him to the three great sage lands for training: Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest. While the Wetbone Forest was beyond his comprehension, he felt too embarrassed to inquire with Hashirama. The Dragon Cave, inhabited by Orochimaru and Kabuto, was an environment that made him uneasy. It seemed Mayaboka Mountain was his only viable destination. Contemplating his impending departure, he realized it would likely take quite some time. With the Hyuga clan now allied with his own, coupled with the sealing prowess of the Uzumaki clan, other clans would likely refrain from provoking them in the near future. Yu pinned a letter, placing it conspicuously outside the conference room, hoping to alleviate any worries Hashirama and Tobirama might have about him. As for accessing Mayaboka Mountain, Yu had his own methods. He opened the system shop and selected a toad from the summoning scrolls that belonged to Mayaboka Mountain. Summoning technique. Yu bit his finger and formed the summoning seals on the ground. In a puff of smoke, a toad the size of his palm appeared before him. Bewildered and gazing at Yu as if questioning its sudden arrival. To avoid any mishaps, Yu had specifically chosen the smallest toad. With a swift motion, Yu opened his eyes, revealing the two tomo of his Sharingan. The toad and Appo's expression dulled instantly, mirroring Yu and Appo's own Sharingan pattern. After controlling the toad to vanish, Yu realized that their connection remained intact, surmising that the toad had returned to Mayaboka Mountain. He then formed an opposite seal to the summoning technique. In an instant, a cloud of mist enveloped him, and he disappeared from his location. When Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in a fantastical realm. Towering lotus flowers, akin to houses, surrounded him, and ethereal energy floated in the air, while streams twisted and curled like the roots beneath ancient trees, extending into the distance. Strange and wondrous creatures and plants, previously unseen by Yu, thrived in this enchanted area. I did it, Yu exclaimed joyfully. Now, he only needed to locate the temple of Mayaboka Mountain to find the legendary toad sage, Fukasaku, who had once coexisted with Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, far from Yu, in the depths of Mayaboka Mountain, a massive orange toad, resembling a small hill, slowly opened its eyes. What is happening? Inquired a smaller green and purple toad beside it. It seems someone is approaching, rumbled the large toad, delegating the matter to the two smaller toads while advising them to treat the visitor kindly and bring him before him, as if he already knew who was coming. With that, the giant toad closed its eyes once more. The purple and green toads, Shimizu and Jirama, were the trusted aides of Fukasaku, the elder of Mayaboka Mountain. Following their master and Appo's orders, they vanished from sight. On the other side, many toads had gathered around Yu. Among them were three smaller toads. Yet Yu recognized them immediately: Gamabunta, Gamakin, and Gamahiro. Gamabunta, Gamakin, Gamahiro, Yu exclaimed, identifying the purple, green, and bluish-green toads. This kid, Gamabunta, gripping his sword, looked puzzled. How could this child know their names so accurately? Regardless, any visitor to Mayaboka Mountain, unless directly invited by Fukasaku, was to be treated with caution. Just as the three toads were about to attack Yu, a commanding voice stopped them. Elders, what brings you here? Upon seeing the two elders, Shimizu and Jirama, Gamabunta and the others quickly sheathed their weapons. The great toad sage has summoned this human boy to his presence. Very well, replied Gamakin, his expression slightly disappointed. Yet he stepped aside to allow passage for Yu. You are. Shimizu approached, feeling no unusual aura from Yu, unsure why the great toad sage would permit him into the inner temple. Come, human boy, he awaits. As a presence familiar to him approached, Fukasaku opened his eyes. Oh, someone has arrived, he mused, sensing a presence reminiscent of another, though distinctly different. You carry his essence, but you are not him. Fukasaku's words held multiple meanings. Yu understood who he was referring to and chose not to feign cleverness, recognizing the sage's formidable status akin to that of the sage of six paths. How did you find your way here? Yu's gaze was resolute as he crafted a fitting explanation. While utilizing the summoning technique, an unexpected incident had occurred, transporting him here without his prior knowledge. This scenario had also befallen Jiraiya in the future, and Yu's aura alleviated Fukasaku's suspicions. However, Yu then posed a question. I sense a chakra here that differs from my own. Might you enlighten me about its nature? He referred to the chakra of sage energy, hinting at his desire to learn. This is sage chakra. Do you wish to learn? Yu nodded in affirmation. Fukasaku chuckled heartily. The world of humans is rather perilous. Is it not? He suddenly inquired, indicating his awareness of the happenings in the human realm, despite his infrequent appearances. Chapter 11. Cultivating Sage Arts Indeed. The world remains embroiled in relentless warfare, leaving multitudes homeless and displaced. Old friend, your wish remains unfulfilled. Gamamaru sighed before dismissing the thought. Closing his eyes once more, the great toad sage soon drifted into slumber, his resonant snores filling the air. Due to Yu's unique status, Gamamaru exempted him from trials, directly assigning Fukasaku as his mentor in sage arts. To master sage techniques, one must first command chakra. Fukasaku meticulously elucidated Mount Maiboku and Appo's sage training methods. Under his guidance, and aided by Yu's innate grasp of chakra control and natural energy, the young prodigy's progress astonished even the seasoned toad. Blessed with the Senju lineage and Appo's vitality and an instinctive sensitivity to chakra, Yu soon achieved fluid circulation of energy throughout his body. Then, an unexpected sensation, something viscous adhered to his face. Hold still, Fukasaku whispered. Your chakra control has surpassed expectations. I and Appo's applied the toad oil to attune you to natural energy. Henceforth, you'll train undisturbed. Without opening his eyes, Yu acknowledged with a subtle nod. How fares the boy? Fukasaku's approval carried undisguised awe. Whether all humans share his aptitude, I know not, but he outpaces even Gamabunta's brood. He and Shima exchanged glances, their regard for the enigmatic youth deepening. In subsequent days, not only did Fukasaku and Shima oversee Yu's training, but other toads like Gamahiro also took interest. As Yu's sage arts took form, he innovated by merging them with his mastered fire release, Great Flame Destruction. Birthing an original technique, Sage Art, true extinguishing flame technique. Though the system classified it as an A-rank jutsu, Yu discovered its volatility dwarfed its predecessor. Uncontrollable infernos and stray embers nearly ignited Maiboku and Appo's forests. Such is the way of fledgling mastery, Fukasaku chided. A youth named Hagoromo once dedicated half a month here. His genius eclipsed even yours. Despite pride in Yu's week-long innovation, the elder toad cautioned against arrogance, emphasizing the long road ahead. Must I repeat myself? Fukasaku bellowed after dousing yet another woodland blaze, his usual composure shattered as he hopped in exasperation. My apologies. Yu chuckled sheepishly, though inwardly lamenting his underestimation of sage arts and Appo's complexity. Yet the technique and Appo's potency affirmed their value. Mastery, not innovation, now demanded his focus. Hagoromo, the sage of six paths, loomed as an unsurpassable benchmark. Time flowed like a river. The tree marking Yu and Appo's stay bore over 700 notches when the day of departure arrived. Two colossal lotus leaves stood sentinel. Upon them, a silver and black-haired youth of 14 faced three towering toads, emerald, crimson, and violet. Beyond them, the monumental Gamamaru observed from his throne, flanked by a sea of lesser toads. Brother Yu, don't fail us this time. Lord Hero, crush that humanist before. Lord Ken, victory. 2 years had slipped by unnoticed. Bathing in the zephyr, Yu reflected. Sage Arts now answered his call, and his signature technique, True Extinguishing Flame, had reached expert proficiency. Though he could sustain Sage Mode for a day, most hours were spent in brutal taijutsu bouts against the Toad Trio. Today, defeat was unthinkable, for this marked his return to the Senju clan. Elder brothers, have you missed me? Homesickness weighed heavier with each passing day, mingled with unease about potential Uchiha conflicts. But the present demanded focus. During his training, Gamahiro's frequent challenges had escalated. After Yu's victory, Gamabunta and Gamaken demanded a 3-against-1 duel. Their wager, a summoning contract upon Yu's triumph. After months of defeat and refinement, the final confrontation had arrived. Begin. I've awaited this. With a thunderous leap, Yu's chakra, infused with natural energy, transmuted into Sage chakra, channeling it to his feet. He surged forward under the restriction, taijutsu only. Gamahiro unsheathed his twin blades, their arcs cutting the air as he charged. Sage Art, Frog Strike. Yu's kick met steel without faltering, no longer rebounding as before. Sensing heightened power, Gamahiro backflipped, his muscular legs pistoning toward Yu's torso. The youth had learned respect for Toad strength. Such a blow would once have meant days Abed. But months of sage training honed his perception. A microsecond twist spared him. Look, the human dodged Lord Hero's strike, a first. Peace. Lord Hero merely tests him. From his perch, Gamamaru chuckled approvingly. Chapter 12. Clan members captured that previous move was Gamma Hiroshi and Appo's most powerful strike, channeling all his strength into a single explosive kick. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment. Only someone with sage-enhanced reflexes could have evaded it. Behind Gamma Hiroshi, Gamma Ken signaled to Gamma Bunta beside him, and the two drew their weapons, launching a coordinated assault on Yu from both flanks. Here they come. Yu closed his eyes, attuning himself to his surroundings. Like a serpentine dragon weaving through water, he gracefully evaded every strike from Gamma Ken and Gamma Bunta. After enduring their relentless assault for what felt like an eternity, Yu finally spotted an opening. With a single decisive counter, a sage-enhanced fist technique, he sent the much larger Gamma Ken crashing to the ground. One down, Lord Ken. The surrounding toads gasped in shock. Seizing the momentum, Yu pressed forward. If he could knock Gamma Ken off the platform, it would count as an elimination, barring him from returning. Gamma Hiroshi and Gamma Bunta, however, anticipated his intentions and swiftly positioned themselves as shields between Yu and their fallen comrade. Just as they closed in, Yu suddenly bellowed, Sage Art, Frog Chant, 5-cycle fist of the human exchange seal. What? The sheer volume of his voice, coupled with the bizarre name of the technique, momentarily stunned the two toads. What kind of move is BAM? Before they could react, Yu's fist struck them simultaneously. The pain instantly clarified things. This was nothing more than the standard frog combo fist. But by the time they realized the deception, the sheer force of the technique had already sent them hurtling toward the platform's edge. Gamma Bunta braced himself against Gamma Hiroshi, sacrificing his own balance to keep his comrade from falling. Gamma Hiroshi, now disoriented from a blow to the eyes, could only vaguely discern Yu and Appo's position. With a smirk, Yu ducked just as Gamma Hiroshi's blade swept overhead. What? Below Gamma Hiroshi yawned a winding river. Reacting swiftly, he plunged his twin blades into the lotus leaves to halt his descent. Well, Yu stood above him, grinning. Gamma Hiroshi remained silent. Though Yu's victory had been unorthodox, the sheer power behind his strikes had been undeniable. With a resigned sigh, Gamma Hiroshi finally spoke as Yu helped him up. A loss is a loss. However you won. Defeating all three of us means you and Appo's earned it. Thus, Gamma Hiroshi entered into a summoning contract with Yu. Alongside the Shadowless Bat, Yu now commanded another formidable ally, Gamma Hiroshi, rated by the system as a B-tier summon. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. Gamamaru clapped his hands, roaring with laughter. Great Toad Sage, satisfied? May I return now? This entire trial had been Gamamaru and Appo's test, to ensure Yu had truly mastered sage techniques and attunement to nature. Since you and Appo's grasped sage arts, you know the way back. Yes? Yu nodded. Rest assured, Great Toad Sage, Master Fukasaku, I'll visit again. With a wave, he bid farewell to Gamma Hiroshi and the others. Next time, we'll spar again. I know you're itching for a rematch. Despite their frequent clashes, a genuine camaraderie had formed between them. Who knows when the next visitor will come? Gamamaru murmured, shaking his head with a wistful smile. At the border between the Senju and Uchiha territories, war had raged for a year in Yu and Appo's absence. Tobarama had absorbed Itama and Appo's squad, formerly under Yu and Appo's command, into his own forces. Hashirama, leading the Senju, clashed fiercely with his former friend and now Uchiha leader, Madara. Both sides had suffered losses, but the Senju's proficiency in medical ninjutsu, especially among figures like Tobarama and Yu, had kept their casualties from reaching the Uchiha's staggering numbers. Noticing this imbalance, the Uchiha allied with the Kagaya clan to covertly abduct several Senju clansmen near the border, intending to extract medical techniques through the Sharingan's replication. Lord Kyokutin, one of the Senju prisoners, seems to have died. What? Under cover of night, a convoy moved stealthily through Uchiha territory, their wagon carrying bound Senju captives. The Kagaya elder, Kyokutin, paled at the news. Failure would bring the Uchiha's wrath upon his clan. Let me see. He tore open the wagon's curtain to find an elderly man, frail and bandaged, barely clinging to life. Kyokutin kicked a younger Senju awake, who recoiled in terror upon recognizing the Kagaya insignia. A hand clamped over his mouth stifled any scream. Listen, brat. You know medical ninjutsu. Heal this man, or you and Appo's regret it. And no need. To everyone in Appo's shock. The elder weakly shook his head. Don't. Save me. These are our enemies. They mean us no kindness. As the youth hesitated, the elder suddenly convulsed, rocking the wagon. Kyokutin and Appo's heart nearly stopped as he ordered the two dragged outside. Under renewed threats, the young Senju and Appo's expression hardened. In a flash, he lunged at Kyokutin. Iron Vine Dance, Entanglement. Bone armor encased Kyokutin as tendril-like protrusions restrained the already bound youth. Chapter 13. Izuna's critical injury with a swift motion. Shu Yutian delivered a powerful kick to the young man before him. Seeking death, he muttered dismissively, waving his hand as he led his squad forward. Just as he prepared to board the carriage, a kunai whistled through the air from the distance, hurtling toward him at blinding speed. Willow dance, shatter. A bone spike erupted from Chu Yotian's body, slicing through the air to deflect the kunai. Someone's here. Who? The surrounding members of the Kagaya clan swiftly gathered, their senses sharpened in vigilance. Lightning release, extreme lightning fong. A crackling surge of electricity erupted from the forest as a figure cloaked in lightning charged forward, sparks dancing violently around them. In an instant, all but the strongest of the Kagaya clansmen were obliterated. There, Chu Yotian's eyes locked onto the source of the lightning, and he barked orders. A barrage of kunai was hurled toward the location, while the remaining Kagaya clansmen unleashed their bone spikes in unison. The air filled with a storm of deadly projectiles. Water release, water wall. From the shadows, a barrier of water surged forth, intercepting the onslaught. The commotion roused some of the wounded Senju clansmen, who struggled to rise despite their grievous injuries, immediately tending to one another. Child, see what an amp, Oppos, is happening outside, one whispered weakly. The young man who had been dragged out earlier nodded, cautiously pulling aside the carriage curtain. At that very moment, a figure emerged from the forest, effortlessly dispatching the remaining enemies outside. Corpses littered the ground, and one terrified survivor knelt before the figure, trembling. Dusting himself off, the figure removed his hood, revealing striking black and white hair and piercing yet gentle eyes. It's... The young man's voice failed him as he froze in shock. What is it? Another clansman, curious, leaned forward to peer outside. Lord Itama. He's back. Overjoyed, the wounded Senju clansmen disregarded their injuries, tumbling out of the carriage in haste. You and Amp, Oppos, Senju Itama. No, you were dead. How are you here? Chu Yutian stammered in terror, recalling a past encounter where his squad had been annihilated by a certain figure. Though the face had blurred in his memory, the distinctive black and white hair remained unforgettable. Dead? Itama, no. Yu couldn't help but feel exasperated. 2 years of absence, and the world had already declared him deceased. But when his gaze fell upon the wounded Senju clansman tumbling from the carriage, his amusement vanished, replaced by a chilling frost in his eyes. Initially, he had assumed this was merely a routine Kagaya patrol, dealt with swiftly. Yet seeing his own clansmen in such a state ignited a fury within him, extinguishing any desire for interrogation. His eyes narrowed slightly. These are the Sharingan. Impossible. How could you? Before Chu Yutian could finish, Yu extracted the memories from his mind and executed him without hesitation. Are you all right? Yu hurried to his clansmen, their tattered clothes and severe wounds a grim sight. Fortunately, their knowledge of medical ninjutsu had kept them alive. As he tended to them, the unconscious gradually awoke, their faces lighting up at the sight of him. On the journey back, the young man recounted the events leading to their capture. So the war has already begun. Yu murmured, then suddenly asked, Uchiha Izuna, have you heard of him? Lord Itama, you know of him? The young man stared in surprise. What? Days ago, Uchiha Madara led an elite force against the Senju. Lord Hashirama himself engaged him, summoning a colossal wooden giant in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Madara and Appo's brother, Uchiha Izuna, clashed with Lord Tobarama and was gravely injured. There's been no word of his condition since. This aligned perfectly with the events Yu recalled. Combined with the Kagaya clan's involvement in abducting Senju clansmen, the situation became clear. Izuna's injuries must be dire. In desperation, Madara had likely ordered the Kagaya to capture Senju medics in hopes of saving his brother. After a moment of contemplation, Yu made a decision that puzzled his clansmen. Lord Itama, you and Amp, Oppos, are you not returning with us? Yu shook his head. Don't worry about me. Inform the clan leader for me. With that, he formed a hand seal and vanished. The Uchiha clan. Yu already foresaw the tragic outcome. In the original timeline, Izuna and Amp, Oppos' fatal wounds led to his death. His final act gifting Madara his Manjiki Sharingan and unlocking the eternal Manjiki. Yu and Oppos' destination was the Uchiha territory to prevent this very fate. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the outskirts of the Uchiha lands. His distinctive hair would betray him instantly, so he altered it to black with a transformation technique. Who goes there? A patrolling Uchiha spotted him, immediately calling out. With dawn yet to break, the clan and Oppos' guards were on high alert. I am but a lost traveler. Might I seek shelter for the night? Yu infused his gaze with innocence and suppressed his chakra, masking his identity as a shinobi. Deeming him harmless, the Uchiha, under orders from their superiors, directed him to the refugee quarters at the clan and Oppos' periphery. Yet hidden observers monitored his every move. Directly approaching Madara now is impossible. Yu mused. But time was of the essence. Izuna and Amp, Oppos' condition could deteriorate rapidly. In the brief interim, he employed his medical ninjutsu to treat the refugees, subtly revealing his skills to the Uchiha. Word soon spread, a wandering healer had arrived. Chapter 14, Uchiha Madara, my lord Madara, among the refugees. There is a young man skilled in medical ninjutsu. Perhaps he can assist Lord Izuna. The messenger knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost reverence to Uchiha Madara, who stood with his back turned. Madara remained silent, kneeling beside the gravely wounded and unconscious Izuna, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. In his heart, he believed that only a member of the Senju clan could heal such injuries, for their medical prowess surpassed all others. But how could he possibly seek their aid? Pride burned within Madara. He would never stoop to beg the Senju, especially now, in the midst of war. With reluctant hope, Madara ordered the young man, Yeyu, to be summoned. Upon their first meeting, though Yeyu's appearance had been altered, Madara felt an inexplicable familiarity. Yet, he dismissed the thought and rose, clearing space for the healer. Name: Uchiha Madara. Combat power: 5,000 abilities. Manjiki Sharingan, master of all fire release techniques. Affinity: 0. Lord Madara. May I request privacy to treat him? Yeyu asked softly. Without hesitation, Madara nodded and led his subordinates outside. While the Senju's medical ninjutsu was formidable, certain wounds, subtle or complex, proved difficult to mend. The Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, could precisely address such intricacies. Yeyu had dismissed Madara precisely to conceal his own activation of the Sharingan from the original records. Tobirama's Flying Thunder God Slash had pierced Izuna's chest. Thus, Yeyu focused his Sharingan there. As expected, the wound was not superficial. The true damage lay within the organs, a testament to Tobirama's lethal precision. The bruising on the surface misled physicians, rendering them powerless. Madara, though capable of perceiving the injury, lacked the means to heal it, an agony in itself. Yeyu channeled Senju healing techniques, his hands glowing green as he pressed them to Izuna's chest. Yet, the internal injuries remained unhealed. Desperate, Yeyu proposed a radical solution, opening Izuna's chest to repair the damage from within. Madara recoiled at the audacity, but the glimmer of hope in Yeyu's words swayed him. Permission granted. With a scalpel infused with sage chakra, Yeyu worked meticulously, guided by his will alone. Gradually, Izuna's fading heartbeat steadied, revitalized. After suturing the wound, Yeyu retrieved an A-grade medicinal herb from his system and administered it. Ding! Izuna's favorability increased by 60. Name: Uchiha Izuna. Combat power: 4,000 abilities. Manjiki Sharingan, expert of all fire release techniques. Favorability: 60. Izuna. Madara's voice trembled with relief and disbelief. His brother lived. Exhausted, Yeyu wiped his brow. Before Madara could express gratitude, his gaze locked onto Yeyu's face, then froze. Confused, Yeyu glanced at a nearby mirror and realized his fatal oversight. His Sharingan was still active, the twin Tomo Stark in the dim light. Damn it! With no choice, Yeyu bolted to the rooftop, Madara in pursuit. Stop! How do you possess the Sharingan? Madara demanded, closing in as Yeyu reached a riverbank. Trapped, Yeyu dispelled his disguise, revealing his true features, the unmistakable blend of black and white hair, the face Madara knew too well. Madara's eyes widened. Impossible. The one who saved Izuna was none other than Hashirama's younger brother, wielding the Uchiha's sacred eyes. The revelation shattered Madara's composure. After a long silence, Yeyu sighed. I wished to enter your territory openly, but I was denied. Then how do you have our eyes? Madara pressed. Yeyu hesitated. Lying, he claimed it was a temporary ninjutsu, mimicking Kekkei Genkai. Though skeptical, Madara's gratitude for Izuna's life softened his distrust. You were supposed to be dead, Madara muttered. Why does everyone think that? Yeyu groaned. Why save Izuna? We are enemies. Yeyu exhaled deeply. Do you remember what my brother once told you? Hashirama. Madara's mind flashed to their first meeting, to Hashirama's naive dream of peace in an era of war. Before they could continue, footsteps approached. Who is there? Yeyu tensed. Emerging from the shadows were two figures, one clad in red armor, the other in blue. Hashirama and Tobirama had arrived. Chapter 15. The Ceasefire and Reconciliation. Hashirama. Tobirama shouted, instantly appearing before Yeyu, his gaze warily fixed on Uchiha Madara. Madara? Hashirama was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Uchiha Madara, but soon approached Yeyu, whom he had not seen in 2 years, excitedly patting his shoulder, seemingly expressing the longing of their separation. Brother. Yeyu immediately noticed that Hashirama's battle power had reached a terrifying 8,000 points. At this time, Hashirama could be considered at his peak. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, standing apart from the trio, possessed a battle power of 5,000 points, significantly lower due to not activating the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. How did you end up with Madara? Although Hashirama and Madara had once been close friends, they were now the heads of their respective clans, compelled to consider not only themselves, but also their people. Madara observed Hashirama and Yeyu, recalling his bond with Izuna, as if awakening to a realization. Is it still possible to fulfill that wish now? However, the pressing matter was to check on Izuna's condition and concerning his earlier thoughts. Wait, Madara. Seeing Uchiha Madara preparing to leave, Hashirama called out to halt him, for he was still unclear about what had transpired. Brother. Yeyu tugged at Hashirama. Let him go. He will come back to us soon enough. Witnessing Hashirama's confusion, Yeyu proceeded to explain the situation in detail to Tobirama and Hashirama. Has Izuna escaped danger? Hashirama's expression visibly relaxed, and Tobirama mirrored his relief. Let us return as well. Within the Uchiha territory, brother. Uchiha Madara held Izuna's hand tightly. Izuna expressed some irritation, weakly uttering a sound. In a daze, it felt as if she had died, only to be pulled back by a hand. The sensation of being alive again was truly delightful. Izuna sincerely remarked, "Focus on your recovery. I will handle matters from here." Izuna nodded in agreement. Host: Yu Senju Hashirama. Battle Power: 2900 Ninjutsu. Expert: Sage Art Fire Release Extinguishing Flame Technique. Expert: Shadow Clone Technique. Expert: Lightning Release Extreme Thunder Fong Technique. Novice: Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Novice: Fire Release Phoenix Fire Technique. Points: 5,000. Yu sat cross-legged in the room, gathering the chakra within. I can't believe I've learned so many fire release techniques, Yu mused. While healing Izuna, he had consumed numerous points to acquire many of her fire release techniques through a drop of her blood. Ding. Upon increasing battle power by 100 points, the host will receive a system upgrade, unlocking the lottery interface. Upon reaching 1,000 and 2,000 battle power, Yu had unlocked the medical ninjutsu function and the battle power gift pack feature. He had previously learned some medical ninjutsu, while the battle power gift pack allowed for chakra and strength enhancements every 500 battle points gained. Just 100 more? Yu sighed. It seemed he only needed to enhance the proficiency of those fire release techniques. Now, with Uchiha Izuna revived, Yu had altered the course of events. The hostilities between the Uchiha and Senju clans appeared to have ceased. However, Yu remained concerned about a variable: the incessant provocations from Black Zetsu, the reincarnation of Indra. Yet, Yu was unaware of its current whereabouts, only able to proceed step by step. Days passed, and the Senju clan convened a family meeting. Initially, Tobirama harbored significant reservations about the Uchiha clan, but under the insistence of Yu and Hashirama, he shifted his previous wariness toward the Uchiha and agreed to the ceasefire. When the envoys arrived at the Uchiha territory, the Senju clan was taken aback as Uchiha Madara readily and decisively agreed to the truce. At the border between the two clans, the flags of the Senju and Uchiha clans stood proudly together. Hashirama and Madara, clad in their regular attire, clasped hands, wearing smiles of camaraderie. Many clansmen nearby cheered, celebrating the absence of war. News of this development spread across the 5 great nations and other clans. The renowned Uchiha and Senju clans had united, instilling a sense of crisis among many clans. However, this also attracted numerous clans yearning for peace, seeking to ally with the Uchiha and Senju clans. 3 years in Konoha, the Uzumaki clan has arrived. Quick, let them in. The Uzumaki clan was the first to arrive. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama sat together inside, and upon hearing the announcement, Uchiha Madara felt a twinge of awkwardness. Having previously ordered the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan alongside the Iwa and Yuhi clans, Madara rose, intending to leave. Madara, please stay seated. Hashirama understood Madara and Appos as thoughts. The past was the past, and preparations needed to be made for the future. As Uzumaki Akane and Uzumaki Mito entered, they beheld Uchiha Madara sitting beside Hashirama. Though they were aware of the alliance between the Uchiha and Senju clans, they still felt a tinge of trepidation toward Madara. Hello, sister-in-law. Yu waved at Uzumaki Mito, greeting her warmly. Laughter erupted among the group. Even Uzumaki Akane joined in, chuckling at the remark. This comment rendered Uzumaki Mito's face crimson, for the Senju clan had resolved to deepen their relationship with the Uzumaki clan through a marriage alliance, with the chosen pair being Hashirama and Mito, third brother. Hashirama scolded Yu hastily. Yu scratched his head, taking a seat. The previous awkwardness dissipated, and under Hashirama's encouragement, the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans solidified their alliance. The Hyuga clan has arrived. Yuru village, it's been a while. Yuru village was surprised to see Yu. Lord Madara, weren't you supposed to be dead? Yu shot Yuru village a glance, sizing up his father, the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Name: Hyuga Hayashi. Battle power: 4,000 ninjutsu. Master: Byakugan. Expert: Gentle Fist. Master: 8 trigrams 64 palms. The Hyuga clan and Appos' strength was indeed formidable. The clan head and Appos' battle power was impressively high. Lord Madara, Lord Hashirama. As they had come seeking refuge, Hyuga Hayashi implicitly regarded Hashirama and Madara as leaders. There's no need for such formalities. Hashirama quickly waved his hand, asserting that every clan would be treated equally and that he was merely responsible for assistance. Still the same, I see. Uchiha Madara chuckled softly beside Hashirama. As time slowly passed, the Akimichi and Sarutobi clans, among others, arrived one after another, seeking alliances. Chapter 16. The establishment of Konohagakure. Once all the attendees had gathered, Hashirama rose and announced a momentous decision: the formation of a grand village that could accommodate all clans. This had been a shared dream of his and Madara's since their youth. The village was to be named Konohagakure. The other clans, indifferent to the name, nodded in agreement. The following day, the news of Konohagakure's establishment sent ripples throughout the ninja world, and the village forged a cooperative relationship with the Land of Fire, becoming a symbol of its military strength. In the second year of Konohagakure, influenced by its success, other clans began to establish their own villages. Opposing Konohagakure were the other four great ninja villages, Kirigakure, Hyomogakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure, each boasting formidable strength. Standing atop the Hokage Rock, Hashirama gazed at the burgeoning village alongside Uchiha Madara, reflecting on their childhood aspirations finally realized. Yet, it was with a tinge of regret that he noted the resistance from the ninjas of Konohagakure against Madara's ascension to Hokage. Reluctantly, Hashirama took on the mantle, becoming the village's first Hokage. With substantial resources and intelligence provided by the Land of Fire, various facilities and ninja academies were constructed within Konohagakure. To ensure a clear delineation of the ninjas' capabilities and tasks, and to prevent failures or fatalities due to misunderstandings of their own strengths, the ninjas were categorized from lowest to highest ranks: student, genin, shunin, jonin, special jonin, elite jonin, and umbu. Task difficulties were classified into 4 grades: C, B, A, and S. Uchiha Tobirama, using the example of the team led by Yahiko, established the umbu organization. Under the recommendation of many, Yahiko became the leader of Konohagakure and Appo's S umbu, tasked with carrying out the village and Appo's S more perilous and significant missions. Night Village, Izuna, and others ascended to high-ranking positions within the umbu. Uchiha Madara became Hashirama and Appo's S second-in-command, a position Tobirama found quite disagreeable, prompting Yahiko to offer soothing words to his elder brother. 3 years into the establishment of Konohagakure, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved 4,000 combat points. The lottery system is now unlocked. Yahiko exhaled, having mastered the Great Fireball technique, with every 500 combat points granting a lottery chance. He calculated he had 6 opportunities. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the lottery button. Thank you for your patronage. As Yahiko felt despondent, a different sound echoed. Congratulations. You have obtained the Kekkei Genkai Byakugan. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes as his Sharingan activated, seemingly summoned by something. Chapter 17. The Silver and Golden Horns. It has been said that the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village are exceptionally skilled in lightning release. Long ago, the Hinata clan had heard tales of the ferocious and combative tribes in the northern regions, whose skin tones were predominantly dark. The establishment of the Hidden Cloud Village has transformed it into a martial settlement, with the entire land of lightning revolving around it. After all, their chakra is primarily of the lightning nature. Now, in the 3rd year of the Konoha era, the 2nd Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village is likely serving as a bodyguard to the 1st Raikage. It appears that this meeting cannot rely solely on brute force. It is bound to involve struggles over interests. Konoha is still in its developmental stage and cannot afford to recklessly make enemies. Years have passed, and Yiyu is now in his 20s, having become more adept in the ninjutsu he once practiced. Through the system, he has acquired C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough, thus mastering the 5 primary forms of ninjutsu within the ninja world. Black Zetsu, where are you? Yiyu pondered this question during his journey, continuously formulating hypotheses. Uchiha Madara departed from Konoha 4 years ago, which will be next year. Under the manipulation of Black Zetsu, he encountered the stone tablet belonging to the Uchiha clan and learned of the words left by the Sage of 6 Paths for future generations. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara only grasped a superficial understanding, leading him astray. As Yiyu contemplated the whereabouts of Black Zetsu, they arrived in the city of the Fire Lord. Under the reception of the envoy dispatched by the Fire Lord, Yiyu and his companions were led to a lavishly decorated residence, where they were advised to rest, as the negotiations with the Land of Lightning would not commence for several days. During these days, Yiyu's long-established habit urged him to gather intelligence regarding the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. The delegation from the Land of Lightning comprises the 1st Raikage. Over the course of several days, Yiyu diligently trained to enhance the fusion of his Sharingan and Byakugan, alongside his previously synthesized ninjutsu, Sage Art, True Flame Extinction Technique, Fire Release, Sage Art, Flame Extinction Technique. An orange-red gleam emanated from Yiyu's eyes, reminiscent of Naruto Uzumaki during his training at Mount Myaboku. After mastering Sage Arts, he too inherited the pupils of the Toads. Boom! A flame far mightier than the Great Fire Extinction erupted from Yiyu's chest. Fortunately, the ground before him was bare rock. Had it been a forest, it would have ignited in an instant. Incredible! Night Village remarked, astonished by Yiyu and Appo's S power. After a few days apart, he felt that he watched Chapter 18. Sarutobi Hizashi. In light of this, it seems to me that this land need not be purchased. Jin Jiao was the first to voice his anger, brandishing the banana fan behind him and immediately unleashing a torrent of flames towards Yiyu. Water release, water barrier. Yiyu expelled a stream of water to create a protective shield, successfully intercepting the flames. Yang swiftly formed hand seals and activated his Byakugan. The previously harmonious scene shattered by the standoff between the two factions, as Yin Jiao drew forth the 7-star sword, preparing to strike. A powerful chakra suddenly surged beside him. Stop. The Raikage rose, his tone grave as he warned Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. TCH. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao sheathed their weapons, displaying disdain. Very well. The Raikage resumed his seat, his expression devoid of any discernible change. Indeed, as Yu had surmised. The Raikage's negotiation was not primarily concerning the land, but rather aimed at easing tensions with the Land of Fire. At this moment, the Raikage's gaze was fixed upon Yiyu's face. Aside from the color of his hair, Yiyu bore a striking resemblance to Hashirama. Why the apprehension towards Hashirama? The Raikage and Amp, Oppos, as thoughts began to wander. The Yayue clan was once the tribe of the first Raikage. When Hashirama traversed various lands, he encountered the first Raikage. Amidst the chaos of war, the Land of Lightning was particularly tumultuous, and a disagreement between the two led to a fierce clash. However, the outcome was a resounding victory for Hashirama, instilling in the Raikage not only a fear of Hashirama and Amp, Oppos' boundless chakra, but also of the wood release techniques he had developed. Even when the majority of the Yue clan mobilized, they could not inflict harm upon Hashirama, who left their territory unscathed. That was then. Now, the thought of Hashirama's power was beyond the Raikage's imagination. Yet, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao remained oblivious to the Raikage's musings, consumed by their outrage at Yiyu's actions. It's over, let us depart. The Raikage spoke languidly, his demeanor remaining unruffled. You brat, we will remember you, just wait. Jin Jiao threatened, pointing menacingly at Yiyu. The daimyo of the Land of Fire stood frozen, his mind clouded, unable to comprehend how such a significant matter had concluded in this manner. However, the daimyo was astute. He realized the reason the Raikage had willingly relinquished the original territory without any compensation. Everything stemmed from Senju Hashirama. The funds saved this time will be allocated entirely as a reward for the mission. At the same time, the daimyo bowed slightly to Yiyu. Yiyu reciprocated the gesture. Following this incident, the daimyo gained a deeper understanding of Konoha village, realizing how effortlessly matters could be handled with the ninjas of Konoha. The connection between Konoha village and the Land of Fire had deepened significantly. Upon returning, Yiyu mentioned the Raikage, Jin Jiao, and Yin Jiao to Tobarama and Hashirama, subtly alluding to the tailed beasts. Tailed beasts? Hashirama, having learned about them during his travels, was taken aback by Yiyu's ability to accurately pinpoint the location of each tailed beast. If what my younger brother says is true, then the 9 tails should be nearby our village. They were both aware of the power and destructive potential of the tailed beasts. If left unchecked, the latent dangers were considerable. Nonetheless, even with this knowledge, it was not the pressing concern of the moment. The world had just emerged from conflict, although some regions still faced strife. Establishing amicable relations with the other 4 great nations was paramount. Uchiha Madara, accompanied by Izuna and other Uchiha clan elites, along with notable families from Konoha, had already embarked on diplomatic missions throughout the shinobi world. At present, aside from a few ordinary ninjas, only Hashirama and Tobarama remained as formidable forces within Konoha. We are aware of the situation regarding the tailed beasts, Madara. For so many years, you have been tirelessly engaged in missions without rest. Perhaps you should take some time to recuperate in the village. Hashirama and Tobarama looked at Yiyu with concern, prompting Yiyu to feel a pang of sentimentality. Having nearly perished at the hands of the Uchiha in his youth and having spent his 8 years amidst warfare, he had devoted his 12th year to mastering sage techniques and tirelessly scoured for resources in preparation for the establishment of Konoha. Yiyu stepped outside, clutching a large bag filled with gold coins bestowed upon him by Hashirama and Tobarama, encouraging him to relax. Just as he emerged from the Hokage conference room, Yiyu was startled when a boy, shorter than him, collided with him. Ouch! Watch where you're going. The boy was lanky, with hair resembling an explosive hairstyle. Sarutobi. Behind the boy stood another boy with glasses and a girl, both trembling in fear as they recognized Yiyu, their words caught in their throats. What troubles you? That expression. The boy scratched his head, perplexed, when he turned around and beheld Yiyu, whose hair was a striking mix of black and white. His expression was one of confusion, emanating an aura of intimidation to the two behind him. Ah! The boy's scream snapped Yiyu back to reality. The boy before him struck a familiar chord, though his name eluded Yiyu. Ding. System detection in progress. Sarutobi Hizashi, son of the elite Jonin Sarutobi Sasuke, combat power too low for assessment. Sarutobi Hizashi? Has he grown so much? Yiyu recalled that Sarutobi Hizashi had been born 8 years prior to Konoha's founding, estimating him to be around 10 years old now. Therefore, the individuals accompanying him must be. Based on their appearances, Yiyu recognized Mido Kazan and Tenketsu Koharu, thanks to Yiyu and Oppos' proposal. The Ninja Academy had been completed ahead of schedule, allowing Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions to enroll. Due to their exceptional talents, the 3 had already attained Chunin-level prowess, though the Chunin exams had yet to be established, and they lacked instructors, hindering their significant advancement. Yiyu carefully examined Sarutobi Hizashi's profile within the system, discovering that he had mastered 5 elemental natures since childhood, with a repertoire of ninjutsu exceeding even Yiyu's own. This intrigued Yiyu. My apologies, Lord Hashirama. Upon seeing his idol, Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hisashi excitedly bowed to Yu, Tenketsu Koharu, and Mido Kazan. Witnessing that Yu did not appear as fearsome as the rumors suggested, breathed a sigh of relief and approached him. Could you please sign your name for me? Sarutobi Hisashi eagerly rummaged through his pockets, only to realize he had no paper. He quickly requested a blank sheet and pen from Tenketsu Koharu, presenting them to Yu. Seeing the fervent anticipation in Sarutobi Hisashi's eyes, Yu took the pen and earnestly inscribed his name. Chapter 19, The Bell Snatching 2. 0. What a delight. It is indeed the authentic signature of Lord Tobarama. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with unbridled joy, clutching the paper adorned with the signature of Yahaba. It appears that the third Hokage was quite the lively spirit in his youth. Yahaba couldn't help but chuckle at the revelation. However, it piqued his interest considerably. What are you all currently occupied with? Yahaba inquired, lowering his gaze to them. We have nothing to do. It seems Lord Tobarama has assigned us some tasks. But we have yet to receive any updates. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied nonchalantly, with his hands resting behind his head. He rambled on for a while, explaining that due to their exceptional performance, they were being groomed by Senju Tobarama himself to become the next leaders of Konohagakure. Yahaba understood that Tobarama was currently preoccupied with fostering relations with others in the ninja world, leaving little time for Hiruzen and his companions. Have you ever played the game of snatching bells? Yahaba queried. Snatching bells? What is that? It appeared that Hiruzen's elder brother had yet to introduce them to this game. This was the perfect opportunity for Yahaba to assess the current abilities of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions. Follow me, Yahaba gestured, leading them towards the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. Yahaba had preserved the bells from his previous playful encounters with Hashirama and Tobarama, and today presented a splendid opportunity to utilize them. If you three can snatch the bell from my waist, I shall impart upon you a powerful ninjutsu. What do you say? Although Tsurugi Kamachi and Mido Menko were not particularly interested in the bell-snatching game, their eagerness to learn new ninjutsu prompted them to nod in agreement, while Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed tremendous excitement, waving his arms enthusiastically. To spar with the esteemed leader of the village and Amp, Appos, Esumbu, Lord Tobarama. The bell is secured at my waist. If you manage to touch it or seize it from me, you will be victorious, understood? The three nodded, despite their tender age of merely 10 years. Yahaba had discovered from the system that their combat power values were already at 7,800 points. Their remarkable strength was largely attributable to the ninjutsu scrolls collaboratively crafted by Tobarama and Yahaba, which contained a plethora of techniques for the students of the Ninja Academy to study and practice. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned a dragon-shaped flame that surged towards Yahaba. Good, Yahaba said, channeling 30% of his chakra. Given that the third Hokage was renowned for his ninjutsu prowess, Yahaba was eager to gauge Hiruzen's current understanding of ninjutsu. Water Style, Water Formation Wall. Yahaba conjured a wall of water to counter the fiery onslaught. A water ninjutsu that counters my own. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware of the specific techniques Yahaba could employ, he was certain that Yahaba could adeptly combine the ninjutsu he wielded, skills honed through years of practical experience. You two, launch an attack from both sides of Lord Tobarama. Tsurugi Kamachi and Mido Menka dashed forward, attempting to distract Yahaba, yet their movements struck him as somewhat comical. Whoosh. As they circled Yahaba, they hurled shuriken at him. But Yahaba merely flicked his hand, effortlessly deflecting the flying projectiles. Is this all the strength you possess? Yahaba questioned. At that moment, a figure descended from above. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. While Kamachi and Menka diverted Yahaba's attention, Hiruzen seized the opportunity to swoop down from above. However, this maneuver did not escape Yahaba's keen observation. Hiruzen held his Chapter 20, the enhanced shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly. Big brother, second brother, it's all your fault. Yu feigned anger, saying, if you had and Amp, Appos, T suddenly appeared, they might not have even touched my body. Though it was true, a loss is a loss. And Yu promised to teach the three of them a ninjutsu. Did you see me perform the shadow clone technique just now? Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others shook their heads, particularly Mido Minyan and Tkk Rin. This is what I will teach you. Yu smiled gently, recalling how he had comprehended this method during a recent mission when the ability system had suddenly sent him a message. Ding. Host and Amp, Appos, shadow clone technique has reached the master level. Would you like to unlock the advanced mode? Advanced mode? What is that? Advanced mode allows the host to perform ninjutsu more swiftly while reducing chakra consumption. After speaking, the system directly unlocked the advanced mode for Yu. A sense of ease washed over him, and he discovered that when he activated the ninjutsu again, he no longer needed to combine both hands but could instead release the shadow clone seal with just one hand. Furthermore, this technique could be taught to others, simplifying the hand seals through a special one-handed gesture. What Yu was imparting to the three of them was precisely this. I will demonstrate it for you first. So watch closely. The three of them gazed intently at Yu and Amp, Appos, movements. Even Tobarama and Hashirama couldn't and Amp, Appos, help but be intrigued by Yu and Amp, Appos, actions. Yu placed his left hand on his chest, lowering his middle finger while positioning his pinky on top. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A powerful release sound echoed as a figure identical to Yiyu appeared beside him amidst a puff of smoke. The speed of the hand seals is remarkable, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, trying to imitate him. He found that the flow of chakra became significantly swifter, given that human veins are densely packed. It is challenging to find the most convenient pathways for flow. Yiyu and Amp, Appo's method was several times faster than the fixed posture of using both hands. This technique requires more practice. You certainly won't achieve a perfect clone on your first try, Yiyu remarked. As the three followed his gestures, they realized that, as Yiyu had said, the clones they produced were either deflated or lifeless. Just then, a perfect voice emerged, and everyone turned to see Tobarama Senju, standing beside a clone that was identical to him, performing the hand gesture as instructed by Yiyu. Indeed, this is quite convenient, Tobarama said with evident delight. As a ninjutsu inventor, he focused solely on crafting techniques, leaving the subsequent details to others. Most of the ninjutsu he invented were complex and intricate, making them difficult for anyone other than highly skilled ninjas to learn. Yiyu and Amp, Appo's recent use of the shadow clone technique was a modified version of Tobarama and Amp, Appo's original, which was more complicated than the previous hand seals. Yet, Yiyu could execute it in a single step, leaving Tobarama astonished. Seeing Tobarama successfully use the technique immediately, Yiyu Kuden and Amp, Appo's helped but shake his head and smile wryly. Geniuses are indeed remarkable. With the system and Amp, Appo's support, I and Amp, Appo's VE only managed to reach this point. Yet you accomplish it so effortlessly. Do you have any more of these techniques? Tobarama asked eagerly. Yiyu shook his head, indicating that he had only mastered this one ninjutsu. Tobarama felt a twinge of disappointment, but was still filled with admiration for Yiyu. As for Hashirama, Yiyu found himself at a loss for words. No matter the ninjutsu, as long as Hashirama was proficient and found it useful, he would simply clap his hands and call out the name of the technique, and that was it. After bidding farewell to Hashirama and Tobarama, Yiyu turned to the others and inquired how they were faring. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions nodded. Being able to attain the CH Nin rank at the age of 10, they were no ordinary individuals. Within 10 minutes, they had managed to summon a fairly complete shadow clone. Before long, night fell. Father, over here. After TKK Rin and Mito Minion departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen engaged in a lengthy conversation with Yiyu. Their affinity reached 60, and Yiyu coincidentally met Sarutobi Sasuke, a Konoha elite jonin whose strength was comparable to Yiyu and Appo's name. Sarutobi Sasuke abilities: mastery of all fire and wind release techniques, shadow clone technique, expert. Sarutobi sword technique, expert. Sarutobi leg technique, expert. Combat power, 4,000 affinity. 20. You must be Lord Hashirama, Sarutobi Sasuke said with a smile, bowing his head slightly in respect. Though Yiyu was not much younger than Sasuke, their differing statuses prompted Sasuke to show deference. There is no need for such formality between us now, Yiyu replied, waving his hand dismissively. You are older than I am. I should be addressing you as and Appo's, senpai and Appo's. Ding. Sarutobi Sasuke and Appo's affinity has increased by 10. Once it reaches 60, Yiyu can acquire the family ninjutsu of the Sarutobi clan. Yiyu understood that he must not rush his relationships with other clans in Konoha. The Ninja Academy had just been established, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely a first-year student. The Academy and Amp, Appo's purpose was to eliminate barriers between clans and foster harmonious relationships. Konoha had yet to achieve genuine harmony, so Yiyu refrained from being overly close to any clan, lest the higher-ups from other clans write unfavorable articles. However, he did manage to establish a connection with Sarutobi Sasuke. Sarutobi Sasuke, one of Konoha and Amp, Appo's elite ninjas, possesses extraordinary strength and combat experience, making him someone not to be underestimated. He will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Yiyu turned his attention back to his panel. Host. Yiyu, Senja Hashirama, combat power, 3,000 abilities. C-rank fire release great fireball technique, proficient. A-rank sage art true extinguishing flame technique, proficient. B-rank summoning technique, proficient. 1 summoning beast for entry, 2 for proficiency, 3 for expertise, 4 for mastery, water release, and 4 other release techniques, 3C. 1B. Proficient. Sharingan, 2 Tomo, Byakugan entry. Yiyu studied his abilities for a long while, realizing that while he possessed many ninjutsu, their levels were rather low. His second brother seemed to have recently compiled a comprehensive ninjutsu manual. Perhaps he should find time to observe and learn some advanced techniques. As Yiyu had just awakened, he heard a hurried knocking at the window. What is it? Yiyu immediately roused himself and spoke softly to the window. Chapter 21, Yiyu vs. Kakuzu, Part 1. Hokage-sama has urgent matters to discuss with you. A masked Umbu ninja outside whispered. Yiyu and Amp, Appo's heart skipped a beat, prompting him to hastily don his attire and rush to the Hokage building. Atop the building, the initial founders who established Konohagakure, including Tobarama Senju, Uchiha Madara, and Hashirama Senju, were gathered. Madara has arrived. Tobarama signaled for Yiyu to approach. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that negotiations with the other ninja villages had suddenly collapsed, shattering what was once a cordial relationship. Thanks to the close ties between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, Konoha had learned that the other 4 great ninja villages had already plunged into war. Peaceful means had failed to quell the tensions. Instead, they had emboldened the other villages. Hashirama wore a troubled expression, while Madara and Tobirama exhibited stern countenances. The Land of Water coveted the territories of the other 4 nations. The Land of Lightning sought vast expanses, the Land of Wind desired water sources, and the Land of Earth yearned for fertile soil. Once again, the flames of war spread. Outside of Konoha, the world seemed to regress a decade and return to the Warring States period. Madara, do you remember the tailed beasts you once spoke of? Yu nodded. Hashirama sighed. In that case, we have no choice but to proceed. Utilizing wood release, Hashirama sensed several tailed beasts nearby. Others were further away in the Land of Fire, necessitating Yu and Madara and Appo's search, while Hashirama would capture the ones he sensed. Hashirama and Appo's intention remained consistent with the original narrative, to capture the tailed beasts and distribute them peacefully, creating a balance among the nations and villages. So, I am to venture to the Land of Lightning with Uchiha Madara? Yu and Appo's apprehensions dissipated. With Madara and Appo's assistance, it would surely be somewhat easier. It appeared that Konoha had not yet drawn the attention of others, as no other ninja from the 5 major villages had yet set foot in it. Nevertheless, Yu remained vigilant during this time. He needed to seek an opportunity to engage with the Uchiha clan. Maintaining a 2-tomo Sharingan was quite uncomfortable, and even replicating a 3-tomo would be beneficial. Simultaneously, a bold idea began to blossom in Yu and Appo's mind. With a perfect affinity of 100 with Hashirama, the system allowed him to perceive all of Hashirama and Appo's abilities, particularly the wood release. Hashirama and Appo's wood release was a unique bloodline limit born from the fusion of earth release and water release chakra nature changes. Theoretically, if Yu could replicate wood release and possessed a significant chakra reserve, he could emulate Hashirama and Appo's remarkable abilities with a mere clap of his hands. How Chapter 22, Yu vs. Jiao Du, Part 2, Lightning Release, False Darkness, Fire Release, Head Carving. The mask beside Jiao Du suddenly rose, exhaling a torrent of flames. While his left hand rested upon his chest, sharp spikes racing forth. The flames and lightning converged, resembling a ferocious tiger, lunging towards Yu. Faced with Jiao Du and Appo's dual onslaught, Yu furrowed his brows slightly, employing his Sharingan to discern the trajectory of the attacks, deftly evading them. Water Release, Water Formation Wall. After successfully blocking the flames, Yu charged toward Jiao Du and Appo's position. Sage Art, Frog Kicking Fist. Harnessing the natural energy around him, his pupils glowed in orange hue. Significantly enhancing both his strength and speed, he approached Jiao Du and delivered a powerful punch. Earth Grudge Fear, Nature Mask. Just as Yu and Appo's fist was about to collide with Jiao Du, a shadow adorned with a mask extended from behind Jiao Du. Lightning Release, False Darkness. Earth Grudge Fear, Lightning Release Mask unleashed a piercing lightning spear, sweeping through with devastating force. This technique possessed astonishing power, capable of penetrating even solid rock, making it exceedingly lethal. Aware that a direct confrontation was unwise, Yu retreated rapidly. The other 3 hearts must remain concealed for now, to be revealed at a critical moment. Jiao Du squinted, deep in thought. His earlier proclamation of seizing Yu and Appo's heart to become his third mask was a ruse to obscure part of his true strength. Jiao Du believed that both were largely ignorant of each other and Appo's capabilities. In reality, Yu was fully aware of Jiao Du and Appo's abilities, including Earth Grudge Fear. Since Jiao Du could wield 5 elemental techniques, it indicated that he possessed 5 hearts, each representing a different chakra nature: wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water. To truly vanquish Jiao Du, all 5 hearts must be destroyed. Is he reserving the remaining 3 for the final showdown? Noticing that Jiao Du was employing only fire and lightning release, the two could only discern each other and Appo's positions through the flickering flames in the darkened environment. Lightning Release, Extreme Lightning Fong. Lightning crackled in Yu and Appo's hand, producing a cacophony of sound. Whoosh. What? Jiao Du had evidently underestimated the speed of the lightning. Before he could mount a defense, Yu was already above the fire release mask. The extensive area of the fire release illuminated the surroundings, granting Yu an advantage in the darkness. With a swift motion, he transformed his lightning chakra into a razor-sharp blade, plunging it into one of Jiao Du and Appo's hearts. A wave of agony surged through Jiao Du, as if he had sustained a grave injury. In the blink of an eye, he lost 1 heart. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Jiao Du clasped his hands together, hardening his body to withstand Yu and Appo's lightning fong attack. In the blink of an eye, a mask emerged behind Jiao Du. Water Release, Water Curtain. A torrent of water surged forth from the mask and Appo's mouth. This was perilous. Yu and Amp, Appo's heart raced as the water flowed through Jiao Du and Amp, Appo's hardened body towards the lightning. A tingling sensation coursed through him, rendering his arm immobile. Seizing the opportunity with his other arm still functional, Yu formed a hand seal. Boom. A clone appeared beside him, activating Sage Mode as it grasped Jiao Du and Amp, Appo's arm, using tremendous strength to hurl him to the ground. Once free from the debilitating grip, Yu swiftly employed medical ninjutsu to heal his arm. Jiao Du unleashed his full power, revealing his fourth mask. Lightning release, false darkness. Earth release, earth flow spear. Ninja art, flame wind chaotic waves. A surge of energy coursed through Jiao Du's body, and the mask emblazoned with the fire release emblem rose once more, combining with wind release techniques to unleash a vast inferno. Above the sea of flames, two masks of lightning and earth release hovered, while the earth flow spear, infused with lightning, rained down upon Yu like droplets. Can one still function after having their heart pierced? However, there was no time for contemplation. Jiao Du and Appo's combination of fire and wind techniques illuminated the entire forest as if it were day. A green glint flickered in Jiao Du and Appo's eyes, indicating his resolve to fight to the death. This technique had evidently drained a significant amount of his chakra. Let us see how you evade this. Yu activated his Sharingan, scrutinizing his surroundings. The sea of flames stretched for miles, making escape impossible. Earth release, earth flow wall. As he conjured the earth flow wall, Yu simultaneously summoned a water formation wall to encircle and protect himself from destruction. Taking a deep breath, he dove inside, ensuring to block the top as well. Soon, waves of searing heat enveloped him, the temperature steadily rising. Yet, with such an extensive inferno, Jiao Du was unable to approach. Yu settled into a meditative position, utilizing sage art to replenish his chakra. As the flames subsided, Jiao Du gazed from a distance, observing only a stone wall. After a prolonged observation, he felt his chakra nearly restored and approached the wall with a few agile steps. Oh, is dawn approaching? Jiao Du mused, watching the sun begin to rise. With a nimble leap, he ascended the earth flow wall, spotting Yu lying on the ground. Has he fainted from the heat? Jiao Du leaped down, faintly feeling a wave of scorching heat himself. With such high temperatures, it was no wonder. Let me take your heart and grant you release. Jiao Du unleashed his tentacle punch, moving toward Yu and Appo's heart. But suddenly, a tremor reverberated beneath Jiao Du and Appo's feet, sending shockwaves through his mind as he instinctively considered fleeing. Boom. A shattering sound erupted from the ground. An arm unexpectedly emerged beneath Jiao Du, firmly grasping him. No way. Could it be? Jiao Du quickly realized that his intention to unleash the lightning release mask downward was thwarted by the confined space, the mask being compressed against the stone wall. Is this guy luring me in to eliminate me? Jiao Du and Appo's heart raced with alarm. Yet just then, a figure burst forth from the earth, brandishing 5 shuriken, each imbued with both fire and lightning release techniques. This is bad. Yet Jiao Du had no time to marvel. As Yu activated his Sharingan and locked eyes with Jiao Du, the latter instinctively shut his eyes. However, in that fleeting moment, Yu lunged at Jiao Du and Appo's heart with ferocity, the 5 shuriken following suit. Slashing, Jiao Du lay on the ground, devoid of life. Ding. The ability holder has perished. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. The dark substance on Jiao Du and Appo's body receded, shrinking to a palm-sized sphere that floated into Yu and Appo's hand. Had he encountered the Jiao Du of 90 years hence, Yu may have lacked the confidence to prevail. Yet, the current Jiao Du was merely an ordinary ninja. Chapter 23. Divergent Thoughts, Identical Outcome. What is this? Yu curiously picked up the pouch from Kakuzu and Appo's body, peering inside to find stacks of papers. Aware of Kakuzu and Appo's notorious greed, Yu was nevertheless astonished by the sheer volume of wealth documented, each sheet detailing transactions across multiple black markets. Unfortunately, the locations of these markets remained undisclosed. Uncle Aaron might know something about this. Best to keep it for now, Yu mused, tucking the pouch into his robes. Among the documents, he also uncovered critical intelligence regarding Takigakure. The assassination mission targeting Hashirama Senju had been personally ordered by Takigakure and Appo's High Council. The report further indicated extensive destruction along the border between Takigakure and the Land of Fire. Kakuzu had been instructed to relay this information to Kumogakure before proceeding with the assassination, but his avarice had delayed the message. Takigakure, a minor village surrounded by the lands of earth, fire, grass, and frost, had adopted a strategy of allying with distant powers, specifically Kumogakure, to counterbalance its vulnerable position. Large-scale destruction. Could it be the Seven Tails? Yu pondered. This intelligence is too significant. It must be delivered to the Hokage and Appo's office immediately. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed beyond the earthen wall. Lord Itama, what are you doing here? And this corpse, dispelling the barrier. Yu found himself surrounded by Konoha shinobi who had arrived to investigate. Perfect timing. Take this body to the laboratory, Yu instructed. Kakuzu and Appo's remains hold considerable research value. We cannot afford to waste them. Yes, sir. The shinobi examined the forehead protector on the corpse. Takigakure? Tobarama and others gathered around the body, scrutinizing the intelligence Yu had retrieved. Fortunately, the message was and Appo's delivered. Otherwise, we and Appo's be in trouble, Tobarama remarked. Not necessarily, Madara Uchiha interjected, his tone measured. Do you have objections? Tobarama retorted irritably. Before Takigakure and Appo's founding, I negotiated with their clan leader. He was far too shrewd to allow such explicit intelligence to fall into our hands, Madara explained, his eyes flickering with suspicion. Consulting a map of the shinobi world, Madara pointed out the massive waterfall adjacent to Takigakure, a prime location for a tailed beast. When the Sage of Six Paths dispersed the tailed beasts, each was placed in an environment suited to its nature. The one-tail thrives in deserts, the two-tail in bamboo forests, the three-tail in lakes, the four-tail among rocky terrain, the five-tail, seven-tail, and nine-tail in forests and waterfalls, the six-tail in caves, and the eight-tail atop mountains. Locating them across the 5 great nations and countless minor countries is no simple task. Despite intercepting the intelligence, Madara feared Takigakure might have dispatched additional messengers. Worse, Kumogakure forces could have already encountered the tailed beast. Given the tailed beast's power, Kumogakure will deploy elite units. While their forces are stretched thin, we should prioritize capturing the 8 tails hidden within their borders, Madara declared, turning to the window. He proposed adhering to their original plan, departing for the land of lightning at dawn. Though conflicted over the Hokage succession, Madara prioritized Konoha's interests above personal grievances. I disagree, Tobarama countered, his voice rising. Since Atama intercepted this intelligence, we should investigate Takigakure first. The land of lightning is hundreds of miles away. They couldn't possibly mobilize so quickly. If we delay, the 8 tails might slip through our grasp. Don't you agree, Atama? All eyes turned to Yu, awaiting his decision. Hashirama had assigned the 7-tail, 8-tail, and 9-tail closest to the land of fire to Yu, Madara, and their team. Now, Tobarama and Madara clashed over whether to pursue the 8-tail or 7-tail first. A vote was called, mirroring the Hokage succession debate. Once again, Tobarama prevailed with majority support. The outcome stirred memories in Madara, his expression darkening with isolation and resignation. Are you all right? Yu approached, concerned. Madara's descent into darkness had been fueled by the village's distrust and innate fear of the Uchiha clan. With a faint, bitter smile, Madara brushed past Yu, vanishing in an instant before he could react. Yu sighed. I can only hope it doesn't lead to the worst outcome. Black Zetsu. Where are you? Elsewhere, a towering inferno, far surpassing Kakuzu's combined fire-wind technique, engulfed the forest. Before Madara, a squad of Kumogakure shinobi writhed in agony, their screams piercing the air. Another team, Madara muttered coldly. The grassy field around him was littered with hundreds of corpses, fallen at the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. In the country of rice fields, as captain of the Uchiha police force and clan leader, Madara had grown accustomed to repelling invaders. The relentless duty had hardened him, forcing him to bury warmth beneath the mask of Uchiha brutality the world expected. A few surviving Kumogakure shinobi trembled before him, stumbling backward in terror. Suddenly, one clutched his eyes in pain, slashing wildly at his comrades. Have you lost your mind? As chaos erupted, more turned on each other, descending into madness until only one remained. Kneeling, drenched in blood, his laughter hollow and broken. How does it feel, Madara murmured, stepping closer, to slaughter your own comrades? The man's laughter dissolved into incoherent sobs. Madara's eyes flashed, crimson, intricate, and infinitely more sinister than Yiyu's. Chapter 24, Peeping While Bathing? Allow me to explain. This represents the ultimate form of the Sharingan under ordinary circumstances, an evolution of the 3-tomo Sharingan that occurs only in moments of profound sorrow. The Manjiki Sharingan. When the ninja from the land of lightning raised his head and made eye contact with Uchiha Madara, he was struck by a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. It was that guard. Through the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Madara gleaned information known to this ninja from the hidden cloud village. They belonged to the vanguard unit, tasked with gathering intelligence near the Takigakure. Their objective was to locate the tailed beast residing in Takigakure, the 7 tails, Ch. May. Subsequently, an elite team was dispatched, led by Night Moon AI, who would later become the second Reikage. Night Moon AI had already attained power equivalent to that of a Kage and was well known throughout the ninja world. Upon learning this, Uchiha Madara displayed little reaction. In his mind, the only individual worthy of his acknowledgement was Senju Hashirama. Reikage-sama, please issue your orders. We shall not hesitate. Uchiha Madara, to his Manjiki Sharingan, perceived the ninja from the land of lightning as the Reikage AI of the hidden cloud village. You will convey what transpires here to Night Moon AI, leading them to the waterfall. Understood. The fallen ninja half knelt on the ground, clasping his fists. The Wanting Association in the Fushin Guild. This is the place. Yu glanced at the sign above and nodded. This commercial association was established by Fushin Irin, operating since the Warring States period, and had garnered considerable initial capital through previous dealings with the Uzumaki clan. As the Uzumaki clan and the Leaf Village were among the first to form an alliance, and given that the Land of Waves was a hub of commerce, many merchants, while trading or transporting goods, became acquainted with the name of the Wanjing Association and the Fushin Guild. The strength of the Leaf Village was well known among merchants, and oftentimes, during rest stops or secondary transfers, they would frequent the Wanjing Association, leading to Fushing Irin and Appo's rise as a renowned wealthy merchant. The construction of many facilities in the Leaf Village was also partially funded by Fushing Irin. Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you doing standing there? Don't disturb our establishment. A middle-aged man wielding a broom scolded Yu from within the Wanjing Association. Yu averted his gaze, turning to the man who reprimanded him. Under Yu's piercing stare, the man recoiled in fear and retreated to the side, silenced. Yet, Yu suddenly approached him. What are you doing? The middle-aged man stammered, retreating as he recognized Yu's forehead protector, realizing that he was a ninja. He feared that his earlier outburst might provoke a response. Is the owner inside? With the small door of the Wanjing Association closed, Yu could not ascertain whether Fushing Irin was present. Only the young lady is inside. The young lady? Is it Miss Fushing Huiwei? Yu pondered as he walked inside. Wait, my lady is currently. The middle-aged man attempted to dissuade him, but was intimidated back into silence by Yu's glare. Upon entering the main hall, Yu discovered the place devoid of people and ventured further into the building. I never expected this place to have expanded so much. Yu stumbled through numerous dead ends until he arrived at a spot adorned with cherry blossom trees. The sound of flowing water echoed from within, accompanied by a woman's voice seemingly humming a tune, alongside a rather dry voice repeating something in a monotonous manner. Yu scratched his head in confusion, then clasped his hands before his chest to form a seal. Be a Kugan. As he activated his technique, a pristine white area came into view, revealing the delicate form of a woman. He could even catch a whiff of her fragrance. Yu, still a virgin, had watched plenty of films but had never encountered such a scene in reality, making it impossible for him to resist. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation between his nose and mouth. Upon touching it, he looked down to find blood flowing from his nose. Oh my! Yu instinctively exclaimed. Who's out there? Inside, Fushing Huiwei hastily ceased the sound of water, wrapping herself in a bathrobe and calling out loudly. Huiwei, it's me, Yu quickly shouted, fearing she might misunderstand. I saw no one inside, so I came in. My apologies. Apologies? What did you see? Huiwei's body tensed, a wave of anxiety washing over her as she softly inquired from within the room. Nothing, Yu stammered, feeling increasingly awkward, and decided to fall silent. Please wait a moment. After a brief silence, the silhouette of Huiwei vanished from the darkened room. Shortly after, she emerged in a classic light red kimono to greet Yu. Yu's peripheral vision caught Huiwei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she kept her head bowed, refusing to meet his gaze. Ah, how time flies. It's been over a decade, and Huiwei is now in her 20s. Yu mused, exhaling a sigh of relief internally. If discovered, his reputation would be in tatters. However, Huiwei's figure was indeed striking, and in mere seconds, he had taken in all he could see. Yu explained the reason for his visit to Huiwei, inquiring about Fushing Irin's whereabouts. My father has been away for a week on a significant business deal and has yet to return. With a hopeful heart, Yu retrieved a letter from his pocket. Miss Huiwei, do you recognize this place? He pointed to the several black market symbols on the letter, eagerly asking. Having accompanied her father on many journeys, Huiwei had gained considerable knowledge. After pondering for a moment, she frowned slightly. I only recognize one of these symbols. Only one? Yu rejoiced, knowing just one would suffice to guide him to the others. It was said that the funds in Kakuzu's black market account could practically establish a small ninja village. Huiwei pointed to the symbol in the upper left corner and softly recounted. 3 years ago, while delivering goods with my father, we encountered bandits nearby. And it was a woman from this black market who rescued us. Initially, the father and daughter had viewed the black market as a den of sordid dealings. Yet that woman had significantly altered their perception. They realized that not all transactions in the black market were as grim as they had imagined. Fushing Irin later formed connections with some black merchants, and these clandestine dealings contributed greatly to his immense wealth. Chapter 25, The Water of Heroes, the action of Takinen Village. The location indicated by Fukushin Keiwei is that of the current Kumobakure, specifically a small village within it, known as Hoshinin Village. Hoshinin Village, that name feels remarkably familiar. Yu finally recalled that in the original narrative, a meteor once fell here, its energy allowing for cultivation. Hence the village was named Hoshinin Village, marked by the star emblems worn on their foreheads. According to Keiwei and Appo's description, the black market area lies next to Hoshinin Village, concealed beneath a large stone. Kumobakure is not far from Takinen Village, and they may visit tomorrow, provided the mission proceeds smoothly. Thank you. Yu expressed his gratitude. It is my honor to assist the village, Lord Ban. Just call me Ban, Keiwei replied softly, sending a shiver down Yu and Appo's spine. He sensed something unusual about Fukushin Keiwei, but he lacked the energy to address these intricacies and hurriedly departed, thanking her once more. As he left, Fukushin Keiwei watched his retreating figure, her hand tightening against her chest, her head slightly bowing in contemplation. The following day, Ben donned his black long coat, with the renowned Uchiha fan resting on his back. Yu walked alongside Uchiha Ban, keenly observing him, hoping to discern any changes in his expression that might indicate an encounter with Kaguya, yet he found none. Be cautious here, Uchiha Ban suddenly advised. The border with the Land of Fire often sees the presence of rogue ninjas who are dangerous and desperate. Activating his Sharingan, Ban scanned their surroundings, where steep cliffs marked their path. With a leap, they crossed into the Land of Grass, encountering numerous dilapidated tents and ragged individuals along the roadside, homeless civilians and destitute ninjas, some still wearing the headbands of their respective villages. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on both of their expressions as they approached the territory of Takinan village. This must be the place, Ban murmured, slightly bending down to touch the ground, where a massive fissure stretched 10 meters wide, with signs of destruction evident in the adjacent forest. Was this caused by the tailed beast? Though Ben had never seen a tailed beast, his instincts suggested it must be at least 50 meters in size. Why have we not discovered Takinan village? Yu pondered. The hidden village was obscured by a colossal waterfall, and despite being surrounded by 4 countries, its unique geography had shielded it from invasion. Moreover, it was renowned for the legendary Water of Heroes, which could amplify a ninja and Appo's chakra manifold. Of course, the Water of Heroes resides beneath a gigantic tree, which should be quite conspicuous. The waterfall alone could not conceal it entirely. A sudden realization struck Yu as he sprang onto a branch and activated his Byakugan. Before long, a vast expanse of lush greenery caught his eye. Over there, he exclaimed, dashing toward a direction, with Ben closely following him. Upon halting, they beheld a grand waterfall, behind which stood houses and stone structures, enveloped in an eerie silence that suggested it was a village shrouded in death. Ben intended to approach but was halted by Yu. He pointed to the village below, where a small group anxiously awaited at the entrance, seemingly on edge, with a large water pool behind them. From his deductions and memories, Yu recognized that this pool contained the Water of Heroes. What are they waiting for? Yu whispered curiously. Just as Ban was about to respond, he felt a surge of communication in his mind, as if someone was drawing near. I believe I know who they await, Ben said with a slight smile, an air of intrigue in his voice. The people from the Land of Lightning are just outside the waterfall. Thankfully, we arrived first. Otherwise, we would have crossed paths with them. A sound echoed from beyond the waterfall. The village chief of Takinan village appeared visibly tense, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, as he instructed someone to fill a few bottles with the hidden Water of Heroes. Suddenly, shadows flitted past as a group of ninjas, distinguished by their distinct headbands, entered from outside the waterfall. At the forefront was a rugged middle-aged man with disheveled hair, a coarse beard, a fierce expression, dark skin, and golden paint adorning his nose. Dressed in a high-collared trench coat layered over a fitted black combat outfit, complemented by a white cloud-patterned cloak and iron shoulder armor. They and Appo's, rather swift, Yu remarked, his gaze fixed on them. The system within him analyzed the stranger and Appo's identity. Name, Yayue AI. In the original narrative, the future second Reikage, abilities, lightning release, C-class. B-class ninjutsu, expert level, battle experience. Rich, exceptional physical strength combat power value. 5,000 favorability, 0 if Takinan village had developed further in the original tale. It could have potentially become the 5th great ninja village. Yet now, it found itself bowing before Kumogakure, wearing 4 smiles. The combat power of the Takinan village chief barely exceeded 2,000, rendering him inadequate, even among ordinary ninjas. The conversation between the two factions was clearly audible to Ben and Yu. We have met Lord Yayue, the village chief greeted. No need for formalities. We are all here on behalf of Lord Reikage, and since we have formed an alliance, we shall not refuse, Yayue replied. Did you manage to catch a glimpse of the tailed beast? The village chief nodded. Due to the haste, the letter contained only scant details. I apologize for that. As they spoke, the village chief retrieved a vial of the Water of Heroes from a ninja behind him. This enormous creature has contaminated our village and Appo's water source. Its essence will shift in accordance with this vial. Unbeknownst to the village chief, the colossal beast was the legendary tailed beast left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. While Kumogakure possessed more comprehensive information about the creature and Appo's origins compared to smaller ninja villages, Yayue accepted the vial and the Takinan village chief continued. The Water of Heroes is imbued with spirit. When it approaches its kind, its color will lighten. I entrust this to you. Yayue nodded, rising to bid farewell to the Takinan village chief. Meanwhile, the ninjas from Takinan village moved to follow Yayue as they set off to capture the beast. After they departed, Uchiha Ban brandished his fan and followed closely behind Yayue. I propose we seize that vial. It appears crucial for locating the tailed beast. You pursue them while I retrieve another vial and rendezvous with you, Yu suggested. Ban nodded, his eyes igniting with the 3-tomo Sharingan as he swiftly dashed out from behind the waterfall. Chapter 26, Uchiha Madara vs Yayue AI, Second Reikage. This place resembles a graveyard, Yu thought, furrowing his brow as he traversed the outskirts of Takigakure. The elder of Takigakure had vanished, and the world seemed enveloped in an eerie silence. Unaccustomed to such an environment, Yu hastily retrieved his water bottle, intent on filling it and departing. Who are you? Before he could finish his thought, Yu stepped forward, swiftly drawing a kunai. The Takigakure ninja collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding. Congratulations, host, on discovering the chakra water pool. It is available for you to enhance your chakra capacity and acquire Takigakure and Appo's secret techniques. Would you like to begin absorption? Yu was momentarily taken aback by the system and Appo's sudden announcement. Takigakure and Appo's secret techniques? Wasn't and Appo's T at the DY? Hadn't and Appo's T he already obtained it? Nevertheless, curiosity propelled Yu towards the center of the pool, inadvertently submerging the fallen Takigakure ninja within it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for consuming the hero and Appo's water of Takigakure. You have acquired the ability of Takigakure and Appo's secret technique. DY. Ding. Ability duplicate. DY ability transformation. DY. Heart extraction. Divine container. As Yu took a sip of the hero and Appo's water, a sensation of flowing energy coursed through his body. The chakra section of the system surged dramatically, doubling his chakra capacity. The hero and Appo's water and Takigakure held dual effects for each ninja. The enhancement of chakra came at the cost of the user and Appo's rapidly depleting life force. A price for acquiring formidable chakra. Due to the side effects of the hero and Appo's water, Takigakure had sealed it away, considering it a vital treasure, safeguarded by the village leader. The existence of the hero and Appo's water granted Takigakure immense power. However, Yu was an exception, supported by Sage Mode and the system and Appo's transformation. After consuming 3 sips, the effects of chakra enhancement began to wane. The unexpected acquisition of heart extraction, divine container, left Yu astonished. The divine heart was indeed a variant of the DY technique, but under the system and Appo's modification, its prowess had significantly intensified. Unlike the heart techniques previously employed by Kakhu, it encompassed not only the original 5 fundamental nature transformations but also accommodated yin and yang release, thus providing a space for the extraction of other techniques. Yet, Yu needed to seek out notably powerful hearts to equip within, thereby utilizing the techniques contained therein. While Yu meticulously contemplated the enhanced capabilities of DY, a pressing thought struck him. Oh no, Madara was still pursuing that squad from Kumogakure. He hoped they wouldn't and Appo's encounter peril. At the waterfall behind Takigakure, uprooted trees lay strewn about, and the grass was torn away, seemingly ravaged by some terrifying beast or the forces of nature. Yet, the multitude of corpses scattered across the ground and branches negated such possibilities. Beside the bodies stood a rugged brown-haired man, propped up by a large blade, gasping for breath as he gazed ahead. Before him stood a man clad in black, with long black hair and a dark robe, wielding a fan adorned with black and white flames, bearing the Uchiha clan and Appo's emblem on his back. The brown-haired man was incredulous, despite being human. The chasm between him and this figure was insurmountable. Even without the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Madara effortlessly dealt with anyone other than Hashirama Senju. UAI, through a brief clash, immediately recognized the unfathomable strength of Uchiha Madara, the strongest adversary he had encountered aside from the Reikage. Just moments ago, upon spotting Madara, he reacted far quicker than his own reflexes. In the blink of an eye, several elite ninjas from Kumogakure perished. What was even more terrifying was that Madara and Appo's eyes possessed the legendary dojutsu of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Unbeknownst to them, he and all the ninjas had fallen into an illusion, and by the time they regained awareness, only he remained. May I inquire your name, esteemed sir? Uchiha Madara. Arms crossed, paused momentarily upon hearing Yua AI and Appo's question. After a brief hesitation, he replied, from Kanagakur, head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. I shall remember that. Yua AI nodded, rising to his feet. Next, I will unleash my most formidable form to battle you, as a sign of my respect. Yua AI grasped the large blade beside him. Lightning release, lightning strike. He declared softly, simultaneously covering his eyes with a black ninja headband. Are you fighting blind? In Madara and Appo's eyes, a ninja without the aid of sight was hardly a threat, even with acute hearing. Yua AI remained silent, his surroundings radiating with arcs of lightning. Though Madara and Appo's Sharingan posed a significant challenge, Yua AI had developed a method to counter it. Through the dispersal of the surrounding lightning, he could perceive the movements of his adversary, akin to having a second pair of eyes. Are you serious? Madara mused, forming hand seals and summoning a shadow clone beside him. The two charged at Yua AI from either side, skillfully evading the floating arcs of lightning. Little did Madara know that avoiding the lightning was not the only concern. If touched by the lightning, he would be detected by its master. Shadow clone technique? Yua AI muttered. Lightning release, thunderstorm barrage. Yua AI unleashed a torrent of lightning from his body, crackling and exploding uncontrollably in all directions. Madara leaped into the air, utilizing the ground as a springboard, his fan poised to strike UUAI. Reacting instinctively to the lightning, UUAI raised his blade. Clang! The two weapons collided, sending sparks flying. UUAI grimaced. Although Madara lacked his physical strength, his power surpassed UUAI and Appo's expectations. As the fan drew nearer, UUAI suddenly released his grip and dodged to the side. I cannot confront him head-on. His strength exceeds my imagination. Having encountered numerous ninjas from Konohagakure before, UUAI had never faced anyone as grotesquely powerful as Uchiha Madara. Lightning release, lightning cloud thunder. UUAI formed hand seals, and with a resounding boom, a multitude of lightning particles converged around him, resonating with thunderous roars. Though this technique was classified as B rank, its potency had reached the challenging heights of A rank. The imposing thundercloud descended upon Madara like a colossal stone, increasing in size upon contact with the ambient lightning. You initiated the ninjutsu first, Madara replied, concealing his fan behind him. Then let us engage in a contest of ninjutsu. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. Chapter 27, the Uchiha rebound. May nothing unexpected occur. Yu thought to himself. With Izuna still alive, the original trajectory had been altered, preventing Madara from transplanting his brother and Appo's eyes to awaken the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, thus significantly diminishing his power. Have they already encountered each other? Yu halted, surveying the devastation around him. His Byakugan activated as he placed his hands before his chest, scanning the surroundings. Fire release, Dragon Flame Singing technique. A voice echoed from the distance. Boom. The earth trembled violently. Even though Yu was not at the epicenter of the technique, the sheer force and pressure were overwhelming. Through the haze, he glimpsed 4 fiery dragons soaring into the sky before crashing mercilessly toward the ground. Dragon Flame Singing technique? Such destructive power, it must be Madara. Without hesitation, Yu rushed toward the source. Lightning release, thunder summoning. The flames were relentless. A grunt escaped from the lips of the Raikage. As the 4 fire dragons assaulted him simultaneously from all directions, above, below, left, and right. There was no evasion, only resistance. I swiftly formed hand seals, his body enveloped in crackling lightning. Yet, the moment the first dragon struck, blood sprayed from his mouth. Even with the protection of his lightning armor, the flames and Appo's ferocity was undiminished. Silently, he endured the onslaught, the area around him swallowed by thick smoke. Has he fallen? Madara mused, his own chakra significantly drained from the technique. He harbored no doubts about its lethality. None but Hashirama could withstand this unscathed. Suddenly, a powerful presence surged toward them. Madara and Appo's unblinking Sharingan darted around. Who goes there? It and Appo's me. The sight of black and white hair eased Madara and Appo's tension. Are you unharmed? Yu asked urgently. Along the way, he had encountered numerous corpses, fearing the worst for Madara. Yet reality proved otherwise. Madara stood immaculate, his black combat attire untouched, as if nothing had transpired. In stark contrast, I lay meters away, his clothing charred by flames. Madara nodded. He has endured my strongest strike. He should be incapacitated now, but I suspect he has contingencies, so I refrained from approaching. Yu edged closer to I, hands poised for seals. Silence enveloped them, so profound that even the faintest sound would be audible. Crack. The noise was subtle, yet unmistakable to Yu. Damn it. In an instant, he lunged left as a blade of lightning cleaved through the air where he had stood. Lightning release, luminous blade. I, motionless amidst the smoke, had completed his seals. An A-rank technique, lightning release, luminous blade, unleashed. The attack was not only swift, but also possessed a sentience of its own, homing in on any movement within its vicinity. It can change direction? Yu flickered between positions, yet the blade mirrored his every motion. Earth release, earth-style wall. Placing his hands on the ground, Yu summoned an earthen barrier to intercept the lightning. Meanwhile, I clutched his left arm, his chakra nearly depleted. The technique had drained him, and he desperately needed recovery. The lightning blade would not hold for long. Noticing I and Appo's intent, Madara advanced. Why has it stopped? Behind the stone wall, Yu detected no further movement. The lightning blade had vanished. But then, crackle, crackle, a sharp, bird-like screech erupted behind Madara. Instinctively, Madara swung the Uchiha war fan, blocking the luminous blade. The flame fan, forged from a fragment of the divine tree, possessed the ability to manipulate wind and fire techniques and to reflect them. Countless had perished, unaware of its power. Uchiha rebound. What? The moment the fan clashed with the blade, Madara infused it with a wind technique, hurling it back toward I. The crackling lightning resounded before I, snapping his focus into sharp clarity. That Fanakin, realizing the attack had been reflected, I hastily formed a lightning barrier. But he was too slow. The technique and Appo's greatest flaw was its indiscriminate nature. It lacked a defined target, even turning against its caster if they moved. As the luminous blade surged toward I, man and lightning collided. The sky erupted in a blinding flash. Damn, it's like daylight. Yu, still sheltered behind the wall, muttered before dispelling the barrier. Before him lay I, unconscious, with Madara standing over him. Yu and Appo's first instinct was to eliminate the threat. But then he reconsidered. In the original timeline, I was not only the Raikage and Appo's guard, but would also become the second Raikage, fostering an alliance with Konoha, a relationship that would benefit the village immensely. Moreover, Yu's true concern lay not in the present conflict, but in he lifted his gaze to the darkening sky and sighed. Wait, as Yu crouched beside I, Madara called out, fearing he intended to finish the job. Relax. We share the same thought. With a faint smile, Yu channeled medical ninjutsu into the unconscious eye. Unfortunately, the wounds aren't fatal. I really must hone my healing techniques. The process took nearly an hour, compared to Hashirama's near-instantaneous regeneration. It was a stark reminder of his own limitations. That should suffice. Yu and Madara reached an agreement. I was healed just enough to regain consciousness, ensuring they could restrain him with ease. Chapter 28, The Capture of the Seven Tails. On that night, when Yu AI opened his eyes, Uchiha Madara revealed the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Yu AI instinctively attempted to shut his eyes, but the decline of his bodily functions prevented him from reacting in time. Thus, the pattern of the Sharingan manifested in Yu AI's eyes, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Yu AI sought to draw the large sword beside him, yet found himself utterly immobilized. We shall not take your life, rest assured. Yu and his companion rose to their feet. After a brief conversation, Yu AI was left astonished by their decision to spare him. Yu grasped Yu AI, tossing him into a conspicuous spot at the entrance of Takinan village, before preparing to search for the tailed beast with a vial of hero water in hand. By the way, be cautious of those two golden-haired, silver-haired individuals in your village, Yu warned as he departed. Yu AI and Appo's eyes widened in shock, his pupils quaking. Are you referring to the golden horn and silver horn? Why inform me? What are these golden-haired and silver-haired beings? Are they ninjas from Kumogakure that you know? Yu nodded, his tone laced with concern. They are two exceedingly powerful ninjas from Kumogakure. Uchiha Madara remained unfazed, believing that, in the current ninja world, only Senju Hashirama warranted his attention. The Raikage and Appo's guard he had just encountered would have been easily dispatched had he not held back. Killing him would merely have been a waste of time, for he possessed abilities far superior to both the Dragon Flame singing technique and the Sharingan. Wait a moment. Yu suddenly halted. Observing the hero water in his hand had become remarkably clear. It's nearby. But why is there no commotion? Be careful, Yu advised Uchiha Madara, activating his Byakugan to scan the surroundings. However, he only discovered a dilapidated house, devoid of any other suspicious locations. They approached the structure and found two corpses within, with nothing else present. The two bodies had only just perished, yet bore no signs of attack. Uchiha Madara and Appo's words immediately recalled to Yu the attack patterns of the Seven Tails, one of which involved spewing scale powder to paralyze enemies. However, even a single dose could spell doom for not just ordinary individuals, but even ninjas. Something is amiss. It should be right here. Yu scrutinized the vial of hero water, suspecting it might be compromised. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Where in Appo's that mosquito coming from? No, why is it so loud? Yu's thoughts suddenly shifted to the appearance of the Seven Tails, and his expression changed abruptly. In the sky, both Yu and Uchiha Madara looked up to behold a colossal beast, several dozen meters in size, hovering above them, emitting a resonant buzzing sound. Is this a tailed beast? Though Madara was well versed in such matters, witnessing a tailed beast for the first time left him momentarily stunned. Yu, despite his thorough preparations, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Seven Tails ranked among the weaker tailed beasts, yet one could not afford to be careless. Its combat capabilities were average. The only troublesome aspect was its ability to fly. Stay alert. The two exchanged nods and leapt into action. Sensing danger, the Seven Tails exhaled a cloud of scale powder. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Yu dissipated the scales and swiftly approached the beast's leg. They had come prepared to prevent the Seven Tails from escaping while exhausting its stamina to control it using the Sharingan. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Their attacks intertwined, and with Yu's wind technique augmenting it, the fireball swelled to nearly match the size of the Seven Tails, hurtling towards it at great speed. With a howl, the Seven Tails unleashed its Seven Tails in retaliation, and upon being struck by the fireball, it was sent reeling towards the two. Seizing the opportunity, Yu climbed onto the creature and Appo's back. Earth Grudge Fear. Fire release. Head crush. Yu invoked the Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, causing a dark figure resembling Kakuzu to erupt from him, wearing a mask identical to that of Kakuzu, and began to batter the Seven Tails back relentlessly. This was Yu and Appo's first time utilizing the Earth Grudge Fear technique. As the system acquired Kakuzu and Appo's abilities, it inherited 5 masks, granting Yu access to hidden chambers within his heart. Yet, without a heart of his own, he needed to seize the hearts of masters of elemental ninjutsu, fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning, to possess one. The Seven Tails felt a sharp pain on its back and began to thrash wildly, attempting to throw Yu off. One tail lashed toward him. Sharingan. Yu activated his Sharingan, anticipating the trajectory of the Seven Tails and Appo's attack and evading it. Simultaneously, Uchiha Madara, relying on his immense chakra, unleashed a barrage of fire techniques targeting the Seven Tails and Appo's head, body, and tails. Not good. It's trying to escape, Yu shouted, as Uchiha Madara propelled himself towards the Seven Tails and Appo's back. Hold on tight. The Seven Tails could only retaliate with its tails, inflicting damage upon itself in the process. Ultimately, the two lost their footing and were flung off by the creature. Ding. The Seven Tails' stamina dropped to 20, and its resistance weakened. Now and Appo's, as our chance. As Uchiha Madara manipulated the Seven Tails with his Sharingan, it roared in fury, gathering dark matter at its mouth. Tail Beast Bomb. Yu recognized the object forming and felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of its devastating power. Yet, he underestimated the innate prowess of the Uchiha clan and Appo's ocular abilities. As the tailed beast bomb gradually diminished in size, it vanished entirely. In his eyes, the pattern of the Sharingan emerged. Success. The Seven Tails descended, obediently approaching Uchiha Madara and Appo's side. Mission accomplished. You should return to Konoha. I have matters to attend to, and will return in a few days. Uchiha Madara did not inquire further, leaping onto the back of the Seven Tails. Departing from the location. Outside Dakinan village, a ninja emerged and discovered Yu AI lying on the ground. What is this? Is someone lying here? Could he be dead? Upon recognizing the face, the ninja and Appo's expression turned to one of terror and shock, causing him to fall back several meters. How is this possible? The Dakinan village ninja scrambled to his feet, stumbling back to the village in haste, urgently calling for the village chief. Chapter 29. Zuki Kagyuki. One day later. Within the borders of the Bear Country, on the streets of a quaint town, a young man with black and white hair, adorned with the forehead protector of Konohagakure, clutched a palm-sized map while murmuring to himself intermittently. The map appeared rather chaotic. After studying it for quite some time, Yu finally pinpointed a specific location. It was situated in the heart of the Bear Country. Having identified the whereabouts of Hashinen village, locating the black market would pose no challenge. As he journeyed, Yu noticed numerous wanted posters affixed to trees and the walls of buildings. These notices were either for rogue ninjas or bounties issued by rival factions. Was it beneath these posters? In a somewhat inconspicuous intersection, the desolate grassland was partially concealed by a massive rock, right beside the newly established Hashinen village. Yu pushed the rock aside, revealing a dark void that faintly glimmered. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the bustling activity within, far exceeding his expectations. However, every individual wore a mask resembling a floral pattern, lending an air of peculiarity to the scene. Fortunately, Yu had already gleaned considerable information from Fushing Huizuki regarding the operations of the black market within the ninja world. In this underground realm, individuals were required to don masks that obscured their identities to prevent recognition after collecting bounties, thereby averting potential troubles. Yu donned the dark part mask issued by Konohagakure and ventured deeper. Despite not being able to see their faces, he could discern the origins of many ninjas by the forehead protectors they wore. Were there really so many ninjas from the Mist Village? Yu was astonished. This black market seemed to be teeming with Mist Village ninjas, while those from the other four great nations were scarce, including a handful of black merchants and bounty hunters. Surely, the Mist Village could not be surviving solely on bounties, he mused. Here it is. Within this black market, Akatsuki was surrounded by several wanted posters, indicating high-difficulty bounty tasks based on their prices. So many? The proprietor of the window stared at Yu incredulously, estimating his age to be between 20 and 25 based on his physique. Yet, at such a young age, he had managed to eliminate so many infamous ninjas. The proprietor hastened his pace in counting the coins for Yu. Do you know where these places are? Yu inquired, surveying his surroundings. As the crowd gradually dispersed, he noticed patterns on the stone wall behind the black merchant, which resembled those on Akatsuki and Appo's other wanted posters. After the proprietor settled the coins, Yu presented another bounty notice. Can you settle this symbol here? What? The black merchant and Appo's face displayed disbelief as he quickly picked up the bounty notice for scrutiny, studying it for a considerable time before breaking into a smile. Young man, is this your first time undertaking such a bounty task? Yu did not conceal the truth and nodded. The black market trader acknowledged him and explained, though the black market seems to span the globe, it is interconnected. The only difference lies in the locations where tasks are accepted. Hearing this, Yu felt a sense of relief and emptied his entire pouch, scattering all the bounty notices before the merchant. This. The black market merchant stood frozen in place. Simultaneously, his exclamation attracted the attention of passing ninjas, samurais, and wandering rogues, who all paused to gaze in Yu and Appo's direction. A ninja from Konoha? They murmured. I haven't and Appo's. He's seen him before. Is he new here? Sir, several ninjas wearing the Mist Village forehead protector leaned against the wall, observing Yu and Appo's direction. A ninja from Konoha? I and Appo's. VE seen that mask before. It and Appo's from a group called the Umbu. Ah, said a man clad in a high-collared trench coat, cinched at the waist with a black silk ribbon and wearing a green undershirt as he rubbed his temples. I told the old man that the Mist Village needed an organization like this, but he refused to listen. The Mizukage must have his own concerns, a subordinate replied. Is the matter resolved? Before he could finish, several figures emerged from behind, each bearing an unquantifiable amount of gold coins. When will our village escape this predicament? The man muttered, shaking his head in despair. Depart for now. This young man intrigues me. I wish to make his acquaintance. The man said, removing his hood to reveal curly yellow hair, striding toward Yiyu. At that moment, countless eyes were fixed upon Yiyu. Though they were unaware of the forces backing him, the glimmering gold was undeniably enticing. Just as they were about to act, the yellow-haired man approached and patted Yiyu on the shoulder. Who are you? Yiyu was about to inquire about the man and Appo's name when he keenly noticed the surrounding individuals, especially the ninjas from the Mist Village, parting in fear upon his arrival. Though the newcomer wore a mask, Yiyu and Appo's system still recognized him, and upon seeing the name, he involuntarily shuddered. Name: H-Zuki Kagyuki. Identity: future second Mizukage. Current head of the H-Zuki clan in the Mist Village. Combat power: 5,000 abilities. Expert: water release, water iron cannon technique. Expert: water release, water sphere technique. B-class summoning technique: Shin, mastery of illusions. H-Zuki Kagyuki? Yiyu instinctively thought. Though it was not entirely unexpected given the multitude of Mist Village Chapter 30, the root of all evil, though Yiyu lacked full confidence in slaying him. He would not hesitate to strike if left with no alternative. Yet, Gekkei Getsu made no move to provoke him, merely casting a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Yiyu stood momentarily stunned by Kei Getsu and Appo's words. Relax, the man murmured, leaning closer with a whisper. I bear no ill intent, merely extending an offer of friendship. He paused, then added in a hushed tone, those eyes of yours, the legendary Sharingan, no? Though I advise against revealing them here. Many within these shadows harbor deep-seated vendettas against the Uchiha. At this, Yiyu surveyed his surroundings. Though the gathered shinobi dared not approach under Kei Getsu and Appo's presence, their glares remained fixed upon him with lethal intensity. With a final pat on Yiyu and Appo's shoulder, Kei Getsu departed, leaving only his name lingering in the air. Gekkei Getsu of the H-Zuki clan, Kirigakure. As Yiyu watched the man vanish into the black market and Appo's depths, he collected the merchant and Appo's gold and turned to leave, only for the vendor to grasp his sleeve, urging him closer. You know Lord Kei Getsu? After a brief hesitation, Yiyu shook his head. Then I advise caution, the merchant warned in a low voice. From what I and Appo's heard, Lord Kei Getsu shows little kindness to those beyond his village. Tread carefully. Yiyu nodded silently. Kirigakure, newly established and unstable, might have prompted Kei Getsu and Appo's approach, a calculated move to forge ties with Konoha for future alliances. Though not yet Mizukage, the man was already weaving plans for his village and Appo's future. Without another word, Yiyu turned to the bounty posters lining the walls, accepting several before departing. Upon returning to Konoha, Yiyu delivered the black market and Appo's spoils to the village coffers. Days later, as he trained within the ANBU headquarters, startling news swept through the ranks. The Hokage has returned. After vanishing for weeks on a tailed beast hunt, Hashirama and Appo's sudden reappearance sent ripples through the village. To accommodate the captured beasts, he had previously crafted an expansive forest using wood release, a sanctuary where they now dwelled. Clad in black robes beneath crimson armor, the first Hokage strode through Konoha and Appo's gates, where Tobirama, Madara, Yiyu, and other high-ranking officials awaited. Brother, Yiyu was the first to rush forward. Tobirama, Hashirama laughed, clasping his shoulder. Long time no see. Behind him loomed a colossal wooden titan, hundreds of meters tall, cradling several gargantuan creatures within its grasp in wooden cages. The sheer scale of the construct left even Madara momentarily speechless. After subduing the seven tails alongside Yiyu, Madara had journeyed to Wind Country to capture the one tail, simultaneously intimidating Tsuchikage Noki and his mentor, the future second Tsuchikage, M. These victories had fostered a belief that the gap between himself and Hashirama was narrowing, until this moment shattered that illusion, where others saw unstoppable forces of nature. The beasts now lay docile in the wooden giant and Appo's hold, tamed as mere pets. Once the creatures were secured within the forest, Hashirama proposed the 5 Kage summit to be convened the following day. Messengers were dispatched to the other nations. Unnoticed by the crowd, Madara slipped away. Yiyu, sharp-eyed, followed. The Uchiha leader stood by the riverbank where he and Hashirama had first met, staring silently at the flowing waters. Kukuku. So the famed Uchiha Madara is but this much, after all, a voice sneered. None in Konoha pay you heed, save for your brother. Who and Appo's, there? Madara did not turn, his tone indifferent. A viscous, slithering sound crept through the branches before settling atop a nearby tree. Who I am matters not, the voice rasped. I come only to enlighten you. Konoha's path cannot bring true peace. The answer lies within the Uchiha stone tablet. With your Mangeki Sharingan, behold the world's truth. Why should I believe you? Keihehe. The laughter faded into silence. Though Madara activated his Sharingan, no trace of the speaker remained. Yet the words lingered, etched into his mind. So you and Appos, VE finally shown yourself. Hidden in the shadows, you and Appos. Byakugan pinpointed a dark, amorphous presence clinging to the treetops. Tracking its movements, he traced it to a dimly lit cavern. Black Zetsu, the third son of Kagaya Tsutsuki, possessed no combat prowess but thrived in cunning. If alerted, it could vanish for decades or even an entire cycle. Having schemed for millennia, its plans might now be further complicated by Yu and Appos' interference. Yet when Yu ignited the cave with fire release, only a dead end greeted him. Not here? Impossible. Refusing to concede, he summoned a shadowless bat, commanding it to scour every crevice, but to no avail. As night fell, he retreated. Ding. Fusion complete. Congratulations. Wood release proficiency has reached mastery. Unable to prevent the variables. Yu focused solely on growth. Through the system's fusion, he minimized Wood release's rejection, wielding it with newfound ease. Flexing his limbs, he pondered his next objective, inheriting the Uchiha and Appos' Meijiki Sharingan. Currently, his strongest bonds lay with Izuna and Madara. His gaze drifted toward Konoha and Appos' outskirts, where the Uchiha police force and clan compound resided. Meanwhile, deep within the Uchiha shrine, Madara stood before the ancestral stone tablet, his expression one of utter disbelief. Chapter 31. The Transformation of Thought. How could this be? Uchiha Madara's voice escaped his throat involuntarily, his face a mask of shock as he stared at the stone tablet before him. Without the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, his understanding of the tablet's inscriptions remained fragmented. Veering further from the true intentions of the Sage of Six Paths, Madara stood motionless, his gaze locked onto the ancient script, rendered speechless by its revelations. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha police headquarters in Konoha, Uchiha Izuna was meticulously cleaning a bloodstained blade. Earlier, he had been tasked with accompanying Yura to a fortress in the Land of Fire, ensuring no disturbances arose before the next day and Appos' meeting. Izuna. A shadow flickered at the edge of the room, crimson Sharingan gleaming in the dim light. Brother, you're still awake? Izuna replied without turning, sensing no immediate threat. Madara lingered outside the door, his hand lifting slightly before falling back to his side. It and Appos' nothing. Get some rest. His voice was gentle as he regarded his younger brother, the last of his kin. On a cliffside, Madara stood alone, his mind replaying the tablet and Appos' cryptic words. The Meijiki Sharingan is not the pinnacle. Beyond it lies the eternal Meijiki, an even greater ocular power. But what was this power that must unite with the Uchiha? His fist clenched in frustration. Without the eternal Meijiki, Madara's interpretation of the tablet was flawed. In his understanding, the Uchiha's Kekkai Genkai required fusion with another formidable force to usher the world into an era of peace. Was it the five elemental natures? Or another Kekkai Genkai? One thing was certain. The path he and Hashirama had chosen was wrong. If this is the sage's method, I must attempt it, regardless. A sharp pain lanced through his skull. My vision, it weakens. The tablet had mentioned a solution, transplanting the eyes of a close blood relative to awaken the eternal Meijiki. Yet Madara would never harm Izuna. Should I tell Hashirama? Hashirama's strength was undeniable, recognized by all across the shinobi world. Kakik, are you certain? The eerie voice from Dawn echoed once more. Who are you? Madara's eyes flashed with lethal intent. Attempting to break my will? Pathetic. The voice fell silent, then returned. Thick and viscous. Do you desire the power you witnessed today? How does he know? Madara's expression darkened. The evolution of the Sharingan knows no end. Yet you remain stagnant at its threshold. I suggest you walk the streets of Konoha and witness how the villagers regard the Uchiha. And you. With that, the voice vanished again. The next morning, Yoro awoke with a groan. His body ached from exhaustion. The previous day had been spent reorganizing the Ainbu's operations, leaving him sore and drained. While others live as protagonists of triumphant tales, I feel like a wrung-out wreck. Yoro had proposed the Ainbu's creation to Tobirama and, with his endorsement, assumed leadership under the village council's approval. He had imagined the role would be effortless. Instead, the reality was grueling. Ding. Dan's Shimura's favorability 10. Ding. Dan's Shimura's favorability 20. Ding. Dan Shimura and Appos' favorability 30. Ding. Dan Shimura and Appos' favorability 50. Ding. Congratulations. 3 individuals have reached 100 favorability. Reward. A-rank Jutsu selection 1. What and Appos' happening? Puzzled. Yoro heard children's voices below and peered down. Dans, you wouldn't know this, but Lord Yoro once sparred with us like this, Hiruzen Sarutobi boasted, forming a single-handed seal to summon a shadow clone. Dans watched impassively, though inwardly, his admiration for Yoru burned fiercely. Since the Shimura clan's integration into Konoha, Dans had idolized Yoru, the famed slayer shinobi of the Senju, viewing him as the village's silent pillar, the unwavering support upon which Konoha relied. He longed to join the ANBU, but feared his youth would bar him. Like Hiruzen, he was still a student at the academy. By the way, the first Chunin exams are approaching. This jutsu Lord Yoru taught me will surely shine then. Hiruzen pranced around Dan's, flaunting his mastery of the shadow clone technique. Well, Dan's? Impressed? Hiruzen leaned in, eyes gleaming for praise. Dan's turned away, feigning indifference, though envy gnawed at him. When he opened his eyes again, a figure stood behind Hiruzen, hair split between black and white. Dan's shock and excitement were cut short as Yoru pressed a finger to his lips, then pointed at the oblivious Hiruzen. Hey, Dan's, once Lord Yoru acknowledges me, I might even become his disciple. Though, I've heard he has taken a wife yet. Lord Hashirama already has grandchildren. Do you think Lord Yoru is lacking in that department? Hiruzen whispered conspiratorially. Dan's paled, shaking his head frantically and gesturing behind Hiruzen in desperate denial. Why are you staring behind me? Is someone there? Right on, the familiar voice sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. Without turning, he forced a grin. I just remembered something urgent. See you later. Crackle. Yoru's fingers sparked with lightning chakra as he jabbed them toward Hiruzen's rear. Jaiweya. Chapter 32. Yu vs 12 Mist Ninjas. I was mistaken. I shouldn't speak carelessly. Sarutobi, Hiruzen muttered, rubbing the back of his head repeatedly. Why the sudden silence? Yu patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder and smiled. At that moment, he also noticed Shimura Danzo standing nearby. Just moments ago, Danzo's affinity had surged dramatically. Yu had also acquired a lightning release technique. Specifically the lightning cutter developed by Kakashi. The jutsu he had just used to teach Sarutobi Hiruzen was this very technique. You are Shimura Danzo, correct? Yu addressed him suddenly, and Danzo nodded in acknowledgement. Name, Shimura Danzo affiliation. Shimura clan affinity. 100. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been talking about himself to Danzo, which explained the rapid increase in affinity. Could this man truly be the cold-hearted revolutionary from the Root organization? He appeared to idolize Yu even more than Hiruzen did. It seemed that Danzo had a penchant for the dark organization of the Umbu from a young age. Are you all preparing for the Chunin exams in a few days? Sarutobi and Danzo nodded in agreement. As Yu engaged them in pleasant conversation, a masked figure emerged from the shadows between two houses. Leader, it's time to act. Who? Sarutobi and Danzo froze in place, cold sweat trickling down their backs, not daring to look further. Deep within that mask, a pair of crimson eyes inadvertently met Danzo's gaze. Sharingan? Danzo silently exclaimed within his mind. Those eyes, regardless of who beheld them, radiated a powerful killing intent and an underlying fear. Our next encounter will likely be at the Chunin exams. Yu nodded, smiling at Sarutobi and Danzo before vanishing from sight. Hokage building. Where's Madara? Hashirama looked around, realizing that Uchiha Madara had disappeared. Brother, we should focus on our tasks first. Let us go, Tobirama urged. They still had some distance to cover to reach the meeting location. Land of Earth. Lord Tsuchikage. It's time to depart, a young man, entirely wrapped in bandages with a black ribbon serving as a forehead protector and clad in black trousers, spoke in a low voice. Patience is essential. Haste makes waste. Tsuchikage Ishikawa replied leisurely. Young man, do not be so anxious. Land of Water. Lord Hakuren. Should we bring Lord Zuki Mangetsu? A long-haired man inquired. Bringing that lad might lead to unforeseen complications. Let him remain in the village, Hakuren replied. Land of Wind. Shaman. Lord Kazekage, do you remember our mission objectives? I have them firmly in mind. That is good. The first Kazekage, Retsudo, gazed at the desert-covered village, sighing with concern. Land of Lightning. Is this Konoha village? Yuyuki Ai stood atop the Cloud Thunder Gorge, recalling the day he was defeated by Uchiha Madara. Lord Reikage. He greeted as the Reikage approached. Are you prepared? Yuyuki nodded. Let us proceed. After Yu and the Umbu members arrived at the meeting place, they settled in a relatively concealed area. Leader, are we likely to encounter ninjas from other countries here? Uchiha Izuna sat beside Yu. Their camaraderie was strong, leading to frequent conversations, though he remained distant from Tobirama due to the latter's flying thunder god technique. Why is your Uchiha clan Sharingan not in use? Yu jested. Upon hearing this, Izuna's smile faded, and he shook his head sadly. Noticing Izuna's expression, Yu seemingly to do something. He took out a kunai, attached a paper with a single character on it, and affixed a thread to facilitate movement. With a swift motion, the kunai flew toward a nearby tree. Can you see it? Izuna hesitated briefly before smiling. Come on, Ban, Don and Appos. Jest with me. Your face is becoming a blur to me. Oh. The side effects of the Sharingan are unavoidable, Izuna sighed, though he did not appear overly disheartened, indicating that this condition had persisted for quite some time. Make sure to replenish your chakra. Someone is likely to arrive shortly. Yu instructed all the Umbu members quietly. Other nations would undoubtedly dispatch elite forces to safeguard their respective kages. As expected, they arrived. Yu stood atop a large tree, observing the commotion in the forest. Based on the chakra emanating from the area, there were a total of 12 ninjas. Such a large number? How fortuitous to meet them, he thought. With a swift motion, a massive shuriken appeared in Yu's hand and was hurled toward the forest. As it soared through the air, Yu formed seals once more, multiplying the shuriken into many clones that darted rapidly through the woods. Who goes there? Once the 12 mist ninjas landed, They looked around in terror until they spotted the masked figure perched atop the treetop. Which nation do you belong to? We are ninjas from the Mist Village. Do not obstruct us, the leader shouted. Since Yiyu concealed the Konoha ninja headband, they could not discern his allegiance. Do not waste breath with him. We have a mission to uphold and cannot be delayed. One of the ninjas whispered urgently. This is your own doing. The 12 Mist ninjas swiftly drew kunai from their pouches and hurled them at Yiyu. Water release, water barrier. Can they use water release? Initially, they had hoped to determine Yiyu and Appo's origin through his jutsu, but it seemed unnecessary now. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. From behind the Mist ninjas, one of the men formed seals and unleashed the water dragon bullet technique. Boom. A colossal water dragon emerged from the forest, roaring fiercely as it charged toward Yiyu. Earth release, earth flowing wall. Bang, bang, bang. The water dragon collided with Yiyu's earth flowing wall, sending debris flying in all directions. Outnumbered, a direct confrontation was unwise. Each of the 12 ninjas was significantly weaker than Yiyu, with their combat capabilities hovering around 2,500. However, Yiyu remained cautious, aware that they had not yet revealed their full strength. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball collided with the residual water, creating a cloud of mist. Yiyu had employed this technique multiple times, excelling in stealthy attacks. As the mist began to envelop the area, some of the Mist ninjas began to panic. Who is our opponent? Chapter 33. Defeating the 12 Mist ninjas. Uncovering the plot, it seems they had ulterior motives. Yiyu spotted an anomaly from the forest. The lead hidden Mist ninja carried a pouch leaking explosive tags at his waist. Silently maneuvering to the rear of the Mist ninja formation, he swiftly slit the throat of one with a kunai before vanishing into the ranks. Water release, hidden mist technique. The elite Mist ninjas were no pushovers. Leveraging their mastery of water-based techniques, each conjured their own dense mist, disappearing within it. Clearly a well-trained unit. They immediately grasped Yiyu and Appo's intent and concealed their presence to avoid being cornered. But they overlooked one critical detail. Yiyu and Appo's eyes were anything but ordinary. Lurking amidst the mist-shrouded trees, Yiyu activated his steadily honed Sharingan. Found you. To his left, 2 Mist ninjas lay in wait, oblivious to their impending doom. Lightning release, Chidori. A resonant hum filled the air as crackling electricity coalesced into a sphere around Yiyu and Appo's hand, arcs of lightning lashing outward. Aorc. The agonized screams of the 2 ninjas were swallowed by the thunderous discharge before silence reclaimed the area. As expected of a technique pioneered by the prodigy Kakashi, its power far surpasses ordinary lightning jutsu, Yiyu mused. The remaining Mist ninjas tensed, exchanging wary glances. This foe is formidable, but the Mizukage and Appo's orders must be fulfilled. No room for failure. Coordinating wordlessly, they launched a synchronized assault. Water release, wild water wave. Combining their efforts, they unleashed a roaring tidal surge, a crashing deluge that surged toward Yiyu like an incoming tsunami. Too fast, Yiyu barely evaded the torrent, scrambling to avoid being swept away. For positions still unaccounted for, attacking now is too risky. His gaze darted across the battlefield until finally locking onto the remaining adversaries. Through his system, their locations crystallized in his mind. Lightning flickered once more in his palm. Lightning release, Fong of the Thunder Wolf. Years of refinement had elevated this technique from rudimentary to mastery. Not only did it demand less chakra, but its precision in tracking targets had reached lethal perfection once locked on. Escape was impossible. As the hand seals completed, lightning wreathed Yiyu and Appo's form, coalescing into the spectral visage of a thunder wolf. Though reminiscent of the lightning beast tracking Fong, this technique eclipsed it in scope. Where the latter was confined, this engulfed the entire battlefield. Perish. A howl erupted from Yiyu and Appo's grasp, reverberating through the heavens. What manner of jutsu is this? Panicked, the Mist ninjas frantically redirected their water barrier toward themselves, but too slowly. The wolf and Appo's cry crescendoed. Before they could react, Yiyu was upon them. Lightning release, Fong of the Thunder Wolf. Rend. GH. Lightning speared through one ninja and Appo's chest, leaving a gaping, bloody cavity. Yet Yiyu and Appo's momentum didn't, and Appo's falter. Flash, 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 ding. Host has eliminated a hidden Mist ninja. Obtained, water release, wild water wave. Who are you? Why interfere with our mission? Yiyu and Appo's steps hitched momentarily. Just as I suspected, when any of the great nations dispatch operatives beyond their kage or guards, there and Appo's always a scheme. As he opened his mouth to respond, the sole surviving Mist ninja's legs began trembling violently. His gaze sharpened abruptly. Yiyu recoiled warily, anticipating treachery, but the man merely locked eyes with him, as if verifying something. Then froze. So it and Appo's true. Those eyes. You and Appo's Ria Konoha Shinobi. Yiyu and Appo's Byakugan remained active. But it mattered little. He had no intention of letting this man leave alive. Lord Mizukichi, I have failed your task. For this, I can only atone with death. What? Seizing Yu and Amp, Appo's momentary distraction, the ninja tore open his pouch, revealing hundreds of explosive tags. The plan crystallized in Yu and Amp, Appo's mind. A covert unit sent ahead to plant explosives at the summit venue. Should negotiations turn against the mist, the tags would detonate. The Mizukichi, one of the 5 Kage who ended the Warring States era, was no ordinary figure. To single-handedly forge a major village required vision and ruthlessness beyond intimidation. He views this summit as Mist's chance to dominate the shinobi world. If even the Mizukichi would resort to such extremes, what might the other 3 Kage attempt? Before Yu could ponder further, a hissing sound erupted beneath him. A suicide attack. The explosive tags flared to life, their glow illuminating the hundreds already scattered around him. These ninjas were under absolute orders. Failure meant death. Yu and Amp, Appo's, not dying yet. Activating his Sharingan, Yu plunged the Mist Ninja into unconsciousness. Their intel ISN and Appo's fully extracted. My theories need confirmation. Hoisting the man onto his shoulders, Yu sprinted away just as, hiss, boom. A chain reaction of explosions detonated behind him. Heat seared his back, but he didn't and Amp, Appo's, glanced back, driving forward relentlessly. When the blasts reached the nearest tree, the shockwave hurled Yu toward the Yanbu outpost. Ugh. Gritting his teeth, Yu staggered upright and immediately checked the captive and Amp, Appo's pulse. The warm breath against his fingers brought a flicker of relief. Chapter 34, The 5 Kage Summit Hanama. Hanama, wake up. Hazy-eyed, Yu slowly opened his eyes to find Uchiha Izuna and Amp, Appo's face hovering above him. Thank goodness. Where are the medical ninjas? Izuna urgently called out toward the tent entrance. Only then did Yu realize he had lost consciousness earlier. How did you end up collapsed next to a Kirigakure shinobi? What happened? Where is he now? We have him restrained, tied to a tree outside. Good. Yu nodded and recounted the events to Izuna, whose expression shifted to shock. This. He had gravely underestimated the schemes of other nations. After receiving treatment from an ANBU medic, Yu rose and approached the captured Kirigakure shinobi. So you truly are a Konoha ninja, the prisoner remarked calmly. What unsettled him, however, were the masks each operative wore, an effective measure to prevent identification by foreign shinobi. Eliminating unnecessary complications. Hand him over to you, Yu told Izuna, who nodded and stepped forward. That and Appo's, the legendary Sharingan. The moment their eyes met, the Kirigakure shinobi fell under Izuna and Amp, Appo's, Jinjutsu, compelled to divulge every scrap of intelligence he possessed. Though much aligned with Yu and Amp, Appo's foreknowledge from the original timeline. Some details, such as Kirigakure and Amp, Appo's current military strength and intel on the Mizukichi, were new. Once the interrogation concluded, the captive had outlived his usefulness. A swift blade extinguished his life in an instant. What time is it? Already noon. Yu gave a terse nod. The Hokage should have arrived by now. Hold your positions as planned. Yes, sir. Let us go, Izuna. Replacing his mask, Yu ascended with Izuna to their assigned vantage point, the rooftop above the 5 Kage Summit conference hall. His concern wasn't the meeting's agenda. Hashirama's insistence on distributing the tailed beasts for peace, despite opposition from both Yu and Tobarama, clashed with Yu's belief in the law of the strong, a philosophy aligning oddly with Madara's. What troubled him more were the unaccounted-for operatives from the other 3 villages. Yet this worry proved needless. Below, 2 figures approached, a middle-aged man in a white Hokage robe, red shinobi attire, and a crimson headband, crowned by the Hokage's hat. Alongside a white-haired man in traditional robes, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, founders of Konoha. Long have I heard of your legend. A gravelly voice spoke behind Hashirama. The white-robed, brown-skinned elder was unmistakable. Reikage of Kumogakure? It's been too long. Hashirama smiled warmly. Beside the Reikage stood I, who had previously battled Yu and Izuna. So this is the Hokage? His aura alone is overwhelming. The Reikage wasn't exaggerating. Is mind reeled. Where Uchiha Madara had pushed him to his limits. Hashirama's presence evoked only crushing futility. As they exchanged pleasantries, the remaining 3 Kage arrived. Like I, each was stunned into deference by Hashirama's overwhelming presence. Their earlier schemes evaporating. Such power. I've never sensed its equal. I can't even muster the will to fight, the Kazekage and Mizukichi thought privately. Only that Tsuchikage remained genial. Though Madara had once tried to subjugate a Wagakure through force, the Tsuchikage bore no grudge, instead trading dry humor with Hashirama. Upon entering the summit chamber, Mu and the Mizukichi's long-haired attendant abruptly glanced upward, forcing Yu to duck back. All Kage are present. Did the other villages send no operatives after all? Among the leaders, only the Reikage, Hashirama, Tobarama, and Tsuchikage possessed in-depth knowledge of the tailed beasts. The others understood only fragments of their power and purpose. Hashirama proposed distributing the 9 beasts equally among the nations in exchange for monetary compensation. Forging the shinobi world's first peace accord, a fleeting era of unity. Yet you knew their fear wasn't of the tailed beasts, but of Hashirama himself. The moment the god of shinobi perished, the world would plunge back into chaos. Seated atop the building, listening to the discussions below, Yu felt both compelled and powerless. His resolve hardened further. Hashirama, Tobirama, even Madara, who would later acquire Hashirama's cells, were mortal. But Yu envisioned another path, mastering forbidden techniques like Orochimaru's immortality jutsu. Though such secrets wouldn't come easily. Amid these calculations, one enigma remained: Hashirama's true cause of death. While Yu could potentially prevent Tobirama's demise at the hands of Gold and Silver brothers, Hashirama's fate was unknown. After marrying Mito, he fathered a son. Though Yu paid little heed to domestic affairs, Hashirama had insisted on raising his child as an ordinary Konoha citizen, prioritizing the village's harmony above lineage. One certainty remained: whatever the cost, Yu would expend every effort to protect Hashirama and Tobirama. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yu accessed his system interface. A notification confirmed his bond with Izuna had reached 80. At 100, he gained Izuna's Mangeki Sharingan abilities, though progress would grow exponentially harder. While strategizing how to deepen this bond, Hashirama and the others emerged from the summit. So soon? Chapter 35, The Chunin Exams Year 3 of Konoha. The 5 Kage summit concluded in merely 2 hours, partly due to the other 4 Kage and Appo's fear and wariness of Hashirama and Appo's overwhelming power, and partly because, apart from Konoha, every shinobi village was newly established, their internal conflicts still unresolved. After ensuring no threats lingered, the leaders departed. True to his word, Hashirama distributed the 9-tailed beasts from Konoha among the 5 nations, ushering in an unprecedented era of genuine peace. That same year, Uchiha Madara left the village in search of greater power, a method to evolve his Sharingan into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, after a brief farewell to his brother, Izuna. Meanwhile, Yura shuttled between Mount Maiboku and the human realm, honing his sage techniques while frequently teaming with Izuna on missions. Their bond deepened, and through the system and Appo's replication, Yura finally obtained Izuna and Appo's Mangeki Sharingan, its ability, Amaterasu, the inextinguishable black flames, mirroring Uchiha Itachi and Appo's. Though its destructive power was immense, the toll on his ocular prowess was severe. With a single activation, blood streamed from Yoru and Appo's pain searing through him, yet the resulting inferno reduced a small forest to ashes in moments. Later, after much deliberation, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Yoru established the first ever Chunin exams, an innovation predating even the founding of the Shinobi Academy in the original timeline. Excitement crackled in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen brimmed with anticipation, eager to prove himself. Not only would his father, Sarutobi Sasuke, attend, but shinobi from all 4 nations would gather for the event. Even Uchiha Izuna, deputy leader of the Anbu, personally oversaw security. Hiruzen stood among hundreds of applicants, including Shimura Dance, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Torafu, Udatane Koharu, and Mito Kato Hamura, outside the academy. Nerves taut. Gazing up at the impassive Anbu operatives on the rooftops, Dan's yearned silently. If only I could join their ranks. Are you nervous? Hiruzen asked his peers. Kagami shook his head, confidence unwavering. His stellar academic and field performance, praised even by Tobirama, set him leagues ahead. Torafu thumped his belly, assured of his strength, while the others nodded. They were, after all, Konoha and Appo's finest young talents. From the academy and Appo's heights, Izuna observed the gathering examinees behind his mask. They and Appo's, here. He murmured, spotting distant figures approaching the village gates. Given the historic nature of this multinational exam, Anbu had deployed heavily to ensure safety. They and Appo's, coming. Hiruzen vibrated with excitement, shaking Torafu and Appo's shoulders. Brother, that kid looks so punchable, grumbled a dusky-skinned Kunoichi from Kumogakure, eyeing Hiruzen and Appo's antics. Her temper flared, but her companion, a towering 14-year-old prodigy, Yatsuki Ri, disciple of the Reikage and Appo's guard, restrained her. Ri, remember our purpose. No provocations. As the candidates assembled, Yoru lounged in the chief examiner and Appo's seat, twirling a pencil. Report, he said. Sir, the academy is prepared. The other Kage? Escorted to their lodgings. They and Appo's observed the finals as requested. Yoru nodded. And my task? Understood. I won and Appo's failure. Satisfied. Yoru flicked a kunai at a wind chime outside. Its crystalline chime hushed the crowd as a proctor announced. The Chunin exams begin now. First phase, written test. Murmurs erupted. What? No combat. Some bruisers wilted. Blinked in disbelief. This was Yoru and Appo's design, adapted from the original exams, to assess competence. Success required either genuine knowledge or cunning to bypass the rules. The subsequent rounds would mirror tradition. Another motive lurked. Yoru sought to gauge abilities firsthand. His system lacked detailed intel, and while it could replicate countless jutsu, quality trumped quantity. Practical techniques, like Tobirama and Appo's Flying Thunder God Slash, were his priority. Grudgingly, the candidates filed inside. Hiruzen and Appo's enthusiasm waned, replaced by dread, while Kagami and the academically gifted trio remained unperturbed. The true test had begun. Chapter 36. The Wandering Uchiha. Hey. Saratobi Hiruzen murmured softly. When I send you a message later, you must help me out. Just a moment ago, someone had declared unwavering confidence in success, yet now, another person appeared utterly dejected. The exam has begun, big brother, Tobirama remarked as he and Hashirama stood atop the Hokage building, gazing down at the ninjas of the academy. Tobirama rarely smiled, but today, a grin graced his lips. Everything in Konohagakure seemed to be progressing favorably. However, as Tobirama looked ahead, Hashirama and Appo's gaze wavered, suggesting he was lost in thought. The memory of his farewell with Uchiha Madara lingered vividly in his mind. Hashirama, I think we have taken a wrong turn, Madara had asserted after gazing upon the stone tablet, resolutely believing that only immense power could intimidate the surrounding nations, facilitating survival and communication beneath such supreme might. Madara, what exactly did you see? Hashirama pondered, knowing that only Madara could elucidate all upon his return. Coo. The sound of a bird call roused Uchiha Madara from his slumber beneath the dilapidated temple. It was raining. He extended his hands to catch a raindrop that fell from the eaves, and soon, the rain poured down in torrents. Although the temple was in ruins, it provided adequate shelter from the wind and rain. Leaning against a stone pillar, Madara and Appo's mind wandered to the mysterious words spoken in the forest, which seemed to resonate with his very soul. No matter how hard he tried to suppress them, those words lingered, refusing to be dismissed. Finally, he had found a refuge from the rain. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the temple. Madara focused his gaze and saw a mother and her daughter, both clad in tattered clothing. The little girl, appearing no older than 3 or 4, sobbed pitifully in her mother's arms, evoking deep sympathy. By their appearance, they seemed to have endured immense hardship. Excuse me, sir, the woman said softly as she settled beside another pillar. Madara was momentarily taken aback before turning to face her. Given his clothing, which was of finer material, the woman assumed he was a wealthy merchant or a young noble passing through. Could you spare us a morsel of food? We have traveled for days without sustenance, she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. Sensitive by nature, Madara retrieved provisions from his pack, offering a generous amount to the woman, fearing it might not suffice for both of them. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you, the woman exclaimed gratefully, nodding vigorously as she tore the food into small pieces to feed her child. Madara sat quietly before her, lost in thought. He was at the border of the land of water, journeying eastward from the land of fire in search of the bloodline limit of the water country, hoping to discover whether he could unlock the power of the stone tablet. As he contemplated, a dripping sound emerged from the forest. Initially, Madara assumed it was merely the sound of rain, but when he glanced sideways, he noticed the woman's face suddenly contorted in terror. She hurriedly took her daughter and retreated deeper into the dilapidated temple, imploring Madara not to reveal their presence. Where did they go? Several figures appeared, each adorned with the forehead protector of the Mist Village, brandishing kunai and glaring menacingly at the decrepit temple where Madara sat. The overwhelming aura surrounding Madara kept the Mist ninjas at bay. How could Leaf Village ninjas be here? One whispered. It's fine, don't you remember? We have a covenant. They wouldn't dare attack us. Let us charge into the temple. At the urging of one. They exchanged glances and prepared to circumvent Madara and storm into the temple. The rain continued to pour fiercely. Madara murmured softly. As the leading Mist ninja prepared to enter the temple, Madara remained seated, motionless. The Mist ninja let out a sigh of relief, confirming his assumptions. As he lifted his foot to cross the threshold, the mother and daughter inside clamped their mouths shut, stifling any sound. Bang, bang, bang. What was that noise? The Mist ninja paused mid-step, glancing back to find Madara still seated. The other Mist ninjas exchanged puzzled looks. What is the holdup? Get inside. Complete the mission. I can and Appo's. Wait to spend the reward on some leisure and companionship. Upon entering, the Mist ninja immediately spotted the mother and Chapter 37, the peculiar pupil technique Emisaka. The lead Kirigakure ninja and Appo's face twisted in shock, the vivid memory of what had just transpired still burning in his mind. Was it an illusion? When had it been cast? After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, his gaze locked onto the long-haired man before him. Was it him? Suddenly, agonized screams erupted from the ninja behind him, their bodies convulsing violently, their cries piercing through the rain with terror. You! His mouth gaped, but no sound escaped. This is the Sharingan. Feel its power as you meet your end, Madara murmured, seated calmly ahead. The Kirigakure ninja clawed at his throat, consciousness slipping away before his body collapsed with a dull thud. A scroll tumbled from his lifeless form, rolling across the wet ground. Uchiha Madara brushed the dust from his sleeves, stepping through the rain to retrieve it. A decree from the daimyo of the land of water? He unfurled the scroll, scanning its contents with disinterest, until a single phrase caught his attention. Peculiar pupils? The mother and daughter he had encountered earlier were the last survivors of a clan exterminated for allegedly wielding irreocular techniques. A member of their family had served the daimyo, but after the ruler and Appo's mysterious death, blame fell upon them, solely for the man and Appo's crimson eyes, deemed an ill omen. Madara and Appo's current journey sought the legendary divine tree, the source of his war fan. Yet, knowledge of ocular techniques intrigued him. He summoned the pair from the ruined temple. The woman paled at the sight of the corpses, trembling wordlessly. "Do you remember where your home was?" She nodded, then shook her head, too traumatized to return. Madara handed them his provisions and departed after learning the location. As he left, he sighed. This world knows no true peace. Even if nations ally, strife festers within. A guttural chuckle echoed from the temple and Appo's shadows. A viscous, black mass shifted into a semi-human form. He changed course. Despite its manipulations, Madara and Appo's resolve remained unshaken. Is it because he still has attachments? The entity, Black Zetsu, laughed darkly. Then we must sever them. It dissolved into the earth. Commander. Here are the compiled records of the examinees and their displayed abilities. An AMBU operative placed a thick stack of documents on Hate and Appo's desk. Good. Very good. Hate dismissed the operatives and began reviewing the files. Illusion technique, Dune Tower, lightning release, auxiliary thunder. Not bad. He nodded approvingly. This supplementary ability, which mapped surroundings and enemy movements, was precisely what he lacked. Yatsuki Ri Ga, Yatsuki Ri. So, like Yatsuki they and Appo's Ri from the Yatsuki clan? Hate nearly cursed aloud at Ri and Appo's photo. This is a 14-year-old? Unbelievable. With no chance of winning their favor, he considered alternatives, acquiring a personal item, or... He shook his head. Blaming Konoha would invite trouble. The second method, then. The second phase of the Chunin exams was a survival trial. Teams of 3 carried either a heaven or earth scroll, racing to deliver both to a tower 10 kilometers away within 5 days. Team assignments included Hiruzen Sarutobi, Dan Shimura, and Torafu Akimichi, Kagami Uchiha, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Midokado, and squads from other nations. Lord Itama, what brings you here? Hiruzen hurried over, the other candidates crowding around. That and Appo's the rumored ANBU commander? Not what I expected, muttered Ri, taken aback by Hate and Appo's approachable demeanor, his warm smile and striking black and white hair disarming their wariness. Until their eyes met. An inexplicable pressure seized Ri, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. Got it. Hate concealed his triumph, a single strand of hair now in his possession. Good luck. The test begins soon. With a final smile at Konoha and Appo's hopefuls, he vanished. Wow, Lord Itama is so cool. Koharu sighed dreamily, though she wasn't an Appo's usually swayed by appearances. Hamura blushed. Then I and Appo's strive to be like Lord Senju Itama. At Madara and Appo's signal, the teams surged forward, none yielding to the others. Brother, if the monkey performs well, promote him to Jonin after this, Tobirama suggested, fond of Hiruzen since mentoring his academy squad. Hashirama hesitated. He and Appo's still young. High-risk missions could overwhelm him. Word is he recently formed a contract with a small monkey. Tobirama chuckled. Not just him. These use are Konoha and Appo's future. Lightning release, auxiliary thunder. Hate formed the seals, summoning floating orbs of crackling electricity around him, which promptly struck him instead. Ah, damn it. The searing jolt of pain and numbness wrenched a yelp from him. Chapter 38. The new generation. After an extensive period of training, Yu finally mastered the lightning release, auxiliary thunder technique, enabling the lightning spheres to orbit him fluidly, mirroring the prowess of Yatsuki AI. Within 5 days, he elevated his proficiency to an expert level. Subsequently, the second phase of the Chunin exams concluded. As Yu anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, and a contingent of Konoha shinobi emerged victorious. However, the trials had exacted a grim toll. Several participants perished in the brutal clashes, leaving even the spirited Hiruzen subdued by the weight of loss. The third phase, the one-on-one duels, was what Yu had eagerly awaited, a spectacle that had enthralled him in the original narrative. Hashirama and the other 4 Kage presided over the arena. Beyond mere rank promotion, the exam served as a stage for allied nations to gauge each other's military prowess and foster diplomatic ties. The entourage accompanying the Kage mirrored those from the 5 Kage summit. Surveying the battleground, Yatsuki AI and his peers scrutinized every detail, as if committing the layout to memory for replication in their own village. The examiner announced the qualifiers: 5 from Kumogakure, 4 from Sunagakure, 6 from Konoha, and 3 each from Kirigakure and Awagakure. The numbers subtly reflected each village's strength. From the arena's pinnacle, Yu observed the Kage and their guards, flanked by Yanbyu operatives, a redundant precaution, given Hashirama's undisputed supremacy as the god of shinobi. Yatsuki Ryu's gaze lingered on Hiruzen. Their paths had crossed in the forest during the second phase, though circumstances had denied them a duel. A flicker of regret mingled with relief. He still harbored an unplayed trump card. Prior to the exams, he had endured a harrowing experiment, emerging as the soul vessel perfectly compatible with a monstrous entity. The fusion had augmented his physique and strength beyond his peers. Now, he vowed to make Kumogakure feared. Among the participants, Yu noted an eerie detachment in the expressions of shinobi from other villages, their faces blank, devoid of emotion, as if they were mere puppets. Standing beside him, Izuna placed a somber hand on his shoulder, and Yu nodded in silent understanding. Hashirama, too, discerned the anomaly, his gaze flickering toward the other Kage. While the Mizukage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage remained impassive, their successors openly coveted Konoha's burgeoning talent. The founding Kage, legends who had quelled the warring era, now prioritized stability over nurturing the next generation. These youths might have been coerced into participation, their presence a formality. Match after match unfolded, whittling down the contenders. Suna, Iwa, and Kiri were left with one representative each, Kyumo with 2, and Konoha with 3. Through US designed brackets, losers and winners divisions, the semifinals were set. Zuki Ijetsu of Kirigakure, Yatsuki Ryu of Kumogakure, and Konoha's Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami. Brother, avenge me. Yatsuki Ri seethed during the intermission, her pride wounded by Hiruzen's humiliating tactic, a summoned monkey assaulting her mid-battle. Victory will belong to Kyumo, Ryu vowed. Though championship wasn't a prerequisite for promotion, he was determined to claim the title. The first semifinal pitted Uchiha Kagami against Zuki Ijetsu. Ryu masked his disappointment. This delay granted him time to refine his strategy. Kagami, a member of the Konoha military police force founded by Tobarama, was fated to die protecting Hiruzen in the original timeline. His Sharingan remained at the 3-tomo stage, yet to awaken the Manjiki. Ijetsu, a prodigy of the Zuki clan, wielded formidable water release techniques like the water gun. Their clash was a dance of equals. Let us learn from each other, Kagami murmured, bowing slightly to Ijetsu and the proctor. Water release, water gun barrage. Ijetsu's hands formed seals, his fingers shaping into pistols as pressurized water bullets streaked toward Kagami. Fire release would be ineffective here. Close combat is the only option. Kagami's mind raced. Shadow clone technique. A duplicate emerged, hurling shuriken to intercept the water bullets mid-flight. The clone lunged, only to be dispersed by Ijetsu's relentless onslaught. Yet Kagami noted the reckless expenditure of chakra. He'll exhaust himself soon. Ijetsu, however, showed no restraint. His barrage unyielding. Chapter 39. The power of the Sharingan. The strength of this young member of the Kirigakure and Appos Hozuki clan is indeed impressive, thought Tobarama. Proficient in water release ninjutsu, but is such a chakra drain truly sustainable? This kid possesses an astonishing amount of chakra. On the elevated platform, Uchiha Izuna activated his Sharingan, perceiving the vast reserves of chakra within Hozuki Igetsu's body. Not only Izuna, but Yuha beside him also recognized this, recalling another talented ninja from the Mist Village. Renowned for his massive chakra reserves and known as the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, Kisame Hashigaki. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Kagami formed hand seals and unleashed a spherical flame from his mouth, hurtling towards Hozuki Igetsu. Although water release is particularly effective against fire release, should Uchiha Kagami possess a high level of proficiency in his fire techniques, he might still hold an advantage. However, the disparity appeared considerable at present, Yuha mused. According to the system panel, Uchiha Kagami and Appos fire release proficiency was merely at an expert level, comparable to that of Hozuki Igetsu. Yet, Hozuki Igetsu relied chiefly upon his immense chakra reserves, which were more than double that of Uchiha Kagami and Appos. This disparity allowed Hozuki Igetsu to continuously unleash his water gun technique. Uchiha Kagami was acutely aware of this difference. The frequency with which they released their techniques was not on the same level. Water release, water clone technique. A water clone emerged beside Hozuki Igetsu, dispersing Uchiha Kagami and Appos' shadow clone before charging towards him. Unlike the shadow clone technique, the water clone technique, although slightly weaker, could not stray far from the original due to its reliance on water-based ninjutsu. Uchiha Kagami understood this as well, dodging the water guns while maneuvering to the edge of the arena. However, evasion was not a viable long-term strategy, as only close combat offered a chance at victory. Sharingan. Is he finally resorting to his last resort? Yuha pondered. The moment Uchiha Kagami and Appos' eyes transformed from black to the 3-spoke tomo, he surged towards Hozuki Igetsu with remarkable speed. Despite the sheer number and density of the water guns, Uchiha Kagami adeptly identified the gaps, a testament to the pride of the Sharingan, before those blood-red pupils. Any attack would reveal its vulnerabilities. Is that the Sharingan? The other 4 shadows speculated silently. Truly the pinnacle of ocular techniques. Even the Byakugan seemed somewhat inferior in its presence. Meanwhile, the others envisioned Hozuki Igetsu as a reflection of themselves, although they perceived Uchiha Kagami as vulnerable now. Who could guarantee their superiority in the future? A sense of urgency gripped them, and upon returning to the village, should they seize power, they would undoubtedly initiate reforms. Swish. Swish, swish. The shuriken sliced through the air, accurately splashing water as they reached Hozuki Aigetsu. Damn it. Hozuki Aigetsu felt the Shuikin graze his clothing. A silent cry erupting within him. If he could win the championship, his clan would gain prominence in the world of shinobi. For this reason, he could not afford to lose. His master was none other than the current clan leader, Hozuki Mangitsu, the most powerful family in the Mist Village. I cannot let my master down. Water release, water cannon technique. Whoosh. The execution and movement were incredibly swift. Just as Uchiha Kagami was searching for the location of the water cannon, a resounding boom startled the spectators, revealing their astonished expressions. What incredible speed! Namun Ryu exclaimed first. The velocity of that water release was nearly equivalent to his lightning release. This implied that the previous technique surpassed the speed of lightning striking the ground. Witnessing Uchiha Kagami being hit, Saratobi Hizashi and other students from the same cohort felt a pang of sympathy, fervently cheering him on. That was impressive. Yuha nodded. Perhaps this technique could be replicated for future offensive maneuvers. As for Uchiha Kagami's safety, if Yuha sensed a decisive outcome, he would intervene and declare the victor. Hiss that stings. Uchiha Kagami knelt, murmuring softly while instinctively clutching his left shoulder, where a gory puncture had emerged, almost allowing a view from one side of his body to the other. After a brief moment of recovery, Hozuki Aigetsu and Appo's assault showed no signs of abating. He gathered another water cannon, poised to strike Uchiha Kagami once more. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Uchiha Kagami leapt from the ground to a higher vantage point. Enduring the pain as he activated his ninjutsu, his Sharingan swirling into action. The Phoenix Fire technique, originally a simple multi-directional attack, could be easily countered by any quick-witted ninja. However, enhanced by the dynamic vision of the Uchiha clan and Appo's Sharingan, Uchiha Kagami unleashed a flurry of small fireballs that scattered in all directions, becoming exceedingly difficult to evade. This is bad. Water release, water barrier. Hozuki Aigetsu realized he was outmatched. As he released the water cannon, he conjured a defensive barrier of water around himself. While Uchiha Kagami monitored the trajectory of the flames, he scrutinized the path of the water cannon as well. There it was. Uchiha Kagami sidestepped just in time. The water cannon whizzing past his cheek. That was close. Uchiha Kagami exhaled a sigh of relief, as the water barrier could not perceive external movements. He landed safely on the ground. The flames of Phoenix Fire did not relent, continuing to strike against the water barrier. This technique is futile. No matter how Kagami releases his fire, it cannot counteract Hozuki Aigetsu's water release. Suin Kashin expressed his concern. Kagami wouldn't unleash ninjutsu without reason, after all. His opponent and Appo's chakra reserves far exceed his own. Saratobi Hizashi murmured, despite lacking the Sharingan or Byakugan. Observing the prolonged battle, it was evident that Hozuki Aigetsu released techniques far less frequently than Uchiha Kagami. Has it finally ended? Hozuki Aigetsu sighed with relief, not hearing the sound of flames impacting the water barrier. But then, something felt amiss. As tremors rippled through the ground, a sense of foreboding flickered in Hozuki Aigetsu and Appo's eyes. Suddenly, the earth ruptured, flames surging from beneath. Hozuki Aigetsu leaped instinctively, searching for Uchiha Kagami and Appo's whereabouts, only to witness the grim expressions of the Mist Village ninjas watching the match. The long-haired man in a blue robe beside the Mizuki shook his head in disappointment. A hand clapped Hozuki Aigetsu and Appo's shoulder, prompting him to glance back, meeting a blood-red pupil directly. It was the Sharingan. Hozuki Aigetsu hastily shut his eyes. But it was too late. This is the Sharingan. As the voice resonated, Uchiha Kagami unleashed a powerful strike, sending Hozuki Aigetsu crashing down from the air to the ground. Chapter 40. The First Fusion, B-Rank, Ninjutsu. I cannot possibly lose. After being struck to the ground by Uchiha Kagami, Ghost Lantern Ayu struggled to rise, still possessing enough chakra to continue the fight. I am filled with confidence in you all. The words of Ghost Lantern Hanua echoed in Ayu and Appo's mind. I must win. For the sake of my family. Water release, water sphere technique. I have found it increasingly challenging to unleash the more destructive water iron cannon. Although the water sphere technique was swift, it paled in comparison to Uchiha Kagami and Appo's Sharingan. Let an Appo's finish this swiftly, Kagami thought, feeling a dull ache from the wound on his left shoulder, despite the blood having dried on his ninja attire. Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami swiftly evaded the water jets and launched a physical assault on Ghost Lantern Ayu. While Aya held an advantage from a distance, he was ill-equipped for close combat. After enduring rapid strikes from Kagami, Ayu and Appo's ability to fight diminished, just as Kagami was about to deliver a final blow. No, Ayu instinctively shouted, eyes tightly shut. However, Kagami merely struck the ground with his fist before standing up. You should fight for your village, not just for your family. When everyone is gone, what will become of your little home? Ayu, lying on the ground, was momentarily taken aback by Kagami's words. Aside from Konoha, the internal stability of nearly every other village was precarious, which was why Kagami spoke thus. Ayu belonged to this category, harboring a sense of familial honor but lacking a profound understanding of Kirigakure. Afterward, Kagami turned to face the instructor. who nodded in acknowledgement after confirming Ayu's incapacity to continue fighting. The victor is Konoha's Uchiha Kagami. Cheers erupted from the audience in the stands. We won, we won. That was a brilliant fight. Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed animatedly in front of Kagami. Kagami nodded but soon felt dizzy and collapsed. Kagami. Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback and hurried to support him. It's nothing. He merely lost consciousness from blood loss. Waikai suddenly approached Hizashi and informed the crowd, subsequently dispatching someone to take Kagami to the medical room. Next match, Sarutobi Hizashi vs Yagami Riem. It's your turn, monkey, give it your all. Waikai patted Hizashi's shoulder with a smile. Both Sarutobi Hizashi and Yagami Riem possessed a combat power rating of 1200, despite Riem's robust physique. However, Hizashi had just signed a summoning contract with the powerful Sara Demon, a summoning beast that excelled in the original story. It remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. Once seated on the platform, Waikai accessed the system, eager to explore an interface that had remained untouched until now, the fusion system, which allowed for the merging of two different elemental ninjutsu, using points to create a new technique, albeit not always a completely novel one. During the fusion process, there was a possibility of merging into techniques Waikai already possessed, such as Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, or Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishing. Regardless, he decided to give it a try, hoping for a sudden breakthrough, perhaps a wood release, True Thousand Hands. After considerable deliberation, Waikai chose to fuse Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique with Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall Technique, as both would vanish upon fusion, but were relatively easy to learn and could be reacquired. Here we go. Ding. Please confirm whether to proceed with the fusion. Fusion. Unbeknownst to others, two rotating spheres appeared before Waikai, one labeled Great Fireball and the other Earth Flow Wall, slowly approaching and colliding. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired C-rank ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, which has automatically been upgraded to proficiency level due to prior possession. What is happening? Izuna inquired, turning to look at Waikai. It's nothing, Waikai replied, shaking his head, having spent 500 points and losing the Earth Flow Wall Technique in the process. Let's do this again. Waikai combined Great Fireball Technique with Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, anticipating that success would yield a ninjutsu with dual attributes of wind and fire. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired B-rank ninjutsu, Fire Release, Wind Dragon Flame Bomb Technique. This technique enhances the Fire Dragon with Wind Release attributes, effectively countering both Wind and Lightning Release. This is excellent. Waikai nodded. Having exchanged two C-rank techniques for one B-rank technique with dual attributes, it was undeniably a gain. Waikai gathered his thoughts, reviewing his ninjutsu repertoire. Without employing the secret technique of grudges, Sharingan, or Byakugan, he found he could manage most ninjutsu through adaptations. His next objective was to acquire the two heart containers of grudge, namely Yin and Yang releases. Yin release harnesses the power of imagination and spiritual energy, creating form from nothing, whereas Yang release draws upon the energy of life, imbuing form with purpose. Most secret techniques rely on Yin and Yang release as their foundation, typically associating physical matters with Yang attributes, such as the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, the Senju clan's healing abilities, and medical ninjutsu. In contrast, techniques relating to the mind generally fall under Yin attributes, including illusions and secret arts of the Yamanaka and Nara clans, which manipulate shadows using Yin release. To obtain these two techniques, Waikai needed to engage with the higher echelons of the families within Konoha, as only clan leaders could wield their ancestral techniques with greater flexibility and power, making it easier for Waikai to master them. The young man from Kumogakure appears quite robust, yet he is surprisingly feeble. The murmurs of those around disrupted Waikai's contemplation, drawing his gaze to the center of the arena. There, Yagami Riem and Appo's towering figure was half kneeling before Sarutobi Hizashi, utterly still. Hizashi, panting heavily, gripped his kunai tightly, prepared to fend off Riem's assault. Despite Riem's apparent disadvantage, both Reikage and his sister Yagami Rii exhibited no concern. Instead, they seemed to anticipate something remarkable. Chapter 41. Let us call it the Jinchurikizu. How swift. With the emergence of lightning, the surroundings crackled with sounds reminiscent of a racing wolf from the northern lands. Lightning release. Thunder spear. The lightning transformed into a long spear, its body radiating with electric brilliance, distorting even the air around it. Body flicker technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen concentrated chakra in his feet, deftly evading the onslaught of lightning. He mused to himself, I must not engage in close combat. The disparity in our sizes is too great, and I would likely be at a disadvantage in melee. Summoning technique. Monkey King. The small monkey made its appearance once more, sparking chatter among the spectators. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously triumphed over the sister of Yagami Riwang, using his summoned beast. With a whoosh, a monkey half the size of Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from the smoke, perching on his shoulder. Is the match not yet concluded? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I will rely on you once again. Unlike their previous battle, This time the little monkey did not leap directly towards Yagami Ryuang to attack. Instead, it turned and leaped, transforming into a lengthy staff amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, its two ends gleaming gold while the center was black. Transformation technique. Vajra-Rui staff. Sarutobi Hiruzen adeptly seized the staff that the monkey had transformed into, planting it firmly on the ground. Look, that monkey can even transform into a weapon. They still have a trick up their sleeves. The crowd gasped in amazement. The young man from the hidden cloud village seemed off, despite the prolonged battle. Why was his chakra not diminishing but instead increasing? It was not just Izuna, even the ninjas from the Hyuga clan who had arrived since the change in chakra levels. A cough. Monkey King. Sarutobi Hiruzen brandished the Vajra-Rui staff and charged towards Yagami Ryuang. Lightning release. Lightning sphere barrage. Yagami Ryuang rose, crafting two spheres of light in his hands and indiscriminately unleashed electric strikes. Wind release. Great breakthrough. As the lightning approached, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a gust of wind, dispersing the lightning spheres. Boom. When the Vajra-Rui staff collided with the lightning spheres, they erupted with a cacophony of crackles. He still possesses such an abundance of chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought during the clash. He then retreated a few steps, positioning the staff before him. His chakra levels continued to rise. Izuna exclaimed in shock, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Suddenly, Yayu recalled something and glanced toward Reikage and Yagami AI beside him. Yagami AI displayed a grave expression, while Reikage appeared somewhat eager. This is not good. Until now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had maintained the advantage, but with the depletion of chakra, his own reserves were dwindling, and the situation began to tilt. Yagami Ryuang suddenly roared, unleashing a shocking spectacle. A strange red glow began to emanate from around Yagami Ryuang's body. You have chosen this path. Hashirama observed the dual arena with a calm demeanor. Lord Hokage, you must remember. You mentioned in the meeting that after distributing the tailed beasts to us, as long as it does not threaten the peace of the ninja world, you would not interfere with their usage. Hashirama nodded. Brother, are we truly going to let a monkey face a ninja who has a perfectly compatible tailed beast within him? Tobarama said anxiously. Hashirama was uncertain, yet he did not share Tobarama's urgency, instead exchanging a glance with Yayu on the high platform. Yayu noticed this gaze and nodded. Manta will make the decision for us. Should we continue? Izuna inquired. In his view, facing an opponent with seemingly limitless chakra would instill trepidation even in him, let alone in the still immature Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is no need to rush. Though the monkey is currently a low-ranking ninja, his prowess is far more formidable than it appears. What do you mean? Yayu pondered for a moment. Let us observe first. If it truly becomes untenable, we can intervene later. On one hand, he wished to see how far the current Jinchuriki could go, and on the other, he wanted to witness Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's response. Regardless, Yayu would not allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to fall into genuine peril. What is happening to him? Kurumi Takomi in the audience asked curiously. That aura reminds me of a certain entity. The tailed beasts. Tailed beasts? Although they were somewhat naive, they had heard Tobarama speak of them in ninja school. Tailed beasts are colossal chakra manifestations with tails, of which 9 have been discovered. They can also enter a person and Appo's body through certain special methods or sealing techniques, providing an immense chakra supply and allowing access to the tailed beast and Appo's unique ninjutsu form, tailed beast mode, provided the host is perfectly compatible. Otherwise, they would endure immense suffering. Tobarama had merely mentioned this in passing during class, yet the hidden cloud village has indeed begun conducting human experiments. From Yagami Ryuang's current state, it appears he is on the verge of entering tailed beast mode. Furthermore, they possess a specific name. Do you remember it? Tobarama had mentioned it in class. Jinchuriki? That name is quite fitting. Let us adopt it henceforth. Reikage nodded, while Tobarama scoffed. I never expected that your hidden cloud village, known for its combative nature, would delve so deeply into tailed beast research. Reikage chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The Jinchuriki, you say? The other 3 Kages silently reflected. Perhaps the tailed beasts allocated to their villages could be utilized in a similar manner. However, I have not yet finished my statement. Oh? While Jinchuriki can serve as combat units for their villages, achieving a perfect state is exceedingly rare. The host must understand and acknowledge the tailed beast. Otherwise, as I mentioned, the consequences could be catastrophic. You must have conducted numerous experiments, haven't you? Tobarama spoke coldly. Even though he was the first to discover this method of harnessing the tailed beasts, he was not as cold-blooded towards the people of his village as other ninja villages. If the tailed beasts truly wreaked havoc, sealing them away using this method could wait. Sigh. Hashirama suddenly sighed during their discussion, gazing compassionately at Yagami Ryuang, who was on the brink of tailed beast transformation, words escaping him. Chapter 42. The emergence of Korezetsu. He must have already encountered the 8 tails. Tobarama gently remarked as he approached Hashirama. Young one, brace yourself for my power. In the spiritual realm of Yua Longwang, a colossal bull with tentacle-like appendages sat quietly behind him, murmuring softly. Having been implanted within Longwang and Appo's body, their personalities and approaches to tasks were remarkably similar, allowing for a harmonious coexistence as one entity. After Long Wang nodded, a thread of chakra, akin to long wisps of silk, surged from the bull demon into Long Wang and Appo's body. In the physical world, Yeyue Long Wang abruptly opened his eyes, a crimson aura enveloping him, revealing a slender tail protruding from behind. Is this all that can be revealed for now? Yet, it seems reasonable. What is this? Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hizen recalled Tobarama and Appo's words from their time in the Ninja Academy. Could this be what Tobarama referred to as the perfect Jinchuriki? Eagerly, Sarutobi Hizen prepared for battle, still possessing half of his chakra, even if he were to be defeated. He intended to do so with flair. Come on. As the chakra tail behind Yeyue Long Wang completed its formation, he charged forward with great speed. So fast. Sarutobi Hizen hastily raised his Vajra staff to defend, it was still sent crashing into the wall. This so-called perfect Jinchuriki is not as flawless as it seems, thought Yeyue, his expression growing increasingly grave. In his view, if Yeyue Long Wang were indeed the perfect Jinchuriki, the chakra within him should not be so chaotic. To ensure the stability of the situation and prevent the bull demon within Long Wang from going berserk, Yeyue focused all his mental energy on the duel. This disparity in power is too great. Just as he pondered this, Yeyue Long Wang swung his fist once more, charging forward. Bang! Another punch struck, shattering the wall behind Sarutobi Hizen and leaving a massive crack. Look at that person from the village hidden in the clouds. Tika, pointing at Yeyue Long Wang, noted that he now appeared even more frenzied and his moves more ferocious. Hey, young one, calm down. In the spiritual realm, the bull demon anxiously shouted at Yeyue Long Wang, questioning whether he had provided too much chakra. If this continued, that little brat from Konohagakure would find himself in peril far beyond mere injury. Bang, bang, bang. That was close. Sarutobi Hizen gasped for breath, feeling the frequency of Yeyue Long Wang's attacks escalating. This could not continue. Saranoma, it seems I need your assistance. He tossed the Vajra staff into the air, transforming it into a small monkey. Sarutobi, what is happening? The frantic attacks from Yeyue Long Wang left Saranoma shaken. I don't know. Let's just hold on for as long as we can. Hey, young brat, can you hear me? The bull demon roared behind Yeyue Long Wang, trapped within the amber bottle from the village hidden in the clouds and unable to act independently. However, Yeyue Long Wang was now under the control of the tailed beast and Appo's chakra, fixated solely on defeating Sarutobi Hizen before him. Among the Yeyue clan, who had resided in the Yunlei Gorge for generations, Yeyue Long Wang was an exceptional member, always valuing honor above all else, reminiscent of the recently defeated Kirigakure and Appo's Kage Zuki and Guy. Thus, his desire to win intensified, yet his heart grew fragile, resulting in the tailed beast and Appo's chakra erupting uncontrollably. Look, what is that? All gazes suddenly converged on Yeyue Long Wang. Is he about to undergo tailed beast transformation? Tobarama and Appo's expression darkened. Is this truly the perfect Jinchuriki from your village hidden in the clouds? He mused. It seems he is growing larger. The nearby audience exhibited expressions of panic. Enough. Yeyue vanished from sight. Boom. The crimson aura expanded, the surface of his body shimmering with red-tailed beast chakra. At this moment, although Yeyue Long Wang retained some personal awareness, his emotions were increasingly influenced by the tailed beast chakra, turning aggressive and volatile. Just as he was about to strike Sarutobi Hizen, Yeyue suddenly appeared, placing himself between them. Since Tobarama wore a mask, Sarutobi Hizen perceived him merely as an ordinary Umbu member. That's enough, this ends here. Even the audience, who had previously felt fear, displayed dissatisfaction upon witnessing Yeyue halt the match. Why did you stop? We were just getting into it. Yes, who wins now? Yet, amidst the crowd's discontent, Yeyue Long Wang suddenly struggled to break free from Yeyue and Appo's grasp, the tail of the tailed beast lashing out toward Yeyue. Has he lost control? Yeyue leaped with Sarutobi Hizen to the spectator stands, where Hizen and Appo's chakra was nearly depleted, and even Saranoma had vanished. In this contest, the village hidden in the clouds, represented by Yeyue Long Wang, emerged victorious. After escorting Sarutobi Hizen away, Yeyue announced to the crowd while a slender thread of chakra shot towards Yeyue Long Wang, regaining control over him as the tailed beast and Appo's aura gradually receded. I won. Yeyue Long Wang stood tall, astonished, finally regaining his consciousness. He was bewildered, unaware of what had transpired, only knowing that it felt as though his body had been commandeered, losing awareness during the battle with Sarutobi Hizen. Your mind is too weak. Be cautious when wielding such power in the future, Yeyue AI remarked beside him. However, the priority now was to prepare for the finals. After a brief intermission, Uchiha Kagami had begun to regain his composure, as everyone awaited the commencement of the match. One of the ninjas in the stands scanned the surroundings nervously before retreating to a secluded corner. Is that the tailed beast? The ninja exclaimed excitedly, as his skin slowly began to shed, revealing a black, viscous form Kurizetsu, who had been secretly tracking Uchiha Madara. He was certain that this was one of the tailed beasts separated from Otsutsuki Kagaya long ago. Although he had encountered several tailed beasts over the ages, Most had yet to come into human contact. Now that humans had been in close proximity to the tailed beasts, it posed a significant threat to his plans. Cursed humans, you shall pay for this. The day my mother is resurrected will mark your demise. Korazetsu cursed vehemently, then reverted to the guise of the previous ninja. Uchiha Izuna. Is it? Hiki, let us start with you. Korazetsu vanished once more into the shadows. Are you not going to watch the final match? Izuna inquired curiously as he noticed Yu preparing to leave. Chapter 43. Temptation? Transformation. Yu shook his head. To him, it seemed that everything had come to an end. Uchiha Kagami and Appo's combat power stood at an impressive 1,500 points, a full 300 points higher than the current Yu Longwang, who was still without the support of a tailed beast. As anticipated, Uchiha Kagami emerged victorious. However, the qualifications for the Nin exam still required assessments from each examiner. Uchiha Kagami and 5 others were specifically requested by Lord Tobarama, and I believe the youths from the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village also qualify. The examiners explained to Yu. Yu nodded. Very well, proceed as you see fit. Uchiha Kagami, Saratobi Izashi, Yayue Longwang, Yayue Oni, and several other ninjas were promoted to Nin. It appeared that they had ultimately failed. The Raikage muttered softly. Their year-long research on the tailed beasts yielded insufficient results. However, this was not merely a matter of compatibility between the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. Rather, it was the Jinchuriki's inadequate endurance. Raikage, please believe in me. I will surely overcome this. Yayue Longwang declared resolutely, feeling a profound sense of disappointment for not securing the top position. After bidding farewell to them, he thought to return to the village and reflect. The 5 Kage reconvened, expressing positive sentiments regarding the recent Nin exams. I heard it was your brother and Appo's proposal? Hashirama nodded. Indeed, this examination had been proposed by Yu, prompting the 5 Kage to establish a systematic approach to ninja promotions, to be held biannually, rotating among the 5 hidden villages. Finally found you, Izuna. After the shadows departed, only the Umbu members remained in the arena. Korazetsu concealed himself in a hidden spot. Observing Uchiha Izuna. Is he truly the brother of Uchiha Madara? If I could seize control of him. Once the Umbu members left, Korazetsu swiftly leaped from the branches, landing upon Izuna, before vanishing from sight. Izuna felt a sudden chill but, upon surveying his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, dismissed the sensation. 12 years after the founding of Konoha. This was also the year preceding Hashirama's demise. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and others had already been born and were preparing to enter the Ninja Academy. Over the years, Yu diligently sought methods to elevate his Sharingan to a higher echelon and to integrate various research into a system of ability replication. Yet all efforts had regrettably ended in failure. In the original narrative, aside from Orochimaru, the only other individual who retained a youthful appearance was Tsunade, who mastered the 100 Healings technique. The origin of this technique lay with Hashirama Senju. The regenerative prowess of Hashirama and Appo's cells was remarkably robust, enabling swift recovery from injuries. As Yu's body bore remnants of the Senju DNA, he possessed some of Hashirama's cellular material. However, to further align these cells with Hashirama's essence, he needed to continue his research. Yu sought an opportunity to collect a small sample of Hashirama and Appo's cells, yet, regrettably, no breakthroughs had emerged thus far. Damn it. Another failure? Yu lamented, emerging from the underground laboratory he had established for researching regenerative cells, akin to the future endeavors of Orochimaru. Is Izuna not back yet? Yu inquired coldly of the nearby Umbu member. The Umbu member trembled at Yu's tone, as he had grown increasingly fearsome in recent years. Seemingly influenced by an unknown force, Yu was in dire need of the cells within Izuna, and though they lacked the pure Indra bloodline like Madara, they could still interact with Hashira. Chapter 44. Betrayal, is what you said true? Due to her affiliation with the Umbu, Izuna often found herself outside the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha elders summoned by Izuna nodded in agreement. Has the Senju clan already made a move against us? Aside from Madara and Yaiba, the other members of the Uchiha clan were the only ones she could trust. However, Yaiba had been confined to the underground laboratory for an extended period, making it impossible for her to locate him. After Izuna left with lingering doubts, a dark aura suddenly enveloped the Uchiha clan members she had gathered, causing them to collapse one by one. Hehehe, at last, the opportunity has arrived. The next steps will be seamless, Black Zetsu chuckled ominously. Returning to the present. After Izuna eliminated her target, she did not sheath her blade but instead clutched it tightly. What? Lady Izuna, please allow us to refuse. Upon hearing Izuna and Appo's intention to have the Uchiha clan members leave Konohagakure, they all questioned whether she had lost her senses. After all, the village was thriving, and the Uchiha had not experienced such peace and prosperity in a long time. The words of Black Zetsu echoed incessantly in her mind, even disturbing her slumber at times. I'm sorry, brother, Izuna murmured, a cold glint flickering in her eyes. Now in her 40s, upon witnessing the refusal of her clan, Izuna sighed helplessly, unaware that her consciousness was gradually being altered by Black Zetsu. What? Are you saying Izuna has left Konohagakure? Upon receiving this news, Yaiba was first taken aback, then immediately associated it with Madara and Black Zetsu. Has it appeared again? Yaiba sneered, his eyes glinting with cold determination. This situation seems dire. Lord Tobirama. It would be prudent for you to personally visit the Hokage building, Yaiba suggested. Nodding, he vanished from sight. At the Hokage building in Konohagakure, several Umbu members bore numerous wounds and burns, their lifeless bodies sprawled across the ground. Who are they? Yaiba felt a tremor in his heart and whispered. They died last night, right when Izuna departed. Without further thought, the injuries on the corpses revealed they had encountered Izuna, leading to a fierce confrontation. Izuna and Amp, Appo's actions could undoubtedly be classified as those of a rogue ninja. However, if Madara, apart from worrying about Izuna and Amp, Appo's whereabouts, if Madara returned to Konohagakure, he would certainly not wish to see such a scene. Only one Uchiha clan patrol guard survived. Just as I suspected, Tobirama, standing nearby, suddenly erupted in fury, his body radiating a blue chakra glow. Only feeling pity for your clan while remaining indifferent to others, Tobirama coldly remarked, his previous favorable impression of the Uchiha clan evaporating. We cannot jump to conclusions just yet. Yaiba shook his head, as the events of that day remained unclear. You, come here. Tobirama summoned the Uchiha member and inquired. What transpired last night? Speak plainly. Trembling slightly, the Uchiha member faced the high-ranking officials of Konohagakure and stammered, last night, while we were patrolling outside the gate, we spotted Lady Izuna preparing to leave. Adhering to the village and Amp, Appo's nighttime restrictions, we approached to inquire about her intentions, but Lady Izuna suddenly drew her sword. Before I could react, my comrades were already dead. I was so frightened that I froze. Then I let you go? The Uchiha member nodded. Did she utter any words? She asked if I wanted to leave with her. I didn't, and Amp, Appo's react in time, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Did she exhibit any abnormalities? Lady Izuna and Amp, Appo's eyes seemed somewhat different than before. Different? Upon hearing this, Yaiba and Amp, Appo's mind raced. It appears that Lady Izuna's Sharingan has manifested several new patterns, and her aura is significantly more potent than previously, remarked the Uchiha member. Could it be? An epiphany struck Yaiba, leading him, along with Tobirama and others, to the Uchiha clan's residence. One house was crowded with people, amidst a cacophony of voices. It seems Miyoshi was killed last night. Did he have any enemies outside? How could they have invaded his home, even gouging out his eyes? Such cruelty. Step aside. Step aside. As the Uchiha members gazed curiously, Yaiba and the others approached, noting signs of a recent struggle in the surroundings. Upon inquiry, Yaiba learned the identity of the deceased Uchiha member. He was one of the few within the clan to possess the Mangekyou Sharingan, and he shared a familial bond with Izuna and Madara. A cousin relationship? Coupled with the gouged-out eyes, a resolute thought formed in Yaiba and Amp, Appo's mind. Could it be that Izuna succeeded? The probability of attaining the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan is notoriously low. The eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, a higher level of ocular power, can only be awakened through the transplantation of another and Amp, Appo's Mangekyou Sharingan, with the success rate increasing the closer the blood relation. This was precisely why Izuna sought out her cousin, Miyoshi, to unlock the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Black Zetsu, I should have searched for you more diligently back then. Yaiba felt immense regret. He had only encountered Black Zetsu once years ago, never anticipating that its resurgence would create such upheaval. Seal off this area, prevent the information from leaking, Tobirama commanded. Severing all communication between the UC Chapter 45, Uchiha Madara vs. Senju Hashirama Part 1. A sudden gust of wind compelled the man to pause. What is this? The man, sporting a distinctive hairstyle, picked up a drifting piece of paper and glanced at it. Yet, that mere glance left him utterly astonished. Izuna. Once more. In the subterranean laboratory, Yu reopened the container holding Hashirama and Amp, Appo's cells. Before him lay two equally sized cell samples. Soon, the cells began to move towards Yu. For the regenerative capabilities of Hashirama and Amp, Appo's cells were astounding. In mere moments, they proliferated into an abundance of Hashirama cells. However, after a brief period of survival on Yu and Amp, Appo's body, the cells suddenly exhibited signs of distress, rapidly becoming desiccated before plummeting to the ground. Have I failed? Yu mused, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that the power of Izuna and Amp, Appo's Mangekyou Sharingan alone was insufficient. He would require another pair of Sharingan to achieve a perfect fusion with Hashirama and Amp, Appo's cells. Yu was now certain that Izuna had been possessed by Kaguya and Amp, Appo's will, and to locate him, he needed to rely on the aura emanating from his body. No wonder even Yu could not discern Kaguya and Amp, Appo's whereabouts. This individual was exceptionally adept at concealment. Chief, the leader of the Uchiha clan has returned. The leader of the Uchiha clan? Yu and Amp, Appo's heart skipped a beat. At the gates of Konoha, Uchiha Madara approached slowly, bearing a massive fan upon his back, his countenance icy, his gaze sharp. That is, Uchiha Madara. He has returned. It had been over a decade since Madara had departed from the village, and no one knew the reason for his sudden reappearance. Hashirama. Madara's voice reverberated throughout Konoha as he swiftly ascended the village's rock face, staring intently at the Hokage building, lost in thought. Is that Madara? Hashirama, within the Hokage building, gazed at the figure on the rock face, his expression darkening. However, he remained unaware of Madara and Appo's sudden departure or his equally sudden return. Yet a foreboding sensation weighed heavily upon his heart. Summoning jutsu, Madara bit his finger and pressed it against the rock face, and with a resounding snap, a nine-tailed orange fox materialized. The enormous pupils of the beast bore the pattern of the three-tomo Sharingan, signifying that it was under Madara and Appo's control. The Nine Tails! Tobirama exclaimed in alarm. What is happening? How could the Nine Tails appear here? Madara had captured the Nine Tails from the wild. He intends to ravage the village. Senju Hashirama rose to his feet. Even at over 40 years of age, despite the troubles brought upon by regenerative cells, his combat prowess remained undiminished. A fierce glint flashed in Hashirama and Appo's eyes. He would not spare anyone posing a threat to the village, be they friends, brothers, or even his children. He leaped from the Hokage building, landing atop Hokage Rock. Madara, what are you planning? Do you intend to destroy the village we built with our own hands? Madara remained silent, commanding the Nine Tails to charge at Hashirama. Aware that their confrontation might endanger the villagers and their homes, Hashirama drew Madara and Appo's attention, leading him outside the village and into a nearby forest. Madara, without hesitation, urged the Nine Tails to pursue Hashirama into the wilderness. Amidst the astonishment and bewilderment of the onlookers, he donned a mask and dashed forward. He did not intend to join the battle. If his assumptions were correct, Madara and Appo's objective was not the destruction of Konoha, but rather to obtain Hashirama and Appo's cells. Wood Dragon Jutsu. Hashirama clasped his hands together, and a colossal wood dragon surged forth from behind him, emanating a majestic aura. Its golden eyes. Chapter 46, Uchiha Madara vs. Senju Hashirama, Part 2. Hashirama swiftly raised his hands, and simultaneously, the wooden figure beneath him extended its arms, steadfastly withstanding the impact of the tailed beast bomb. The recoil from the attack sent the wooden figure staggering back several hundred meters. The Nine Tails emanated a brilliant red aura, its form growing significantly larger. Is it those eyes? Hashirama and Appo's expression grew increasingly grave. It appeared that Madara had experienced quite a lot over the past decade. However, he must still be stopped. Fire style, great fireball technique. A radiant blue light enveloped Madara, shining brightly against the Nine Tails. Is that Susanoo? First, a skeletal frame emerged around Madara, followed by the formation of arms and ribs. Though his body was not entirely encased in Susanoo, leaving considerable gaps, its defensive capabilities were sufficient to withstand most attacks. Subsequently, a complete chakra cloak enveloped him, taking on a skeletal appearance. Finally, four great swords manifested from Susanoo. As Madara moved, the blue-hued Susanoo brandished its blades towards Hashirama. A beam of blue light sliced through the air, striking the wooden figure directly. Wood style, flowering tree world. Hashirama unleashed his wood style ninjutsu, and in an instant, enormous tree trunks erupted from the earth, cleaving through mountains and enveloping the terrain. Blossoms sprouted upon the trees, releasing toxic pollen that could incapacitate or even kill ordinary ninjas upon inhalation. Is he using that technique again? Madara had encountered this move in a previous battle. This time, he covered his mouth and nose with his clothing while directing the Nine Tails to swiftly relocate. However, Hashirama and Appo's wood style was not yet fully unleashed. The trees from Flowering Tree World surged toward Uchiha Madara after cleaving through the surrounding mountains. Upon seeing the approaching trees, the Nine Tails once again gathered a tailed beast bomb, releasing it with a resounding roar. The tailed beast bomb shattered the defenses of Flowering Tree World and struck the wooden figure. Yet, Hashirama had already regained his footing through the growing trees. Indeed, this is a thrilling confrontation. Madara and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he charged at Hashirama atop the Nine Tails. Madara and Appo's left eye spun once more, and the Nine Tails let out a fierce roar, extending its claws to seize the wooden dragon and forcefully extract it. Madara and Appo's Susanoo wielded its four long swords in a simultaneous assault, the blue blades slicing towards Hashirama. Hashirama descended from the wooden figure, and as the attack ceased, Madara redirected the Nine Tails to face Hashirama. Behind Hashirama, a scroll rested at his back, and his Hokage robe was tattered from the battle and Appo's aftermath. He decisively removed the Hokage cloak, revealing the red armor he had donned long ago. Madara, I shall not allow you to shatter our dreams. Gazing down at Hashirama, Madara and Appo's thoughts drifted far away. This fruit, rumored to be plucked from the legendary god tree, resembles your fan. Over the years, Madara had finally uncovered the secret of the god tree, located in a serene and tranquil place untouched by storms. Yet, now reflecting on it, Madara could not recall the exact location, as if it had been erased from his memory. That fruit was the true reason his left eye transformed into the Rinnegan. Hashirama, you have no idea what I have endured these past years. My only wish now is for us to battle once more. Come, do not hold back. Is that so? I had no intention of taking this seriously with you. Are you implying that you could kill me at any moment? Madara and Appo's gaze grew ever more fervent as the Nine Tails unleashed another tailed beast bomb, hurtling it toward Hashirama. Summoning technique, five-headed gate. Hashirama struck the ground, and five towering gates adorned with ghostly faces erupted from the earth, blocking the tailed beast bomb and Appo's assault. Wood style, barrier technique. Hashirama spread his arms in a defensive posture, conjuring a wooden shield shaped like a fanged demon face. Wood style, all-encompassing bag technique. Several massive hands emerged from the ground around the Nine Tails. This technique channels chakra into the earth, producing countless wooden hands that can be manipulated at will. Compared to the giant wooden figures summoned by Hashirama, this technique offers greater versatility and mobility. While it generates numerous large hands, the time required to execute it is minimal, allowing for surprise appearances that are difficult to evade. Even for Uchiha Madara. When did this happen? How infuriating. Madara attempted to command the Nine Tails to flee, but the massive hands had already grasped its tail. Susanoo. Swish. 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 A flurry of light blades surged forth, severing the large hands. Leafyu, standing in the background, was filled with anxiety. Hashirama was holding back, perhaps due to Madara and Appo's long absence. But given the current situation, Leafyu could not intervene, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan he had copied from Izuna. It would be futile in this clash of titans. Are you still not using your full strength? Madara exclaimed while maneuvering the Nine Tails to charge at Hashirama. Hashirama finally realized that matters had escalated beyond redemption. Madara, I never expected our first encounter after parting would be in such a scenario. Sage art. As the Nine Tails rushed towards him at breakneck speed, Hashirama displayed no fear. A familiar green pattern emerged on his face, reminiscent of the Thousand Hands experience card leaf you had once possessed. Wood style, true Thousand Hands. What? Madara stood stunned as the ground trembled beneath him. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Hashirama and Appo's mere gesture could trigger a localized earthquake. Soon, rumbling sounds erupted as a colossal Buddha and Appo's head emerged from the earth, and it was not finished yet, accompanied by thousands of hands. The entirety of the Buddha and Appo's form soon became visible. In comparison to the Nine Tails, it appeared almost diminutive. Madara, facing the gargantuan Buddha, Madara felt no trepidation and roared as he charged at Hashirama. Hashirama responded in kind, leaning forward as the colossal Buddha began to advance. Top of the Buddha. In the instant of proximity, the thousands of hands on the Buddha obscured the sky, descending upon the Nine Tails. Chapter 47, The Sixth Tomo. Ken and Appo's, you sure ho? Bang, bang, bang. For several minutes, the thousands of hands of the great Buddha continued their relentless assault, striking with unyielding force. Bang, with hundreds of punches delivered. Madara spat blood and leaped down from the Nine Tails. Taking advantage of the moment, Hashirama extended his right hand as Madara descended. The great Buddha, beneath Hashirama, reached out and seized the Nine Tails as if it were a mere toy, while the wooden figure atop the Buddha descended from the air, placing its palm on the Nine Tails and Appo's head. The Nine Tails closed its eyes peacefully. Madara began to perspire, a testament to the undeniable prowess of Hashirama, the god of shinobi. Nine Tails, your power is overwhelming. Forgive me for preventing you from acting on your own will. The Nine Tails trembled briefly, then stood still, immobile. Next is you, Madara. Hashirama leaped down from the great Buddha, retrieving a scroll from behind him. As the scroll unfurled, a large sword materialized before Hashirama, charging toward Uchiha Madara. Seeing the Nine Tails was now under control, Madara snorted, grasping a fan in one hand and a scythe in the other, preparing to engage. As they approached each other, Yaiba also entered the combat zone. Name, Uchiha Madara, Fruit Absorber, Combat Power, 7,500 Abilities, 6 Tomo Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Susu, Mastery of Fire Release Techniques. Name, Senja Hashirama, Combat Power, 8,000 Abilities, Mastery of Wood Release Techniques, Superhuman Strength, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Dark Walking Technique, Mastery of Swordsmanship. Is it possible that even the system cannot perceive the capabilities of the 6 Tomo Sharingan? Yaiba and Appo's heart raced with anxiety. The introduction of the 6 Tomo Sharingan could spell trouble. Observing further, it appeared that aside from amplifying the tailed beasts, enhancing physical constitution and chakra reserves, no other abilities were exhibited thus far. Wood Release, Birth of the Trees. Hashirama took several steps back, utilizing his chakra to nourish the earth, causing numerous trees to rapidly sprout as if uprooted, creating a forest in an instant. Madara, well versed in this technique, summoned a massive wall of fire using fire release, then vigorously waved his fan. Boom. The wind attribute chakra ignited upon contact with the firewall, instantly engulfing the area in flames. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara leaped from the trees, locating Hashirama amidst the inferno, wielding his fan and scythe to strike. Hashirama, in turn, raised a sword, ready to deflect Madara and Appo's aerial assault. At that moment, A smirk curled at the corner of Madara and Appo's mouth as his sixth Tomo Sharingan began to spin. Hashirama, allow me to show you the true essence of ninjutsu. Ken and Appo's, you sure ho. Heaven. Blue armor of Susanoo materialized behind Madara. As Hashirama registered Madara and Appo's declaration, his mind raced, his gaze fixed on Madara. Swish. Numerous spectral forms of Susanoo flickered into existence around Madara, elusive and enigmatic. Multiple Shuiken technique. Hashirama launched his enormous Shuiken towards the Susanoo. But his aim was not to destroy it. The immense durability of Susanoo made it clear that ordinary shuriken would not suffice. Swish. The shuriken spiraled around Susanoo, while Hashirama's body began to emanate a purple glow, a manifestation of his superhuman strength. In the distance, more figures approached. Lord Tobirama, shall we assist Lord Hashirama? Sarutobi Hiruzen, now promoted to Jonin, and several elite Jonin and Umbu members from Konohagakure arrived on the scene. Tobirama shook his head, even with just Madara and Hashirama. Their widespread attacks resembled a vast army of shinobi, and their intervention would not significantly alter the battle and Appo's course. Should Hashirama find himself in dire peril, Tobirama would utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to transport him to safety. Gazing at the Flying Thunder God seal on Hashirama and Appo's left arm, Tobirama and Appo's expression grew solemn. Lord Madara. What? Upon hearing Yaiba and Appo's name, Tobirama swiftly turned to the battlefield. Indeed, behind a large rock, a few hundred meters away from Madara and Hashirama, Yaiba was observing their confrontation, seemingly preparing to make a move. As Yaiba turned back, he noticed Tobirama watching him and gestured toward him. Though Tobirama was concerned, he felt powerless and could only silently pray for Hashirama and Appo's safety. It has begun. It has begun. Yaiba was certain that Madara and Appo's recent proclamation signified the awakening of a new ability of the sixth Tomo Sharingan. Ken and Appo's, you sure ho? Judging solely by its name. Its manifestation remained a mystery. However, the flickering Susanoo stirred a sense of unease within Yaiba. Sage mode. Hashirama brought his hands together, lines appearing on his face as he harnessed natural energy to sense the numerous clones of Susanoo, seeking the true form of Uchiha Madara. To his surprise, Susanoo, despite its multitude, remained distant, seemingly waiting for something. At last, one of the Susanoo phantoms launched an attack, a blue blade slicing toward Hashirama. One of the Shuiken circling Susanoo intercepted the blue blade, then turned to assault the attacking Susanoo. Upon contact, the shuriken pierced through Susanoo and Appo's surface, leaving only a fleeting ripple in its wake. Is it an illusion? Release. Hashirama clasped his hands together, his pupils dilating. The phantoms vanished, leaving only one Susanoo. Yet Madara was nowhere to be found, leaving behind a Susanoo devoid of its master. Boom. Hashirama leaped aside as a massive boulder plummeted from the sky, crashing beside his left hand. The surrounding trees were obliterated, and simultaneously, the vanishing Susanoo reappeared, floating in the air, fixated on Hashirama. After several attempts, Hashirama finally grasped the situation. Madara, is this your new ninjutsu? A hint of a smile crossed Hashirama and Appo's face. As long as he made contact with the phantoms of Susanoo, they would transform into varied forms of assault, such as small meteorites or shuriken. However, such a trait alone would hardly convince Madara of the technique and Appo's strength. Indeed, while Hashirama sought a method to counter this technique, Madara emerged from within Susanoo as if stepping from another realm. Damn, my chakra is insufficient, he thought. I will have to rely on taijutsu now. No matter, once the ninjutsu activates, my plan will be set in motion. Chapter 48, Izanagi regrettably. The sixth Tomo Sharingan consumed an immense amount of chakra, and even Uchiha Madara and Appo's vast reserves were quickly depleted. Their battle led them to a cascading waterfall, the very location that would later become the Valley of the End. For another day and night, the two clashed relentlessly. Hashirama and Appo's crimson armor was now in tatters, and Madara and Appo's black robes fared no better, his breath ragged and labored. Whoosh! Another collision sent Hashirama crashing to the ground. While Tobirama and the others watched from afar, their palms slick with cold sweat, Madara stared down at the fallen Senju, motionless, until the sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed. A katana had impaled his chest, blood gushing forth. If the village is threatened, I will show no mercy, not to brothers, friends, nor even my own children. Hashirama and Appo's words reverberated in his mind as his eyes gleamed with ruthless resolve. With his last ounce of strength, Madara whirled around and sank his teeth into Hashirama and Appo's shoulder, tearing away flesh and swallowing it whole. Poof. The Hashirama before him dissolved, merely a wood clone. Hashirama, one day you will realize your methods are flawed. Collapsed on the ground, Madara watched as Hashirama leaned against a boulder, clutching his wounded shoulder. Just as Yoro prepared to move, an icy gust swept past him, and a blue figure materialized beside Hashirama. Brother, are you alright? Tobirama asked urgently. Lord Itama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others arrived at Yoru and Appo's side. Though injured, Hashirama showed no sign of pain. Leave his body to me, Yoro murmured, exchanging a glance with Tobirama, who understood and silently helped Hashirama away. Witnessing this battle firsthand was an overwhelming experience, and only now did Yoro begin to steady himself. Will you continue this charade? Yura spoke coldly to the empty air. The corpse of Uchiha Madara remained still. Without prior knowledge, even with both Sharingan and Byakugan active, Yura might never have suspected Madara still lived. As Yuru approached, shadowy figures flickered around Madara and Appo's body, just as they had during his battle with Hashirama. Is this the power of the sixth tomo? Yura wondered. How did you know I was alive? Madara and Appo's voice emerged from the corpse. Yura tensed as the shadows lunged at him. Simultaneously, Madara and Appo's fingers twitched, and his eyes snapped open, one blind and white, the other gleaming with the sixth tomo Sharingan. So it is Izanagi. Oh, you know of Izanagi? Madara sounded genuinely surprised. This forbidden technique was known only to him and a select few Uchiha elders. How could a Senju like Yuru? Madara burst into laughter, the sound jarring in the desolate battlefield. Senju Itama, was it? Even if you know, what can you do? Though my chakra is nearly exhausted. Killing me one and amp, Appo's, TB so simple. Then, with a predatory grin, he added, yes. I recall your eyes, you too can awaken the Sharingan. Before my experiments begin. Let me borrow yours. Tatara no Mai. The shadows surged toward Yuru, morphing into new attacks upon contact, the very essence of Tatara no Mai's power. Earth release, earth-style wall. Yuru and Appo's hands flew through seals, erecting for earthen barriers. But Madara and Appo's shadows were intangible, bypassing the walls to strike at Yuru directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kunai and Shuriken shattered the walls, hurtling toward Yuru. He and Appo's stalling. Madara sought to drain Yuru and Appo's chakra and stamina with the sixth tomo and Appo's illusions before delivering the final blow. Shadow clone technique. Poof. His hand seals, impossibly fast. Madara thought, stunned. Sharingan. Yuru's eyes blazed crimson, their enhanced perception allowing him to evade the shadows as he closed in. Knowing his weakened state, Madara retreated. Dawn approached, and Madara abandoned his plan to claim Yuru and Appo's eyes. We will meet again, if you live that long. Itama, I will remember you. From atop a cliff, Madara vanished at blinding speed, leaving behind only a dissipating shadow clone. Izanagi, a technique that rewrote reality, allowing the user to nullify any misfortune within a limited time frame, preserving only favorable outcomes. Its duration varied by skill, but the cost was absolute. The Sharingan used would be forever blinded. This was Madara's ultimate survival card. By recording his state at activation, he could revert any physical damage, even death, within the technique's window, though expended chakra and the sacrificed eye were irreversible. Did he escape? Yura muttered, staring at his clenched fist. Within it lay Madara and Appo's blinded eye. His original aim had been the sixth tomo Sharingan, but Madara and Appo's evasion forced him to seize the wrong one. Still, this eye held value, imbued with Indra and Appo's bloodline. In the original timeline, Madara had awakened the Rinnegan despite one eye and Appo's blindness, and both had later been restored. Was there another method? Meanwhile, Madara fled, one eye sealed shut and bleeding, the other unharmed. Damn it, I underestimated him. But the plan can still proceed. Chapter 49, The Seal of the Nine Tails? No, I shall master would release. In the Hidden Leaf Village. The news of Uchiha Madara's demise spread not only within the village but also reached the other 4 ninja villages. Surprisingly, the Uchiha clan did not mourn Madara's death. Instead, it felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yu quietly concealed the truth in his heart, knowing that revealing it would only plunge the village into further turmoil. Madara. He is finally gone. In Awagakure, Noki and Mu both exhaled with relief, feeling their fear of the Hidden Leaf Village diminish, allowing them to engage more audaciously in various underground activities. Chaos erupted across the nations by this point. Not only the first Tsuchikage but other Kage had also passed away. Former guards like Mu, as well as members of the Kirigakure, the Yagura, and the Sunagakure, had ascended to the role of Kage. Unlike their predecessors, these leaders worked diligently to unify their villages, making significant contributions. With the presence of tailed beasts, each ninja village sealed them within the bodies of their blood relatives, creating Jinchuriki to prevent the beasts from escaping their jurisdiction. The Hidden Leaf Village followed suit as well. After the death of Uzumaki Ashina, Uzumaki Mito became the new leader of the Whirlpool Village. Her mastery of sealing techniques had grown stronger, and at her request, Hashirama finally consented to her desire to become a Jinchuriki. What are you planning? The Nine-Tails glared with its crimson eyes, growing increasingly disdainful of humanity as it detached itself from Hashirama's wooden form. Though Uzumaki Mito had surpassed 40, her beauty remained captivating, enriched with a deeper allure. Ignoring the Nine-Tails curses, Mito began to form hand seals. Just as she was about to complete the seals, a voice interrupted her. Sister Mito, Banchan, what brings you here? Mito inquired, with Hashirama and Tobarama looking on curiously. The reason for sealing the Nine-Tails was that, aside from Hashirama, no one else could control it. Yu, understanding this, had devoted himself to mastering would release under the system's guidance. Now, aside from Hashirama's sage techniques learned in the Wetbone Forest, Yu had elevated his wood release to a level of mastery, primarily to utilize it to control the Nine Tails. Although Yu could use the Sharingan to manipulate the beast, it would only deepen its resentment. Banchan, I can't believe you truly learned it. Hashirama observed the unfamiliar chakra within Yu, astonished. He had merely spoken it casually. If Yu could master wood release, then becoming a Jinchuriki would be unnecessary. With his hands pressed together, Yu fervently channeled chakra from within. Wood release, final 4-pillar prison technique. Upon invoking the jutsu, half of his chakra was instantly expended. Boom. Before Yu, four colossal wooden pillars emerged, encircling the Nine Tails to form a prison. Then, under the gazes of the onlookers, Yu stood on his toes and leaped up to a tree at the same level as the Nine Tails. You little human, I will remember you. When I break free, I shall tear you to shreds. The Nine Tails roared, shaking the prison wildly. There's no need for such hostility, Yu replied, shaking his head. If you obediently comply with us in the Hidden Leaf Village, we wouldn't confine you here. You are no different from that accursed Uchiha Madara, both treacherous and cunning. The Nine Tails retorted, but Yu ignored its outcry, requesting a sealing talisman from Uzumaki Mido and affixing it to the wooden pillars. In an instant, the previously trembling wooden prison became considerably more robust. If you behave well in the future, I might consider releasing you. What do you say? The Nine Tails seemed to have exhausted its fury or simply wished to disregard Yu, turning away to rest with its eyes shut. Yu could only smile helplessly as he jumped down from the wooden pillars. Perhaps after a few more years of training, I won't need Sister Mido's sealing techniques. How old am I now, and you still call me sister? Aren't you a bit embarrassed? Mido sighed. Calling you sister only makes you appear younger. Yu chuckled. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your affinity with Uzumaki Mido has reached 100. You may now learn the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, Diamond Lock. The Diamond Lock is a unique capability of the Uzumaki clan, allowing multiple chakra chains to extend from the user's back. These chains serve as formidable weapons and can also create barriers and seal-tailed beasts. The stronger the chakra, the more chains can be manifested, enhancing sealing prowess. Finally, success. Yu mused within. Through his relentless efforts, his affinity with Uzumaki Mido had finally reached the maximum level. All right. Hashirama waved his hand, feeling a bit of his worries ease now that Yu could master wood release. With Madara deceased, he too would soon depart from this world. Hashirama's greatest concern was the future of the Hidden Leaf Village. Even though he had quelled the chaos, as long as the ninja world existed, war would always be an unavoidable topic. Tobarama, Banchan, the future of the Hidden Leaf rests upon your shoulders, Hashirama silently vowed to his brothers, who had grown up alongside him. Host, Yu abilities, I techniques, Manjiki Sharingan, Izuna, Byakugan, mastered, Taijutsu, mastered. Can further enhance under the influence of Sharingan or Byakugan, Ninjutsu, A-rank Sage Art, True Annihilation Flame Technique, mastered. B-rank Fire Release, Wind Dragon Flame Bullet Technique, mastered. C-rank Water Release, Water Formation Wall, mastered. Land Grievance, Divine Container of the Gods, 7 Heart State, would release Ninjutsu, mastered. Cannot release True Thousand Hands without the aid of Wet Bone Forest Sage Techniques. Wet Bone Forest? At this moment, Yu was in the Umbu, meditating with closed eyes. As his chakra volume increased, his mastery of ninjutsu became more refined. Finally, success. Diamond Lock Technique. Yu formed hand seals, and 8 chains erupted from his back, instantly shattering a nearby boulder. Next, there was another matter at hand. Yu stood up and bit his finger. Summoning Technique. A massive blue-green toad appeared before Yu. Though awkwardly due to its enormous size, it struggled to move. How did you grow so large? Yu couldn't help but marvel at the rapid maturation of the toad. What is it? The toad crossed its arms, 2 long knives strapped to its back, appearing imposing from a distance. How is the great toad sage faring? Chapter 50. Transplanting Senju Cells. Encounter with Izuna. Gamabunta nodded solemnly. Please convey my regards to the great toad sage. I shall visit him when time permits. Yu spoke with profound reverence. This ancient toad, whose power surpassed even that of the Otsutsuki brothers, inspired both caution and wariness in him. Though he had visited Mount Maiboku several times since first mastering the summoning technique, his visits had been solely for sage training. Never had he crossed paths with the venerable Gamamaru. With another nod, Gamabunta vanished in a puff of smoke. Returning to his quarters, Yu retrieved the pale-eyed orb from his belongings. Uncertainty gnawed at him. Would Uchiha Madara still retreat to the Valley of the End? Given the numerous deviations from the original timeline, in the annals of history, Madara had remained there until his final breath. Regardless, it was worth investigating. With the great shinobi war yet to erupt, Yu resolved to strike first. Moreover, Izuna had already left Konoha, having awakened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Discretion was paramount. Alerting the village would only risk alarming their quarry. The Valley of the End, if memory serves, lies to the north of the Land of Fire. Clad in his ENBU attire, Yu set off toward the northern borders. Valley of the End, bare-chested and swathed in bandages, Uchiha Madara exhaled in triumph. At last, Hashirama cells. The valley, littered with the skeletal remains of colossal beasts, was a place shunned by ordinary folk, making it the perfect sanctuary for his recovery. After ensuring his surroundings were secure, Madara carefully retrieved the preserved flesh of Hashirama. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony, he pressed the cells into his chest. The pain was indescribable, yet Madara endured in silence as the foreign tissue merged with his own. Wisely, he had used only a minimal amount. Tendrils of smoke curled from his wounds as regeneration took hold. To his astonishment, the eye gouged out by Yu began reforming, albeit as an ordinary one. Hashirama's cells. Their restorative power is beyond comprehension. This only reinforced his faith in the stone tablet's teachings. Senju Itama, you will pay? Madara's gaze darkened. The only warrior he had ever acknowledged was Hashirama, yet the humiliation inflicted by Yu festered in his mind, stoking his hatred. For now, I must remain hidden. With Hashirama and Appos, cells acquired, the next step is clear. Northern Land of Fire Izuna sprinted through the wilderness, his voice sharp with urgency. You and Appos, are you certain of this? Since slaughtering several Anbu and fleeing Konoha, his memories had grown fragmented. Under Black Zetsu's manipulation, and spurred by the village's bounty on his head, Izuna had come to believe Konoha had cast him aside. Unlike Madara, whose Indra lineage made him impervious to possession, Izuna was vulnerable. Black Zetsu had erased key memories and presented itself as his brother and Appos' will, a creation of Madara and Appos' design. Of course, Black Zetsu whispered. And the stone tablet and Appos' contents? Ask your brother yourself. Heart-pounding, Izuna accelerated, only for a kunai to sever the branch beneath him. Midfall. He twisted gracefully, landing in a crouch with his Sharingan active. Uchiha Izuna combat power. 6, 500 Dojutsu, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, mastered. Taijutsu, mastered ninjutsu. Fire release, grandmaster. Wind release, mastered, similar to my own strength. Who and Appos, there? Izuna demanded. A cloaked Anbu operative materialized above him, his aura eerily matched to Izuna and Appos' own. It's been a while, Izuna. Itama. Yu's brow arched. He hadn't expected recognition so swiftly. Return to Konoha with me. Don't be deceived by that. Shadowy parasite. Insolent brat. Who are you calling a parasite? Black Zetsu seethed. Izuna's guard heightened. You know of Black Zetsu? I haven't time to spare. Will you come willingly? Yu and Appos' tone was ice. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Izuna answered with flames. Though Yu had come from Madara, this confrontation was unavoidable. If Izuna was already under Black Zetsu's thrall, only one option remained. Water release, water wall. Despite Izuna's mastery, Yu's encircling torrents snuffed out the inferno. Make this quick. Izuna, or have you forgotten your brother awaits? Izuna's gentle nature made him susceptible to manipulation, akin to a puppet. Susanoo, a sapphire exoskeleton erupted around him, wielding a colossal blade. Unlike Madara's, Izuna's Susanoo bore a distinct hue and overwhelming presence. Eternal Mangeki enables the complete form. Remember that. Yu's hands flashed through seals. Earth release, earth spear. Targeting Izuna and Appos' footing, he struck where the Susanoo and Appos' defense was weakest. Izuna and Appos' eyes narrowed. What manner of jutsu? He glanced at Black Zetsu, but the shadow offered no answers. Chapter 51. At last, I have caught you. The candidate for Hokage Heiju, well-versed in the ways of the world, quickly warned Uchiha Izuna. Be cautious. It must be a secret technique from the Takigakure. It is truly astonishing that he has mastered such a ninjutsu. Just as Heiju and Appos' words fell, a crack appeared beneath Izuna and Appos' feet, and a sharp object surged forth from the ground. Fire release, great fire destruction. Uchiha Izuna rapidly formed hand seals, evading the assault of the earth spear. Behind Yu, a mass of black material emerged once more, revealing a mask. The only technique capable of countering Uchiha Izuna and Appos' Susanoo was would release. However, he had to wait for Izuna to voluntarily release his Susanoo before employing it. Fortunately, Yu need not worry excessively, for the chakra within Izuna was limited. Even with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the forcibly fused eyes lacked the power to activate the Utank and the complete Susanoo. Given the immense chakra consumption of would release, he would not recklessly utilize it until Izuna unleashed his Susanoo. Izuna, do not prolong this battle. Let us conclude it swiftly, Heiju stated slowly. Izuna's pupils widened suddenly. Susanoo. The azure-green Susanoo began to expand, eventually manifesting its lower body and legs. Consequently, the stature of the Susanoo became colossal. In its grasp, Susanoo held a massive longsword, cleaving toward Yu. Yu retreated several paces to ensure ample space. Would release. Would dragon technique. He formed hand seals, instantly depleting half of his chakra. A wood dragon, equal in size to Susanoo, soared through the air toward Uchiha Izuna. Who is this child, capable of wielding such ninjutsu? Heiju marveled, his mind flooded with memories sealed for centuries. Is it the same would release technique as Ashura's? Izuna run. You cannot defeat him. Heiju exclaimed, fearful of reliving the battle between Ashura and Indra. However, Izuna was already deeply embroiled in combat with Yu, unable to heed Heiju and Amp, Appo's warning. Fire release, great fire bullet. Izuna unleashed flames, simultaneously controlling Susanoo as he charged toward Yu. Would release. It has concluded. Walida Flower Tree World Birth. Let it be exhausted. I care not. Enormous trees tore through the valley, hurtling toward Izuna and Appo's Susanoo. What is this? The branches of the Flower Tree World Birth ensnared Susanoo's arm, rendering it immobile. Damn it. Izuna, typically gentle, could not help but curse. Yet the majority of his consciousness was dominated by Heiju, leaving him unable to display his true power. While controlling Susanoo, Yu remained vigilant for Heiju's potential escape. There he is. Yu activated his Byakugan, observing Heiju attempting to detach from Izuna, trying to flee. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his chakra, Yu leaped from the branches, charging toward Izuna. Not good. Realizing the peril, Heiju hastily vacated Izuna's body. Upon his departure, Izuna and Appo's body weakened, and Susanoo vanished, crashing to the ground. Where do you think you're going? Yu seized Heiju with the wood dragon. How did you know of my existence? Heiju exclaimed in terror, panic evident in his voice. I not only know you, but I also know your intentions. With Yu and Appo's words, Heiju and Appo's fear intensified, and he regarded Yu with greater trepidation and inscrutability. Iasen and Appo's, he the brother of Senju Hashirama? How could he possess such knowledge? As Heiju pondered, Yu took Izuna and Heiju back to Kanagakure. It would be best to keep the existence of Heiju secret from his elder brothers to avoid unnecessary complications. Casually, Yu confined Heiju within a jar in the laboratory. Let me go, you little brat, or you'll regret it. Heiju struggled within the jar, his voice stern. Yu ignored his threats, turning to assist Izuna toward the hospital in Konoha. Hey, little brat, don't leave me here alone, can you hear me? Little brat. In the mountains, Tobarama inquired, what is the situation? The current head of the Senju clan shook his head. Their priority was not to rescue Izuna but to investigate the memories within his mind. For the past several days, he seemed to have stayed in inns within the village or town, without contact with anyone from other villages. However, regardless of the circumstances, Izuna had killed several Umbu ninjas, causing significant losses for Kanahagakure. If he did not make amends, he would remain imprisoned indefinitely. Ban, what do you think? Tobarama turned to ask Yu, who stood by the window. Yu remained silent, nodding in agreement. Very well, let it be. You may leave for now. I wish to speak with Ban for a moment. The current head of the Senju clan nodded and exited. My brother's health is failing, Tobarama whispered, an undertone of helplessness in his voice. In Tobarama's mind, Hashirama had always been an indomitable figure, as long as he lived. The other four nations would refrain from making rash moves. But now, all people must eventually depart, Yu remarked softly. Though Tobarama was a few years older, he often felt that his younger brother was more mature and composed. Tobarama nodded gravely. A great battle is upon us. Yu gazed at the luminous moon, silently reflecting. I wish for the villagers to recommend you as the second Hokage. What do you think? Tobarama instructed Yu. Me? Yu and Appo's heart jolted momentarily, but he quickly shook his head in refusal. Had he just arrived in this world, he might have felt excitement and exhilaration, perhaps even immediately accepted. Alas, Yu had experienced over 30 years in the ninja world. Why? Tobarama asked, puzzled. Previously, in the Umbu, the Ninja Academy, the Nin exams, and the Konoha Guard, all were initiatives proposed by Yu. Considering his contributions to Kanahagakure, he was fully capable of assuming the role of Hokage. However, Yu and Appo's refusal stemmed from his own reasons, and Tobarama did not press further. Brother, you have arrived. The two turned to see Hashirama, clad in the Hokage cloak, entering. Hashirama nodded, and after the fierce battle with Madara, he appeared considerably weary yet still filled with vitality. I heard from the Senju that you were here, so I came to check on you. They proceeded to the hospital building, where Izuna lay in bed. Chapter 52. Tsunade in the space between the pillars. Hashirama Senju stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upon the flourishing hidden leaf village with a deep sigh. Yu observed the back of this legendary ninja, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. The future of the village rests in your hands. The following day, what do you want? Don and Appo's, come any closer. Black Zetsu cowered in a corner, trembling in fear as he hid behind a canister. Yet, his efforts proved futile as Yu opened the container and confined Black Zetsu into a smaller box, placing it upon the table. Let us engage in conversation. Conversation? Black Zetsu and Appo's eyes widened in despair at Yu and Appo's mischievous smile. After hiding for so many years, he had been captured merely by a single misstep. Had he known, he would never have attempted to control Izuna. It was a grave miscalculation. At this moment, Black Zetsu and Appo's sole desire was to escape and evade capture for several more decades, outlasting Yu in the process. Did Kaguya speak to you before her sealing? Since Black Zetsu was a manifestation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's consciousness, He might possess some knowledge of the Otsutsuki clan's secrets. What do you intend to do? Yu inched closer, activating his Sharingan. You possess those eyes as well. However, Black Zetsu had no time to be astonished as Yu cast an illusion that ensnared him. Excruciating pain surged through Black Zetsu's psyche, leaving him in torment. Regrettably, Yu had not replicated the mind techniques of the Yamashiro clan. Otherwise, extracting information would have been far simpler. Currently, I am the only one aware of your existence. Even if I cannot kill you, I can ensure you fade from the ninja world, rendering your mother and imp, Appos, plans unachievable. Worry not, I will not obstruct your resurrection endeavors. What? He knows that too? Black Zetsu was overwhelmed with shock amidst the agony inflicted by the Sharingan. I will tell you everything. He finally relented, unable to withstand the torment. It would have been better to do this sooner. Black Zetsu slumped over the table, catching his breath before continuing, according to my mother's memories. The god tree belongs to the Otsutsuki clan. Stop, I am already aware of that. Speak of something I do not know. I don't know. Black Zetsu lamented, tears welling up. Sir, I genuinely do not know anything else. My mother only stored these few facts in my memory. He curled up pitifully, sobbing. How could Kagaya give birth to such a creature? Yu shook his head repeatedly. Very well, we shall leave it at that for today. When I require your assistance in the future, I will release you. Yu stood, preparing to depart. Sir, wait, please. You shall remain here underground for the time being. It seemed that Kagaya had only entrusted Black Zetsu with memories concerning her resurrection. Yu lowered his head, lost in thought as he wandered through the streets. When suddenly a delightful aroma wafted into his nostrils. A noodle shop? Just as his stomach began to grumble, he glanced up at the shop and Appos' entrance and stepped inside. As he entered, Yu noticed a small girl with yellow hair, approximately 2 or 3 years old. Her light yellow locks were styled into a large ponytail, and she had delicate, short eyebrows and bright brown eyes that curiously gazed at Yu and Appos' black and white hair the moment he walked in. Is that Tsunade? Yu inquired, intrigued. For he had only seen Tsunade once at her birth, and she would not recognize him as an adult. You must be Tsunade, right? Yu crouched down, smiling gently. Tsunade's eyes widened as she nodded enthusiastically. At this moment, Tsunade was just shy of 3 years old. While Yu conversed with her, Fush Keiwa appeared from behind, smiling. What a coincidence, Banaka-kun. Yu turned to see Fush Keiwa, now in her 30s, possessing a newfound maturity and grace. Despite having numerous suitors, Fush Keiwa remained unmarried. Much to the dismay of her father, Fush Yoshido. Through years of effort, it could be said that the Wanjing Association had become one of the 5 major merchant groups in the ninja world, holding significant influence. Even the feudal lords of various nations eagerly sought trade with the Wanjing Association. Who would have thought that Fush and her father were once mere individuals Yu had saved out of kindness? What are you doing here? Lord Mito entrusted me to look after Lady Tsunade. I had no other engagements, so I brought her here for noodles. Fush Keiwa glanced at Yu. A faint blush creeping onto her cheeks for reasons unknown. Tsunade, come here and let Grandpa hold you. Yu smiled at Fush Keiwa, lifting Tsunade into his arms. Who are you? Tsunade mumbled. Can you guess who I am? Yu playfully teased, his smile infectious. Fush Keiwa, standing nearby, joined in the laughter, creating an illusion of a couple dining with their daughter. As they dined, Tsunade played with a set of dice she had mysteriously produced. Just as the original story had indicated, little Tsunade had a penchant for gambling from a young age. Yu Kuden and Appos, resist teasing her further. Shall we play a game? Little Tsunade? Okay. Tsunade chirped, her voice sweet and innocent. After you roll the dice, cover them with the lid, and I will guess the number. How does that sound? Tsunade placed the dice on the table, shook them with her hands, and quickly covered them with a lid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What do you think? Yu closed his eyes, speaking with pride. That's amazing. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Fush Keiwa, taken aback, hurriedly inquired how Yu managed such a feat. Yu ruffled Tsunade's hair and beckoned Fush Keiwa closer with a finger. Curiosity piqued, Fush leaned in, their breaths nearly mingling. Just as her cheeks flushed deeper, Yu suddenly closed his eyes and opened them again, revealing 3 crimson toma within his gaze. Fush Keiwa recoiled in shock. Ha! Yu and Tsunade burst into laughter. Upon realizing Yu's jest, Fush feigned indifference, returning to her noodles. Yu regaled little Tsunade with countless jokes, occasionally causing Fush to chuckle, though she quickly cast him a glance filled with inexplicable sadness. May I invite you to dinner tomorrow? After a while, little Tsunade had fallen asleep. Yu gazed softly at Fush Keiwa, his eyes holding a deeper sentiment. Chapter 53. A night of spring breeze worth 1,000 gold in the 13th year of Konoha. Hashirama passed away, and Tobarama succeeded him as the second Hokage. Upon receiving the news, neighboring nations launched aggressive invasions along the borders of the Land of Fire, plunging the situation into peril. Fortunately, Konoha swiftly dispatched elite shinobi to repel the assaults, gradually stabilizing the crisis. Mount Maiboku. After years of rigorous training, Waiki had finally attained mastery over the Sage of 6 Paths and Appos, natural energy, unlocking the ultimate and most formidable form, Sage Body. This state, akin to a perpetual Sage mode, elevated his taijutsu, chakra, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu to unprecedented heights. It was the fruit of his relentless efforts, achieved without reliance on any external system. To think you truly succeeded. Even the seasoned Gamamaru widened his eyes in astonishment, his blurred vision momentarily superimposing Hagoromo's silhouette onto Waiki's. Now, will you disclose the locations of Shikatsu Forest and Richi Cave? With a sigh, Gamamaru exhaled a wisp of ethereal smoke, transferring the knowledge directly into Waiki and Appo's mind. Since you've attained Sage Body, those sacred realms pose no threat. But remember, when those ancient beings offer to teach you their arts, refuse. Waiki's suspicions were confirmed. Why? Ah, youth. Gamamaru retrieved a massive pipe, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of sage-infused smoke. Is it due to incompatibility? Waiki hesitated but voiced his lingering doubt. A nod from Gamamaru affirmed his fears. I understand your thirst for strength, but recklessness blinds you, even in these dire times. Do not let your eyes deceive you. The Toad Sage emphasized the word eyes, causing Waiki's heart to skip a beat. Bowing respectfully, Waiki prepared to depart when Gamamaru added, if you remain unsettled, seek answers from those ancients. They may hold the knowledge you crave. Waiki acknowledged with a nod. Exhaling deeply, he sat on his bed, lost in contemplation. According to legend, Sutsuki Kagaya descended upon the world, bestowing chakra upon its inhabitants. Thus, the shinobi order was born. Yet, the three great sage realms were indigenous to this planet. To amplify his power, Waiki sought to master their unique arts and secrets. But why would these sage techniques be incompatible? A baby-esque cry interrupted his thoughts. Beside him lay his wife, Fukusai Kagetsu, the girl he had rescued years prior, cradling their infant son, Otto. Shh, Otto, don't cry. Kagetsu, her cheeks flushed as they had been when they first met, leaned against Waiki. In mere months, their lives had transformed, leaving even her in quiet disbelief. I must visit the Daime court tomorrow. Stay safe in Konoha with Otto. Gazing at his family, Waiki reminisced about the night their bond deepened. The phrase a spring night's fleeting joy is worth 1,000 gold had once been mere words. Now, he understood its essence. At the Land of Fire's border, Captain Izuna, this is the location the Hokage specified, a masked ANBU reported deferentially. With other nations encroaching upon their territory, even ravaging Yuzushogakure, Uzumaki Mido, now in Konoha, had erupted in fury upon learning of her clan's plight. After deliberation, Tobarama and the elders released Izuna from prison, offering him a chance to atone through service. Fire release, great flame annihilation. A colossal inferno illuminated the battlefield, revealing two figures with golden and silver hair. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, a squad member who had accompanied Waiki during negotiations with Kumogakure, recognized them instantly, their aura far more menacing than before. Izuna unsheathed his blade, eager to test their might. Arrogant brat. Brother, let me handle him. Ginkaku, incensed by Izuna's audacity, summoned the Binasego's rope. Unfamiliar with its power, Izuna dodged, sensing imminent danger upon contact. Susanoo. A turquoise skeletal warrior materialized, wielding a massive sword. An Uchiha? Ginkaku smirked. Izuna theorized his Susanoo's invulnerability, but the rope's properties remained unknown. As Ginkaku retreated, Izuna pursued, slaying Blade of Fate. The skeletal warrior drew an eerie, verdant sword, its edge transcending space and terrain, striking where his will commanded. In a flash, the blade appeared before Ginkaku. What? Ginkaku barely raised the seven-star sword in defense, yet the slash carved a wound across his chest, severing strands of silver hair. Blood seeped from his ankle. Damn it. This brat's technique is unfathomable. Chapter 54. The four great hidden villages encircle the land of Whirlpool. The blade of the Susanoo and Appo's longsword was executed with such swiftness that it eluded the naked eye entirely. Tools like the halberd of gold and the purple gold gourd, which once manipulated the words of spirits, found themselves utterly useless in this moment. A cry from Silverhorn, brother, prompted Goldhorn to join the fray. My lord Izuna. Be cautious. It seems there are others lurking here, exclaimed a ninja from the Hyuga clan among the team. Sharingan. Izuna activated his Sharingan, revealing not only Goldhorn and Silverhorn and Appo's squad but also other ninjas in distinct garbs swiftly approaching from various directions. There were over 100 of them. Likely just the vanguard. Their unified objective was the Whirlpool clan, situated to the north of the Land of Fire. The other four nations were acutely aware that the sealing techniques of the Whirlpool clan were exceedingly formidable. Only by annihilating them could they significantly weaken Konoha, the ally of the Whirlpool clan. Damn it. You all retreat to the Land of Whirlpool. I will hold them off, commanded Izuna in a tone of authority. Understood. His subordinates hurriedly complied, retreating towards the Land of Whirlpool. Hey, where are you little ones going? Let us play a bit longer. Goldhorn chuckled. You laugh now, but receive my strike. Susanoo, divine slash of the commanding decree. Brother, quickly dodge. Silverhorn seemed to anticipate the might of the impending attack and shouted urgently. The skull of Susanoo was once again enveloped in a layer of bloodline tissue. Though the longsword remained still, its presence was palpably approaching. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal sword strikes unleashed a torrent of vibrations and azure waves, obliterating the surrounding trees into ash. Apart from Gold Horn and Silver Horn, who reacted swiftly. All other ninjas from the Cloud Village fell victim to the decisive slash, their heads severed without exception. Although Gold Horn and Silver Horn sustained no physical harm. They were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming shockwave. Izuna retracted his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Curse it, my chakra is running low. He yearned for a pill capable of fully restoring his chakra, wishing to continue the battle for days and nights. What is that sound? From a distance away. Ninjas from the Cloud Village, Mist Village, Sand Village, and Rock Village were startled by the commotion, with those capable of observing from afar quickly employing ninjutsu to investigate. What do you see? Asked Yeyue Longwang, glancing at his sister, Yeyue Longi. It's Konoha's ninjas. At long last, the battle we awaited. Yeyue Longwang exclaimed, enthusiasm radiating from his posture. Since the Nin exams, he had not encountered a Konoha ninja. And he yearned for a rematch with those named Saratobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami. Isn't that the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? Long time no see, remarked Terumi Mei. Clad in the garb of the Mist Village, a hint of derision lacing her tone. She had met Yeyue Longwang a year prior during a conference regarding territorial claims between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water, where they had sparred to a draw. This left Yeyue Longwang, a wielder of Eight Tails chakra, harboring an unresolved frustration. Terumi Mei's words further ignited his anger. You insolent brat. Do not be too arrogant, lest your Mist Village becomes the next target. What did you say? Terumi Mei retorted, equally incensed, as their hands hovered, ready to unleash ninjutsu at a moment and Appo's notice. Enough of your squabbling, interjected a female ninja from the Sand Village, who was currently utilizing her sand to sense movements ahead. It's Konoha's Uchiha Izuna. It's him. News of the combatants had already spread, and a voice rang out in alarm. Uchiha clan? The images of their conqueror, Uchiha Kagami, resurfaced in Yeyue Longwang and Terumi Mei's minds. This time, they vowed not to suffer the same humiliation as before. Huffed, Silver Horn, unable to endure any longer, awoke and spat forth a torrent of blood. Damn it, my weapon. Both Silver Horn and Gold Horn watched helplessly as Izuna seized their 7-star sword, halberd of gold, and other treasures, lamenting their loss. As Izuna prepared to finish them, a kunai shot through the charred tree roots, hurtling towards him. Enough. Without their weapons, they cannot cause much trouble. Seeing other ninjas closing in, Izuna decided to only confiscate their weapons and swiftly turned to flee towards the Land of Whirlpool. Did he escape? As the shadows of the forest faded, a figure emerged, characterized by long, ebony hair and a composed demeanor, exuding an air of authority. The distance is still too great. My ninjutsu cannot be activated. Swish, swish, swish. Terumi Mei and her companions arrived first, confronting the man before them. What brings you here? Terumi Mei inquired. Surprise and excitement evident on her face. Escort them to the rear. Understood. A dove fluttered to the Hokage building in Konoha. Has it arrived so swiftly? Tobirama's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated the rapidity of the movements from the four great nations, nor their complete silence. Had it not been for Izuna's encounter with Gold Horn and Silver Horn, the entire Land of Whirlpool might have remained oblivious to the impending danger. Come here, Hokage-sama. Summon Madara. I have matters to discuss with him. Understood. Madara, wake up, wake up. A gentle voice reached Yeyue's ears, pulling him from the realm of dreams back to reality. Ever since mastering sage arts, Yeyue had inexplicably become exceedingly drowsy, only slowly rousing after Huiyue called to him several times. Madara, don't you have tasks to attend to today? I almost forgot. Yeyue hurriedly rose, tenderly caressing Huiyue's cheek as she nestled against him. Just as they were sharing a moment of intimacy, a series of knocks on the window abruptly interrupted them. I must take my leave. All right. Huiyue nodded, understanding. Yeyue embraced her briefly, pushed open the window, and leaped outside. Is it news from the Hokage? A member of the Umbu nodded. Yeyue's heart tightened. Indeed, the concerns he had harbored had come to fruition. Madara, what has happened to your eyes? Tobirama questioned, observing the strikingly different eyes Yeyue possessed since returning from my Bokuzen. Ever since Yeyue had attained sage body, his eyes had taken on a mysterious golden hue. Let us set that aside. Let us discuss the pressing matter. They have mobilized. Chapter 55, Solo Fire Release, the Siege of 4 Great Shinobi Villages. Sooner than I anticipated, mused Yeyue. Their target was indeed the Uzumaki clan, just as in the original timeline. Shinobi from Awagakure, Sunagakure, Humogakure, Kirigakure, and other villages were already maneuvering between the Land of Fire and the village. The priority now was to secure the daimyo. Nodding to himself, Yeyue felt Tobirama and Appo's hand press against his shoulder, fingers forming a seal. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, they vanished, reappearing within the walls of the Land of Fire's daimyo residence, a mark planted long ago when the alliance between the Senju and the Land of Fire was forged, ensuring an escape route should the path between Konoha and the capital ever be severed. Why you? Who? The daimyo trembled at the sudden appearance of Yeyue. But the sight of Konoha's forehead protector eased his panic. After ensuring the daimyo's safety, Yeyue dashed toward the Land of Whirlpools. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tobirama rallied the village and Appo's, forces. The elite clans, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, along with shinobi like Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kagami Uchiha, stood ready to defend the borders. Someone in Appo's, here, activating his Byakugan. Yu spotted figures concealed within the forest, ambush units deployed by the Kage of various villages to intercept Konoha reinforcements. Honestly, the Mizukage is too cautious, grumbled a Kirigakure shinobi. Do we really need to hide like this? As if the combined forces of Uzushiyogakure and Konoha could overpower us? This squad, led by Hzuki Ijutsu, had lain in wait for 3 days, tasked with eliminating any Konoha shinobi heading for Uzushiyogakure. Sage Art, True Annihilation Flame Technique. A deafening roar erupted as dragon-like flames engulfed the forest, obliterating the squad, save one. Yu, the last surviving Kirigakure shinobi, fumbled with his kunai. Terror-stricken as Yu approached. Go on. Scream. What? Summoning Jutsu. A massive, shadowy bat materialized beside Yu, snatching the paralyzed shinobi and soaring into the sky. Aawa. The shinobi's screams echoed as Yu smirked, sensing distant footsteps through his sage body's perception. Only this many? How disappointing. Captain Ijutsu. It's our squad. Quiet. I already know. Hzuki Ijutsu quickened his pace. If Kirigakure's defenses were the first to fall, the Mizukage would lose face before the other Kage. There. Up in the air. A Kirigakure shinobi pointed at their captured comrade. Who dares act so brazenly? Ijutsu's mind raced. With the elite forces of 4 villages gathered near Uzushiyogakure, how could the intruder be so reckless? No, he knew. A realization struck Ijutsu. This was a diversion, drawing attention away from Uzushiyogakure to buy time. Since Hashirama's death 2 months prior, Uzushiyogakure had been under relentless assault, first by remnants of the Hagoromo and Kagaya clans, then further pressured by alliances with the Yotsuki. The situation had escalated into the current siege. Movement. Konoha shinobi are here. Other squads dispatched scouts. Ijutsu's team arrived at the devastation. Charred bodies, splintered trees, and froze. At least Jonin level. Stay sharp. The previous squad had been mere Chunin. Their deaths were unsurprising. But the sheer destruction before them suggested an elite Jonin. Only this many? Yu emerged from the shadows. That hair. An older Kirigakure Jonin trembled, pointing. It's you, Senju Itama. The Hokage's brother, Konoha's ANBU commander. Senju Itama. Ijutsu swallowed hard, repeating the name. Yu observed Ijutsu, now a high-ranking Kirigakure officer, and marveled at time's passage. During the Chunin exams, he had coveted Ijutsu's Kekiai Genkai. But it wasn't too late to claim it now. Captain Ijutsu, reinforcements from Kumogakure and Sunagakure are approaching. Ijutsu exhaled slightly. Attack together. We just need to hold out until backup arrives. With a roar, Ijutsu charged, water bullets forming in his palms. Charge. The forest erupted into chaos as dozens of shinobi surged toward Yu. Reinforcements are here. From a cliff in Uzushiyogakure, Izuna watched enemy shinobi divert toward Yu's location. Signaling his men, he opened a hidden gate, leading the Uzumaki clan toward Konoha. With most forces drawn away by Yu's flames, no one noticed the Uzumaki's escape. Shuriken Jutsu. Izuna, kunai in one hand and sword in the other, carved a path for the Uzumaki. How unexpected, Izuna. So you and Appo's VE returned to Konoha after all. On a nearby mountain. A man with spiked hair and a face emerging from his chest crossed his arms, voice tinged with surprise. Strange. Mito didn't seal the Nine Tails within herself? The plan has gone awry. Madara Uchiha cast one last glance at Izuna before vanishing. Chapter 56. The Conspiracy of the Four Shadows. My lady Izuna, what troubles you? It is nothing, replied Uchiha Izuna, her gaze shifting from the rocky wall. The aura she sensed earlier bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her brother. Due to the belief among the people of Konoha that Uchiha Madara had perished, Izuna's memories of him were altered through ninjutsu while she was in a state of unconsciousness. Consequently, her subconscious now accepted the notion that her brother was indeed deceased. Hee, Madara, won't you go and see your brother? A viscous white entity appeared beside Uchiha Madara, emitting a slender voice. Silence. You are but a creation of mine, tasked solely with carrying out my orders. Ninja blade technique. Twin blades, flatfish. What is this? A ninja blade. Quite intriguing, remarked Hozuki Aigetsu as he summoned the twin blades, flatfish from the scroll, slicing straight towards Yabuki. Perfect timing to test my current physical prowess. Bang. After evading the strike of the flatfish, Yabuki pivoted and delivered a powerful punch toward Hozuki Aigetsu. Sage art, frog fist. Bang. Puff. What immense strength. Hozuki Aigetsu plummeted to the ground, having underestimated Yabuki. He surmised that Yabuki and Appo's power had at least reached the level of a Kage. Yabuki and Appo's simple punch contained a force that Hozuki Aigetsu had never encountered before, shattering his water-based defense with ease. Lightning release, extreme thunderfang. Lightning crackled in Yabuki and Appo's grasp. Lightning release, supporting thunder. Boom. What a formidable lightning release. At last, ninjas from the Yazuki clan, Sunagakure, and Awagakure had arrived. Simultaneously, many seasoned ninjas, weary from years of conflict, recognized Yabuki. Humph. No matter how strong he was before, he is no longer the Madara of his prime. Everyone, attack together. Do not give him a moment to breathe. Nods of agreement followed. Earth release, Earth Mountain technique. Water release, Heavenly Cry. Fire release, Rock Bullet technique. Lightning release, Thunder Wrath dance. In an instant, a plethora of ninjutsu surged toward Yabuki. Unexpectedly, the coalition, initially aimed at besieging the land of whirlpools, now turned its focus solely on Yabuki. This is bad. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, was the first to react, realizing it was a diversion. Upon learning that all the ninjas had been drawn toward Yabuki, he was taken aback. Your village is rather reckless, making such a grand display with just one individual. Mu directed his comment at the second Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu. It was evident he was criticizing Hozuki Aigetsu's leadership and the overblown situation. What did you say? Hozuki Mangetsu, who had little hope for the assault on the land of whirlpools, lashed out in response to Mu's remarks. Do you wish to fight, Bandage Man? Their relationship had never been cordial, and now they were openly bickering. Youngsters, sighed the Kazakage, shaman, who had been in the role longer than Mu and Hozuki Mangetsu. The plan to engage the land of whirlpools had primarily been proposed by the two of them. Given the scarcity of resources in Sunagakure, they were eager to acquire resources from other nations, making the land of whirlpools an ideal target. A defeat in this war would be a significant embarrassment. Currently, the four great ninja villages were uniting against the Hidden Leaf Village, marking the commencement of the First Great Ninja War, albeit without yet contemplating an invasion of the Land of Fire, and also to vent their frustrations. Both of you, cease this. Shaman could no longer tolerate the squabbling between Mu and Hozuki Mangetsu, and rose to intervene, pacing within the room. Madara is dead. As long as our four great ninja villages unite, the Hidden Leaf Village poses no threat to us. In due time, the resources we seek will be ours. Right, Rakage? Night Moon AI nodded, though his expression remained inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor dismay. We shall proceed according to plan. Even if we do not eliminate a single member of the Uzumaki clan, the land of whirlpools shall cease to exist. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Yabuki formed hand seals, conjuring a colossal wall of fire that materialized before the ninjas. A squad of ninjas from Kirigakure stepped forward. Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Remarkable. Hozuki Aigetsu and the others were astonished that Yabuki and Appo's fire release had reached such heights, requiring an entire squad of ninjas to counter it. Fear not, everyone. He has already expended a considerable amount of chakra in our previous encounter. Surely, he is running low now. Let us hold out. Hozuki Aigetsu rallied the group. The overwhelming destructive force left the surroundings desolate. As Yabuki eliminated ninjas, the system and Appo's notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the ninjutsu fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the ninjutsu water release, Water Clone Technique. Bloodstained Yabuki and Appo's battle attire, turning it a deep crimson as he succumbed to a bloodlust. Summoning technique. Bang. Shadowless bats and Toad Guang descended from above. Attack together. Toad Guang swung his massive twin blades, akin to towering trees, charging into the throngs of ninjas. All shadows. What is it? Speak quickly. Shaman, sensing an ominous thought, hurriedly inquired. The ninja known as Senju Hashirama is still engaged in battle, and our forces have suffered significant losses. Is he injured? One of the newcomers shook his head. It's unclear. All we can see is blood covering him, as if he were a god of slaughter. The group was astonished to discover that, aside from the god of ninjas, Hashirama, the Hidden Leaf Village harbored such a formidable adversary. Reinforcements from the Hidden Leaf Village were arriving promptly. What? Just one Yabuki has stalled the majority of our forces. Once the Hidden Leaf's ninja troops arrive, our chances of victory will dwindle even further. I shall dispatch another squad. Shaman sighed. Although Yabuki was extraordinarily powerful, he was merely one part of the four great ninja villages. The true titans had yet to fully reveal themselves. Swish, swish, swish. Magnet Release and Puppet Master? Hozuki Mangetsu marveled at the elite squad from Sunagakure before him. Although their chakra was ordinary, the murderous intent emanating from them was palpable. Shaman nodded. This squad is capable of far more than merely controlling magnet release and puppet techniques. The true battle has only just begun. Intercept the approaching squad from Konoha. Do not allow them to unite with Senju Hashirama. Understood. Chapter 57. Encounter. Puppeteer versus Konoha Elite Guard. Mirror. Can you see Lord Madara? Uchiha Mirror shook his head. Although they had departed from the borders of the Land of Fire, they were still a considerable distance from the Land of Whirlpools. Their primary mission was to assist Uchiha Izuna and Yeyu in safely evacuating the members of the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Whirlpools. Suddenly, dozens of shurikens shot from the shadows, targeting the elite guard. Be careful. Uchiha Mirror warned the five behind him as he dodged the incoming projectiles. Reinforcements from the enemy. Prepare for battle. Summoning technique. Monkey King. With his Sharingan activated, Mito Gate unfurled a large scroll from his back, ready to summon various ninja tools and props at any moment. He summoned a fiery weapon, directing it toward the forest. The sounds of wooden and metallic objects colliding echoed through the woods, indicating a significant number of puppets. Sand, Earth Flow. Uchiha Mirror quickly identified the type of jutsu being used by the enemy and relayed the information to the others. A puppeteer? It seems they are ninjas from Sunigakure. Monkey King. With a cough, Sarutobi Hiruzen wielded the Rui Jingu Bang, swinging it toward the leading puppeteer controlling an animal puppet. The puppeteer, utilizing chakra threads, swiftly commanded the puppet to retreat. Suddenly, dozens of puppeteers emerged around Sarutobi and his companions, each brandishing an animal puppet and glaring menacingly at them. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Akimichi Toriphone consumed a green spinach pill from his pocket, immediately amplifying his chakra. Super Expansion Technique. Lightning Release. Thunder War Technique. The sound of their jutsu reverberated throughout the area. Have Sarutobi and the others arrived? Yeyu noted the commotion. It seems I need to conclude my business here swiftly. What jutsu is that? Yeyu suddenly began forming hand seals in a sequence that did not belong to any of the 5 basic nature transformations. Everyone, be cautious. Inuzuka and Jetsu shouted. It appears reinforcements from headquarters have arrived. We must not linger with Senju Hashirama any longer. Use all your strength, regardless of the jutsu he employs. Let us press on. Yes. Earthgrudge Fear. Yeyu revealed 5 black spheres of Earthgrudge Fear, the heart of 5 nature transformations simultaneously emerging from his body. What is that bizarre entity? The enigmatic aura surrounding Yeyu and Amp, Appos, Earthgrudge Fear caused the ninjas present to hesitate and step back. Let us attack together. Fear not. Night Moon Longwang echoed, confident that their overwhelming numbers would be sufficient to subdue Yeyu, even if he were a formidable foe from the bygone era. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Lightning Release. Thunder Bomb Technique. Surrounding Yeyu, an array of vibrant colors manifested as the 5 nature transformations were unleashed simultaneously. Come forth. Yeyu bellowed. Earthgrudge Fear. Composite Ninjutsu. Flame Wind Chaotic Wave. Boom. Yeyu moved his body, allowing the attack to expand in all directions. The fusion of Fire Release and Wind Release resulted in a hybrid ninjutsu. Water Release. Water Surge Wave. Lightning Release. Assistive Lightning Technique. After countering Yeyu's assault, Inuzuka and Jetsu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. No, he is still gathering power. Night Moon Longi and Appos. Alarm voice sent a shockwave through the group. Earthgrudge Fear. Final shot. Boom. A powerful beam surged toward Inuzuka and Jetsu, its speed so rapid that evasion was impossible. Twin blades, water flounder. Even as Enjetsu raised his kunai in defense, he could not withstand the overwhelming destructive force. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the mist ninja Inuzuka and Jetsu and successfully copying the ninjutsu, water release, water gun technique. Other ninjutsu must be acquired from the System Point shop. Captain Ninjutsu. The mist ninja lost their leader, enveloped in despair. Do not panic. Stay calm. After 2 rounds of Yeyu's bombardment, only a few remained on the battlefield, with some ninjas contemplating retreat. 8 Tails. It's your turn. Night Moon Longwang. Having perfected his status as the Jinchuriki over the years, maintained a semblance of calm even while transforming. Leave it to me. He brushed off the dust from his attire and suddenly tilted his head, red chakra emanating from above his body. Lord Longwang is about to release the 8 Tails. Everyone, retreat. The mist ninjas wept as they carried Inuzuka and Jetsu and Appos' body to safety. Sister, go ahead. If we leave together, we won and Appos' escape. Brother. Night Moon Longi instinctively reached out, only to reluctantly withdraw and turn away. Boom. The crimson chakra enveloped Night Moon Longwang's body entirely, revealing tails sprouting from his back. 1, 2, until 8 tails emerged, pushing his chakra to the brink of eruption. Konoha and Appos' little brat, taste my claw. Night Moon Longwang's consciousness was overtaken by the ox demon as he charged toward Yeyu. So fast. After his transformation, Longwang's power and speed surged to a qualitative leap. And Yeyu sensed a far superior bond between Longwang and the ox demon than during the Chunin exams years prior. The 8 Tails? Allow me to experience the might of a tailed beast. Previously, he had captured the 7 Tails with Uchiha Madara, which was merely a low-tier tailed beast. But the 8 Tails was second only to the 9 Tails. Water Release, Water Barrier. Yeyu unleashed a massive water column to withstand the 8 Tails and Appos' onslaught. After blocking another attack, the 8 Tails roared fiercely. Is this the second phase? Both in ordinary sight and through the Sharingan, the 8 Tails chakra reached a terrifying volume. 8 Tails, dance charge. The black-red 8 Tails bellowed. And a crimson light enveloped its body, with the surrounding foliage wilting under its radiance. Night Moon Longwang's form expanded, and it seemed as if something was breaking free from within him, towering like a hill in an instant. A colossal creature with octopus-like tails emerged before Yeyu, its imposing horns emanating an overwhelming pressure. Look over there. The fleeing ninjas, witnessing the giant form of the ox demon from afar, were struck with fear. Has my brother truly unleashed that beast? A flicker of dread appeared in Night Moon Longi and Appos' eyes. Meanwhile, from a distance, Izuna and Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the anomaly on Yeyu and Appos' side. Madara. Lord Madara is actually confronting that tailed beast? How terrifying. Chapter 58. The Fragmentation of the Four Shadows Alliance. The Return of the Eight Tails to Konoha. The retreating crowd was filled with astonishment, yet Izuna remained remarkably composed. To him, it was no formidable task for Yayu to contend with the Eight Tails. Yayu harbored many secrets unknown to him. Previously, during a fortuitous encounter, he had witnessed Yayu and Appo's Sharingan, and even the wood release techniques of the first Hokage. Izuna and Appo's current objective was to complete the escort mission safely. The Earth Grudge Fear unleashed a torrent of flames resembling a vast ocean from the mouth of the fire release masked beast, which rapidly expanded upon contact with the ground, engulfing the Eight Tails before it. Cursed flames. The Eight Tails manipulated its tails with a mere flick, stirring a tempestuous wave of spatial energy. Once the flames dissipated, the Eight Tails, infuriated, slammed its appendages against the ground, gathering energy for its most potent attack. Tail Beast Ball Boom. In an instant, the Eight Tails wrapped itself with its tentacles, spinning at high velocity to create a colossal storm. A cyclone of furious winds began to swirl around the Eight Tails. Those caught in its vortex would likely meet a dire fate. Suddenly, Frosh and the Shadowless Bat found themselves unable to escape in time. Frosh swiftly lifted Yayu and hurled him into the air. As Yayu ascended, he dispelled the summoning restrictions binding the Shadowless Bat and Frosh. Just as they were about to be consumed by the tempest, the two summoned beasts vanished. Detestable Konoha brat. The Eight Tails and Appo's fury peaked, raging uncontrollably. Yayu had distanced himself from the Eight Tails' reach, rendering any subsequent attempts at rotation futile. The Eight Tails was clueless to Yayu's current whereabouts, leaving the situation in a stalemate. Would Golem. Just as Yayu aimed to unleash a jutsu, an unexpected pain surged through his shoulder, and his chakra reserves dwindled perilously. First, he needed to replenish his chakra. The Eight Tails was unaware of his location, granting him precious moments to recover. With the sage body at his disposal, Yayu's chakra replenished swiftly, eliminating the need for soldier pills or other chakra-restoring substances. Elsewhere, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a fire release technique, defeating the puppet masters controlling their marionettes. At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. Please, gather closer. Uzumaki Kaharu urged, as they needed to hasten their journey to Yayu's side, and the injuries among the group required immediate attention. Fortunately, they had two medical ninjas accompanying them, and with Uzumaki Kaharu's expertise in medical ninjutsu, their wounds were swiftly treated. Though these puppet masters were a recent addition to the ninja forces, they had remarkably matched the prowess of elite jonin within just a few months. Shimura Danzo, beads of sweat on his brow, expressed his deep concern. The puppet masters had emerged only months prior, rumored to have been created by the second Kazekage of Sunagakure, Shaman. By utilizing chakra threads to manipulate artificial bodies, they could minimize their own risk while maintaining surveillance, making them nearly invincible when kept at a distance. If such a profession flourished for a few years, they would undoubtedly give rise to exceptionally talented ninja proficient in this art. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions approached the fallen puppet masters to gather materials for puppet crafting before heading towards Yayu. In the temporary residence of the Four Shadows in the Land of Grass, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has been relocated by Konoha. It appears we have gained little from this endeavor, Tsuki Mangetsu remarked, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. The loss of a brilliant ninja from the Mist Village left him profoundly disappointed in the other three shadows. I shall proceed with our village and Appo's ninjas. We can discuss Konoha and Appo's situation later, Tsuki Mangetsu said, adjusting his cloak, addressing the other three shadows, while also acknowledging the long-haired man beside him, who had previously intervened to stop Izuna from attacking the golden and silver horns. Che, bearded man, are you afraid of Konoha now? What did you say? Tsuki Mangetsu nearly erupted in anger, but quickly regained his composure. After all, I have acquaintances in Konoha, albeit not very close ones. It seems prudent to exercise caution rather than engage recklessly. Bandaged man, you may continue your assault, but do not come to our village lamenting when it goes awry. With those words, Tsuki Mangetsu turned and departed, as voices outside echoed, disperse. We shall return to our village. After Tsuki Mangetsu's exit, the other three shadows fell into silence. The Uzumaki clan had yet to send word, and it was evident they may have already reached Konoha. However, the departure of the Uzumaki had left a vast expanse of land in the Land of Whirlpools behind them. Since the Mizukage has departed, shall we divide this land amongst ourselves? Shaman proposed first. The other two nodded in agreement. Thus, the initial operation against Konoha concluded due to the uncertainties introduced by Yayu and the relocation of the Uzumaki clan. What? Riken is still battling with Izuna. Raikage had not anticipated that the ninjas of Yunin village had yet to withdraw. This is disastrous. If Konoha gains possession of the Eight Tails, Yagami AI shook his head in disbelief, unable to fathom the potential consequences, and hurried towards the locations of Yagami Rikan and Yayu. Lord Izuna, you have arrived. At that moment, Yayu stood atop the body of the Kaibai, glancing back at the elite forces of Konoha approaching him. After a brief absorption of natural energy, Yayu and Appo's chakra surged to unprecedented levels, a remarkable boon granted by the sage body. Truly, Lord Izuna, Not only did you fend off the attacking ninjas, but you also managed to subdue the Eight Tails. We must depart swiftly. This place is no longer safe. Suddenly, the Eight Tails vanished, reappearing amid a cloud of smoke, revealing Yagami Rikan's silhouette. It is, indeed, him. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions recognized Yagami Rikan. They should be arriving soon. Let us depart hastily. Yayu hoisted Yagami Rikan onto his shoulders, bolstered by the sage body, lifting the massive figure felt as effortless as lifting a stone. With a swift motion, they vanished from their location and returned to the village. Damn! Reikage arrived at the spot where Yayu had stood, only to find it deserted. Yagami Rikan had been captured nonetheless. Regretting sending Yagami Rikan out, Yagami AI was not concerned for his safety but rather for the Eight Tails. The Kaibai being the strongest tailed beast in existence, now joined by the Eight Tails, second only to the Kaibai. We must reclaim the Eight Tails. Chapter 59, A Night in the Gentle Embrace. The plea of the Thunder Shadow. The esteemed figures have returned. At the entrance of Konoha, a vigilant gatekeeper ninja detected the arrival of Yu and his companions. With a resounding thud, they brought the unconscious figure of Yu Long Wang to the foot of the Konoha building. Simultaneously, the members of the Uzumaki clan, escorted by Uchiha Izuna, successfully arrived in the village. Observing the fortunate survivors of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito breathed a sigh of relief. Although the assaults from the four great nations had ceased, no one could assure that they would not launch another onslaught. Yu, being well-versed in the original narrative, appeared to comprehend the impending developments. This understanding partly motivated his capture of the Eight Tails. Aside from the Eight Tails, the village of Kumogakure harbored another tailed beast, the Two Tails, however. Its combat prowess was evidently inferior to that of the Eight Tails, which was second only to the Nine Tails. Reflecting on the matter, Yu mused that in exchange, a price must be paid. After all, he could not simply relinquish the tailed beast he had so painstakingly captured. Following this battle, the name of Yu reverberated throughout the ninja world, instilling fear within the hearts of the four great ninja villages. The title bestowed upon him by the four Kage was the God of Slaughter, signifying his terrifying combat capabilities. First, attend to the ninja from Kumogakure and place him under house arrest. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged Yu and Appo's command and proceeded to detain Yu Long Wang. Will the people from Kumogakure truly come to negotiate with us? Tobarama questioned incredulously once more. Fear not, brother. Losing the Eight Tails is akin to having a piece of their very heart severed. They will undoubtedly come to negotiate, regardless of the cost. Tobarama and Appo's concern stemmed from Konoha and Appo's recent conflicts with the four great ninja villages, questioning whether such actions were prudent. Brother, what troubles you? In the ninja world, there is no absolute right or wrong, only the relationships of interests. Yu's words illuminated Tobarama's mind, akin to a divine revelation. During Hashirama's time, they enjoyed a period of stability, but after the four great ninja villages unleashed their pent-up frustrations upon Konoha, coupled with Yu and Appo's admonition, Tobarama and Appo's gaze grew sharp. This world has always revered the strong. Yu and Appo's residence, adjacent to the Hokage building, was distanced from the bustling streets and various clans. This spacious villa, approximately 200 square meters, was overseen by Yu himself, surrounded by fragrant flowers and lush greenery. I have returned. A delicate figure emerged from the house. Clad in a light crimson kimono, her face radiating relaxation and joy. Fukish Kagetsu had been anxious upon hearing that Yu had ventured to the borders of the Land of Fire to engage in battle with other ninja. Now that he had returned unscathed, her excitement propelled her to leap into his arms. The fragrant aura emanating from Kagetsu invigorated Yu. How delightful, he remarked, embracing her as they entered their grand abode. After an hour had passed, they lay together in bed, with Fukish Kagetsu nestled closely beside Yu, her face aglow with a rosy hue. Is this comfortable? How vexing. Though Kagetsu held the esteemed position of the second in command of a major trading consortium, she revealed her true self only in Yu's presence. Charming, yet endearingly innocent. What of Hibi? He has fallen asleep. By the way, Kagetsu's expression clouded with concern. You weren't injured, were you? Upon hearing her words of concern, warmth surged within Yu. Who could possibly harm me? Relieved, Kagetsu replied. I know my gene is the mightiest. Early the next morning, Yu, suddenly intrigued, noted the shyness upon Kagetsu and Appo's face. However, after another hour of passionate engagement in bed, they reluctantly rose. Finally, Yu found the time to gaze upon his son, Senju Yihan. As Yihan had yet to celebrate his first birthday, his traits remained indistinct. When Yihan was born, Yu and Appo's initial thought was whether his son would possess a system akin to his own, yet he swiftly dismissed this notion. Yihan's hair differed from Yu's. While Fukish Kagetsu had black hair, Yu and Appo's was a blend of black and white. Strangely, Yihan's hair was entirely white, a surprise to Yu. Whoosh! A shadow flitted outside the house. Leader, the Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage building. Representatives from other ninja villages have arrived. As expected, Yu mused. After placing a gentle kiss on Fukish Kagetsu and Appo's cheek, he departed the house. Hokage-sama, I have conveyed the message from Reikage-sama. I await your thoughts. The representative sent by Reikage cautiously inquired. Simultaneously, the scene of Reikage's instructions replayed in Yiyu's mind, and even the representative seemed skeptical of such demands. Tobarama, you have arrived. Upon hearing the name of Senju Tobarama, the Reikage and Appo's representative visibly trembled, clearly aware of Yiyu and Appo's reputation that had spread to Kumogakure. Are you suggesting that our Hokage should venture to Kumogakure with a handful of ninjas after we have just engaged in warfare? Yiyu inquired slowly, seemingly questioning the representative's rationale. An alliance? That is a notion born solely from your Kumogakure. Yiyu's voice escalated slightly, sending the representative's heart racing. As he spoke, Yiyu exchanged a glance with Tobarama, who nodded in agreement. Yiyu continued, Tobarama, if my memory serves me correctly, you should be acquainted with this Reikage. Acquainted? Yiyu pretended to be oblivious, pondering for a moment. Oh, you mean that individual from the Yiyu clan? Yes. The representative nodded eagerly, sensing hope. Indeed, this Senju Tobarama is acquainted with Reikage-sama. This brings relief. I recall that we clashed during our attempts to seize the Seven Tails. He struck me quite fiercely at that time. Yiyu feigned indignation. How dare you send a representative with such a request? You shall bear the brunt of my wrath. As he spoke, Yiyu closed the distance toward the representative. This. The representative was left speechless, his face paling. Very well then. Tobarama interjected as a mediator, clearing his throat. It is possible to hand over the Eight Tails, but what? Please, Hokage-sama, elucidate. Upon hearing there was a possibility, the representative became animated, eagerly awaiting Tobarama's next words. Chapter 60, Naka Shrine. Trading the Eight Tails for the Two Tails, exchanging the Two Tails as leverage to remain in Konoha. This was an offer the Cloud Village representatives had clearly not anticipated. Their delegates hesitated, stammering uncertainly between acceptance and refusal. Deliver our terms to your Reikage. We expect an answer within 3 days. With Tobarama and Appo's dismissal, the envoys had no choice but to depart. The proposal had been devised by Yoru the previous night, and upon hearing it, Tobarama's expression had brightened with satisfaction. This way, they could both appease Kumogakure and secure their own village's interests. Now, all that remained was to await their response. Thud. A sudden, searing pain lanced through Yoru's eyes, blood trickling from their corners. Gritting his teeth, he staggered to a secluded spot. Is this the backlash of the Meijiki Sharingan? Clutching his face, Yoru grimaced. I need the eternal Meijiki soon. His thoughts turned once more to Izuna. Swish, within moments, Yoru stood within the Uchiha compound. Izuna, having led the Uzumaki clan's relocation to Konoha, had earned newfound respect among his kin. Lord Itama, what brings you here? Uchiha Kagami, practicing shuriken jutsu in the training grounds, hurried over upon spotting Yoru. Name, Uchiha Kagami Combat Power, 3000 age, 20 affiliation, member of Tobarama's elite squad. I'm here for Izuna. Lord Izuna? He's at the Naka Shrine. Kagami gestured vaguely in its direction. Naka Shrine. Beneath the Uchiha district, Izuna stood motionless before an ancient stone tablet. His gaze locked onto its inscriptions. A sharp pang shot through his skull. Memories of the tablet, erased by the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique, now allowed his Meijiki to perceive deeper truths. Are you alright? A voice echoed from the shrine's entrance. The sight of Yoru's stark black and white hair steadied Izuna's restless heart. Why? Why does our clan's foundation bear these words? Sigh. Is this the Uchiha's fate? No matter how history shifts, the Chosen will always decipher this script. Yoru dismissed the tablet's message, but its antiquity made Izuna skeptical. Left with no choice, Yoru played his final card. Hey, brat, what is the meaning of this? Black Zetsu recognized the shrine instantly but feigned composure. What is that? Izuna recoiled at the amorphous, writhing mass. Oh ho. The eternal Meijiki, the Uchiha's pinnacle. But did you know an even greater form exists? Zetsu's voice dripped with mock admiration, as if meeting Izuna for the first time. You are seized, Zetsu. Explain. Properly. Or else, cowed, Zetsu slithered to the tablet. Yoru folded his arms, waiting. Then that S. Izuna's eyes widened as the inscriptions morphed under Zetsu's influence. Revert it. Now. Zetsu shuddered and complied. So this is the truth. Yoru too stared in awe, his first glimpse of the tablet's original text. Ding. Host has successfully altered the Naka Shrine tablet. Izuna's favorability. 100 yet no further notifications followed. Is there a restriction on obtaining the eternal Meijiki? These are the true words. Yoru recounted the tablet's origins, tracing history back to Kagaya Tsutsuki's era. The revelations left Izuna staggered, yet the logic was undeniable. The Tsutsuki clan. So aliens truly exist. Yoru nodded. But their next arrival is decades away. We have time. Beside him, Zetsu trembled. You. Who are you? How do you know this? Its voice cracked with terror. It had assumed Yoru merely knew pre-war history, not secrets it itself was unaware of. You're still useful. Back to containment. With a smirk, Yoru exited the shrine. Returning to his lab. Truthfully, Revealing these truths to Izuna changed little. It was merely Yoru's way of unburdening his mind. When will I wield a Sharingan without repercussions? 3 days later, Kumogakure responded. They agreed. Yoru was stunned. He expected resistance, yet the Cloud Village conceded without fuss. A contingent of Kumonin arrived to retrieve their brat. From the Hokage Tower, Yoru observed the exchange. So that's the two tails. A team of burly, dark-skinned shinobi hauled a massive cart bearing a colossal feline wreathed in blue chakra flames, its twin tails lashing furiously, though it thrashed against its bindings. The beast's roars were futile, failed experiments. Then, Yoru deduced Kumogakure lacked a compatible Jinchuriki, hence their swift agreement. Still, tailed beasts symbolized a nation's might. This loss would sting. The Raikage humbly requests a peace treaty. This is his sole condition. Tobarama nodded. I'll consider it. As the Kumonin departed with the unconscious Yatsuki-ri, Tobarama confirmed their proposal. Perfect. Yoru's mind raced. In the original timeline, Gold and Silver brothers slew Tobarama. Not this time. Chapter 61, The Shattered Pact, Collapse of the Summit. Lord Commander, all forces are in position. Move out. Yu, wearing his Enbu mask, gave a solemn nod. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with 5 others, and the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, set off for Kumogakure to attend the alliance ceremony. Before their departure, Yu discreetly warned Tobarama to remain vigilant against the Gold and Silver brothers, assuring him of covert protection. Last time, they slipped away. This time, they want to escape. Izuna Uchiha, trailing behind Yu, muttered with barely contained fury. In this timeline, the Gold and Silver brothers had also acquired the chakra of the 9 tails, making them formidable adversaries. Uncertain whether they would betray the alliance, Yu emphasized caution to ensure Tobarama's safety. To think they actually showed up, the Gold brother sneered, watching Tobarama's approach. Brother, shall we strike now? Patience. The Silver brother replied, his grin twisting into something sinister. We'll act when the ceremony reaches its peak. That fool, the third Raikage, has long overstayed his welcome. Tonight, he vanishes for good. Clutching the sacred relics of the Sage of 6 Paths, the Gold brother's expression darkened with malice. Izuna, any sign of them? Yu asked quietly. Izuna scanned the secluded meeting hall and shook his head. Nothing yet. But this place it feels unnervingly isolated. Tobarama, clad in his iconic attire, a black bodysuit beneath layered blue armor, his forehead protector etched with 3 crimson marks, and a feathered mantle draped over his shoulders, stood composed. You must be Tobarama Senju, brother of the first Hokage, the third Raikage, greeted as he emerged with his entourage. We appreciate your return to the 8 Tails. Contrary to his reputation for volatility, the Raikage's demeanor was unexpectedly amicable, catching the Konoha delegation off guard. The 2 leaders conversed with surprising ease. This isn't right, Izuna murmured, observing from the shadows outside. Didn't you predict conflict? They seem perfectly cordial. Patience, Yu replied calmly. Not all players have arrived. We should move closer, trouble brews. Why not strike first? Why wait? Yu shook his head. If they initiate hostilities, they bear the blame. The other villages may be watching silently. Let them reveal their treachery first. Konoha's honor remains untarnished. As anticipated, the Raikage clapped his hands, signaling the Gold and Silver brothers' entrance. They carried the alliance scrolls, their smiles dripping with deceit. Forewarned, Tobarama and his team tensed, hands hovering near their weapons. In an instant, Kumonin materialized behind the traitorous duo. What is the meaning of this? The Raikage roared, stunned. Shouldn't we intervene? Izuna urged. No. Yu said coolly. This is Kumo's internal strife. Saving him would be excessive, though he is a worthy leader. With a vicious grin, the Gold brother shredded the treaty. Die. Swinging the bashed sun, he unleashed a torrent of flames toward the assembly. Hokage-sama, evade. Hiruzen shoved an unprepared Koharu aside. Earth-style, mud wall. A colossal barrier erupted, shielding them. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. Tobarama's hands blurred through seals. A serpentine surge of water, its eyes gleaming gold, lunged at the brothers. The Silver brother struck before the Raikage could react. Why betray the village you helped build? A.S. lightning armor flared defensively. Yet the Silver brother's blade sliced through it like paper. Blood sprayed from the Raikage's chest. You wretched. Gritting through agony, A swung his massive sword. Don't just stand there. Kill them. The Silver brother barked. Kunai buried themselves in the Raikage's torso. Damn that's brutal, Yu muttered. Second Hokage. We must retreat. Hiruzen parried the Gold brother's assault as Tobarama led the Konoha forces away. The Raikage's death would send shockwaves through the shinobi world. After them. Don't let Konoha spread word of this. The Gold brother bellowed. The Silver brother delivered a final kick to the fallen Raikage before charging after Tobarama. Fleeing brat? The Gold brother taunted Hiruzen, who broke into a cold sweat before darting behind the earthen wall. None escape. The bashed sun's flames pursued him. Susanoo, divine severance, void slash. An emerald titan materialized, its unseen blade cleaving the air. The Gold brother staggered. Konoha's deceit knows no bounds. Izuna-sama. Hiruzen gasped, recognizing the Susanu's wielder. Go, Hiruzen. I'll handle this. Bastards. The gold brother brandished the amber purifying pot. Izuna Uchiha. His voice echoed with venomous intent. Chapter 62. This is the third power, Susanoo. The heavenly chaotic stream. Is that the attack method of that ninja tool? Fortunately, Yu had previously warned Izuna to be cautious of the ninja tools wielded by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. They can launch attacks through the enemy and Oppo's words, usurping their language spirits and sealing them within the purple gold red gourd in the amber purification bottle. What is happening? Why is he not making a sound? Has he already sensed something amiss? Golden Horn, noticing Izuna and Oppo's prolonged silence, anxiously contemplated. Is it enough to remain silent? Izuna formed hand seals, while the Susanoo enveloping him grasped dual blades and sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms. Command of fate heavenly chaotic stream. Izuna placed his hands before his chest, raising them. As his pupils transformed from the 3-tomo Sharingan to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, then to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, that pair of eyes reappeared. Earth release earth rock wall technique. Golden Horn finally began forming seals, raising a massive earthen wall around him to create a barrier between himself and Izuna. Then, the Susanoo split into 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a long sword. A sense of foreboding arose within Golden Horn. The Susanoo swung towards him, the 3 blades glowing with blue light, sharp enough to seemingly sever all. The resultant force shattered nearby stones and debris. How swift, even with Golden Horn and Oppo's extraordinary reflexes. Facing these colossal blades of Susanoo left him feeling immobilized, as if frozen in place. Brother. Silver Horn halted upon hearing the commotion behind him. Damn it. How could this be? This is not how the plan was supposed to unfold. You all go support my brother. The rest of you continue pursuing those Leaf Village scoundrels. Fire release great fireball technique. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village collectively unleashed their fire-based ninjutsu, creating a massive fireball that intercepted Tobirama and his comrades. Lord Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others felt a twinge of unease upon seeing the fireball ahead. They were merely elite Jainin, and there remained a significant gap when facing the elite, shadow-level ninjas specifically chosen by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of the Hidden Cloud Village. Moreover, Silver Horn was among the strongest in the entire Hidden Cloud Village. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shuriken were suddenly hurled from an unknown source, embedding themselves firmly at Silver Horn and Oppo's feet. Are there more of them? Silver Horn did not anticipate that the Leaf Village ninjas were so thoroughly prepared. Evil Leaf Village brats. Silver Horn grasped his 7-star sword, ready to manipulate the language spirits of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Useless. Don't waste your effort. At that moment, a voice emerged from the woods. It's you. Silver Horn immediately recognized Yu, his expression filled with indignation, followed by a jolt of realization. Could it be? Does he know the capabilities of the purple gold red gourd? No. It's impossible. We never disclosed this to anyone. Lightning release extreme lightning fong. Yu granted him no respite, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged towards Silver Horn at blinding speed. 7-star sword. Silver Horn hastily raised his sword to block it. As Yu closed in, he prepared to use the H-kin rope to thwart Yu's advance. The H-kin rope, in the original narrative, was manipulated by Silver Horn to extract many ninjas' language spirits, and when paired with the purple gold red gourd, it could draw anyone touched by the rope into the gourd. The force with which Silver Horn threw the H-kin rope was immense, reaching Yu in the blink of an eye. Just as the H-kin rope was about to make contact with Yu, Flying Thunder God technique. A mark materialized behind Yu, and then Tobirama instantly appeared before him, seizing Yu and teleporting him away from the area. I was careless. Yu lightly tapped his head. The power of the H-kin rope should not be underestimated. He had distinctly sensed a pulling force within him moments before, as if something was about to be forcibly extracted. Monkey, you all go ahead. I will hold the rear with Tobirama. But, Lord Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately grew concerned for their safety. Rest assured, we will be fine. You all leave first. Yu assured Sarutobi Hiruzen with a calm demeanor. His confidence stemmed entirely from the presence of one individual. How could this be? Brother. Silver Horn gazed in disbelief at the corpse of Golden Horn thrown before him, speaking with anguish. Do you still wish to struggle? What a pity for Raikage. Who could have led the Hidden Cloud Village to greater heights, only to encounter 2 rogue ninjas? Izuna stepped forward, remarking that if not for his deliberate restraint during that last heavenly chaotic stream, Golden Horn would not have even had a complete corpse left. However, that technique had significantly drained his chakra, despite possessing the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan, without the naturally vast chakra reserves like Uchiha Madara. Using Susanoo and Oppo's strongest attack would swiftly deplete his chakra. I will kill you, you bastard. Silver Horn rose, swinging his 7-star sword, while elite ninjas swiftly mobilized alongside him. The Uchiha clan is truly terrifying. At this moment, Yu found himself unexpectedly concerned about the formidable power of the Uchiha clan. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Yu formed hand seals, causing countless shuriken to multiply and surge towards Silver Horn and the Hidden Cloud ninjas. Brother, it's our turn. Tobirama nodded, executing the Flying Thunder God Slash. Tobarama moved with incredible speed, striking at the enemy. How fast? Yu couldn't help but marvel at the swiftness. Unable to react in time. Is that the Hokage of the Leaf Village? And the person beside him, with that black and white hair, is truly fearsome. Izuna, you should also leave. Take care. After Izuna retreated, Yu remained to engage Silverhorn in battle. Brother. Chakra began to swirl around Silverhorn and Appo's body. Has it manifested? Yet another twist. As in the original narrative, Golden Horn and Silverhorn were resurrected through impure world reincarnation, with Golden Horn entering Ninetales cloak mode due to Silverhorn's sealing. Now, the roles have reversed. Grudge of the Earth. A red mask appeared behind Yu. Grudge of the Earth head carving hardship. A wall of flames erupted, aimed at the Silverhorn clad in the Ninetales cloak. Silverhorn extended his red claws, effortlessly dispersing the flames. Wood. West Inner. Silverhorn and Appo's words were tinged with the beastly growl of the Ninetales as he lunged toward Yu. After Yu evaded, Silverhorn began to whirl around himself, much like the Eight Tails, causing the surrounding trees to sway and tremble. Dark matter began to materialize from Silverhorn and Appo's mouth. Not good. It's the tailed beast ball. It seems I have no way to evade. Has it locked onto me? Chapter 63. The death of the Golden Horn and Silverhorn. The first Ninja World War comes to an end. The tailed beast bomb stirred the air around it, hurtling towards Yu. Banjin, be careful. Tobarama instantly teleported in front of Yu. To evade such a wide-ranging attack using the Flying Thunder God technique would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of chakra. At that moment, Yu placed his hand on Tobarama's shoulder. Banjin, leave it to me. Copying. Ding. Congratulations, host. Copy successful. Acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. Beginner. With his rapport with Senju Tobarama reaching a threshold, Yu mastered the Flying Thunder God technique in an instant. His goal was to utilize this technique to transfer the tailed beast bomb. With my current chakra reserves, I should be able to move this behemoth. Yu began to absorb the natural energy surrounding him, converting it into chakra within his body. Konoha Ninja, perish. Silverhorn became increasingly frenzied, releasing the tailed beast bomb. Yu opened his pupils, his orange-toed eyes fixated on the tailed beast bomb. Flying Thunder God technique. What? Tobarama was the first to be astonished upon hearing the name of the ninjutsu. Could it be that Banjin learned my technique just by touching me? If so, such talent is extraordinary. Open. Yu moved swiftly, arriving in front of the tailed beast bomb. In the moment of contact, whoosh. Yu and the tailed beast bomb vanished simultaneously. Banjin. After Yu disappeared, Silverhorn did not grant Tobarama a moment of respite, launching another attack in his tailed beast form, wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Whoosh. Banjin. Brother, duck. Yu hastily shouted without time to explain, simultaneously surrounding himself with Earth-style, Earth Wall. A powerful wave emanated from a distance. Yu had transferred the tailed beast bomb to the nearest mountain, using the massive range of the mountains to block its attack. However, the residual force from the explosion still spread outward. Is that the aura of the tailed beast bomb? Izuna, who had followed Saratobi Hiruzen, sensed the aura and gazed in the direction of the sound. Is Lord Hokage and Lord Banjin truly unharmed? Do not worry. They will resolve this shortly. Tien Zensuke scoffed. He harbored no friendly sentiments towards the Uchiha clan, stemming from past grievances when the Uchiha oppressed the Senju clan before the establishment of Konoha. This familial influence shaped Tien Zensuke's views. What a pity for those Sharingan. Tien Zensuke stared blankly at Izuna's eyes, which possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, a legendary ocular power that could not manifest its might due to insufficient chakra. If given the chance, I too wish to acquire a pair of Sharingan. Tien Zensuke mused. Bang, bang, bang. A tremendous shockwave surged from above Yu and Tobarama, obliterating Yu's earth wall. Lightning release, lightning strike technique. Yu formed hand seals, conjuring a bolt of lightning, and as Silverhorn fell due to the air disturbance, Yu leaped from the sky. Lightning release, extreme lightning fong. Silverhorn attempted to block with his hand. You cannot evade it. Sharingan. Ding. Athe. The lightning struck Silverhorn's tailed beast form, causing him to howl in agony. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain Silverhorn. Reward. 10 purity of Sage of Six Paths bloodline. Bloodline purity? What is that? Before Yu could fully comprehend, he felt a soothing sensation within his body, the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths. It must be the reward for defeating Silverhorn. Both Golden Horn and Silverhorn possessed the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, making this reward from the system quite reasonable. As the Uchiha and Senju clans descended from Indra and Ashura respectively, Yu could learn ninjutsu and bloodline limits from both clans through the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths belonging to the Senju clan. Yu was naturally well-versed in their ninjutsu. Now, with the addition of the Mangeki Sharingan, could he potentially develop the legendary eye, the Rinnegan, through the connection of both clans and Appo's bloodlines? However, that was merely a thought for now. Yu still had much to ponder about the Rinnegan, and the inscriptions on the stone tablet at the Nanga Shrine required further contemplation. Banjin, how are you? Yu shook his head. In that moment, Golden Horn and Silver Horn vanished from the ninja world, while Tobirama remained unharmed, continuing to serve as the second Hokage. Amidst the brief yet intense conflict during the Four Nations Ninja Alliance's assault on Konoha, this skirmish was dubbed the First Ninja World War, a conflict specifically targeting Konoha. Through this war, Konoha gained substantial prestige and status, and the remaining four ninja villages no longer dared to underestimate Konoha, which had lost Hashirama Senju. In the Cloud Village, the absence of the second Reikage triggered a significant internal conflict, as its inhabitants were fond of battle. After fierce clashes, the one known as A, possessing the strongest spear and shield, was elected as the third Reikage, becoming the mightiest of all Reikage. Under his leadership, the Cloud Village's strength even surpassed its pre-war capacity. However, when the Cloud Village sought to exchange gold for the corpses of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, along with the 5 great ninja tools, Yu firmly declined. To him, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, with their Sage of Six Paths bloodline, were indispensable subjects for his experiments. The current peace is not true peace. Yu sat atop the Hokage rock, gazing at the flourishing Konoha village, filled with reflection. He had witnessed the entire journey of Konoha's establishment and was one of its founders. Indeed, it is a pity that my brother cannot witness this scene. Izuna lowered her head, her eyes filled with a hint of melancholy, though it quickly dissipated. While she did not comprehend Uchiha Madara's desire to destroy the village, she did not share the villagers' disdain for him. In my absence, you and brother must protect the village well. Yu smiled, downing the drink in his hand. Will you not visit your family? Yu nodded. After I have seen them, I will depart. I will leave the position of Umbu leader to you for now. Where are you going? Fushkade asked anxiously, not wanting Yu to leave so soon after his return. I will remain in the village for a few more days, but I will return shortly. Fear not, there is no danger. Yu gently caressed Cade's smooth back. Speaking tenderly. Chapter 64. Jiraiya and Orochimaru Fushing Huiwei gazed at the figure of Yu before her heart suddenly warming as she instinctively leaned closer. One day, I shall become the strongest in the village. Wouldn't you agree, Orochimaru? Jiraiya is indeed correct. In a corner of Konoha village, a white-haired youth conversed with a pale-faced child clad in a kimono. Nearby stood a bathhouse. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded, pleasantly surprised by Orochimaru's insight. Now, the first step to becoming stronger is to experience what every man must endure. Allow me, the future Jiraiya-sama, to have a taste of it. Hehehe. A lewd grin spread across Jiraiya's face. Let us begin. With that, Jiraiya stood on tiptoe to peer into the bathhouse. Wow, truly magnificent, Jiraiya exclaimed, admiring the scene within while not forgetting to voice his awe. Orochimaru, come and take a look. It is absolutely splendid. I have no interest. Orochimaru replied softly, turning away, his cheeks flushed. Not you again, Jiraiya. Just as Jiraiya was enjoying the view, a wooden stick flew swiftly, striking him directly. Ouch. Jiraiya yelped in pain. Who dares to attack Jiraiya-sama? Who else but you, Jiraiya? From a distance, a girl with a ponytail and yellow hair clapped her hands in disdain. Hey, Tsunade, I advise you not to ruin my fun, Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes wide as he waved his arms. Humph. Tsunade remained silent, and a tall figure appeared behind her. He is. Jiraiya and Appos, as heart raced at the sight of the man with black and white hair. Recalling a terrifying rumor, it was said that even Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the successor of Sarutobi Sasuke and Appos' will, had once been guided by him. His identity was also well known. He was the brother of the first and second Hokage, a participant in the First Shinobi World War, Senju Hashirama. His gaze is so intimidating, Jiraiya stuttered, his legs trembling. Beside him, Orochimaru remained still, staring intently at Yu, seemingly lost in thought. Uffed, Tsunade Kuden and Appos, suppressed her laughter at Jiraiya and Appos' flustered demeanor. If you continue to peep on others bathing, I will have my grandfather deal with you. Please, Tsunade-sama, spare me. Jiraiya cried out. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, how you and Appos, both groan. Yu remarked, observing the two. Tomorrow marked the day of enrollment for the Ninja Academy, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer the third Hokage but instead served as a senior instructor at the academy. Perhaps tomorrow, Hiruzen will be teaching them. Grandfather, what are you laughing about? Nothing, haha. It appears that the rumored leader of the Umbu is not as fearsome as the tale suggests. Jiraiya cautiously approached Orochimaru, whispering, is this truly the leader of the Umbu? Are you spying on others bathing? Yu asked knowingly. Seeing Jiraiya's embarrassment, Yu Kuden and Appos, helped but burst into laughter, inviting them to follow him behind the gates of Konoha. Today was the day before his departure, coinciding with the visit of the Mizukage and Tsuchikage to Konoha for an exploration of its developments. Would you like to accompany me to witness it? Yu tossed the question to Jiraiya. Grandfather, how? Yu waved his hand. Little Tsunade, they will be your classmates from now on. You must get along with them, understood? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who seemed to stand there for a lifetime. Sigh, she had always heeded Yu's words. Covering her face and nodding. Yay, Jiraiya exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of seeing the rumored Kages, bouncing with excitement. Soon, the group arrived at the gate. They are. As Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited the Mizukage and Tsuchikage at the entrance, he spotted Jiraiya and the others, preparing to greet Yu and his companions, Mikazuki, Hashirama, and Anoki. At the entrance, a flamboyantly dressed man with yellow hair and a small mustache approached, accompanied by a subordinate and a bandaged individual. I heard they had previously lost several elite members to our Konoha village. Why have they come to form an alliance? Jiraiya whispered to Orochimaru and Tsunade upon seeing the two Kage. The relationships in the shinobi world are merely driven by interests. Their visit for an alliance is merely due to the burgeoning resources of Konoha, Tsunade explained, her voice brimming with pride. Yu nodded, as these were the insights he wished to impart to Tsunade, aiming to broaden her perspective on the greater picture. Noticing Jiraiya and Orochimaru gazing at her enviously, Tsunade puffed out her chest with pride. Tobirama emerged from the building, donning the Hokage and Appo's robe rarely worn, to greet Mikazuki and Anoki. Hashirama, do you remember me? Mikazuki grinned, gesturing as if wielding a pistol. Of course, it has been years since we last met. Do you truly know Senju Hashirama? Anoki asked incredulously. Upon learning that Mikazuki had come to Konoha to establish ties with the Hokage, Anoki's spirits plummeted. Just moments ago, they had almost come to blows. Mizukage, Tsuchikage. Please follow me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, bowing to the three Kages, leading them on a tour of Konoha. Yu followed behind with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, offering them guidance on various ninjutsu techniques. If the original tale unfolds as expected, Jiraiya would unwittingly perform the reverse summoning technique tomorrow and arrive at Mount Maiboku. How increasingly intriguing. As they traversed many locations, Mikazuki posed numerous questions about himself, and Hiruzen answered each one. Such ignorance, Anoki sighed slightly, seemingly lamenting the existence of such a Kage in the Mist Village. What are you saying, bandaged man? Anoki shook his head calmly, observing the banter between Mikazuki and Anoki. Yu shook his head. It was no wonder they met their demise during the First Shinobi World War, but thanks to Yu's intervention, they still remained alive today. Chapter 65, The First Appearance. Jiraiya arrives at Myobokuzen. Indeed, the Hidden Leaf Village is remarkable. Hyagami Kajituki gazed with great interest at the unprecedented sights in his village, feeling an overwhelming sense of novelty. After the event concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen led the group to the Hokage building. Grandfather Banjian, shall we not enter? Yu inquired, shaking his head. Let the adults handle adult matters. Then, Grandfather Banjian, will you not go in? Your grandfather Tobirama is present as well, accompanied by Yu and others. The Mizukage and Tsuchikage signed a 10-year peace treaty with the Leaf Village, facilitating trade routes and mutual exchange among the three great nations. The 19th year of the Leaf Village also marked the year the three nations forged their agreement. Yu decided to venture to the locations of the other two sanctuaries spoken of by the Great Toad Sage. However, merely relying on the Great Toad Sage's guidance regarding the specific locations was far from sufficient, as entry into the Dragon's Cave and the Wetbone Forest required particular methods. Have you finally made your decision? The Great Toad Sage opened his eyes, observing the boy who had visited Myobokuzen since childhood with keen interest. Could the prophecy have been flawed? Fukasaku contemplated as he gazed at Yu's contrasting black and white hair. So, your hair is naturally this color? What is the matter? Yu asked curiously. Nothing. Let me send you off. Do you wish to go to the Wetbone Forest or the Dragon's Cave? Yu pondered for a moment. Let us head to the Wetbone Forest first. The rationale was straightforward. The Dragon's Cave posed significantly more danger, with the White Snake Sage personally testing those who sought to learn sage techniques, alongside formidable serpents that showed no regard for the lives of those who came to study. It was a sanctuary only a madman would dare to enter. Seems this lad is quite prudent, the Great Toad Sage nodded. He then waved his hand, summoning a verdant sage technique. This is Myobokuzen's teleportation technique, allowing travel to the other three sanctuaries. Good luck, young one. With a slight smile, the Great Toad Sage gestured, and in a flash, Yu vanished, leaving only the Great Toad Sage and the other toads behind. What an extraordinary youth, indeed. From him, I perceive the shadow of Yui. He is a descendant of the Senju clan, and by bloodline, a descendant of Yui. Shinzo and Shima echoed the Great Toad Sage's sentiments. So that's it, Fukasaku realized. Yui, your descendants are all exceptionally skilled. Just moments after Yu's departure, a young man clad in white attire with flowing white hair emerged from a cloud of smoke, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a rapid drumbeat. Another one seeking to learn sage techniques? Could this be the destined one? The Great Toad Sage recalled the prophecy once more. Shinzo, Shima, and Appo's. It's up to you now. I shall take a brief rest. With a yawn, the Great Toad Sage drifted off to sleep. Where am I? Jiraiya surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings with confusion. Wasn't he just training in summoning techniques? How did I end up here? Young man, you have come to train in sage techniques, correct? Jiraiya was startled to see two small toads, adorned with hair, capable of speech. Are you, toads or frogs? We are the toads of Myobokuzen. Sage toads? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then you must be extraordinarily powerful. Indeed, Lord Banjian's reverse summoning technique is remarkable. Thanks to Yu's intervention, Jiraiya arrived at Myobokuzen ahead of schedule. Shinzo and Shima nodded. Do you wish to learn? Of course. Is this the Wetbone Forest? Yayu stood upon a stone, observing the environment of the Wetbone Forest. The entire area was cloaked in a thick layer of grass, with towering green trees stretching dozens of meters high, resembling a dreamlike realm. Countless small slugs clung motionless to the trunks. It is indeed the Wetbone Forest. Yayu glanced around. According to the location provided by Fukasaku, he still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the abode of the Slug Sage. Flying Thunder God technique. Utilizing the map imprinted in his memory, Yayu pinpointed the location of the Slug Sage and Appo's temple and, in an instant, arrived within its confines. Who is it? With a resounding crash, a massive boulder was hurled from within the temple, aimed at Yayu. Moments later, figures emerged from the temple. Hey, are you also here to learn sage techniques? Lightning release, extreme thunderfang. A bolt of lightning manifested in Yayu's hand, shattering the boulder before him. Lightning release ninjutsu, are you a ninja from the hidden cloud village? Is that a slug? I'm one of the Slug Sage's manifestations in the Wetbone Forest. If you wish to learn sage techniques, you must ascend to the highest tier of this temple. With that, the slug hurled several large boulders from within the temple while numerous plants from the Wetbone Forest obstructed Yayu's path. However, these trials posed no challenge for Yayu. Flying Thunder God technique. In the astonished gaze of the slug, Yayu appeared directly before it. What? The slug was startled. Please follow me. It then guided Yayu to the Slug Sage's location. This aura. As Yayu stepped into the temple, the Slug Sage immediately opened its eyes. Yayu and Appo's presence reminded it of a powerful ninja who had visited before, Senju Hashirama, who had mastered the Slug Sage techniques in less than a month. How long would this ninja take? Senju Clan Senju Banjian, I have met the Slug Sage. Indeed, another member of the Senju Clan. I sense another form of sage technique within you. Indeed, I possess another sage technique, taught to me by the Great Toad Sage of Myobokuzen, Yayu affirmed. The Great Toad Sage? That rascal Fukasaku. Very well. Since you have already mastered one sage technique, why seek the wisdom of the Wetbone Forest? Because I wish to learn the sage techniques of the Wetbone Forest. I implore the Slug Sage to teach me. Child, do you comprehend the implications of mastering two forms of sage techniques? The Slug Sage cautioned, the Toad Sage techniques arise from understanding the changes within nature, granting you different forms, while the Slug Sage techniques are medical ninjutsu, utilizing chakra to keep your cells active and resist aging. These are entirely distinct forms of ninjutsu. Mastering both will require immense dedication. Are you not concerned that you might fail to grasp either? I am not afraid. Oh, the Slug Sage inquired, intrigued. Yayu formed a hand sign, and the disguise in his eyes vanished. Now I comprehend, the Slug Sage nodded. In the northern chamber of the temple lies the training method for Slug Sage techniques. You may proceed there. I shall join you shortly. Yayu bowed respectfully and then vanished from sight. My lord, why did you ultimately permit him to train? The curious slug inquired about the phenomenon of duplication. Chapter 66, The Bell Theft 3. Zero, did you see his eyes? You mean those amber orbs? The Slug Sage nodded slowly. Those eyes. They are not something an ordinary shinobi can manifest at will. He has already mastered the Toad Sage arts completely. No need to waste further time on them. Is this the training ground? Interesting. Yayu sat cross-legged, observing the traces within the chamber. Did my elder brother train here as well? The Slug Sage arts could prolong life, much like Tsunade in the original tale. Perhaps he could invite Huiyu to train in this art as well, though whether she had the aptitude remained uncertain. Don't. A deep, resonant bell tolled, reverberating through the entirety of Shikatsu Forest. This was the first chime of training, signifying the arrival of a new practitioner of the Slug Sage arts. The slugs clinging to the surrounding trees would converge, merging with the Slug Sage to form a complete entity. When your training concludes, the bell will sound once more, the final chime of training. Now, aspiring disciple, are you prepared to embrace the Slug Sage arts? I am ready. Konohagakure, Shinobi Academy. Jiraiya, where have you been? The Hokage was quite alarmed. During recess, Tsunade and Orochimaru approached the returned Jiraiya, curiosity lacing their voices. You Wooden and Appo's, believe it. I went to this incredible place, filled with toads. Jiraiya exclaimed excitedly. Today was team assignment day, and just as Yayu had predicted, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were grouped together. Toads? Disgusting. Tsunade wrinkled her nose in distaste. They even offered to teach me sage arts. Sage arts? What is that? No idea, Jiraiya shrugged. But it sounds powerful. Just then, a shadow loomed behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya, where the hell did you disappear to yesterday? Sarutobi Hiruzen smacked the back of Jiraiya's head. Voice thick with irritation. Sensei, you might not believe me, but, Jiraiya repeated his tale. Giant toads? I believe Lord Senju Itama mentioned something like that once. Even invited me to go. What? Lord Senju Itama went there too. Jiraiya's excitement flared. Destiny has chosen me. Soon, I'll be as great as Lord Senju Itama. Grandfather Itama went as well? Possibly, Hiruzen mused. Though I declined at the time. Such a shame, Sensei, Jiraiya sighed. Thwack. Jiraiya clutched his head, grumbling, stop hitting me, Hokage-sama. Do you know why I'm so furious? Hiruzen demanded. Jiraiya shook his head. Hiruzen produced a slip of paper, dangling it before Jiraiya's eyes. Care to explain yesterday's exam score? Jiraiya grinned. Sensei, academic marks alone cannot define one's worth. Oh, is that so? Hiruzen's lips curled. Very well. Today shall be your true test. Follow me, all three of you. Do you know what today signifies? We do. You've been assigned to the same squad. Yes. Perfect. Jiraiya leapt up, stars practically glittering in his eyes. It is my honor to mentor you. However, a trial awaits. Upon reaching the training grounds, Hiruzen withdrew 2 small bells from his robe. Do you recognize these? No. Hiruzen explained the rules of the bell theft exercise. Sounds easy enough. Jiraiya declared once the explanation concluded. Overconfidence is unwise, Jiraiya, Orochimaru murmured. Watch this. The moment Hiruzen signaled the start, Orochimaru struck first. Shadow Snake strikes. His speed surged as he closed in on Hiruzen. Did it work? Orochimaru's fingers brushed the bells, only for Hiruzen to pivot effortlessly, evading the grasp. A swift counterpunch sent Orochimaru skidding backward. Thud. Orochimaru barely regained his footing. Hokage-sama is formidable, he admitted, breathless. Stay sharp. I want to hold back, Hiruzen warned. Tsunade clenched her fist and charged. Hiruzen sidestepped, but the ground where he had stood erupted into a crater under her strike. Tsunade's strength is terrifying. Jiraiya gulped. I'll need to be more careful when peeping. Tsunade. Orochimaru's gaze flickered with unease. This woman is monstrous. Impressive destructive power, Hiruzen praised. But speed determines victory. You want to claim the bells like this. My turn. Jiraiya bellowed, hands weaving seals. Ninjutsu? Hiruzen arched a brow, amused. Well done. I didn't expect him to master techniques so young. Under their expectant gazes, Jiraiya flourished his arms dramatically. Shuriken barrage technique. He flung his arms wide, only for the kunai and shuriken to clatter uselessly at his feet. This idiot. Tsunade face-bombed. Hiruzen sighed. I should have known better. Success. Jiraiya suddenly grinned. Poof. A tiny toad materialized behind Hiruzen. A summoning jutsu. Before Hiruzen could react, the toad spat a jet of water, obscuring his vision. Now. Orochimaru lunged for the bells. Poof. A shadow clone dissolved under his grasp. Too late. Chapter 67. Hanzo the Salamander thud. Another powerful kick sent Orochimaru flying through the air. In that fleeting moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances before charging toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Did we get him? They exclaimed simultaneously. Just then, an inexplicable rope materialized behind Hiruzen. Jiraiya and Appo's foot landed precisely upon it, yanking him upward and suspending him midair. By the way, Hiruzen remarked coolly, among the three of you, the one most frequently ensnared by my traps will be tied to that wooden stake. Master, you could have warned us sooner. Jiraiya struggled futilely against his bonds. Summoning jutsu. As Hiruzen pursued Orochimaru and Tsunade, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals behind his back. Poof. Hey, Jiraiya, came a voice. Didn't Fukasaku-sama forbid you from using summoning jutsu until you master Sage Mode? Doesn't he matter, just this once. Hurry and untie me. A crimson toad appeared beside him, unleashing an attack that severed the rope binding Jiraiya's leg. Yet, no sooner had he landed than the ground beneath him gave way, plunging him into another trap. Jiraiya. Even I can't help you this time. In the end, Jiraiya met his inevitable fate, bound to the wooden stake. Well, Jiraiya? Told you so, Tsunade gloated, dangling the bell tauntingly before his eyes. TCH, don't get cocky, you flat-chested washboard. What did you say? Tsunade seized his collar, her eyes blazing with fury. Enough. Tsunade, you and Orochimaru, head back now. Sticking out her tongue mockingly, Tsunade sauntered off in triumph. Jiraiya, how could you fail to detect even the most basic traps? Hiruzen sighed, rubbing his temples. The boy was his greatest headache among the trio. If only you'd learn from Orochimaru. Ugh, not this again. All you ever talk about is Orochimaru. Hiruzen exhaled wearily. Didn't you boast about your T-ton no jutsu? How could you miss these traps? When it comes to peeping, my transparency jutsu is flawless. Oh, how flawless. I've never been caught. It's the truth. Is that so? Hiruzen gazed skyward, lost in thought, then flushed slightly. Next time, I'll join you. Pervy sage. Ahem. Hiruzen cleared his throat. As a reward. How about I teach you a new jutsu? Jiraiya's eyes lit up instantly. What jutsu? Hiruzen formed seals. Poof. A colossal ape, twice his size, materialized beside him. Kore wa derda. Impressed? Want to learn? Don't look so smug, master. I can do it too. Oh? Hiruzen arched a brow, surprised. The boy had already mastered summoning jutsu? Seems Jiraiya's full of surprises. Underestimated him. Smirking, Hiruzen conceded. Then I'll teach you another. Really? Watch closely. Placing a hand on his chest, Hiruzen summoned a shadow clone in under half a second. Sugoi. Jiraiya gasped. The multiple shadow clone jutsu. A forbidden B-rank technique invented by Tobarama Senju, demanded immense chakra control, yet Hiruzen executed it flawlessly. Master, I have to learn this. Outwardly composed. Hiruzen gloated inwardly. Thank goodness Lord Butsama taught me this. Almost lost face to this brat. I'll teach you, On one condition. Name it. No more recklessness. Study properly from now on. His tone turned stern. Jiraiya nodded. Deal. In truth, he stepped into that trap deliberately, to spare Orochimaru and Tsunade. As the chosen one foretold by the great Toad Sage, such blunders were beneath him. The Hidden Rain Village. Rain poured endlessly, a ceaseless lament. Boom. Several shinobi recoiled in terror before a shirtless, masked young man. Hanzo, what is the meaning of this? The rain shadow forbade your departure. Can you stop me? You. One ninja's voice faltered. Not from cowardice, but fear of Hanzo's venom sacs. A single breath could unleash agony worse than death. In his youth, Hanzo had been implanted with the toxic glands of a black salamander. Immunity granted him power, but exile followed. The village feared his very exhalations. Thus, the mask, a prison of his own flesh. Why you? Alert the rain shadow. Don't let him escape. Iato draw cut. Hanzo's scythe flashed. Body split midair. Flesh already purpling with poison. Thud. 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 The fell, unconscious. I will return. Hidden Rain. One last glance at his tormentor's home, then Hanzo vanished into the storm. Chapter 68. The new leader of Amigakure. Thud. 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 Summoning jutsu. A colossal salamander emerged beside Hanzo, lifting him effortlessly onto its head. The summoned creature, Abuse, exuded a highly corrosive poison. Mere contact could paralyze and swiftly poison its victims. With astonishing speed, the salamander carried Hanzo to the borders of Amigakure. A signal echoed through the mist. In an instant, a group of shinobi adorned with Amigakure insignias materialized around Hanzo. These warriors owed no allegiance to the village's current leader. Their loyalty belonged solely to him. Await my command before acting. Yes. After issuing his orders, Hanzo turned toward the heart of Amigakure, the residence of the village's leader, the so-called Rain Shadow. Inside the dimly lit hall, a man in a kimono knelt before the corpulent leader, his voice hushed with trepidation. Lord Leader, we collected nearly all the villagers' coins. There's nothing left to squeeze from them. Surrounding the throne stood masked shinobi clad in pale yellow trench coats, their presence ominous amidst the relentless drumming of rain outside. The leader himself lounged on his elevated seat, his bloated frame flanked by two frail women in kimonos, while a third trembled in his grasp. Humph. How do you know they have nothing left? I don't care how you do it. If I don't see gold by tomorrow, you'll die? Why yes, my lord. The man retreated, his scalp prickling with dread. Here, be good, the leader cooed, pressing a piece of fruit to the lips of the woman in his arms. She bit her tattered collar, stifling quiet sobs. Like the others, she had been forcibly taken from the village to serve as his concubine. Slap. Enraged by her tears, the leader struck her, only to be interrupted by a sudden commotion outside. I'll deal with you later, ungrateful wretch. Shoving the woman aside, he barked at the entering shinobi. What now? Hanzo has left the village. What? The leader slammed his fist onto the table. Find him. Bring him back. He must not escape Amigakure. No need. I've returned. The voice was calm, yet it resonated like thunder. The leader jolted, his gaze snapping upward alongside everyone else in the room. The ceiling had shattered, revealing a gaping hole through which rain now poured. Amidst the downpour stood a masked man, bare-chested, his piercing eyes locked onto the leader. It's you. Guards. Now. Sword Art, Iato. In a flash, Hanzo stood before the leader, his presence suffocating. You recognize me? Hanzo's voice was devoid of emotion. The leader staggered back, his concubines collapsing in fear, yet their eyes held not terror, but hope. Shuriken Jutsu. The masked guards sprang into action, hurling shuriken while others advanced with drawn blades. Your subordinates are quite loyal. Hanzo raised his sickle in one hand, chains coiled in the other, and charged. You, go. Summon reinforcements. Why yes. The kimono-clad man fled, his legs shaking. Run. I have to escape. The leader's legs failed him, his body frozen in fear. Thunk. A bottle struck his head, sending him crashing to the floor. You. He snarled at the women, raising his hand, only for a sickle to slice through the air, severing his arm in an instant. Blood sprayed, drenching his robes. Ayakak. Agony racked him as he writhed, sweat pouring from his brow. Leave. The women hesitated, disbelief mingling with relief. Stay, and you'll join him in hell. At last, they wept in each other's arms and fled. Hanzo stood drenched in the blood of the guards, his chains gleaming as they anchored into the wooden wall behind the leader. Spare me, please. The leader groveled, clutching his stump. I didn't imprison you. It was the land of wind. They forced me. The land of wind? Hanzo mused. Yes. The village's state isn't my fault. The great nations bullied me. I had no choice. The leader's vision darkened as numbness spread. He glanced down, only to see the floor rushing toward him. Die. Hanzo's voice was ice. What did you? Swish. Within moments, Amigakure's shinobi flooded the hall. Stunned by the carnage, none dared move under Hanzo's oppressive aura. Summoning jutsu. Abuse erupted through the ruins, its roar shaking the heavens. More shinobi arrived, forming a standoff. The leader is dead. From this moment, I am Amigakure's new ruler. Any objections? Silence. The salamander's might cowed all dissent. One by one, the opposition yielded. From today, Amigake Kiribos to no nation. We are free. As if blessed by the gods, the eternal rain ceased, a miracle unseen in generations. The rain stopped? Impossible. How? It's Lord Hanzo. He entered the storm. Lord Hanzo. Power had shifted. Hanzo tore apart the treaties with the lands of fire, wind, and earth. Amigake Kiribos would stand alone. Chapter 69. Dispatching the Umbu, infiltrating the land of rain. A mere rain ninja village dares to disregard us. Within the Kazakage's tower in the land of wind. Shaman erupted in furious exclamations. The current situation was already perilous, and now this small village sought to break free from their control. However, the land of wind found itself in a most awkward predicament. Without an alliance with the neighboring land of fire, territorial expansion was impossible, leaving them in a dilemma. Let them create their disturbances. A small ninja village is hardly worth our concern. The lack of subsequent action from the land of wind surprised Hanzo. Yet it suited his purposes perfectly. Under Hanzo's governance, the Rain Ninja Village began to flourish rapidly, now possessing the strength to contend with major nations. Apart from the Rain hidden tribe within the land of rivers, Hanzo achieved a true unification of the Rain Ninja Village. As Tobarama sat thoughtfully in the Hokage chair, he reflected on how, despite the absence of Hashirama and Amp, Appos, as protection, Konoha still stood proudly at the forefront of the 5 great ninja villages. Nevertheless, his current concern was the northern land of lightning. Following the last Ninja World War, although Tobarama had survived, the Cloud Village suffered the loss of a Kage. Fortunately, the previous Third Raikage had withstood the pressures from other ambitious nations and unified his internal factions, now holding prestige second only to Konoha among the 5 great nations. Koshiro, bring me the information on the Third Raikage, commanded Tobarama. Yes, Hokage-sama, replied Koshiro. Moving to the nearby bookshelf containing intelligence collected by the Umbu on high-ranking officials from various villages. After receiving the documents, Tobarama examined them meticulously. Noting even the ninjutsu information had been organized. It was evident that this detailed information had been collected by Yaiba. Yet Tobarama was left puzzled as to how Yaiba managed to gather such intricate details, including the fact that the Third Raikage and Amp, Appos' impending child was a son. This was astonishing. According to the documentation, the Third Raikage possessed a 5-star rating. Yaiba and Amp, Appos' special notation within the Umbu, akin to a system battle value, represented in star levels, with 7 stars being the maximum. Another 5-star individual. Tobarama rubbed his temples in exasperation. He had encountered numerous 5-star level individuals. Upon learning that Uchiha Madara was merely rated as 6 stars, he could hardly believe it. If Madara was only a 5-star, then what manner of monsters were those rated 7 stars? Hokage-sama, there must be a reason why Lord Ban has assigned such a rating, Koshiro chimed in. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A young man clad in Jonin attire stood at the door. Oh, Danzo, here again to apply for the Umbu? Shimura Danzo nodded. Although Yaiba was absent from the village, Izuna wielded the authority of the Umbu leader, albeit with less freedom than Yaiba. He required Tobarama and Amp, Appos' approval to conduct various affairs, such as the appointment of Umbu members. Danzo, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan, sought out Tobarama directly, only to be met with delays as Tobarama deemed it premature. You have arrived at an opportune moment. There is currently an S-rank mission available. Should you succeed, you will be permitted to join the Umbu. A glimmer of surprise crossed Danzo's face. Koshiro, hand this to Danzo. Tobarama passed the documents concerning the Rain Ninja Village to Danzo. Gather intelligence on this individual named Hanzo. Your mission will be deemed complete upon your return with information from the land of rain. Upon hearing Izuna and Amp, Appos' name, Danzo and Amp, Appos' smile vanished. Yet, in pursuit of his ambition to ascend to the Umbu, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. After Danzo departed, Tobarama sighed. Hokage-sama, why the sigh? Koshiro inquired, puzzled. I am concerned for the current situation of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan and Amp, Appos' situation? Since the end of the Ninja World War, Izuna's actions in safeguarding the retreat of the Uzumaki clan have positively influenced the perceptions of other clans towards the Uchiha. Unfortunately, there remain factions, like the Shimura clan, who cannot accept the Uchiha, haunted by the terrifying legacy of their Sharingan. Yet Tobarama believed that such sentiments would eventually fade, and the Uchiha clan would find acceptance among the populace. You must be Danzo of the Shimura clan. Izuna greeted the newcomer with a cheerful smile, patting his shoulder. Danzo appeared somewhat reserved, nodding in acknowledgement. Weren't you part of the Hokage-sama's elite force? What brings you to the Umbu? Danzo remained silent, lost in memories of a childhood figure, white hair, a commanding presence, and an aura of deadly precision in combat. This was the combat style Danzo admired. And it was precisely because of Yaiba that he chose to join the Umbu. It's time to depart, kid. A large hand clapped on Danzo's shoulder, a rabbit mask appearing beside him. You are Yuganiji. Upon removing the rabbit mask, a pair of Byakugan eyes revealed themselves, their essence remarkably akin to that of Uchiha Izuna. Let us proceed. Are we the only 3 for this mission? Danzo inquired. Do you expect otherwise? This is not a brawl, Niji replied. Oh, understood. The trio donned their Umbu masks and swiftly made their way toward the borders of the Rain Ninja Village in the Land of Fire. Magnet. This mission is entrusted to you. In the Land of Wind, Shaman and the higher-ups deliberated and ultimately decided that they could not remain idle regarding the Rain Ninja Village. They needed to gather intelligence first. Magnet is the future third Kazekage. The author created a name since the original text did not provide one. Magnet nodded, transforming into a swirling mass of black magnetism, soaring into the sky and heading towards the Rain Ninja Village. It seems someone is approaching. Hanzo sensed in the midst of the rain and Appo's cacophony, his heart racing. You all, go outside the village and scout for any suspicious individuals. Should you find any, eliminate them immediately, no questions asked. Yes. Several Rain Ninja, though not numerous, knew their territory intimately and could quickly discern strangers. So, it appears that the attention of the Kage has been drawn to us. As I anticipated, I shall utilize you all as instruments to forge my renown. Hanzo stood atop the highest point of the Rain Ninja Village, clutching a scythe and iron chain, surveying the entirety of the Land of Rain like a seasoned warrior. Chapter 70, Magnet Release, a new Kekkei Genkai. Lord Yuru, why haven't we seen Lord Itama lately? Do not ask what you should not. Yuru High Ga and Appo's voice was icy. The whereabouts of the leader are known only to the Hokage. If you are curious, go ask him. Shimura Dans fell silent. Several months had passed since YGA left Konoha. Not only did the village have no trace of him, but even those who had encountered him before, such as Zuki Jinjetsu, were left wondering where he had gone. To them, YGA was a threat. Someone they sought to eliminate at every opportunity. As Dans and his team carried out their mission in Shikatsu Forest, the toll of a bell signaled the completion of YGA and Appo's training. The bell of completion has rung. With a deep exhale, YGA opened his eyes and looked up at the great slug sage. Then, without hesitation, he drew a kunai and stabbed it into his own flesh. A spurt of blood welled up, but astonishingly, the wound began healing the moment it was inflicted, sealing itself as if untouched. Truly one of the three great sage arts. The regenerative speed is remarkable, YGA murmured in admiration. To master the slug sage arts so swiftly while already possessing another ninjutsu. You truly are a prodigy of the Senju clan, the great slug sage remarked with awe. Then, I shall take my leave. My gratitude, great sage. YGA rose and bowed. Boy of the Senju, if I am not mistaken, your next destination is Richi Cave. You've guessed correctly. YGA did not deny it. I must warn you, those creatures in Richi Cave are dozens of times more dangerous than Mount Boku and Shikatsu Forest combined. They are not as accommodating as we are. YGA chuckled. Rest assured, great sage. I will not venture there recklessly without sufficient confidence. At least you are no fool. The great slug sage nodded. If you do decide to go, return to me. I can transport you directly into Richi Cave, sparing you the perils of the journey. My thanks, great sage. I shall take my leave now. Little Red. Yes, my lord. A crimson-hued slug slithered forward. This boy. Could he be the child of prophecy that old Toad spoke of? Little Red pondered for a moment before shaking its head. The Toad Sage mentioned the one he foresaw had golden hair. Oh, what a pity. The great slug sage sighed. I had hoped it might be him. With the final sage art now within his grasp, YGA considered this task a success. Emerging into the human world, he walked alone, murmuring to himself. In Shikatsu Forest, he had relied solely on his Senju lineage and personal insight to cultivate the slug sage arts. Though not yet perfected, repeated visits would suffice. The system, too, had provided invaluable assistance, chakra-enhancing elixirs, among other boons. Without constant notifications, YGA had quietly completed numerous hidden missions over the years, amassing a wealth of points. My 6-path sage mode was only at 10 before. How is it now at 30? He swiftly accessed the system logs. It turned out that mastering all 3 great sage arts granted an immediate 30 boost. At 100, he would attain the full power of the Sage of 6 Paths, awakening the Rinnegan at will, embodying the union of Uchiha and Senju. The Rinnegan, one of the most formidable D-jutsu in existence. Even Uchiha Madara had only awakened it on his deathbed. Though YGA burned with impatience, he decided to return home first. Kizuki, Haru. I hope you are well. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, he prepared to teleport to Konoha, when suddenly, a figure emerged. The earth trembled as dark, magnetic stones surged from the ground. Byakugan, a forehead protector from the Land of Wind? What business do you have here? If YGA was not mistaken, this was Amigakure territory, a land long contested by wind, fire, and earth. By now, Hans of the Salamander must have risen to prominence. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. The assailant formed hand seals, summoning a tidal wave of iron sand that solidified into countless needles, hurtling toward YGA with lethal precision. A wide-range, sustained assault, difficult to evade, devastating in force. This enemy had no patience for small fry. Magnet release? To Yga's knowledge, only a handful of shinobi wielded this Kekkei Genkai, the ability to manipulate iron and magnetic forces within sand. So it and Appo's, SU, the third Kazekage, Sand had sent its finest magnet wielder, and fate had brought them face to face. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A massive earthen barrier erupted before YGA, intercepting the iron needles. A Kekii Genkai? My system will gladly claim it. Against non-Konoha shinobi, YGA showed no mercy. Are you a shinobi? The magnet user demanded, noting Yga's lack of a forehead protector. Your executioner. Sage art, true annihilation flame. Yga's eyes gleamed with toad-like gold as a colossal inferno erupted from his mouth. A dragon of fire intent on devouring everything in its path. Magnet release, iron sand barrier. The earth quaked as dense black sand surged upward, forming an impenetrable magnetic shield. The iron's density was such that not even the flame's heat could penetrate. Unable to breach it, the true annihilation flame excelled against armies, against a single, fortified foe. Its might fell short. Chapter 71, The Strongest of Sunagakure? Yu swiftly adjusted his combat strategy, recognizing the formidable opponent before him. Name, Chicago status, personal guard to the Kazekage of the Land of Wind, deeply trusted by the second Kazekage. A master of magnet release ninjutsu. Capable of freely manipulating iron-based materials and the iron within sand. Combat power. 900 leaping into the air. Yu formed hand seals. Water release. Water wall. Chicago countered effortlessly. Magnet release. Iron sand wall. The black iron sand surged beneath his feet, forming an impenetrable barrier. Yet, before the water could even collide, it dissipated into mist, leaving the iron wall standing ominously. Neither fire nor water seems effective. Yu shifted tactics once more. Lightning chakra crackled behind him. Lightning release. Thunderclap technique. His body became wreathed in electricity. How many elemental techniques does this brat possess? Chicago narrowed his eyes. Though impressed by the versatility, he scoffed inwardly. A mere common shinobi could never rival one who wielded a Kekii Genkai, let alone a future Kazekage. First meeting or not? You're in my way. Die. Magnet release. Iron sand spinning top. The iron sand morphed into a massive, rotating prism, casting a monstrous shadow over Yu as it descended with terrifying speed. As expected of his reputation, even mid-battle, Yu couldn't help but admire the technique. If replicated, his own power would soar. Though his water wall had reached masterful execution, it remained a C-rank jutsu, pale in comparison to higher-tier techniques, let alone the rumored S-rank or even max-level arts. Perhaps max-rank transcends this world entirely. The spinning top closed in. In a flash, Yu drew a three-pronged kunai, etched with the Hiratian S markings, and scattered them across the battlefield. As he lost his mind, Chicago intensified the rotation. Boom. The forest was obliterated, the earth quaking as the drill bored into the ground. No trace of Yu remained. Satisfied, Chicago halted the technique and turned to leave. Lightning release. Fong of thunder. A bolt of lightning, shaped like a snarling wolf, streaked toward Chicago from nowhere. Magnet release. Iron sand wings. With a sweep of condensed iron sand, Chicago took flight, evading the strike. Damn it. I can't afford to waste time. The Kazekage's mission comes first. Spotting the Konoha forehead protector at Yu's waist, Chicago's eyes darkened. A leaf shinobi? Remember this face. We'll meet again. With that, he vanished. He fled? Yu frowned. He must be on a critical mission for the Land of Wind. That direction, Amigakure? Collecting his scattered Hiratian kunai, he exhaled. Without this technique, that last attack would been unavoidable. Yet the skirmish revealed magnet release's weakness. The iron sand had trembled under his lightning, as if repelled. So thunder is its counter. Pity, I only know a few C-rank lightning jutsu. Had he possessed stronger techniques, that strike might drawn blood, and with it, a chance to replicate Chicago's power. Amigakure. Let us see what is so enticing to the Land of Wind. Amigakure. 3 days of unrelenting rain. Lord Yuru, we've been here too long, Shimura Dans muttered, adjusting his soaked cloak. This downpour is unnatural. Yuru's gaze remained fixed ahead. Preparations? Dans tapped the scrolls at his hip. All intelligence on Hanzo and Amigakure gathered unnoticed. Why does Lord Tobarama care for this insignificant village? Boy, Yuru said suddenly. Do you know why Amigakure matters? At the crossroads of wind, earth, and fire, its strategic value is unmatched. Every new leader's first duty is to study it, to foresee the tides of war. Remember that. Izuna nodded in agreement. As they moved, a lone figure slipped past Amigakure's borders, only to be intercepted by Hanzo himself atop the village's highest tower. Wind shinobi. State your purpose. Chicago sighed. Too hasty. That leaf ninja wasted my time. No matter. Magnet release. Iron sand prism. The projectile hurtled toward Hanzo, its magnetic pull locking onto his armor. But Hanzo smirked. I've been waiting. Fire release. Flame bullet. A burst of fire met the iron head-on. Hanzo had anticipated foreign spies and prepared accordingly. The clash of elements lit the rain-soaked night. Chapter 72. Gathering at the Rain Ninja Village. A chaotic battle. Hans and Appo's fire release did not target Magaho, but rather a massive, interconnected wall beside him. Boom. As the flames struck the stone wall, it suddenly erupted in an explosion. The fire release triggered the explosive flame array. Hiss, 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 sounds emerged from beneath Magaho's feet. What? When did this happen? Magaho hurriedly flapped his magnetic wings, attempting to ascend into the air. Humph, it is too late, Hans murmured, forming hand seals, manipulating the explosive flame array beneath Magaho's feet to adhere to his legs. Magnetic release, iron sand wall. Magnetic sand manifested beneath Magaho, enveloping his legs. With the sound of an explosion, Magaho distinctly felt a sharp pain in his legs. Thankfully, the protection of the magnetic release prevented any significant harm. This guy. Magaho glared intensely at the masked Hans below, his expression tense. He had encountered the previous leader of the Rain Ninja Village, who was utterly ineffectual, hardly even a ninja. However, the current leader, Hans of the Salamander, was indeed exceptional. According to Lord Kazekage, he had even sparred with the renowned samurai of the Land of Iron, Mifune. Your strength is indeed superior to your predecessor and Amp, Appos, S, but such base tactics will never prevail against me. Magnetic release, iron sand rectangles. Behind Magaho, the iron sand gradually coalesced into a colossal rectangular block, hovering above Hans. What is this? The trio of Dans, who were preparing to leave, found themselves equally astonished, their pupils contracting. The bloodline limit of the Land of Wind. Yagura, you must take this child and leave first. Uchiha Izuna understood that this was an opportune moment to eliminate the hostile village, and it was an opportunity not to be missed. Then be careful. After Yagura threw out that remark, he departed with Shimura Dans. Susanoo. A gigantic Susanoo materialized at the heart of the Rain Ninja Village, leaping gracefully to the highest tier of a tall building. Long sword slash. With a swish, a long sword was drawn from its sheath, cleaving towards the iron sand. The blade radiated immense pressure, obliterating every structure in its path. The deafening noise sparked chaos among the villagers of the Rain Ninja Village, who fled in fear to their homes, too terrified to emerge. Susanoo, it is indeed a ninja from Konoha. You have arrived as well. This is a prime opportunity to eliminate you. How could I not reveal myself? Once you are gone, the Kazekage of the Sand Village will have to spend years selecting a new leader. And what of it? Magnetic release, falling iron sand. The massive rectangular block of iron sand began to rotate slowly, forming a colossal vortex, surging towards Izuna. Magaho disregarded Hans and launched a fierce attack towards Izuna. Konoha ninjas. Humph. Luckily, I anticipated this. Hans sheathed his weapon, planning to find a place to hide, waiting for both of them to exhaust themselves before reaping the benefits. Where do you think you're going? A voice suddenly whispered in Hans's ear, startling him. Who is it? Hans's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to tension. He readied his scythe and cautiously scanned his surroundings. A hand landed on his left shoulder. Sword technique. Swing. Just as Hans turned around, he found himself staring into a pair of blood-red eyes. Hans's mind spun, and he collapsed to the ground. You. Who are you? Hans uttered weakly, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to move. I see. It appears that the Rain Ninja Village is destined for a change. Perhaps today, we can transform the Rain Ninja Village into a vassal of Konoha, which would also help fend off the prying eyes of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. You must be Hans. Your victory over Mifune was only months ago. You and Amp, Appos, V, just begun to emerge from obscurity, lacking the so-called demigod title. Are you also a ninja from Konoha? Yagura could not help but admire Hans's audacity. Before him was a battle between Susanoo and the gigantic iron sand, while behind him stood the unsettling presence of Konoha ninjas. In such a predicament, Hans remarkably managed to remain composed. Yagura remained silent, merely nodding to acknowledge his identity. Indeed, just as I suspected. I never imagined that your great nations would hold me in such esteem, dispatching so many high-ranking officials to the Rain Ninja Village to kill me. Hans scoffed at Yagura's mockery. However, to Hans's surprise, Yagura refuted the latter part of Hans's conjecture. We have indeed come for your village, but not to kill you. Rather, I wish for you to lead the Rain Ninja Village to greater strength. Lead my village to strength? Now it was Hans's turn to be astonished. What was this Konoha ninja thinking? I have not finished. The precondition is that your village must develop under the vassalage of Konoha. Humph. You great nations truly only know this approach. I fear that agreeing to such terms would only make our lives in the Rain Ninja Village even more arduous. Yagura quietly sat behind him, offering no response to Hans's words, unsure how to reply. While Hans's observations were indeed factual, Yagura was bound by Konoha's interests, and he could not allow such a strategically significant location to fall into their reckless hands. Hans, hearing no response from Yagura, felt a slight unease creeping into his heart. Yet entranced by the Jinjutsu, he could not move his body. Why the silence? Have you lost your tongue? Boom. A tremendous noise interrupted the two, as a towering azure-green figure stepped forward before Hans. What manner of beast is this? Hans, witnessing Susanoo for the first time, was filled with shock and disbelief. Before Susanoo, this creature still dared to resist. Izuna adjusted his stance, Susanoo wielding the longsword, charging once more. Izuna, do not employ wide-ranging attacks. This village still holds value for us. Understood. Uchiha Izuna had initially intended to unleash a long sword torrent to eradicate everything in his path, but reconsidered upon hearing Yagura and Amp, Appo's warning. Nonetheless, every movement of Susanoo would wreak havoc upon the village and rapidly deplete Izuna's chakra. Izuna retracted Susanoo, planning to resolve the matter with physical combat against Magaho. Magaho had endured more than one long sword slash and was now far from his prime, gasping for breath. Yet Magaho understood that the Konoha ninjas shared his intentions. They had come for the sake of the Rain Ninja Village, and thus he could not relent. Magnetic Release, Iron Sand Domain. Chapter 73, Submission Accepted, Capturing the Future Kazekage. Atop the heights of Amigakure, Saito manipulated iron sand to form a vast, spiked barrier in the sky, its reach nearly enveloping the entire central district. What was he planning? Hanzo, the leader of Amigakure, stood helpless, his heart heavy with despair. Just moments ago, his village had been at peace. Now, it teetered on the brink of annihilation under this overwhelming assault. Reluctantly, he turned to Yoru, who stood behind him. If your Konoha shinobi can stop that man in the sky, Hanzo gritted out, I will submit to your demands and pledge allegiance to the Hidden Leaf. Yoru smirked coldly. Empty words hold no weight. Then what would you have me do? Hanzo snapped, desperation creeping into his voice. He had fought too hard to secure his position. If Amigakure fell now, what was left for him? From his pouch, Yoru withdrew a seal resembling an explosive tag and pressed it against Hanzo's chest. Should betrayal cross your mind, he murmured, this seal will detonate. I trust you understand the consequences. Hanzo swallowed hard. The cunning of the great nations knew no bounds. Now, he had no choice but obedience. Madara, ensure his attack doesn't T-level this village. Tobarama, you're back? Madara turned at the familiar voice, spotting Yoru beside Hanzo. There was no time for reunion. Susanoo, Heavenly Shield. Madara's skeletal Susanoo morphed, its ribs expanding into an immense shield. With a mighty heave, he raised it skyward, intercepting Saito's iron sand. The collision sent shockwaves through Amigakure, its citizens trembling beneath the deafening clash. Hanzo could only stare in awe, his earlier defiance now seemed laughable. He had heard tales of the Uchiha clan, their terrifying eyes, their armor like Susanoo manifesting when the Sharingan evolved beyond the three tomo. Rest easy, Yoru said, clapping Hanzo's shoulder before leaping into the fray. Allying with Konoha will serve you well. Madara, in this swiftly. Madara nodded. Susanoo and Amp, Appo's. Oh, long blade slash. Saito countered. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Wall. To his shock, his ultimate defense shattered under Madara's assault. Lightning Release, Fong of Thunder. Yoru appeared atop a rooftop. Lightning crackling in his palms as he lunged. The attack struck the iron sand, yet dissipated harmlessly. My Magnet Release neutralizes basic ninjutsu, Saito sneered. Raw Force 1T, his hands trembled. No, crack. The lightning pierced through, a wolf-esque maw of electricity tearing into his flesh. Sage Art, would release, True Fist. Green markings flared across Yoru's face as wooden tendrils sprouted from his fist. The blow, infused with senjutsu, shattered Saito's defenses, sealing his magnet release within his own body. Thud. Saito collapsed, bloodied and broken. The rain continued its relentless descent as Madara dismissed his Susanoo and Amp, Appo's. Oh, gasping. Saito dragged himself against the wall. Death loomed, yet his resolve hardened. Even if I die, he vowed, this intel must reach the Kazekage, with his last reserves. He activated Magnet Release, Iron Sand Wings, soaring skyward before unleashing a hailstorm of needles, Magnet Release, Iron Sand Drizzle. As the barrage rained down, he veered toward Wagakure's territory. Yoru's eyes narrowed. He.s. heading for the rock village. But escape was futile. A kunai embedded at Yoru's feet glowed, as did a mark on Saito's back, left earlier by the lightning strike. Shunshin. In an instant, Yoru stood before Saito. His speed leaving even Madara and Hanzo stunned. Sage Art. Frog Strike. Boom. Saito lay motionless. Yoru knelt, collecting a drop of his blood. Ding. System analyzing. Kekkei Genkai. Magnet Release. Replication time. 3 days. Initiating. Lock him in your prison, Yoru ordered Hanzo. He still has value. Hanzo bowed, fear coiling in his gut. This man, his ruthlessness in battle, his disregard for consequence, was someone to be feared. What use is he? Madara questioned. Yoru's lips curved. A bargaining chip for something invaluable to Konoha. He is the future third Kazekage, he mused. The Sand's fate hinges on him. As Saito was hauled away, Yoru surveyed the ravaged village. Hands weaving seals, he summoned towering roots from the earth, weaving life back into the ruins. Chapter 74, Reanimation Jutsu. Kakuzu's Return. Wood Style, 4-Pillar House Technique. With swift hand seals, T-Ka summoned forth towering trees from the earth, their gnarled branches weaving through the ruins of rain-soaked dwellings. Before long, an intricate wooden mansion stood where dilapidation once reigned. One by one, the shattered homes of Amigakure were restored under his masterful wood release, each structure grander than its predecessor. Familiar. This technique feels hauntingly familiar. Perched atop a newly erected roof, Izuna observed T-Ka's movements with narrowed eyes. The fluidity of his chakra manipulation bore uncanny resemblance to another, perhaps his elder brother, Hashirama Senju? Could this be an inherited art? Our homes have returned. No, they're even better than before. The villagers' despair melted into jubilation as their restored dwellings materialized before them. Even Hans, having just imprisoned Saji, paused to survey the revitalized village. Such formidable ninjutsu, a Kekkei Genkai, perhaps? After years of war, little could still shock the seasoned shinobi. Before departing, Tika left Hans with stern instructions. If Sunagakure comes asking, deny Saji's presence here, even unto death. With Hans's vow secured, Tika and Izuna vanished toward Konoha. Perhaps the great villages and Amp. Appos, Shinobi Arin and Amp. Appos, quite what I imagined. Success. Deep beneath Konoha and Amp. Appos, foundations, Tobarama stood before a motionless corpse in the dimly lit chamber. Then, a twitch. The slightest flex of fingers, instantly detected by the second Hokage and Amp. Appos, keen senses. Though perfected before the Great War, the reanimation jutsu demanded refinement. Its previous iterations had earned Tobarama infamy, yet now the reanimated could wield their prime abilities. The corpse before him, Kakuzu, slain by Tika years prior. His cadaver meticulously studied within Konoha and Amp. Appos, hospital. Brother and Amp. Appos, cells. Their potential remains untapped. Tobarama and Amp. Appos, enhancements had birthed something unprecedented. Reanimated beings with autonomous will. My bounty, where is it? Kakuzu's first act upon resurrection was to claw at his empty waist pouch. You are Kakuzu, correct? Who? Memories flooded back. The Sharingan's crimson glare. 5 kunai piercing his heart's Konohagakure. I'm its second Hokage. The brother of your killer. Ah, the younger Senju sibling. This power. You resurrected me? Black thread slithered from Kakuzu and Amp. Appos, back as earth grudge fear stirred. Fire style. A mere flick of Tobarama and Amp. Appos, wrist froze the renegade mid-seal. Your consciousness exists. But your body obeys me. Resistance is futile. Despite Kakuzu's struggles, earth grudge fear writhed uselessly against unseen binds. Success. Previous reanimations had been mindless puppets, strongest J-Nin reduced to CH-Nin level fodder. But this was different. Why had Tika insisted on Kakuzu's resurrection? The forbidden technique's knowledge was restricted to but 2 in Konoha, himself and his prodigious younger brother. Remain here. The Hokage's icy command echoed as he ascended, leaving the immobilized Kakuzu in darkness. Lord Hokage. A fervent knock interrupted the office's silence. Enter. Dan's barely contained his exhilaration as he passed the Amigakure intelligence scroll to Koharu, who in turn handed it to Tobarama. Hans of the Salamander. Ah, that one. The name conjured memories of skirmishes near Iron Country, and a troublesome summon. Yet the scroll and Appos' contents surprised even the stoic Hokage. Despite his youth, Hans had steered Amigakure toward unprecedented growth. Where Tobarama had once dismissed his declaration of independence as childish bravado, the reports painted a different picture, one of a future legend. Dance. He and Appos, your age. The young operative nodded. During his infiltration, encountering a peer with such parallel ambition had struck an eerie chord. Your mission is complete. As promised. You and Appos, join ANBU tomorrow. As Dan's departed with barely contained glee, Koharu and Appos' muffled laughter drew Tobarama and Appos' gaze. Something amuses you? With Uchiha Izuna and Hyuga Yamura as escorts. Even I could have completed this mission. For once, the stern Hokage chuckled. Perceptive, yet incomplete. Tell me, why assign Dance to ANBU? Chapter 75. Return to Konoha. Fury of the Wind Shadow. Tsunade shook her head. Given Danzo and Amp, Appos' temperament, he was more suited for the Umbu. Tobarama possessed a calm and astute mind. Coupled with exceptional analytical skills, his heightened sensory abilities could benefit any young prodigy. By the way, why hasn't Izuna come along? Creak. A pair of hands opened the window outside the Hokage building, and a masked face peeked in. It was a shinobi from Sunagakure. They had also ventured to Amigakure, seemingly with the same objective as ours. The figure behind the window spoke in a hushed tone. Tobarama nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that we must await Izuna's return to ascertain what transpired. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the Hokage's office was rapped upon once more. Come in. The arriving ninja exclaimed excitedly. Hokage-sama, Izuna Dano and Tobarama Dano have returned together. Tobarama hastily donned the Hokage robe, accompanied by Tsunade and his personal guard, heading towards the village gates. After reuniting with Yaiba, the two shared a heartfelt moment. Tobarama was astonished to learn that Amigakure had now fallen under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire. His younger brother and Appos' capabilities were truly remarkable. Brother, what has become of Kakuzu? Yaiba sought to capitalize on the moment, having secured such a strategically significant location as Amigakure. Takigakure could not be overlooked. Kakuzu, being a native of Takigakure, possessed extensive knowledge of the area, and its encirclement by the 4 great nations would facilitate future endeavors. As for how to persuade Kakuzu to align with him, Yaiba had his own methods. Are you not going to see him? Tobarama inquired with curiosity. Yaiba shook his head. Now is not the opportune moment. When the time is ripe, I shall seek him out. Until then, I ask you to keep a watchful eye on him. After their meeting, Yaiba returned home. Having learned sage techniques from the wet-bone forest, Yaiba's wrinkles vanished, leaving him looking as youthful as 18. Tobarama-kun. You have become so youthful, Kagaya exclaimed upon seeing him, nearly failing to recognize him. I have something to present to you, Yaiba gently said, producing a palm-sized vial filled with fresh bamboo essence harvested from the wet-bone forest. A mere half bottle dropped into water would grant eternal youth, and it was permanent. Yaiba had collected an entire bottle, originally intending to gift it to Tobarama and Kagaya. However, to his surprise, Tobarama declined, and so he returned home with the full vial. Collecting such essence was no easy feat. Yaiba had spent considerable time gathering it tirelessly in the sage realm with the permission of the slug sage. Is it truly so miraculous? Kagaya inquired with intrigue. Of course, if you don't believe, you may try it. Kagaya removed her kimono, presenting her figure to Yaiba. Despite nearing 40, her body retained a graceful silhouette, with scarcely any wrinkles. As Yaiba approached, he could detect a faint, intoxicating fragrance emanating from her. A testament to her diligent self-care. Would you join me for a soak? Kagaya murmured, her cheeks flushed. Certainly. In the land of wind, Sunagakure. 3 days had passed. With Magatsu's pace, he should have returned by now. Where could he be? The dispatch team had also gone silent. Shaman was filled with anxiety. What if something had happened? Magatsu was one of the young powerhouses of Sunagakure, and a recognized heir to the Wind Shadow. His absence weighed heavily on Shaman and Amp, Appo's mind. Not good. Not good. Wind Shadow-sama. A Sunagakure shinobi rushed in, panting and anxious. Take your time and speak. Upon seeing it was one of his dispatched agents tasked with locating Magatsu. A chilling thought. Crow Chapter 76. A return to the black market after a session of persuasion. Chiyo entered the office of Lord Kazekage. My lord, I have heard about the mission, and I suspect that the Village of Rain may be in collusion with other great nations, Chiyo expressed with concern. This sentiment resonated with Shaman's own thoughts. I share your concerns, but we must refrain from rash actions until we have gathered sufficient evidence. Let us wait and observe. He advised. Chiyo volunteered to venture to the Village of Rain for reconnaissance. As a senior figure in Sunagakure, Shaman hesitated at first but ultimately consented. Chiyo's prowess placed her among the elite jonin of Sunagakure, alleviating any lingering worries Shaman might have had. Grandma Tsunade, you look much younger. Tsunade exclaimed cheerfully upon arriving at the home of Yaiba, excited to hear that he had returned. Yaiban was brought over by Yaiba, and according to their lineage, Tsunade would have to refer to him as Uncle Yaiban. Grandpa Banjian, my gambling skills have improved tremendously, Tsunade declared proudly, eager to showcase her abilities to Yaiba. With a flourish, she produced 2 dice. This time, the challenge is different. Whoever rolls the lowest number wins. Seeing Tsunade and Appo's serious expression, Yaiba nodded in agreement. Relieved that he had seen movies about gambling before, allowing him to rely on his physical strength and chakra for this contest. All right. Ahem. Tsunade suddenly yelled, placing the dice into a container and shaking it vigorously. With a swift motion, she slammed the container onto the table and lifted it, revealing both dice showing a 1. Success. Tsunade shouted in excitement, seemingly confident of her victory. It's my turn now. Yaiba retrieved the container, shaking it with fervor, causing the dice to collide within. He finally heard a faint crack, a smile creeping onto his lips. Gently, he placed the dice on the table. The moment the container was unveiled, Tsunade and Appo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How impressive! To her surprise, one of the dice had shattered, while the other also displayed a 1. While Tsunade was momentarily awed, she quickly regained her composure. That's unfair. Unfair. Oh, how so? Yaiba inquired. Grandpa Banjian has more strength than I do. If that die hadn't broken, it would have matched mine. Her words sparked an idea in Yaiba. Tsunade and Appo's current strength had yet to reach its full potential. Perhaps sending her to the wet-bone forest to learn sage arts could provide additional assurance. What if you could possess strength like Grandpa Banjian? Yaiba asked. Yes, I want that. Tsunade and Appo's earlier grievance vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. She mused that if she could break dice like that, she would win every wager in the future. But I need to think it over. Yaiba, resting his chin on his hand, considered seriously that Tsunade was still only 7 or 8 years old. It would be best to wait until she reached Chunin rank before proceeding. I'm so deflated, Tsunade sighed. However, our previous match can be deemed a tie. Shall we have another go? All right. I want to lose again. How did I lose again? Let us do it again. Again. Despite gambling from morning until afternoon, Tsunade had not won a single game aside from the first tie. Her innate talent for continuous losing was evident from an early age. Enough of the disappointment. Here. Take this. Yaiba pulled out a pouch from his pocket. Have you been gambling with the villagers again? Tsunade chuckled sheepishly, accepting the pouch, which was filled with gleaming gold coins. It is well known that aside from her love for gambling, Tsunade also has an affinity for gold, as one cannot wager without funds. After Tsunade Chapter 77, collaboration with Kai, Hans seeks battle. Just as he was about to be struck, a figure flashed by, unleashing a bolt of lightning that effortlessly pierced through the defenses of the Earth Flow Spear. The figure then charged towards the ninja who had attacked using Earth Release techniques. the wolf's head of extreme thunder fong tearing through his body with brutal force. How formidable. However, in his moment of daze, Yu turned around, his blood-red eyes locking onto his assailant's gaze. Just as I suspected, Yu remarked. He clapped his hands, binding the pursuing ninja to a large tree and releasing him from the control of the Sharingan. What is happening? How did I end up here? The ninja struggled desperately as he regained his senses. A ninja from the land of wind? How could he possibly wield water release techniques? Your name is Kai, correct? Yu pulled a small booklet from the ninja's pocket and began to scrutinize it. This is the territory of the land of bears. Quite a distance from the land of wind. He had actually pursued his bounty all the way here. This is bad. Kai swallowed hard, realizing that the man before him was far stronger. If he intended to kill him, he would have done so already. A brat from Sunagakure. Do you know the location of the black market beneath Hoshigakure? So he's also a bounty hunter. Kai sighed in relief. Bounty hunters were always motivated by money. As long as the price was right, negotiations could be made. He eagerly nodded and urged Yu to search his pockets. The person you just killed was an A-rank bounty, worth approximately 300,000 Rio. That underground market no longer exists. It has now become one of the currency exchange sites at the border of the land of wind. I assume you are also in need of funds. So how about you release me? I have many more bounty notices. Kai tempted. Though Kai was quite combative, he was aware of his place in the presence of true strength. The land of wind. Yu did not hear the rest of Kai's words, instead silently repeating the name of the land of wind. This could pose a problem. Both lucrative locations were within the land of wind. Yu had initially planned to bribe Kakazu with the public assets of Konoha, but the village still required development, making such thoughts impossible. As he looked at the bound Kai, an idea struck Yu. Boy, do you wish to earn a fortune? Yu inquired. Of course. Otherwise, why would I become a bounty hunter? I have a proposition for you. If you succeed, we will split the earnings 70-30. How does that sound? 70-30. With Yu taking the larger share. It was a substantial price, yet Yu was confident in his ability to handle the criminals with bounties. Initially skeptical of Yu and Appo's plan, Kai was soon convinced. Yar. Sage art, true extinguishing flame technique. Boom. A massive inferno engulfed the stone bridge before them, instantly reducing it to charred ash that vanished into the air. How impressive. Kai was astonished, concluding that Yu was a wandering powerhouse from some village, forced into the life of a bounty hunter due to financial need. Alright, I agree. Once you retrieve the items, come find me at Hoshigakure in 3 days. Remember to take all the bounties you can. Yes. Kai nodded vigorously. After Yu departed, Kai broke free from his restraints, stretching his limbs with a grin. Now he had the means to earn money. Mother, I will surely become a true ninja of Sunagakure, protecting our village just like father. Kai's eyes sparkled with fervor. Utilizing the flying thunder god Kanai planted in the rain village, Yu arrived at his destination in an instant. Bounties and merchant transactions were undoubtedly the lifelines for small ninja villages and nations, a truth that would also apply to the future demigod Hans. Hans brought Yu to the location where Magahara was imprisoned, concerned that word might reach Sunagakure and provoke retaliation. Magahara and Appo's treatment was not overly harsh. Thud. Upon Yu's appearance before Magahara, the sand around him swiftly coalesced into a long sword, striking the bars of his cell. Hans, aware of the lightning nature's restraint over magnetism, had specifically fashioned the bars from iron imbued with lightning properties. Is he dead? Yu asked. Inside, Magahara remained motionless, merely raising his head slightly, a fierce glint in his eyes. I have gathered extensive information about you. It seems you hold a significant position in Sunagakure. The current Kazekage seems to value you highly. If you were to die here, it would be quite regrettable for your village. As Yu spoke, he found a chair and sat down. A few days prior, a team from Sunagakure had also visited the Rain Village, seemingly to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Magahara and Appo's magnetic release surged forth, striking the bars again. Though he knew it was futile, he continued to attack desperately. Rest assured, I have not harmed them for. You are my bargaining chip for dealings with the land of wind. If I were to kill a few more, that would be counterproductive. You must be feeling defiant right now, Yu said, standing and approaching the cage, locking eyes with Magahara, who would later become the third Kazekage. Known as the strongest Kazekage, now helplessly pounding against the shackles that bound him. After leaving the prison, Hans, reflecting on his previous experiences, realized that he still had not liberated the Rain Village from the grasp of the Fire Nation, and his inner resolve began to wane. Lord Banjian, I wish to test my true strength, so please allow me to spar with you. Hans implored. Previously, Yu had been able to immobilize him solely through ocular techniques, revealing a vast disparity in their abilities. Only by sparring with someone as formidable as Yu could Hans identify his weaknesses. Very well, Yu replied, eager for Hans to make such a request, as he not only sought to control the Rain Village psychologically, but also to earn their respect through strength. I will only use basic ninjutsu and summoning techniques. You may use any ninjutsu you desire, including your summoning beast, the salamander. He knows my summoning beast? Hans was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, striding towards an open area beside the Rain Village. Summoning technique. Arise. Salamander, J Butsu. Splash. A massive brown salamander emerged from beneath Hans and Appo's feet, accompanied by a thick cloud of purple poison. Lord Banjian, may I make a request? Speak. If I win, I ask that you refrain from interfering in the affairs of the Rain Village, allowing it to remain free from the control of the Fire Nation. Chapter 78, Yu vs. Hanzo. A challenge from the leader of Amigakure to the commander of Konoha and Appo's Umbu. Hanzo was and Appo's certain of victory. But he was determined to test the man who exuded overwhelming pressure, a legend from the same era as Hashirama Senju. Starting with the summoning jutsu, Yu was in a hurry to deploy his own summon. Though the giant salamander was massive, it was merely a C-rank summon. The hierarchy among summons was clear. C-rank creatures lacked independent thought, acting only on their summoner's commands, while B-rank and above, like Gamma Hero or Katsuyu, possessed self-awareness and required genuine trust to form contracts. Fire release, great fireball technique. Perched atop his salamander, Hanzo unleashed a blazing fireball toward Yu. The flames burned fiercely despite the rain, defying the downpour. Earth release, earth-style wall. Bound by their agreement, Yu refrained from using Kekkei Genkai or advanced techniques, limiting himself to basic elemental jutsu, all C-rank, placing him at a severe disadvantage. Had this been the Hanzo later revered as the god of shinobi, Yu might have lost. But this Hanzo was still a rising star in the shinobi world. Fire release, explosive flame formation. Hanzo had clearly prepared meticulously. Inconspicuous stones and grass around, Yu hissed ominously before, boom, boom, boom. A chain of explosions erupted, sending plumes of water skyward as the scent of gunpowder filled the air. Hanzo's gaze remained fixed on the dissipating smoke, knowing Yu wouldn't fall so easily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of flying thunder god kunai suddenly scattered around Hanzo and his salamander. Bad move. Hanzo recognized this technique. Yu could teleport between the kunai, making him elusive. Lightning release, extreme lightning fong. Flying thunder god slash. Crack. A flash of lightning appeared before Hanzo's eyes. What? Before he could react, Yu vanished, reappearing near another kunai. Again and again, the lightning flickered like streaking meteors in Hanzo's vision. The rain further obscured his sight. And in a blink, roar. The wolf-like lightning howled, thunder piercing Hanzo's ears. Not good. Hanzo barely raised his sickle in time, blocking the lightning strike. Sparks flew as the blade clashed, dispersing the current. Sword art, chain sickle combo. Clang. Hanzo managed to repel the lightning, but the rain conducted residual electricity, sending numbing tremors through his limbs. The pain intensified, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Damn it. Though extreme lightning fong was lethal, its paralyzing effect was undeniable. Worse, Yu was even fighting seriously. It felt like a game to him. Yet Hanzo gritted his teeth, suppressing the tremors, and raised his sickle once more. Sword art, chain sickle dual strike. He lashed the sickle-s chain toward Yu's scattered kunai, coiling them together before swinging with all his might. Before the strike landed, Hanzo coated the blade in poison. One touch, and Yu would be incapacitated. To his shock, Yu caught the attack barehanded. What is he doing? Hanzo knew this strike wouldn't kill Yu, but the poison should have inflicted agony. Flash. The blade tore through Yu's chest, venom seeping in instantly. This is the Salamander's venom extraordinary. A single drop would slowly kill an ordinary shinobi. But Yu, trained in Shikatsu Forest, now possessed regeneration akin to Hashirama's. What? His body Hanzo watched in disbelief as the poison was expelled, the wound healing visibly. Poison mist jutsu. Hanzo formed hand seals, and the salamander spewed a dense purple fog, enveloping Yu. Even if he can heal, this much poison should buy time. Enough playing around. Yu smirked, picking up a flying thunder god kunai. Summoning jutsu, shadowless bat. What? He has a summon too. The battle was decided. The shadowless bat, meticulously chosen in Yu's youth and summoned only a handful of times, was eager for battle. Brat, you finally called me. Huh? Humans usually age. But you sound younger. Enough chatter. You have 15 minutes to deal with that kid up there. 15? 10 breaths will do. With a flap of its wings, the bat soared through the poison mist, diving toward Hanzo. Such a massive bat. Hanzo readied his sickle, aiming to bisect the creature mid-flight. But he underestimated its speed. Whoosh. A black streak shot down, claws shredding Hanzo's defenses before circling back, emitting ultrasonic waves to pinpoint his location. Screech. The bat's cry split the air as it slammed Hanzo to the ground. Sensing its master's defeat, the salamander burrowed into the earth. As the poison cleared, Yu approached the bat unscathed. Seems I can't grant your request. Hanzo lay battered but alive, proof that Yu had been toying with him. Yet the defeat left him humbled, the gap between them undeniable. So long as Amigakure doesn't threaten Konoha's interests, I want to interfere in your affairs. You remain its leader. With that, Yu walked past him. Once Hanzo recovered, the two convened in the Amigakure leader's office. Establish ties with Sunigakure. I've already drafted the terms. Chapter 79, The Overly Anxious Star Village and the Sand Village after recent events. Hanzo had fully acknowledged Yu and Appo's capabilities and was now wholly compliant with his proposed plans. The Rain Village wishes to negotiate with you, Chio announced upon entering the Kazekage and Appo's office. They claim that Jiten is imprisoned in their dungeons. If you wish for his release, you must meet them in 3 days. It seems they and Apo's VE discovered my presence, she continued. They and Apo's VE spread this news far and wide within their village. Everyone knows now. Before long, I fear the rock and leaf villages will catch wind of it. Clearly, Chio remained unaware of the leaf and Apo's involvement. Do they not fear our retaliation? The Sand Village and Apo's military strength far surpassed that of the Rain Village, if they so desired. Kazekage Shaman was confident he could annex the Rain Village within 3 days. Chio assembled 10 elite jonin from the village. Lord Kazekage, surely you don and Apo's intend to. Chio hesitated. Taken aback, Shaman rose from his seat. I intend to see what schemes the Rain Village is plotting. Land of Wind. Underground bounty office. A teenage boy stood out starkly in the dimly lit exchange. Yet, having completed a bounty before, he navigated the room with practiced ease. The underground black markets had undergone a massive restructuring after the war, scattering and reforming. Now, bounty offices dotted the shinobi world. Anyone strong enough could amass a fortune through bounties alone. It and Apo's SU. The bounty master recognized the boy at the counter. Coincidentally, he was the same man who had once processed Yeyu and Apo's rewards, though now his face bore intricate tattoos, aged and weathered. The system remained unchanged. Employers or nations posted bounties. Upon completing a contract, hunters would receive a unique mark or proof of kill, which they could exchange for gold or silver coins. 1 gold coin 1,000 silver pieces proof? Kai nodded. To ensure he wouldn't and Apo's starve on the road, Yeyu had instructed him to claim the reward for a previous kill, gold or silver. Knowing Kakuzu and Apo's preference for gleaming coins, Yeyu had specifically requested gold. Gold. Clink. 300 gold coins tumbled into the sack Kai had prepared. His gaze then wandered across the bounty board. The process was simple. Select a target, tear off the notice, and hunt. Rustle. In one swift motion, Kai stripped the entire board clean. Wait. The master hurriedly intervened. Young man, greed is dangerous. Killing one rogue doesn't mean you can handle all of them, understand? Don't worry. Just have my gold ready. Kai stuffed the notices into his pouch and strode out, leaving the master dumbfounded. Star Village Lord Hashikage. We've observed that man loitering near our village for 3 days. Should we act? The Hashikage frowned. What could their village possibly have that outsiders coveted? Then it struck him. The meteorite. He rushed with several star ninja to the village's most fortified location, where their most prized treasure, the celestial meteorite, was kept. It granted them their unique technique, the peacock's secret method. Double the guards. The meteorite must not be compromised. Relieved to find it untouched, the Hashikage's eyes darkened. And as for suspicious individuals near our borders, unless they bear the insignia of the 5 great villages, eliminate them on sight. Yes. Thud. 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 Dozens of star ninja mobilized. Encircling the village. Outside, Yeyu observed the heightened security and smirked. Though curious about the meteorite, he had no intention of seizing it by force. Still, the star village would eventually factor into his plans. He needed a trustworthy figure to govern it and expand the Leafest territory. There he is. Don't let him escape. Star Ninja brandished kunai, some already weaving hand signs for the peacock method. With a cold laugh, Yeyu formed a seal and vanished. Where did he go? Find him. Cliffside rendezvous. Yeyu reappeared atop a cliff, his meeting point with Kai. While waiting, he retrieved a small pipe, conjured a flame with his fingers, and took a slow, deliberate drag. You kept me waiting. Kai arrived breathless, hefting a large sack. All here. He dropped it beside Yeyu with a thud. Bounties of all levels. Though I'm not sure you. The master's warning had left Kai skeptical. 3 days, as agreed. You'll wait here. 30% for you, correct? Kai nodded. Yeyu extinguished his pipe. Then wait. The hunt begins the next day, in the land of hot springs. A scar-faced mercenary resting in a grove suddenly shuddered. His blade flashed, thunk, squelch. Before he could strike, a kunai pierced his chest. Blood sprayed. First, land of waves. A nation shrouded in mist. A cloaked man napping on a docked boat never woke. His head was taken before he could stir. 3 days later, every bounty office buzzed with tales of a masked hunter. Could it be Kakuzu resurfacing? After a decade of silence? Impossible. Damn it, he's clearing the board. Bounties were open to all. First to kill, first to claim. For 3 days, rogue ninja and deserters across the minor nations lived in terror of the shadow that hunted them. Chapter 80. Truly a miser. I sincerely apologize. We have run out of gold coins in our exchange center. The proprietor was utterly incredulous that the youth before him was the fabled bounty hunter. However, if you are willing to wait, I can arrange for some gold coins to be brought over, he hastily replied. Given that Jia has completed numerous bounty tasks, it is undeniable that he serves as an automatic teller machine for their exchange center, allowing them to extract substantial commissions from employers. Even if Jia and Yiyu split the earnings 70-30, Jia would still acquire at least several thousand gold coins. Wait, senior, I still do not know your name. Jia was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. Yiyu and Apo's formidable prowess was even more impressive than that of his mother, Chio, leading Jia to surmise that Yiyu might indeed be a significant figure from some hidden village. Until we meet again. In the underground laboratory of Kanahagakure, Kakuzu was reanimated by the Edo Tensei technique, remaining motionless. If the caster does not initiate the reanimation themselves, the resurrected individual will lose their self-awareness and remain in place. Yiyu arrived here, accompanied by Senju Tobarama. Tobarama formed hand seals, allowing Kakuzu to open his eyes and regain consciousness, though he still could not control his body. Perhaps I should consider replicating the Edo Tensei technique, Yiyu mused. It is you. Kakuzu did not harbor much anger towards Yiyu for having killed him. Rather, he loathed Yiyu for having stolen the bounty from his pockets. Here, for you. Yiyu tossed a bag into the air, landing it before Kakuzu. Upon opening, the bag illuminated the entire underground chamber. Gold coins. Kakuzu and Appo's heart leapt with joy as he approached the bag, picking up a coin and tapping it against the floor to confirm its authenticity. These are all for you. Tobarama inquired, where did you procure these gold coins? Even Tobarama, who typically paid little heed to wealth, was astonished. The glittering gold coins stirred something within him. Quite simply, it is this. As he spoke, Yiyu retrieved a bounty notice from his waist. Gold coins, gold coins. Kakuzu gazed intently at the coins within the bag, filling his hands with them, overwhelmed with delight. Do you wish to return to your former village? Yiyu asked. Upon hearing Yiyu and Appo's words, Kakuzu immediately thought of Takigakure. When they tasked me with assassination, we were even. Conversely, if I could break free from this control, my targets would not be you, but rather everyone from Takigakure. Not a single one shall escape. Kakuzu and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly as he provided his answer. Excellent. Join Kanahagakure. I can ensure you receive an endless supply of the gold coins you desire. What do you say? Yiyu extended an olive branch. To his surprise, Kakuzu readily agreed. Yiyu then laid out his entire plan to Kakuzu, as their aspirations aligned perfectly. Once this matter is concluded, you shall be the next leader of Takigakure. By that time, the interactions of the neighboring countries will be under your control, and with Kanahagakure and Appo's assistance, those nations will surely dispense gold coins to you like an ATM. You must be eager to witness such a scene. Yiyu articulated the benefits of the plan, igniting Kakuzu and Appo's interest. I accept your proposal. Very well. Yiyu nodded slightly. The matter was settled upon Kakuzu and Appo's agreement. Upon returning to the Hokage conference room with Tobarama, Yiyu slowly unfurled a map of the ninja world. The locations of Amigakure and Takigakure were marked by Yiyu. Brother, look, Amigakure has now become our vassal. Next, we shall turn our sights on Takigakure, Kusagakure, and Hoshigakure. Yiyu and Appo's demeanor reflected an urgency akin to the onset of a ninja world war. These ninja villages seemed to be surrounding Kanahagakure. Tobarama merely glanced at the map. Quickly surmising Yiyu and Appo's intentions, he aimed to establish a defensive perimeter with Kanahagakure at its center, utilizing the villages as strongholds. After the death of our elder brother, each nation has been developing its own power and alliances. However, I must assert that the threats posed by those great nations are far less daunting than a single individual. Yiyu spoke in a hushed tone. Observing Yiyu and Appo's enigmatic demeanor, Tobarama envisioned numerous possibilities but dismissed them one by one. He was acutely aware of Yiyu and Appo's abilities. Who could pose such a challenge to him? As Yiyu slowly uttered a name, Tobarama and Appo's expression transformed from disbelief and shock to sheer terror. You mean to say he is still alive? How is that possible? Did you not witness his demise with your own eyes? Moreover, my brother and I even laid eyes on his corpse. Tobarama and Appo's voice trembled. After all, the fear of Uchiha Madara was well known. Even the so-called god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, had battled him for 3 days and nights before finally defeating him. The ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan still hold many secrets we are unaware of. After Yiyu finished speaking, he turned to Tobarama. Tobarama, your eyes. Tobarama suddenly stepped back, producing a kunai. Brother, it is still me. There is no need for alarm. Yiyu had anticipated this reaction and quickly recounted several details known only to the Senju clan. But how do you possess the Sharingan? Did you not study it previously? Yiyu and Appo's gaze remained fixed on Tobarama. In the original story, Senju Tobarama had been investigating the Uchiha clan and Appo's various records diligently after Madara and Appo's death, possessing knowledge that even some Uchiha clan members lacked. However, the Sharingan should not close when transplanted into another body. Why are your eyes? Tobarama refrained from pursuing the matter further. He was aware of his brother and Appo's capabilities, especially since Yiyu had spent years in the underground lab, achieving results that were not out of the ordinary. Though I know the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara, it is best not to pursue him. Nor should we allow any Uchiha clan members to become aware of it. That is only natural. Uchiha Madara will eventually find someone to carry out his mission. When that time comes, it shall represent our true opportunity. Yiyu was confident that Uchiha Madara would not reveal himself to the public until his dying breath, and thus, it would be prudent to endure this prolonged period in relative stability. Moreover, Hanzo currently answers to Kanahagakure, making the likelihood of a second Ninja World War minimal. Yu and Appo's true objective, which he did not mention to Tobirama, was the enigmatic clan known as the Tsutsuki. In comparison, the Ninja World War seemed trivial during this time. Yu could only fervently enhance his own strength. Chapter 81. An abundance of points and a frenzied lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully replicating Tobirama and Appo's ninjutsu and acquiring B-rank ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Ding. Spending 100 points grants A-rank ninjutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 1,000 points and obtaining the earth release, reanimation technique, beginner. C-rank and B-rank ninjutsu have no prerequisites. As long as Yu encounters a ninja, he can acquire their specialized techniques. However, A-rank and above ninjutsu require points for exchange. Oh, I recall that there are many lottery opportunities within the system that I have yet to utilize. Before taking action, Yu once again opened the points system interface. Through decades of in-depth understanding, aside from ensuring Yu and Appo's basic ninjutsu, he had not interacted with the system further. In truth, the current Konoha village did not necessitate his direct involvement. He would only emerge during significant events that could shake the ninja world. Host. Yu Senju Tobirama. Combat power. 7,000 ninjutsu. Mastery of C-rank and B-rank water release techniques. Some expertise. Water release. Tobirama template. Mastery of C-rank and B-rank fire release techniques. Some expertise is in a template. B-rank lightning release techniques. Assisting thunder. Extreme thunderfang. C-rank earth release techniques. Earth float wall. C-rank wind release techniques. Great breakthrough. B-rank fusion ninjutsu. Wind dragon fire bullet technique. B-rank earth grudge fear. 7 heart form. Dojutsu. Byakugan expert. Sharingan mastery. Points. 100,000 lottery opportunities. 6. Let us utilize the lottery opportunities first. The somewhat unfamiliar lottery interface within the system caused Yu to momentarily lose focus. 6 draws after so many years of accumulation. With Yu's click, the roulette began to spin slowly. Inside the wheel were various bloodline limits and a type of bloodline elimination, though most were items like soldier pills and consolation point rewards. As expected, Yu and Appo's 5 consecutive draws yielded nothing but points and soldier pills. His point total now stood at 101,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline limit. Fire release. Yu was delighted upon hearing this, as fire release was the ability of Sasuke and Appo's Mangekyou Sharingan in the original story, possessing immense offensive power. The system had even specially equipped it to his eyes, enabling Yu to unleash fire release through his Mangekyou Sharingan. Quite a worthy investment. Next, it was time for the shop. Yu and Appo's offensive power was satisfactory. What he lacked was defense. It was time to revamp his ninjutsu. Among defensive ninjutsu, earth release techniques are the most formidable. Upon opening the earth release ninjutsu interface, he was greeted with a plethora of ninjutsu descriptions. After much deliberation, he selected 3 defensive earth release techniques. A-rank ninjutsu, earth flow, mountain wall, chakra consumption. High, creates a barrier resembling a mountain before the user. Capable of withstanding most powerful attacks with exceptional defense. Points, 5,000. A-rank ninjutsu, great mountain technique, forms a small mountain at the user's location. Chakra consumption. High, points, 4,500. B-rank ninjutsu, earth flow, cutting, a medium-range attack support technique that injects chakra into the ground to cut or elevate the terrain. Chakra consumption. Medium, points, 3,000. All 3 techniques are quite useful. In that case, I shall acquire them all. Ding. Deducting 13,000 points. Learning earth release, earth flow, mountain wall technique. Earth release, great mountain technique, earth release, cutting. Looking at his remaining 88,000 points, Yu's expression remained unchanged, perhaps even slightly pleased. Yu closed the system and stepped outside. Leader. Swish. 2 figures appeared behind Yu, both at the elite Jonin level of Konoha village. Is there any issue with Kakuzu? The 2 figures nodded. Any news from the Rain village? The leader of the Rain village, Hanzo, recently conveyed that the Wind Shadow had visited them and inquired if he would like to accompany him. It and Appo's a trap, Yu thought to himself. The Wind Shadow was merely probing the Rain village's defenses. If so, let him fulfill his intentions. Put on the village headbands and masks, and head to the Rain village. If the Wind Shadow appears, you 2 simply stand behind Hanzo. Understood. Yu surmised that the 2 would likely have to wait a while for news. So he decided to take Kakuzu with him directly to Ta Chapter 82. Time flies. The 3 ninjas achieve renown. The dawn of a new era, as the flames illuminated their figures, the presence of the Leaf Village headbands caused Kakuzu to lower his guard. The 2 Umbu members hesitated upon seeing him. Yu rose from the ground, untroubled. If you have something to discuss, speak. Leader. The meeting with the Rain village has concluded. After Wind Shadow arrived at the Rain village and encountered us, he seemed to ponder something. Merely instructing Hans to surrender his men. What did Hans say? Yu's brow relaxed slightly upon hearing that Hans conveyed the conditions according to his words. Did they agree? Both Umbu members shook their heads in unison. Just as he suspected, the notion of surrendering the tailed beasts was tantamount to relinquishing their village and Appos as protection. Nonetheless, Yu was indifferent to their decision. Eliminating the strongest wind shadow of Sunagakure before he could mature would indeed be advantageous. Return and inform Hans that if they seek war, the leaf will accompany them to the end. Yes. Damn it. I could have guessed who gave the orders. Senju Hashirama has long since passed, yet they dare to act so brazenly. Outside the Rain Village, within a humble abode, the Wind Shadow and elite Jonin, such as Chiyo, resided. Upon receiving Hans's message, the Wind Shadow was incensed. Had the first Hokage still been alive, the Sand Village might have harbored some trepidation, but times had changed. Chiyo. Yes, my Lord Wind Shadow. Notify the village upon our return. Prepare for war. The Wind Shadow possessed immense confidence in the strength of Sunagakure. Not only due to the puppeteer techniques he pioneered that Chiyo and others had inherited, but also because the magnetic manipulation techniques he developed were now mastered by the ninjas of Sunagakure. In Takigakure, back once more, Kakuzu and Appos' expression remained tranquil. Before embarking on his assassination mission, he was merely an ordinary ninja. Now, someone was offering him a wealth of gold and the prospect of becoming the leader of Takigakure. How could one resist such temptation? Do not harm the civilians. And those ninjas who surrender shall not be killed. Upon issuing his orders, the elite Jonin of the Leaf surged forth like arrows released from a bow, arriving at the waterfall of Takigakure. Soon, the area was engulfed in flames. Who are you? The leader of Takigakure was swiftly seized. The war unfolded without suspense, nearly concluding in an instant. Yiyu's would release. Floral Domain incapacitated numerous Takigakure ninjas under the influence of pollen, allowing him to amass substantial points. Kakuzu and Appos' Earthgrudge fear wreaked havoc, and with the body provided by Impure World reincarnation, he no longer feared death. You are Kakuzu. Why have you betrayed the village? The leader of Takigakure exclaimed in disbelief, his voice laced with desperation. Why? Kakuzu stepped forward, casting a disdainful gaze upon his former superior. Our relationship was severed the moment you tasked me with eliminating an impossible target. Secret technique, heart extraction, with a swift motion. The leader and Appos' eyes dulled, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. All who were meant to perish had done so, leaving only a few surrendering ninjas from Takigakure and ordinary civilians. There remains one matter to address, Yi remarked. He and Kakuzu approached the ancestral waters of Takigakure and Appos' heroes. Though these waters could diminish one and Appos' lifespan, they also had the potential to enhance the overall strength of Takigakure and Appos' ninjas. Let it remain, Yi decided. On this day, the leader of Takigakure met his demise, and Kakuzu ascended to leadership. However, Kakuzu had little interest in governance, so Yu appointed a Leaf Village ninja, Shimura Danzo, to oversee the affairs there. The rationale behind this choice was that Danzo, much like Saratobi Hiruzen, was a student of Tobarama Senju. Although he might be somewhat ruthless in his methods, Yu retained faith in Danzo and Appos' capabilities. On the journey back, Yu made a brief stop at Hashigakure, startling the Hashikage and subsequently establishing Hashigakure as a subordinate village of the Leaf, dispatching a contingent of Leaf ninjas. The east was bordered by the sea facing Kirigakure, while the west, north, and south were encircled by various ninja villages. As long as someone entered, Yu would receive news promptly. Yu had previously dispatched individuals to the mountain graveyard, and he found it curious that Uchiha Madara was not present. Rather, the graveyard resembled a temporary sanctuary for him. It seemed he would only reveal himself when he believed a worthy successor to his plans had appeared. However, I now possess ample time to wait. From the outset, my goal has always been Uchiha Madara. Subsequently, war erupted between Sunagakure and Konohagakure. Yu, accompanied by Tsunade, ventured to the Wetbone Forest, where he taught her the art of sage mode. Tobarama commanded the grand conflict, coordinating with the Rain Village, Takigakure, Hashigakure, and other subordinate villages to mount an offensive against Sunagakure. Thanks to Yu and Appos' meticulous preparations, the war began with Konohagakure holding a significant advantage. Hans, having enhanced his strength over the years, found that even ordinary Jonin could not withstand his assault. Kakashi Hitaki, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Kato Dan all shone brightly during this conflict, while Jiraiya and his comrades earned the title of the legendary Three Ninjas not through their battles against Hans, but through their unwavering valor. Their burdens were notably lighter, and Kato Dan and SH-10 survived the war. However, the situation for Sunagakure was dire. The Wind Shadow perished in battle, and Chiyo and Appos' son, K, was slain by Kakashi Hitaki, known as the White Fang of the Leaf. Sunagakure suffered immense losses, and for the sake of the greater good, Chiyo endured her sorrow and ultimately surrendered to halt hostilities. Out of humanitarian concern, Yi released Magahara at the request of the Sunagakure populace. Years of imprisonment had dulled Magahara and Appos' spirit, making it questionable whether he could even be reinstated as Wind Shadow. With this conflict, Konohagakure entered a period of true prosperity. In the 47th year of Konohagakure, several years after the war and Appos' conclusion, Senju Tobarama decided to step down from the Hokage position. Following the counsel of others, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended as the third Hokage, with Yu absent from the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Appo's authority was limited and was instead bolstered by the support of Akimichi Takafumi, Uchiha Kagami, and Nara Shikaku. However, Tobarama, now advanced in years, had little interest in political affairs, dedicating his energies to research within the laboratory. Within Takigakure, Kakazu donned a black cloak, presiding over the village and Appo's finances. Under his stewardship, Takigakure and Appo's economy flourished, with its GDP nearing that of the 5 great shinobi countries. Danzo quietly established his own organization within Takigakure, known as Root, akin to the Umbu, yet issuing orders solely under his command. Behind him, 2 masked Root ninjas followed Danzo as he exited the finance room. Their destination, the Rain Village. Chapter 83, The Conspiracy of Danzo. In the land of rain, the incessant rain seems akin to the nation weeping. Over the years, the hidden Rain Village has transformed, with towering buildings rising, presenting an image of burgeoning prosperity to the outside world. Old friend, it has been a long time. Hans, seated at the head of the table laden with food, greeted Danzo warmly at the residence of the daimyo of the land of rain. Enough of this pretense. We are old acquaintances, Danzo replied, his brow furrowed, as he settled comfortably beside Hans. Given the proximity of the Takigakure and Amigakure, the two had grown increasingly familiar with one another. Did you come in haste to discuss the position of Hokage? Hans queried, casually enjoying a slice of fruit. You still aspire to claim a piece of Konoha for yourself? If Sarutobi Hiruzen and my mentor were to learn of this, I doubt you would retain your seat. Danzo retorted with a scoff. As always, once the deed is done, rewards shall not elude you. Now, what is it you wish to discuss? Danzo laid bare his plans. Hans and Appo's expression remained largely unchanged as he savored the dishes before him. I never imagined you would set your sights on the Uchiha clan, he remarked. Under the influence of Tobarama, Danzo and Appo's disdain for the Uchiha clan intensified, especially with Yayuki absent from the village, granting him further audacity. The following day, a small 3-man Uchiha team, having just returned from a mission, quickened their pace as dusk enveloped the village. Suddenly, several shuriken were hurled from the forest towards the trio. Clang, clang. The shuriken clashed, creating sparks, alerting the 3 to imminent danger. Upon activating their Sharingan, ominous presences surrounded them. Ambush. Be cautious. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Flames ignited on the flying shuriken, scattering like blossoms in the night, dispelling the surrounding darkness. There, shouted one of the men, his distinctive hairstyle allowing him to spot a figure. The sound of buzzing insects startled the trio. They must be insect-controlling ninjas. Let and Appo's utilize fire style as much as possible. An insect user? This is the first time we and Appo's encountered anyone besides the Aburame clan from Konoha, remarked one of them. Gather closer. Don and Appo's scatter, the leader urged. Secret technique. Poison dust technique. Buzzing filled the air as poisonous insects surged towards the 3, placing them at a disadvantage in the shadows. Beware of these insects. Do not let them touch you. The leader cautioned, hastily retreating from the area. Quick, run towards the village. In a flash, 5 figures appeared before them, blocking their path to Konoha. Damn it. Fire style. Grand fireball technique. The leader formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flame. Chapter 84. Crisis, Fugaku, and Appo's request. Aburame Torian supported Yamanaka Fu and Appo's body as Fu manipulated the flamboyant captive and Appo's movements, while the remaining 3 Root operatives dragged and the injured Uchiha shinobi back into the hidden waterfall village. Thud, thud, thud. 3 more? The last batch was just a month ago. It seems, Danzo, you hold the Uchiha clan in higher regard than I do. A chilling laughter echoed through the dimly lit chamber. Beneath the hidden waterfall village lay a laboratory twice the size of the one Tobarama had once constructed, its master being none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin from the Second Shinobi World War. Initially, Orochimaru had no interest in human experimentation, merely indulging in the forbidden techniques invented by the second Hokage and those strictly prohibited by Konoha. However, upon discovering remnants of Senju cells within the lab, he descended down an irreversible path. After being reprimanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru fled to the hidden waterfall village, forging an alliance with Danzo. With Tobarama absent from the village and the aging second Hokage no longer involved in governance, Danzo sought to restore Konoha's former glory by turning his gaze upon the Uchiha clan. Coveting the power of the Sharingan, Danzo did not hesitate to implant the eyes into his own flesh. With Orochimaru and Appo's assistance, the fusion between the transplanted Senju cells and the Sharingan was seamless. Though grotesque in appearance, its functionality was unparalleled. As Danzo slowly unwrapped the bandages, a monstrous right arm was revealed, embedded with 3 crimson 3-tomo Sharingan, alongside 3 empty sockets. To think Hiruzen would have a disciple like you. Your personalities could not be more opposed, Orochimaru remarked with an enigmatic smirk as he continued transplanting the eyes of and the others. Once this is done, Lord Danzo, Do not forget our agreement. These 3 are yours to experiment on. Do with them as you please, Danzo replied indifferently. Satisfied, Danzo flexed his bandaged arm before departing. Only one socket remained unfilled, but this one required patience. The final eye would be placed in the most crucial location, his right eye socket. Danzo sought the most formidable eye of the Uchiha clan, the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, none among the current Uchiha possessed it. Until another awakened this power, he could only wait. But he sensed the emergence of such an individual was imminent. Days later, as E and his team failed to return from their mission, their families reported their disappearance to Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, father of the future Indra reincarnate and the strongest of the Uchiha clan, sat in solemn meditation, his expression resolute. Beside him, E and Amp, Appo's mother wept softly. When did they leave? Tell me everything about their mission, Fugaku demanded. After hearing the details, Fugaku and Amp, Appo's face darkened. A B-rank mission with a clear time frame. They should have returned 2 days ago. This was not the first disappearance. 3 others had vanished under identical circumstances. It seems I must seek an audience with the Hokage. If the situation remained unchecked, the Uchiha clan would descend into unrest. With their strongest, Uchiha Izuna, long deceased, Fugaku bore the burden of securing their future in Konoha. Lord Hokage, I propose forming an investigative team to look into these disappearances. Fugaku declared firmly. If we do nothing, our clan will live in constant fear. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, his back turned to Fugaku as he wrestled with his conscience. He knew the culprit, yet he was powerless to stop Danzo, whose strength had grown beyond measure. Very well. If you require additional manpower, you may select from the ANBU, Hiruzen conceded reluctantly. After Fugaku's departure, Hiruzen's turmoil deepened. Since the Second War's end and Tobarama's disappearance, Konoha's stability had waned. Yet Hiruzen Tsunade and Jiraiya could not deny that Tobarama's diplomatic ties with neighboring villages had ensured their swift victory against Tsunagakure. Lord Tobarama, where have you gone? Shaking off his nostalgia, Hiruzen donned his Hokage robe and entered another chamber within the administration building. What brings you here? You're aware of Danzo's actions, aren't you? Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado remain seated, their indifference a silent assertion of equal authority. And if we are? Slam. Hiruzen struck the table, his eyes burning with fury and sorrow. Fury at their apathy toward Danzo's slaughter of the Uchiha, sorrow for his fallen disciple Orochimaru, now complicit in Root's atrocities. If Lord Tobarama were to return, you know the consequences. Lord Tobarama? Koharu and Hamura exchanged amused glances. Had he remained in the village, would you even be Hokage? Hamura countered. What are you implying? Monkey, must we spell it out? Hamura sighed. After all these years, if Lord Tobarama wished to return, he would have. If he hasn't, he never will. Danzo's ambitions grow unchecked. Rumor has it his influence now extends into the ANBU. What? Hiruzen recoiled. That was Lord Tobarama and Amp, Appo's. How far will Danzo go? Let him be, Koharu interjected. So long as our positions remain secure. Need I remind you? Since Lord Tobarama withdrew from politics, Konoha's stability has relied entirely on Danzo. Hiruzen fell silent. The truth was undeniable. Chapter 85. Uchiha Fugaku awakens. The Crimson Susanoo. Let that Uchiha brat fend for himself. Hamura Mitokado muttered. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and had no choice but to leave. If Fugaku were to overhear their conversation, rebellion would surely erupt by dawn. Clan leader. We found a lead. The next day, a group of elite Uchiha clansmen, along with shinobi from other clans, gathered outside Fugaku's residence. A kunai and a Konoha forehead protector had been discovered near a cliff not far from the village, deliberately left behind, it seemed. Listen well, Fugaku commanded. No matter who the enemy is, be prepared for battle at any moment. A squad of 20 to 30 Uchiha shinobi departed from Konoha, fanning out along the cliffside. Soon, they arrived at Takigakure, a village under Danzo's jurisdiction. Though its military strength was lacking, its economy far surpassed that of other shinobi villages, attracting many displaced civilians to settle there. However, Danzo's disdain for the Uchiha was common knowledge. Fugaku, already suspicious of Danzo, led his clansmen into Takigakure. What a rare visit, Danzo remarked, seated at the head of the room. His right arm was still wrapped in fresh bandages, while Torian Aburame and Fu Yamanaka, both elite jonin, stood at his sides. Their presence alone made Fugaku wary. What brings you here with such a show of force? Danzo's eyes narrowed. Fugaku took a seat near the entrance. His clansmen clad in combat attire, their gazes locked onto Danzo. Lord Danzo, may I examine your right arm? Fugaku's voice cut through the silence like a blade rending the night sky. This arm was recently injured. The physician advised against unwrapping it prematurely, Danzo replied. Is that so? Whoosh. A kunai shot from Fugaku's hand like a wild stallion, hurtling straight toward Danzo. Thud. Uchiha, what is the meaning of this? Torian intercepted the kunai with his insects, his voice sharp. But before he could finish, another kunai sliced through the air. This time, it struck true, tearing open Danzo's bandages and revealing a glimpse of what lay beneath, a blood-red tomo. Fury ignited in Fugaku's eyes. Fire release, dragon flame jutsu. Without another word, Fugaku unleashed the technique. The flames roared like a dragon's maw, seeking to consume Danzo whole. Behind him, the Uchiha shinobi scattered, engaging Torian and Fu. Danzo remained seated, unmoved. Water release, water wall. A masked root operative flashed forward, erecting a barrier that clashed with the flames, hissing violently. Bang! The doors behind Fugaku slammed shut, plunging the hall into darkness. Whoosh! From the shadows emerged dozens of ANBU and root operatives, their black cloaks billowing like specters of death. Fugaku, once an ANBU member himself, recognized them instantly. So this is why you've grown so bold. The ANBU must be under your sole control now. After Tobarama's departure, the ANBU had been divided among Hiruzen, Danzo, and the second Hokage. Danzo and Appo's ruthlessness earned him Tobarama and Appo's trust, granting him additional authority. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, burdened by his duties as Hokage, neglected the ANBU, allowing Danzo to seize full control. What was once Konoha's safeguard had become his personal army. Enough talk. Since you've come seeking death, I'll oblige. Orochimaru has taken a particular interest in your Sharingan. Orochimaru? Fugaku scoffed. Even one of the Sannin serves you now? Knowledge 1T save you. Now, die. At Danzo's command. The ANBU and root operatives surged forward. Konoha. Outside a building near the Hokage Tower, a silver-haired man, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, watched as Fugaku departed before making his move. Orochimaru. Let us see what you're plotting. Summoning Jutsu. With a clap of his hands, a small toad materialized in a puff of smoke. You remember the last location? Ribbit. In an instant, the towering man squeezed into the tiny toad's mouth before vanishing. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Danzo. Killing me 1T be so easy. Fugaku was one of Konoha's strongest shinobi. He couldn't die here, not when his family, his clan, depended on him. As the Uchiha leader, he bore their legacy. Hatred burned through him, his body growing feverish. Blood trickled from his eyes as his Sharingan underwent a transformation, the three tomo merging into a five-pointed star. Ding! What is that? Shock rippled through the room. Danzo's disbelief turned to glee. He has awakened it. The Manjiki Sharingan. The Uchiha clansmen rallied, while their enemies tensed. Many ANBU had witnessed the terror of the Manjiki under Izuna's command. Now, they faced it as foes. Fugaku marveled at the power. Time seemed to slow, kunai that once blurred now crawled toward him. Kill him. Now. Danzo barked, oblivious to the Manjiki's significance. He cared only for claiming it for himself. Orochimaru's promises be damned. Humph. As the enemies charged, Fugaku smirked. Witness the true power of the Uchiha. Chapter 86, A New Ascendancy, one of the divine artifacts. The resounding honor. Channeling all his chakra, Fujitaka suddenly opened his eyes. Susanoo. A colossal, deep crimson skull enveloped Fujitaka, materializing from the air. Its gaze radiating golden light and brimming with murderous intent. A torrent of red chakra surged from his hands, manifesting a crimson spear in the arms of the skull. The spear, extending several dozen meters, bore a wisp of red silk at its tip. Grasping the spear, Susanoo unleashed an onslaught upon the surrounding Umbu ninjas, sweeping them aside as if they were mere phantoms. Those flung away crashed against the walls, the spear's destructive power causing the entire room to tremble. What sound is that? Orochimaru, conducting research below ground, glanced upward. The laboratory was riddled with secret passages, meticulously prepared by Orochimaru for his escape. Even as a member of the Akatsuki, he was reluctant to extend his stay too long. His singular focus remained on his experiments. Outside the Takigakure village, a pale frog emerged from the lake. Opening its mouth wide, a hand adorned with a forehead protector reached out, its arm slick with mucus. Once fully emerged, Jiraiya stretched his limbs. Send my regards to the old man. I'll visit him another day. Ribbit, ribbit. The little frog hopped a few times before vanishing into the lake. At last, the moment he had awaited arrived. Jiraiya had gathered extensive intelligence on Orochimaru, seizing the opportunity to infiltrate during the clash between Fujitaka and Danzo. With a profound sense of responsibility, especially after the great Sage Toad's prophecy of his travels, Jiraiya had nurtured the desire to venture into the wider world. All right. Jiraiya invigorated himself. Once this mission was accomplished, he would set off. Approaching the vicinity of Takigakure, he found an opening beneath a waterfall, which led to the lower levels of the village. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya leaped inside. It was incredibly dark. He exhaled a small flame, igniting a wooden stick to illuminate his surroundings. The full expanse of the underground was laid bare before him. So this is the tunnel below? It is far grander than I envisioned. Jiraiya held up the torch, stepping cautiously forward until he arrived at a grand door. Intricate patterns adorned the door, with the number 2 inscribed upon it. 2. What could that mean? Jiraiya mused, feeling around the door for a mechanism, but finding none. He decided to push it with sheer force. Bang! The crisp sound reverberated through the tunnel. Below the door lay a staircase that descended into an abyss. So deep? Jiraiya inhaled deeply, bracing himself against the cold stone wall, and carefully made his descent. At the bottom of the stairs awaited a pitch-black expanse, punctuated by the occasional eerie howl of wind through the passage. In such an atmosphere, even Jiraiya would find it hard to endure for long, let alone Tobarama if he were to come here. Orochimaru, I shall see what you are truly up to. Above the laboratory, increasing numbers of Umbu ninjas surged from the shadows, yet they fell victim to the spear of Susanoo. The deep crimson spear, entwined with spiraling flames, unleashed fiery blasts with each swing. Unlike the black flames of Amaterasu, Fujitaka's Susanoo flames were a vivid crimson. It appeared I underestimated the capabilities of the Manjiki Sharingan. However, the stronger it performed, the more a smile crept upon Danzo's face, as if victory were within his grasp. If only another Uchiha would awaken their eyes, Danzo thought. Yet, in the next moment, his expression drastically changed. Due to the spear's devastation, a stone wall larger than Susanoo itself crashed down above Danzo, obstructing his view. He could only gauge their movements by the sounds of battle. Over time, Danzo realized the activity of the Umbu ninjas was dwindling, while Susanoo's spear was on the verge of shattering the stone wall before him. How is this possible? Has he fully adapted to the Manjiki's abilities in such a short span? Danzo stood resolute. He needed to stabilize the morale of his forces. Wind release, vacuum wave. Brother, be careful. A Uchiha clan member, engrossed in battle, failed to notice Danzo's wind technique approaching from behind. Thud. The wind blade pierced through his body, and with a resounding crack, his upper body separated from his lower half, blood gushing forth. In but a second, he was torn apart from Chapter 87. Reverse summoning technique in the chilling cavern teeming with serpents, a deep red spear surged forth, emanating an utterly terrifying aura as it lunged towards Danzo and his companions. With a resounding thud, all the members of the Umbu and Root organization were sent flying. Save for Danzo and his immediate allies, ninjutsu proved nearly ineffective against the Susanoo. Lord Danzo, my insect technique cannot penetrate his armor, Oil Girl Toryun remarked, sweat beading on her forehead. Swarms of insects clustered around her hands, releasing a purple toxin. However, the toxins had no effect on Fugaku, while the others were severely afflicted. Agonizing screams echoed as the Uchiha clan members collapsed, writhing in pain. This protracted struggle is unsustainable, Fugaku thought, as the Susanoo surrounding him grew larger, his chakra rapidly depleting. He had to conclude the battle before his chakra was exhausted. Raging torrent. The spear emitted a piercing sound that resonated in a descending scale, creating a sonic boom as it swung from the Susanoo. With a thundering crash, two Umbu members beside Fugaku were instantly obliterated. Vacuum wave. Danzo unleashed a flurry of swift wind blasts at the Susanoo, attempting to breach its defenses, but his efforts were in vain. The tide of Umbu and Root ninjas had diminished significantly. Danzo, it's your turn. Fugaku's gaze fixated on Danzo as the Susanoo extended its arm, gathering power before hurling the spear forward. The strike pierced through the chaotic space and among the entangled foes, leaving behind only lifeless bodies. Water style, water barrier. Earth style, earth flow wall. Wind style, wind shield technique. Danzo hastily conjured 3 ninjutsu to shield himself. Toryun and Danzo's loyal ninjas attempted to thwart the spear's advance. With a series of crashes, the spear shattered through the barriers, halting before Danzo, only to vanish without a trace. I finally held it off. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief, but a wave of fear washed over him in that moment. Stop them, he commanded, clutching his chest as he coughed up blood. Do not let them return to Konoha. Below the Takigakure, within a vast hidden chamber, Jiraiya finally spied a faint flicker of light, the first illumination he had encountered in this place. Under the dim glow, a figure was engrossed in flipping through books, the rustling echoing sharply in the silence. Just as Jiraiya contemplated advancing, the figure abruptly stood. Believing he had been detected, Jiraiya concealed himself behind the stone wall, extinguishing the flame. Yet, the figure did not approach him. Instead, it walked towards a nearby bookshelf and retrieved another tome. Is Lord Hashirama truly in that sage realm? Hashirama? Jiraiya momentarily froze at the mention of the name, which could only refer to the legendary first Hokage and brother of the second Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, a genius ninja and one of the founders of Konoha during the Warring States period. With a snap, the figure closed the book, biting his finger until it bled. A mysterious pattern materialized beneath him, and Jiraiya was startled to discover 3 corpses lying at his feet. Though not perfectly fused with the cells, you have served your purpose. The figure sneered, inserting his arm into one of the bodies, blue fluid surging into him. Reverse summoning technique. The figure suddenly shouted, forming hand seals. This is bad. It's a summoning technique. Jiraiya refused to allow him to escape and quickly formed his own hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the figure. The fire illuminated the chamber, bright as day. Indeed, it's you, Jiraiya exclaimed, recognizing Orochimaru's familiar face. You think you can stop me? Orochimaru displayed no surprise upon seeing Jiraiya. Instead, he swiftly executed the summoning seals and struck the ground. Jiraiya rushed forward, inadvertently stepping into Orochimaru's cursed seal circle. With a resounding crash, both vanished from sight. Tick-tock. Jiraiya awoke to the sound of dripping, his eyes slowly adjusting to the oppressive darkness surrounding him, which felt frigid and foreboding. Fire-style fire dragon. A sudden arm reached out before him, startling Jiraiya, who focused to see Orochimaru, albeit with an unusually tense expression, devoid of his usual nonchalance. This is not Konoha. If you wish to be devoured by those serpents, then open your mouth, Orochimaru warned. Jiraiya surveyed his surroundings. finding nothing but an impenetrable blackness. As he began to question Orochimaru about his clandestine activities, a series of hissing sounds erupted, rocks tumbling around them. Small, deep purple snakes lurked like predators in the shadows, poised to strike. Snakes? Rather than fear, curiosity piqued Jiraiya's interest. Where am I? And why are there so many snakes? The only one who could answer his questions was the figure gliding ahead, Orochimaru. Hey, wait for me, Jiraiya called out. But Orochimaru remained tense, having injected himself with a carefully prepared potion that allowed him to perceive invisible entities in the darkness. Jiraiya could only see the snakes. But due to his distance from Orochimaru, he was oblivious to the surrounding walls, repeatedly colliding with them. What are you scheming? Jiraiya inquired, drawing closer to Orochimaru. His visit to Takigakure was to investigate Orochimaru's recent activities, as he had seemingly transformed after the Second Great Ninja War, becoming increasingly close to Danzo. Jiraiya suspected Danzo and Appo's sinister motives and sought to uncover Orochimaru and Appo's dealings in Takigakure, only to find himself ensnared in this eerie, ambiguous place. Keep your voice down, Orochimaru cautioned, placing a finger to his lips. Due to Jiraiya and Appo's volume, the stones around them began to tremble, the hissing growing louder as snakes encircled Jiraiya and Appo's feet. As he felt the chilling touch beneath him, Jiraiya and Appo's hair stood on end. Chapter 88. The Trial of the Dragon Cave. Do not worry. As long as you refrain from any aggressive actions, these serpents will not attack you, Orochimaru spoke softly. How do you know this place so well? Jiraiya and Appo's inquiry went unanswered as Orochimaru silently advanced. Before we arrived, did you not mention something about Lord Hashirama? Jiraiya tossed out his earlier question. This time, Orochimaru candidly responded. Lord Hashirama left several tomes in the Hokage building before his departure, detailing information about the 3 Great Sage Lands. The 3 Great Sage Lands. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded. The 3 great sanctuaries, one of which you and Tsunade have visited. They are Myaboka Mountain, Surebone Forest, and the Dragon Cave. Each sanctuary possesses its own sage mode. And as far as I know, Lord Hashirama mastered 2 of them, with the last one being the very place we now stand. You mean, this is the Dragon Cave? Jiraiya gasped quietly, struggling to connect this revelation with Lord Hashirama's departure. Do you believe that for all these years, Lord Hashirama merely wandered the shinobi world? Are you suggesting? Jiraiya seemed to sense something, yet confusion lingered on his face. Orochimaru remained silent, continuing toward the cave entrance until they finally arrived. To think we arrived at such a desolate place using the reverse summoning technique, Jiraiya grumbled, scratching his head. Before them, the cave entrance was not as illuminated as they had hoped. It was merely slightly brighter than the darkness within. Inside the Dragon Cave, there were countless caverns akin to the one they occupied, filled with dense clusters of black dots, and the ground was bare stone. Strange, apart from snakes. There are no other creatures. What do they feed on? Jiraiya's question was swiftly answered as a gigantic purple-black serpent, towering like a small mountain, emerged from a cavern. To their astonishment, it swiftly devoured a smaller snake beneath its massive body. Not enough, the purple serpent expressed disappointment in its eyes, evidently unsatisfied, and soon began scanning the surroundings. Within moments, it spotted Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Humans! The purple serpent exclaimed with excitement, swiftly lunging toward them. Dodge! Jiraiya shouted to Orochimaru, and both quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball. United against a common foe, they set aside their differences and focused on the battle. The fire and wind techniques merged, creating a broader area of effect that scorched the air above the purple serpent. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Orochimaru unleashed a gale, directing it toward the purple serpent. So you two are ninjas, just like that fellow, the serpent muttered in a low voice. That fellow? Was there someone here before us? Why should I tell you? The serpent hissed, charging at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Summoning technique. Jiraiya attempted to summon the toad, but it proved ineffective. The purple serpent lashed its tail, sending Jiraiya flying. This place is also a sage land. Summoning other beasts here is futile, Orochimaru cautioned. You could have mentioned that earlier. Jiraiya grumbled, rubbing his head in annoyance. Orochimaru stood atop a ledge, gazing intently at the purple serpent, his mind racing to calculate how to overcome it. Just as tensions reached a peak, a serene voice echoed from afar. Allow the black-haired youth to enter for the trial, as for the white-haired one, you may handle him as you wish. The voice and Appo's owner clearly held a higher status than the purple serpent. As the voice resonated, the serpent froze in fear. Once the voice faded, the serpent glanced in surprise at Orochimaru, but quickly dismissed him with disdain. You, get out of my sight. Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not hear the voice, but upon realizing the serpent had granted them passage, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Jiraiya murmured something that Orochimaru did not catch. With an opening created by the serpent, Orochimaru leaped away from the stone wall, leaving Jiraiya behind. Though the Dragon Cave was filled with caverns, one location stood out prominently. Similar to Myaboka Mountain and Surebone Forest, its center housed a grand temple. distinguished by a towering serpent statue suspended above it. With curiosity, Orochimaru stepped inside, suspecting that the serpent and Appo's earlier attitude indicated some knowledge that compelled it to reluctantly spare him. As for Jiraiya, Orochimaru was not indifferent. He believed Jiraiya and Appo's strength would allow him to escape the giant serpent and Appo's grasp even if he could not defeat it. Drip, drip. Upon entering the temple, Orochimaru instantly felt a pair of eyes watching him, yet he could not discern their source. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Above the temple in the dragon cave, a blue serpent entered, only to transform into a beautiful young girl in an instant. She possessed long, deep blue hair and wore a golden crown adorned with a golden orb on top, her elongated golden pupils framed by red eyeshadow that extended to her nostrils. Her pale skin was accented by blue-green earrings shaped like Kama symbols, and she donned a white robe with a green ornament featuring a single Kama-shaped gem at her chest, revealing sharp teeth. "You are the one whom Lady White Snake mentioned would come for the trial," she stated. Upon hearing her voice, Orochimaru instinctively turned to look behind him, discovering the young girl. Yet, one cannot judge solely by appearance. Through his understanding of the dragon cave, Orochimaru surmised that this girl was likely an elder tasked with testing those who sought to cultivate within the dragon cave. During their exchange, he learned her name, Uchiha, one of the 3 trusted elders under the White Snake Sage, the master of the dragon cave. With a mindset of exploration, Orochimaru nodded, secretly intrigued. However, his ultimate goal remained to ascertain whether Senju Hashirama had indeed set foot here. "Before my arrival, were there others like me?" Orochimaru inquired with curiosity. "I can only answer your question after you pass the trial," Uchiha replied, momentarily taken aback. "I see," Orochimaru thought. Realizing that Hashirama's tomes had not elaborated on the nature of the trials conducted within the dragon cave, he would have to face them head-on. Chapter 89, The Lust of Greed. As Orochimaru ventured deeper into the Ri-Chi Cave Temple, a sudden arrow shot forth from the darkness. With his heightened reflexes, he narrowly evaded it. Truly, this was the most perilous of the 3 great sage regions. A single misstep could spell death. His mind raced with calculations as he stole glances at the ethereal figure of Uchiha Island Princess floating effortlessly above, defying all known laws of chakra and physics. Guided further inside, the path was littered with bones, grim remnants of those who had failed the trials. To master the sage arts of Ri-Chi Cave, one must pass the 3 gates set by the White Snake Sage: the lust of greed, the power of self, and the illusion of truth, each testing desire, mastery of ninjutsu and taijutsu, and resilience against genjutsu. Without another word, Uchiha Island Princess cast Orochimaru into a bottomless pit and vanished. Outside the temple, a thunderous crash marked the end of Jiraiya's battle with the colossal violet serpent. Gasping for breath, he collapsed beside the unconscious beast. That had been too close. Yet, something gnawed at him. The serpent had hesitated mid-strike, as if receiving an unseen command. If this creature was the apex predator here, then what was? His thoughts turned to Mount Maiboku and the Great Toad Sage. If such a being existed there, surely Ri-Chi Cave had its own serpent sage, a force equally formidable. Steeling himself, Jiraiya pressed onward, navigating the labyrinth and tunnels until he reached a vast chamber dominated by a towering serpent statue. The hissing of countless snakes surrounded him. But as suddenly as they appeared, they retreated. A voice, ancient and amused, echoed from the depths. "So, the old Toad's disciple has come. Let him wander. If he finds his companion, so be it." Unhindered, Jiraiya forged ahead, his path illuminated by a faint glow. A wall of stone barred his way, but a swift needle Jizo shattered it, revealing a radiant chamber. A whisper slithered through the air. "You who have come this far may partake in the trial." Before he could react, the exit sealed behind him. His chakra stifled, Jiraiya cursed, then stilled. The trial had begun. The chamber was empty save for 4 words carved into the stone: lust of greed. A test of temptation. Then, he mused, settling into meditation. Hunger gnawed at him. And soon, the scent of roasted meats and steaming ramen filled the air. His stomach growled, but his discipline held. Too obvious, he scoffed. Below, the White Snake Sage observed another candidate, a cloud ninja, succumbing to the illusion, devouring phantom feasts with rapture. "Fool," tutade one of the trial maidens, Lady Tenjin. "Mine," purred Lady Tatsumi, her eyes gleaming. Chapter 90, The Illusion of Truth. "I don't care for black. You can have it if you want," Lady Chiome waved dismissively. Instantly, Lady Tagoriheim's once beautiful visage twisted into something monstrous, her pupils elongated, her fangs protruding past her lips, a sight to chill the blood. Hiss, floating through the air. Lady Tagoriheim drifted toward the cavern where the Kumogakure shinobi were imprisoned. In the vision granted by the great White Snake Sage, the unsuspecting ninja, feasting on their meal, suddenly noticed the horrifying specter hovering above them. Rip. The scene dissolved into a crimson haze as the shinobi became nothing more than prey for the serpentine predator. Such was the brutal nature of the trials within Ri-Chi Cave. Those who failed the test would, with the sage's permission, be devoured by Lady Chiome, Lady Tagoriheim, or Lady Uchiha. Only 3 remain. "Don't you dare take them from us," Lady Uchiha remarked as Lady Tagoriheim returned. "Speaking of which, The great white snake sage murmured from his throne, his eyes flickering open. How far has that dark-haired youth progressed? My lord, he has reached the trial of self-mastery. Let us observe. I suspect he, like the one before him, shall master the sage arts of Uchiha cave. A faint glow shimmered in the sage's serpentine gaze. Meanwhile, within Jiraiya's chamber, the trials continued. The variety of food increased, and with it, the gnawing hunger in his mind grew unbearable. This was no ordinary hunger. It felt as though something was amplifying his desperation, twisting it into an insatiable craving beyond mere sustenance. So this is the so-called sacred land, Jiraiya smirked. He was no paragon of willpower, but he had his own methods. With a sharp crack, he slammed his head against the stone wall, knocking himself unconscious. The sage let out an amused hiss. This one. Interesting. Even Lady Ichikishimahime and the others were taken aback by such an unorthodox solution. To recognize one's limits and refuse blind pursuit, rare indeed. The toad sage has chosen well, the great white snake sage mused. Yet, compared to Orochimaru's sheer endurance, pushing through the trials without such drastic measures, Jiraiya's method was merely surprising, not extraordinary. Aside from Orochimaru and Jiraiya, only one other remained, a shinobi from Kirigakure, now enduring the trial of self-mastery. Time blurred. Jiraiya awoke groggily, his head throbbing. It took him long moments to register Lady Chiome's approach. To think you'd pass this trial, she remarked, her voice laced with amusement. She had been the one to seal the chamber, expecting him to fail and become her meal. You're one of Uchiha Cave's elites, aren't you? Jiraiya grinned, his lecherous instincts flaring at her beauty. And quite the looker, too. Her face twisted into the same monstrous visage Lady Tagurihime had worn earlier. Jiraiya recoiled, his flirtatious grin vanishing. Lady Chiome laughed, her elongated tongue flickering. Come, let us see if you'll become my meal. She left the last thought unspoken. Elsewhere, Orochimaru exhaled, his breath curling into steam. Even his usual composure had fractured under the trial of self-mastery. The trial demanded relentless endurance, shattering walls, scaling cliffs, and finally facing one of Uchiha Cave's great serpents. Though his chakra had replenished, his body ached with exhaustion. In the adjacent chamber, the Kirigakure shinobi had also succeeded. He was Sh Getsu H. Zuki, son of the famed Igetsu H. Zuki. Father, I won't fail you. From childhood, Sh Getsu had known only his father's death in battle. The H. Zuki clan's leader, Jinjetsu, had never sought vengeance, as if fearing something. When Sh Getsu learned the killer was a figure of immense power, he swore retribution. Now, stepping into the final trial, he found no instructions, only warmth. Footsteps echoed behind him. Who's there? His chakra depleted, Sh Getsu gripped his kunai, whirling, and froze. Father? Before him stood Igetsu H. Zuki, clad in old Kirigakure attire, smiling warmly. Long time no see, son. No greeting? Sh Getsu rubbed his eyes. Impossible. His father had died in the war. Jinjetsu? Who are you? Sh Getsu hissed, kunai raised. My father wouldn't look this young. Igetsu chuckled. What nonsense. I'm alive and well. Unless you want me dead? Then why are you here? Chapter 91. Meeting the White Snake Sage. To Gak Tsukuyami's astonishment, Gak Izuki strode directly toward him. What are you doing? Before Tsukuyami could finish his rebuke, Izuki was already by his side. Though the memory of his father's face had long faded, the familiar presence was unmistakable. Unconsciously, Tsukuyami found himself stepping forward as well. The moment their bodies touched, shwa shwa shwa, Gak Izuki's form shattered into nothingness, replaced by an eerie void. As Tsukuyami stood frozen, a figure materialized behind him. Ichikishimahime had appeared without warning. Whoosh! The screen before the white snake sage vanished. The third trial was clear. Approaching the illusionary figure would trigger annihilation upon contact, decreed by the white snake sage. Only two remained now. Intrigued, the white snake sage observed, eager to see if Orochimaru and Jiraiya were truly worthy of his senjutsu. Self-power. Jiraiya stood before a stone wall, enunciating each word deliberately. Unlike the trial of greed, this challenge featured towering rock formations. Instructions were provided. Destroy the barriers with ninjutsu and withstand a confrontation with one of the serpents of Uchiha Cave for 15 minutes. Fire release, dragon flame bomb. Jiraiya formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal fire dragon from his mouth. The blast tore through 3 rock walls before crashing into the stone behind. The barriers surrounded him on all 4 sides, and his first strike had only cleared 1. 3 more explosive flames later, the walls lay in ruins. Beyond the rubble, a door stood ajar. Jiraiya pushed it open effortlessly. Hiss, a massive serpent lunged, fangs bared. Wild lion's mane technique. Jiraiya's hair elongated, coiling around the serpent's jaws like a lion's mane. Before him writhed a green serpent, identical in size to the previous purple one. The moment he stepped inside, torches flared to life overhead, illuminating a serpentine statue. A disembodied voice echoed, "The trial ends when the venom drips dry." Drip, drip. Poison began its slow descent. The green serpent attacked relentlessly, its thrashing reducing the surrounding stone to debris. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. A vast bog spread beneath Jiraiya's feet, swallowing the serpent whole. The more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Damn you. What have you done, Brett? The serpent roared. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya erected a barrier, sealing technique, heavenly canopy formation. A translucent dome encased the serpent, forcing it to endure until the trial concluded. Ichikishimaheim appeared behind him. Impressive, but the final trial won't be so easy, she remarked, though her tone betrayed surprise. Elsewhere, Orochimaru stood frozen before a figure he had long envisioned but dared not approach. You are. The young man, half-white, half-black, regarded him with confusion. An hour had passed in stalemate, Orochimaru's mind besieged by whispers from the depths of Richi Cave, clouding his judgment. Yet his rationality prevailed. Slamming his palms to the ground, he split the earth beneath the youth's feet. The figure merely grinned. Impressive, one of the Sannin. To reach this sacred place even after my departure from Konoha. With a schwa, the illusion shattered like glass. Boom. Darkness gave way to faint light, the sacred hall. At its pinnacle sat the colossal white snake sage, crowned and regal, his gaze brimming with expectation. Flanking him were the elders, Tank Shinheim and Sunsukihime, their eyes equally intent. Your name and origin, the sage intoned, his voice serene yet enigmatic. Orochimaru of Konoha. Konoha? The sage's eyes gleamed. So, like that youth before you. You are the white snake sage, ruler of Richi Cave? Oh, you know of me? The sage's interest deepened, as did his curiosity toward Konoha. The white-haired boy with me, he isn't here for Senjutsu. I brought him here by mistake. Release him. Orochimaru's plea was met with a single word. Granted. The elders stiffened in shock, never had the sage acquiesced so readily. Through his will, Ichikishimaheim, overseeing Jiraiya's trial, reluctantly dispelled the genjutsu. Relief flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as Jiraiya emerged unharmed. Consider yourself fortunate, brat, Sunsukihime and Tank Shinheim snapped. You're the first to leave Richi Cave without completing the trials. Go, before the sage changes his mind. Orochimaru. Jiraiya murmured. Answers awaited only in the mortal world. Whoosh. The sage and imp, Appos, reverse summoning whisked Jiraiya away. Left alone. Orochimaru lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the sage in silence. At last, he spoke. Great sage. Tell me of the man in the illusion. Have you met him before? That brat, Itama? Orochimaru nodded eagerly. Humph. That whelp brought chaos to my domain. Yet despite his ire, admiration lingered in the sage's expression. Through his tale, Orochimaru learned the truth of what had transpired before his arrival. Year 45 of Konoha's founding. The white snake sage had been roused from slumber by the sound of destruction. Chapter 92. The Pursuit of Danzo, interfered by Jiraiya. Old White Snake. Someone has arrived at the Dragon Cave. Oh? The white snake sage inquired with great interest. What is their strength? With a single strike. They have subdued a myriad of serpents. At that time, the myriad serpents were not nearly as massive as they are now. Yet it still captured the attention of the white snake sage, for it had been ages since anyone had dared to challenge the trials of the Dragon Cave. A grand image flickered into existence within the cave. The thought wave, a unique ability of the white snake sage, could record and replay past experiences. What unfolded before Orochimaru was the moment when Senju Hashirama arrived here. The first act, the greed of desire. Yu passed through effortlessly. The second act, Yu demonstrated at least 4 different ninjutsu techniques, showcasing mastery befitting a true ninja sage. Some of these techniques even prompted Orochimaru, with his vast knowledge, to shake his head in disbelief. The third act, the illusion of seeking truth. Essentially, the white snake sage intended to test individuals through their deepest vulnerabilities or the people they longed to see. To the sage's surprise, Yu was confronted by a dark shadow. Indeed, it was merely a shadow, and then nothingness. Such a phenomenon could stem from 2 reasons. Either Yu harbored no significant thoughts in his heart, or the person he yearned for was not of this world. Orochimaru discerned this and swiftly inquired of the white snake sage. The sage, shaking his head in resignation, replied, May I ask, is Lord Senju Hashirama still within the Dragon Cave? The white snake sage nodded. However, to meet him, one must venture deep into the Dragon Cave. Deep into the Dragon Cave? Beneath our feet lies another realm rife with sage chakra, yet it is far more treacherous. It is saturated with residual sage energy, and to be tainted even slightly would bring excruciating pain. However, should one master the sage arts of the Dragon Cave, they can draw vitality from lifeless rocks to mask their own presence. Yet, entering there risks losing oneself. I suspect this might explain his prolonged absence. Understanding dawned on Orochimaru, who was profoundly shaken by this revelation. The villagers of Konohagakure believed Yu was still wandering the ninja world, unaware that he had been imprisoned in such a location. Young one, I know you're anxious. At this juncture, your only recourse is to cultivate the sage arts. In the mortal realm, Jiraiya, having departed from the Dragon Cave, beheld a gigantic, crimson-armored figure racing outside. Before this behemoth were several Leaf Village jonin clad in vests. Is that a member of the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya pondered. Having already been informed of the tensions between Danzo, Chapter 93, return to Konoha. The cultivation of sage arts is far from a fleeting endeavor. Orochimaru sat within a cavern, enveloped by an aura of mystery. Since he embarked on the path of sage training, the transformations within his body had become undeniable. His skin bore markings reminiscent of serpentine scales, and his eyes glimmered with a chilling yellow light. With each invocation of sage techniques, a serpentine energy surged from within him, seemingly forging a connection with the very essence of the land itself. He felt his power steadily escalating, his form drifting further from that of humanity. In this moment, a profound sense of familiarity washed over Orochimaru, as though something was beckoning him from below. His heart stirred, and in a flash, he vanished from sight, leaving only ripples in the air. Beside him, the White Snake Sage cast a glance at Orochimaru, silent, yet acknowledging his remarkable aptitude for mastering the sage techniques of the Riichi Cave in just a few months. Sage Art, Serpent and Amp, Appo's S hand. Orochimaru and Amp, Appo's S arm transformed into an elongated serpentine appendage, striking the stone wall ahead. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled into debris. After bidding farewell to the White Snake Sage, he effortlessly descended to the depths beneath the Riichi Cave in his sage form. Beneath the Riichi Cave lay a pitch-black entrance, shrouded in enigma, its contents unknown even to the White Snake Sage. Sage technique, Power of the Serpent. Orochimaru formed a seal with his hands, invoking a technique he had never employed before, and the passageway before him opened. The atmosphere here was extraordinary, as if guarded by some potent force, the air thick with ancient echoes. The three great sanctuaries had existed long before humanity's dawn. A smile curved Orochimaru's lips. He sensed that he was on the cusp of encountering the legendary ninja, having met him only once in his youth. As he ventured deeper into the cave, the light dimmed, and the air was laden with dampness. Strange sounds echoed from the depths, as if a creature stirred within. With each step deeper into the cavern, Orochimaru's senses sharpened, drawing the surrounding inorganic life forms toward him like moths to a flame. This place resembled a labyrinth, with walls obstructing every direction, making the search for the correct path perilous. Suddenly, he halted, observing a fissure in the rock wall before him. Behind it lay a potent energy, pulsating with strength. Orochimaru raised his hand, serpentine energy extending from his fingertips, tearing the rock apart inch by inch. The scene beyond the crack began to materialize. Within an unfathomable cavern floated a cerulean figure, enveloped in a radiant glow, surrounded by swirling serpentine currents, as if resonating with the very essence of these serpents. Yiyu's visage remained youthful, yet the aura surrounding him exuded an air of unfathomable mystery. Orochimaru gazed at Yiyu, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had heard tales of Yiyu, a figure woven into the fabric of legend. The resonance of Yiyu and Appo's S power bore a striking resemblance to the sage arts Orochimaru had been mastering. Suddenly, Yiyu and Appo's S eyes fluttered open, radiating a piercing light. Orochimaru felt a formidable presence wash over him, his expression growing grave, yet he pressed forward rather than retreating. "You have arrived." Yiyu and Appo's S deep voice resonated, laced with a sense of familiarity, as if he had anticipated Orochimaru's arrival. Orochimaru was taken aback. He had only crossed paths with Yiyu twice, once at the tender age of 7, and again within the illusion of the quest for truth. "I am Orochimaru, a ninja of Konoha, much like yourself. I have heard tales of the legendary Senju Hashirama." Yiyu's gaze grew contemplative, as though pondering something profound. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "What is the current state of Konoha? Not much has changed since you departed, though. Though what? Some families and individuals are not faring well." As Orochimaru uttered these words, Yiyu murmured to himself, "Are they still following that path? Oh, it matters little now." In the earlier illusion, the Yiyu standing before Orochimaru was not an apparition. Rather, it was a shadow clone left behind in the Riichi Cave. This shadow clone possessed self-awareness and could relay information to the original. Years prior, after overcoming the White Snake Sage and Appo's S3 trials, Yiyu ventured to the depths of the Riichi Cave, where he discovered a unique substance enabling the conversion of chakra into sage chakra. This very location was where Yiyu and Orochimaru now stood. "Do you sense it?" Yiyu inquired. "Sense what?" Orochimaru, still lacking the mastery that Yiyu possessed, remained oblivious. "It is of no consequence that you do not know now. It serves no purpose for you. After mastering the sage arts of my Bokuzen, Shikatsu Forest, and Riichi Cave, Yiyu had accessed a realm that even the Sage of Six Paths had not grasped. Consequently, the three sage arts within Yiyu began to repel one another, prompting him to seek refuge in the depths of the Riichi Cave to mitigate the effects. Following Orochimaru and Appo's S arrival, he had finally attained mastery over the three sage arts. Now, he merely needed to replicate the various jutsu of other ninjas, augmenting them with sage techniques to reach an extraordinarily formidable state. As Yiyu unleashed his sage arts, a flicker of excitement danced in Orochimaru and Appo's eyes. "Is this the essence of other sage techniques? It resonates with my own practice. Might I inquire further, Lord Senju?" Yiyu and Appo's lips. See Chapter 94. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Orochimaru and Yiyu quietly returned to the outskirts of Konohagakure. The village remained as bustling as ever. With ninjas engaged in their daily training and missions, the scenery of Konoha unchanged. Yet, Yi was acutely aware of the village and Amp, Appo's precarious position during his absence and the presence of those with unsettling ambitions. He had never truly felt the essence of this village, his gaze wandering over this place once flooded with memories. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, his expression grave. Before him lay a map of Konoha, a quill poised in his hand, yet he could not bring himself to write. His gaze drifted away from the parchment, as if contemplating matters of deeper significance. Since Fugaku's return, he had not met with him, remaining silent within the Uchiha clan, which stirred Hiruzen's thoughts. Danzo pushed the door open, entering with a hint of a sardonic smile. Sarutobi, it seems you have long been indecisive. His words carried a provocative tone. Yet Hiruzen had grown accustomed to such rhetoric, his gaze remaining calm. You arrive at an opportune moment, Hiruzen replied slowly, placing the quill down and looking at him. The Uchiha clan requires cautious deliberation. We must not act blindly. Moreover, it seems Lord Senju Tobarama may have news. Danzo and Amp, Appo's eyes narrowed sharply at the mention of Tobarama. Could he have returned? Hiruzen did not respond directly but closed his eyes, letting out a deep sigh. I do not know the manner of his return, but the situation in Konoha is likely on the verge of significant upheaval. Danzo remained silent at first, leaning slightly forward as he spoke in a hushed tone. If Senju Tobarama has truly returned, it would be more advantageous for both of us. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hiruzen and Amp, Appo's eyes, but it quickly solidified into resolve. I have grown old. If you were to ask me to relinquish the position of Hokage, perhaps it is time I do so. Yet, you know I have been wavering. Outside Konoha, Orochimaru spoke in a flat tone, yet his eyes sparkled with a complex light. He understood that Yu and Amp, Appo's appearance might herald further changes. Yu remained silent for a moment, recognizing that while Orochimaru was a rogue ninja in the original narrative, he now sensed a profound affection for the village, albeit currently subservient to Danzo. Do not inform others of our return, Yu stated calmly. Orochimaru nodded and departed from his side. After Danzo left, Hiruzen stared at the ceiling, contemplating deeply. Yu entered the high-level conference room of Konoha, catching Hiruzen by surprise with his sudden appearance. Hiruzen and Amp, Appo's thoughts sharpened, but more so, he felt a surge of excitement at seeing Yu. As the center of power in Konoha, Hiruzen was shrewd and often cold-hearted. A glimmer of alertness flickered in his eyes before vanishing. Sitting behind a large wooden desk, he clasped his hands, his gaze betraying the weariness of age. Although he remained a wise leader, the sharpness of his vision had dulled over time, now filled with contemplation and reminiscence. The dialogue between Yu and Hiruzen was brief, primarily revolving around trivial political matters. Occasionally, Hiruzen and Amp, Appo's dull eyes would rest on Yu, whose surface calm belied a complex inner world. Yu, sitting in silence, bore a stern and inscrutable expression, his eyes deep as black holes, seemingly lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, Yu broke the tranquility, his voice low yet carrying an air of gravity. What is the current state of the Uchiha clan? His inquiry was sharp, slicing through the stillness like a blade. Hiruzen and Amp, Appo's brow furrowed slightly, resembling a sword glinting in the light. The Uchiha clan? He paused, deliberating whether to respond. A fleeting glimpse of unutterable pain crossed his eyes, and his lips twitched, revealing the scars of history that could never be erased. The Uchiha clan has always been a heavy burden for Konoha, Hiruzen sighed, speaking softly. Yu observed him quietly, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, as if he had anticipated Hiruzen and Amp, Appo's reaction. For Yu, the fate of the Uchiha clan was not merely a historical issue, but a continuation of past events he had witnessed. He gently closed his eyes, as if submerged in an unspoken contemplation. His countenance remained stern, inscrutable, and outwardly. One would hardly guess that Yu was now in his 60s or 70s. Yu and Amp, Appo's current objective was not Hiruzen. After exchanging pleasantries, he made his way to another significant location. In the underground chamber of Konoha, Danzo observed the village and Amp, Appo's movements with a cold gaze. Suddenly, the air grew heavy with